Chapter 561. Rob and Lolo then went to White Crow Town, which is next to set by a port. Constantine had bought several properties there, but after arriving in White Crow Town, they found that these properties were also sold by the guy named Sinclair. Lolo asked, "What should we do next?" "Constantine has some relatives in the south. I will write a letter to Ginny and ask her to help check this guy named Sinclair." The future super magician said, "The rest can only continue after Ginny finishes the investigation. This place is not far from the Principality of Shia. Let's go and get the diary of Sister Bernice first." Luo had no objection. The two of them then rented a carriage in the town and hired a driver. They set off for Gadaris, the hometown of Mother Bernice. Unlike when they left the Free City, the two of them encountered almost no inspections and interrogations along the way. It seemed that the temple and the Magician Association did not expect the two of them to return to the Holy Alliance. They arrived in Gadaris in the afternoon 5 days later. There was a light rain in the sky. The path outside the city became a little muddy. The wheels would sink into the mud from time to time. The driver had to jump out of the car, take out the wooden board under the seat, and put it under the wheels, while waving the whip. The soldiers outside the city gate looked lazy and talked to themselves. The guards were lax and did not seem to care much about the people coming in and out. Gadaris is located in the southern hinterland of the Principality of Shia. It is a most ordinary town with no special features and no important figures. The residents of the town live a peaceful life, the taxes are not high or low, and no vicious incidents have occurred for hundreds of years. There are many similar towns in the Holy Alliance, so ordinary that even criminals are not interested in visiting. The town guards basically only deal with trivial disputes and small matters every day. When the carriage carrying Rob and Lolo drove into the small town, it was like a drop of water falling into the sea without causing any waves. Because of the rain, they were delayed on the road for some time. It was already night when they entered the city. The two were not in a hurry. They just found a hotel in the town, unloaded the luggage from the carriage, paid the fare, and planned to start the investigation the next day. However, when the sun rose again in the morning, Rob's door was still closed. The girl knocked, but there was no response from inside. Luo was a little worried, but then she found a magic circle near the door. This should be set by someone. In other words, Rob took the initiative to close the door, so the girl's heart was relieved a little. She did not leave the hotel and waited until the afternoon when Rob came out of the room. Luo couldn't tell exactly where it was, but someone seemed a little different from the past. His eyes seemed deeper and his temperament became more reserved, but Rob looked at her with the same look as before. "Sorry, I was dealing with an emergency and kept you waiting." The future super magician touched the girl's head. "Let's go eat something first." "Yeah." The two came to the most famous tavern in the town and ordered the signature dishes there, fried pork skin and mashed potatoes, and also ordered 2 bottles of dark beer. Luo walked around the tavern with a glass of wine and came back and said, "There is bad news and good news. The bad news is that the Red Beard Inn was sold 3 years ago. The good news is that the previous owner is still here, but he has changed his job." "Oh, what is he doing now?" Lolo raised the glass in his hand, making wine. "He opened a brewery in the suburbs. The beer we drink now is produced by him." I asked 4 or 5 people, and their answers were basically the same, so the news should be true. So the church should not have found the diaries left by Sister Bernice yet. It seemed so. Lolo took a deep breath. No one knew what was recorded in the more than 30 notebooks that Sister Bernice secretly gave to Sister Teresa. However, the temple did not hesitate to send people to monitor the latter when she came to Gadaris. Sister Bernice obviously knew something, but this time the girl did not dare to place too much hope, for fear that it would be disappointed again, like the previous few times, and finally only disappointment. "Are you ready?" Rob asked. The girl drank the remaining dark beer in the glass, wiped the beer foam from her mouth, and nodded. Half a magic hour later, the two stood outside the brewery. The owner here was called Gary. He saw the business opportunity 3 years ago, and sold his ancestral inn. He borrowed some money from relatives and friends, and finally opened this brewery. The business is very good. Now he has not only recovered his investment, but also saved a lot of money. So he bought a piece of land next to the brewery, and built a small manor for his family to live in. The neighbors around him spoke highly of Gary. He was very caring towards his workers, and was also very friendly to the guests. Although he didn't know Lolo and Rob, he still invited them into his house, and made tea for them. After they explained their purpose, Gary thought for a while, and said, "Oh, that was 18 or 19 years ago. I still remember that Nani. She was very nice. She treated the children nearby during the few days she stayed there. Before she left, she said she would keep the notes with me temporarily, but she never came back. Luo was excited when he heard this. Do you still have those notes? Of course, although I sold the hotel, the things that people ask me to keep will not be thrown away. I have been waiting for someone to come back and pick them up all these years. However, after moving several times, although the things are not lost, they are scattered all over the place. Some are still in the old house. I wonder if you can give me a day or two to sort them out. Really? Thank you so much. These notes are very important to me. How can we repay you? Luo said excitedly. Rob took out a bag of gold coins from his pocket, about 50 or 60 of them, and put them on the table, but Gary refused. The latter waved his hand and said, "It's just keeping a few dozen notebooks, it's not a big deal. Besides, I promised that nanny back then, and now I'm just fulfilling my obligations. By the way, you are staying in the hotel in town now. I will send it to you as soon as I have sorted it out." How can I do that? We can pick it up ourselves when the time comes. No. I'm going to the city to deliver the goods tomorrow afternoon, so I just go to your place when the time comes. Lolo expressed her gratitude to the other party again and left the hotel address. The two left Gary's small manor and returned to their residence. The girl still couldn't believe that this time it was so smooth. Until that night, Luo felt someone patting her shoulder not long after she fell asleep. She opened her eyes and found Rob standing in front of her bed. The girl's heart was pounding, and she pulled up the quilt a little shyly, but the future super magician gestured to her, indicating that there was someone on the roof. Chapter 562. Nothing special has happened since the two entered God Eris. This small town in the heart of the Holy Alliance looks very ordinary in all aspects. The people in the town are busy with their own lives and don't show much concern for those who come from outside, so Luo can't figure out who is targeting them. The guy on the roof moves very lightly, like a seated cat, and makes almost no sound when moving. However, the dust falling from the beam still betrays his movement trajectory. He carefully lifted a tile and put his ear close to it. He listened to the breathing sound coming from the bed for a long time. The sound was steady and regular, which meant that its owner was now sleeping soundly. The uninvited guest tried to enlarge the hole to a size large enough for his body to enter, then jumped down, tiptoed to the bed, and reached out to the figure in the quilt. However, the next moment, a long sword with a cold glow suddenly appeared on his neck. "Don't move. This sword is very sharp," Luo said coldly. At the same time, the figure on the bed also lifted the quilt, and the person lying inside was Rob. The future super magician lit a candle, and a masked man in black appeared in the room. "I have no ill intentions." The masked man spoke, but it was a woman's voice. Her accent was a little hoarse, and she raised her hand to indicate that she was not carrying any weapons. Lolo did not comment. "Let me see your face." The masked man nodded, stretched out his hand, and slowly pulled down the veil on his face, and lowered his voice and said, "In fact, we have met before." "You?" The girl was a little surprised when she saw the other person's face, because the masked man turned out to be the waitress in the tavern they had visited in the afternoon. Lolo remembered her. Her name was Sisai, and she had a good figure. She came to Gotaris with her boyfriend 2 years ago and settled down. She found a job in the tavern. Because of her sweet smile, she quickly became familiar with everyone in the town. There was no tavern drinker who didn't know her. Lolo also asked her about the Red Beard Inn and Gary. "Are you from the temple?" Lolo frowned. Sisai shook her head. "I am not your enemy, Miss Hartfilia. On the contrary, I took the risk to come here tonight to warn you that you have triggered the trap set by the church." "How do you know who I am?" Lolo was surprised. She remembered clearly that she had never seen this woman named Sisai before, and her appearance was disguised. Logically, no one should be able to recognize her. Because of this, Cece pointed at Luo's staff. There was a piece of obviously different material at 1/3 of the distance from the magic crystal. It was the trace left after Rob used the piece of Vasily wood that Luo got from the mysterious teacher to transform it. When the two first met, the future super magician did not tell her the true use of Vasily wood because he was worried that the girl would pursue power and could not lay a solid foundation. It was not until Luo was promoted to a 3rd-level magician and consolidated her foundation that Rob helped her install this thing on the staff to amplify her magic elements. Now when Luo uses this staff to cast spells, the power of each spell can be increased by about half. Vasily's wood is very, very rare in the Dawn continent, Cece said slowly. Lolo was shocked when she heard this. "How do you know I have Vasily's wood?" Because this thing was originally given to you by my master. Cece blinked. Your master? Lolo didn't expect that before she got the diary left by Mother Bernice and Guy Eris. She got the clue of the mysterious teacher first. She was excited, but her previous experience had taught her to be vigilant and cautiously optimistic. Lolo asked, besides Vasily's wood, is there anything else that can prove your identity? When you meet my master, you will be able to prove what I said. Sisai paused. The town is very dangerous now. The people from the temple may have set up surveillance nearby, so we must leave now. But I haven't got Sister Bernice's diary yet. There is no diary. Sisai shook her head. The real diary was burned by the church 18 years ago. The current Giri is a fake. Gairis is a trap set by the temple to entrap those who want to investigate the truth. After you went to find Gary, he immediately notified the church. I came here tonight to save you. You shouldn't have asked about the Red Beard Inn in the tavern. In fact, you had already triggered the alarm at that time. This town is not as simple as it seems on the surface. I have lived here for 2 years. Many of the original residents have disappeared. Now this place is full of spies from the church. Come with me. Although the city gates are closed, I have a way to take you out of the city. But this is just your one-sided statement. Lolo has completely calmed down. You said God Eris is a trap. How do I know that following you is not a trap? I'm afraid you have to make a choice, Miss Hartfilia. Sisai said, 2 years ago, the master sent me here to wait for you. He thought you might not believe me, so he specially gave me something to prove my identity, but the environment here is more dangerous than I expected. As an outsider, I had to throw away those things related to my identity in order to protect myself, otherwise I would not be alive now. Luo was silent for a long while. Who is your master? At least tell me his name. I'm sorry, I can't completely confirm your identity now. Not only you, but this matter is actually risky for both of us. There is nothing more dangerous than going against the oldest and most powerful force in the human world. It's like dancing on the edge of a knife. If you are not careful, you will be crushed to pieces. So please forgive me for not being able to tell you his identity and name directly. Just like you can't completely trust me now, I also have doubts about you. But as long as you and my master meet, you can immediately confirm each other's identities. Luo glanced at Rob. During the time she was talking to Cece, the latter stood by the window and looked downstairs. The dark street was empty and very quiet. The future super magician retracted his gaze and said, at least she didn't lie. We are indeed being monitored. Did you see anything? Well, there's a group of people hiding in the residential building across the street, at least 12 people, and there are 7 or 8 fully armed guys in the grocery store next to it. At night, a group of guys dressed as tourists moved into this hotel. They are now living downstairs from us, but they don't seem to be asleep. Chapter 563. We can still leave from the rooftop now. It will be too late if we are late. Cece said. She looked into Luo's eyes without any avoidance. Rob retracted his gaze from the window and said, this is only the first batch of people. Gary said that the diary will be delivered tomorrow afternoon, which means that the church will be able to find enough people by then. I can take you out of the city easily tonight, but the temple will probably realize that we are back later. No one spoke in the room for about half a minute, and then the girl seemed to have made up her mind and said to Sisai, take me to see your master. The latter was overjoyed. You won't regret your choice tonight. Karlov was not the only one investigating the incident that happened to the Breton family. Who is your master? Why would he risk offending the temple to investigate my family's affairs? Let the master tell you these questions in person. The 3 quietly left the inn from the rooftop along the path that Sisai had taken, without alerting the watchers downstairs and on the opposite street. Sisai took the 2 to the tavern where she worked before, took out a key from under the stone bricks, opened the door of the wine cellar, and then lit a torch. A scent of wine hit her face, and Sisai walked in front and explained, during the First Magic War, the Holy Alliance once implemented a ban on alcohol for a period of time because of concerns about insufficient reserves. All breweries in the territory were not allowed to use grain to make wine, and taverns were not allowed to sell it. However, there were still drunkards who secretly produced and sold it. This was originally a private wine cellar. No one knows who built it, but its first owner was obviously a wine lover. He built this wine cellar not only for himself, but also to supply other people in the city who wanted to drink, including some underground taverns that were operating secretly. He bought the wine from outside the city and had to find a way to transport it in, so there was a secret passage in the wine cellar leading to the outside of the city. This secret passage was discovered by the tavern owner a few years ago. The exit was by the river. Later, for safety reasons, he asked someone to build it up. Sisai walked to the end of the wine cellar, and the torch illuminated a mud wall. The color of the wall was indeed different from the surrounding area. Sisai asked Luo, "Can you help me get a torch?" The girl nodded and took the torch. Then Sisai took out a hammer from behind a wine rack. After one hammer, a crack appeared on the mud wall. Sisai did not stop and soon hammered a second time. The crack began to spread in all directions. When the third hammer came, the mud wall could no longer withstand it and collapsed. The three of them covered their mouths and noses, and waited until the smoke and dust had almost dispersed. It was Sisai who walked in front again, holding a torch, and Rob and Lolo followed behind her. Perhaps because they had been closed for too long, the air below was a little turbid. Rob took action and released a first-level wind magic, and the rotten and choking smell in the air immediately dissipated a lot. When the three of them walked for about a magic, the terrain suddenly began to rise, and the sound of flowing water could be heard in their ears. After another 2 minutes, they finally stood in front of another mud wall. Sisai used the same trick again, and smashed this mud wall with the hammer in her hand. The fresh air outside poured into the secret passage, with the smell of green grass. When the three of them returned to the ground again, they had indeed left God Eris. Sisai asked the two to wait for a while, and whistled by the river. About a quarter of an hour later, a small wooden boat floated down from upstream. "Are there any other helpers? It seems that your master is well prepared," the future super magician said. "If we were not well prepared to be enemies with the temple, we would have ended up like the Breton family." Sisir pulled the wooden boat over and bowed to Lolo. "If my words offend you, please forgive me, Miss Heartfilia. You seem to be dissatisfied with my father." When Sisai mentioned the crimson sword, Lolo heard the hostility hidden in her tone. "Why are you helping me if that's the case? The relationship between my master and Karlov is very complicated, but please rest assured that we have absolutely no ill will towards you." Sisai made a gesture of invitation. Since it has come to this point, Lolo naturally has no reason to retreat. She is now more and more curious about the master mentioned by the goddess Sisai, who may be the mysterious teacher. The other party helped her escape from the eyes of the temple, and may have helped her secretly several times afterwards. Although Rob later admitted that he had used the guise of the mysterious teacher several times after the two met, Lolo had also encountered danger several times before the two met. After both of them got on the boat, Cece took up the oars and sailed the boat into the reed marsh. "How long will it take us to get there?" "Soon." "Does your master live nearby?" "No, the master's mansion is quite a distance away from here." Cece paused and smiled. "You don't think we have to row from here?" After she said this, she stopped the boat in a patch of reeds, then reached under and fumbled for a while, and finally fished out a magic array disc. Rob only took a glance, and knew that what Cece had in her hand was not an ordinary teleportation magic array, but a rare long-distance magic teleportation array, which could cover a range of 1 to 2,000 miles nearby. Of course, the cost was also extremely high. The future super magician said, "I go first." Cece nodded and handed the array plate to Rob, who pressed his right hand on it. A strong magic wave spread out from this point, and at the same time, the figure of the future super magician disappeared from the spot. Next came Lolo. When the girl opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in a somewhat deserted manner, and Rob was talking to a man who looked like a butler not far away. "Where is this?" Lolo asked. "We are now in Kaul, the capital of the Principality of Shia, about 1,300 miles away from God Eris." The future super magician replied. "The capital of Shia?" The girl was a little surprised. "Welcome home, Miss Heartfilia. No one can hurt you here, and you don't have to worry about the threat from the church anymore." The old butler bowed gracefully. "I'm sorry, my home is in the north, the territory of the Breton family, which was left to me by my father. Unfortunately, there are only your enemies there now." The old butler said, "Home does not necessarily refer to a specific place. Where there are family members, there is home." Lolo was silent for a while, nodded. "You are right, then my home is always around me." The old butler did not comment, and did not intend to continue this topic. "The master is waiting for you in the study, Miss Heartfilia. As for you." The old butler turned his head to Rob. "There are some things that the master can only tell Illuria's daughter. Please forgive me. I have prepared meals, and tea for you on the other side. You can rest for a while. It's a pity that there is no moon tonight, so I can't accompany you to appreciate the moon." Chapter 564. Lolo followed the old butler into the small building behind him, walked through the somewhat dark corridor, and went up to the second floor. The girl noticed the wind travelers placed on both sides of the corridor, but unfortunately the flowering season had passed. The old butler seemed to know what she was thinking and said, "These flowers are specially prepared by the master for you. You will be able to see them next spring. It's a pity that I can't stay here that long, the girl said regretfully. Everything is possible. The old housekeeper finally stopped outside the study. He reached out and knocked on the door 3 times, then said to Luo, "You can go in." "Aren't you coming?" "I still have to entertain your companion, so I won't disturb your reunion with the master." The old housekeeper bowed and walked towards the stairs. His footsteps gradually faded away. Luo took a deep breath and pushed open the door in front of him. A wave of heat hit her face. Although it was early summer, the brazier was still burning in the house, and it was a bit stuffy. As soon as she entered the door, Luo's eyes were attracted by the oil painting on the opposite wall. The painting showed a young novice nun with a carefree smile on her face, and her eyes and eyebrows were somewhat similar to Luo. "She's pretty, isn't she?" Lolo turned around and saw a man in fox fur. The man was about 40 years old, handsome and tall, but his face was deeply sick. He coughed twice and pointed to the door behind the girl. "Do you mind?" Lolo shook his head and reached out to close the door again. "We finally meet again. I know you must have a lot of questions in your mind now. Don't worry, I will answer them one by one later, but before that, let's toast your mother together." As he spoke, the man walked to the desk, took out half a bottle of wine, unscrewed the bottle cap, poured it into 2 high-heeled glasses, and then motioned for Luo to choose first, while he picked up the remaining glass and drank it all. This unknown wine tasted very good, mellow and sweet, and not spicy at all, with a fruity aftertaste. This was Elia's favorite wine when she was a kid, but unfortunately the winery stopped production 10 years ago, and the temple wiped out everything related to her in this world. Lolo put down the cup and said, "Do you know my mother?" The man nodded. "Of course, when I met Illyria, Karlov hadn't come to Ristenton yet." "Oh, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Dolan Kendall, a friend of your mother." The man's eyes were burning. "Dolan? Are you Viscount Dolan?" Lolo was a little surprised. "You know my name?" The man raised his eyebrows. "Sister Teresa mentioned you to me, and said that if we get into trouble in Shia, we can come to you. Have you met Teacher Teresa? It seems that a lot of things have happened to you in the years since we separated," Dolan said. "Why did you leave without saying goodbye after teaching me the sword skills?" "I encountered some troubles." Dolan covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughed twice, and quickly put the handkerchief away. "As you can see, my physical condition is not very good now. In fact, I haven't left this manor for almost a year and a half. Usually, Ned helps me take care of everything. You should have seen him when you came." The Ned Dolan mentioned should refer to the old butler who greeted the two of them outside the door. Lolo's face changed when he heard this. "Who made you like this, the temple?" "The irony is that the reason I can live to this day is because of the healing potion of the church. In addition, Bishop Keaton comes to help me treat my injuries every week." Dolan pulled out a chair for the girl and sat on another chair next to the brazier. "And you happen to know the person who made me like this?" Luo had a bad feeling in her heart, but she couldn't accept such an answer. "Yes, that man is your father," Dolan said lightly. "How could this happen? I don't know what Karlov is like in front of his daughter. Anyway, when I met him, he was an absolute bastard. He had the bad habits of the children of the rich and powerful. He was arrogant, conceited, and made trouble everywhere all day long. He called his contempt for life bravery." Dolan paused, "But I have to admit that the guy is also very likable, especially girls. They always fall in love with men who carry a dangerous aura, don't they? If your injuries are indeed related to my father, then I apologize to you on his behalf, but now my father has left this world, I hope you can also respect the dead. My real injury is not in my body, but here." Dolan pointed to his heart. "Karev snatched Illyria from me, which is the most painful thing for me. At that time, I went to him to argue, but he beat me seriously. If there was no cardinal who happened to be in Ristenton, I would have died that night. Now I can only rely on potions and divine arts to prolong my life." Haha, he called this a man's way of solving it, which is worthy of the consistent robber style of the Breton family. Dolan sneered. "I sincerely apologize for the hurt my father caused you, but I am sure that my father and mother were truly in love at that time." "You know nothing." Dolan shook his head. "You were not there, and you don't know anything about me and your mother. She was forced to be with Karev because of the power of the Breton family." Lolo saw the sadness in the man's eyes, so he didn't bother with him on this issue anymore, and said, "Are you going to take revenge on me now?" "No, I will never hurt Illyria's child." Dolan looked at Lolo with a trace of tenderness in his eyes. "If it weren't for Karlov, I would be your father now." But the next moment, the girl ruthlessly shattered his dream. But I now have the blood of the Breton family. I promised your mother to protect you. Dolan started coughing again, and Lolo saw the blood oozing from the handkerchief. Don't worry, I won't die for a while. Dolan took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion from the drawer, and poured it into his mouth. After that, his face looked better. He adjusted his breath and spoke again. An interesting thing is that people can only witness their potential in difficult situations. Just a small bottle of potion costs 1,000 gold coins. If you take one bottle a day, it will cost 30,000 gold coins a month, plus the cost of asking the bishop to help. Although I am a noble, my family is just an ordinary one. With my previous wealth, I couldn't afford such expensive treatment costs, so I had to leave school and start trying to do business and make money. I used to hate those greedy businessmen, but now it seems that I seem to be doing well. I am the 6th largest shareholder of the Haifa Chamber of Commerce, and I also hold the operating rights of 2 seaports and more than 20 mines. To be honest, I don't even know how much wealth I have now. Chapter 565. Without Illyria, all this is meaningless. Dolan poured himself another glass of wine, and a blush appeared on his sick face. Lolo reminded, your injuries. It doesn't matter. Today is a memorable day. Maybe you can indulge yourself a little. Don't worry, I'm not so fragile that I can be knocked down by a few glasses of wine. Dolan laughed at himself. What do you mean by promising my mother to protect me? Before she passed away, Illyria left 2 letters, one to Karlov, and the other to you when you were just born. The latter letter was stolen by the temple, but the church didn't know that there was actually a 3rd letter. Dolan shook the purple wine in the goblet. This letter is to me, secretly sent by Mother Teresa while picking herbs, and no one else in the world knows about it. Dolan's eyes lit up when he said this. Many people say that Illyria was mentally ill in the last 6 months before her death, but that's not the case. She knew very well who to trust in the most critical moment. My mother wrote you a letter before she passed away? Lolo was a little surprised. Did she tell you the truth about what happened back then? Dolan shook his head. The main purpose of your mother's letter was to ask me to take care of you. She seemed to realize that she might encounter an accident in the future, but she didn't tell me the specific reason. She didn't want to implicate me. Judging from Karlov's subsequent performance, Illyria obviously didn't tell him, which shows that the enemy she faced was far more powerful than we imagined. Haha, but if a man of the Breton family retreats when faced with difficulties, he is not a man of the Breton family, right? This time, Dolan did not drink the wine in the glass in one gulp, but took a sip. Your mother was worried about you, and your father was too impulsive, so she wrote a letter to me. She knew that I still loved her, and was willing to do anything for her. Not to mention such a small request, as long as she was willing to ask, I would even give her my life without hesitation. Luolua was silent for a long time before speaking again. My mother passed away not long after I was born, so I heard about her from others. Everyone has different memories of her, but one thing is the same, they all say that she is a very kind person. If you have seen her, you will know that no language can describe her beauty and kindness. Dolan sighed. So it is hard for me to imagine that she would take advantage of others' admiration for her, and entrust her child to them when she is in danger. Dolan's expression did not change when he heard this, and he sighed, I would not use the word take advantage. You are too young and have no children, so you cannot understand the love a mother has for her daughter. Anyone can be selfish for their own flesh and blood. There is nothing wrong with this. I have never blamed her for this. In fact, I am very happy that the first person she thought of at the most critical moment was me. Can I see the letter? Sorry, it's very private. Forgive me for not showing it to a 3rd person, even if that person is the daughter of Illyria. Dolan paused, but I do have something I want to show you. You came all the way to Gaiaris just for Sister Bernice's diary. Lolo blinked. Sisai said that the diary has been burned in the temple. Do you have a copy? Dolan did not answer immediately. He turned the goblet in his hand. Over the years, I have used the wealth I earned to build my own power and cultivate a group of loyal warriors to investigate what happened to the Breton family. I have won and lost with the church. I didn't get Sister Bernice's diary, but I found a way to meet her in person. Do you know where Sister Bernice is? Lolo was overjoyed. Can you take me to see her? Unfortunately, even if you can break through the layers of blockades in the temple, you will never be able to see her again. Dolan said calmly. When I met her, she was very ill. The church sent an archbishop to treat her, but she refused. She died a week after we met, but before she died, she gave me a list. Dolan stood up, walked to the bookshelf again, pulled out a novel called Melancholy Kafka, tore open the interlayer of the cover, revealing a yellowed page underneath. Lolo took the page from the man. There were about 20 names on it. The top one had the lightest ink, which should have been written the earliest, while the bottom one had darker ink, which was closer to the present. However, except for the last name, Illyria, she didn't recognize anyone on it. Who are they? Lolo asked in confusion. They are them. Dolan corrected, they are all orphans who were adopted by the Sith monastery in the past 60 years, but now it is difficult to find traces of their existence in the world. I spent almost 10 years visiting other people who had lived with them in the monastery, and went to places they had been to. I confirmed the identities of 14 of them, and found some of their previous life trajectories, but there were 11 people left. Nothing was left except their names. Age, interests, friends, experiences were all erased. If there was only one person, it could be said to be accidental, but the disappearance of so many people at the same time obviously had a deep hidden story. What exactly is the Sis monastery? Lolo had never thought about this question before seeing this list. After Mother Teresa disappeared, Karlov also investigated the Sis monastery, but did not find anything unusual. It was just a very ordinary nun school. Although it has a history of more than 400 years, it is not very eye-catching in Ristenton. The scale is not too big or small. The successive deans are basically the old nuns in the orphanage. They will take in some homeless girls, treat children from poor families nearby, and send them food and winter clothes. The public has a good reputation, but that's all. In fact, few people except those who live in it would notice its existence. Even residents of the same city would only say, "Oh, that place, it seems to be a monastery," and it is difficult to say anything impressive about it. However, in such an ordinary monastery, more than 20 girls disappeared in just 60 years. Because they were orphans, their disappearance did not attract anyone's attention until Illyria, and the world had completely forgotten their existence. Chapter 566. Karov once investigated that monastery. I also investigated there, but I didn't get much either. Apart from confirming that the 14 people on the list did exist, the other information I got was very limited. Dolan finished the rest of the wine, and put the glass on the table. Generally speaking, people living in such places are very united and very vigilant against outsiders. I was worried that further investigation would alert the temple, so I stopped the investigation. However, during this period, I made an unexpected discovery. Oh, what did you find? There was a second-level priest who was carrying a pope's token. He went to the monastery the day after Mother Bernice died, but left after a short time. Coincidentally, he had also appeared when the new dean took office. The two of them had a secret conversation for an entire afternoon, so I sent someone to follow him after he left the monastery. Dolan said. This was the second time that Lolo had heard someone mention such a person. Previously, in Odlin, Mother Teresa had also mentioned that a priest holding a pope's token had come to the monastery to find her after Illyria left and before the wedding. If nothing unexpected happened, the person Dolan found should be the same person that Mother Teresa mentioned. Luo's eyes lit up. The figure of this priest had been looming throughout the incident. He was obviously a very important character. Unfortunately, the guy was very cunning. He disappeared after realizing that he was being followed. However, I found his residence in Ristenton. It was a rented room. It was not big. It was on the second floor of a bookstore. It was very clean. He should have gone back before my people rushed there. He packed up all the important things and threw the things he couldn't take away into the fireplace to destroy them. However, he left in a hurry, so he still left one thing behind. What is it? Manuscript paper. Manuscript paper? Yes. Dolan opened the drawer again, blank manuscript paper. He wrote a letter on the desk. When we write, the force of the pen tip sometimes transfers to the next page, leaving some marks on it. I used charcoal to cover the handwriting on it, and copied it down. You can see it for yourself. Dolan took out an envelope from the drawer, and handed it to Lolo. The girl opened it, and saw that it was written on it. October 976 of the magic calendar, blurred, the Katrina plan is progressing smoothly. The 28th candidate is in the north, waiting, a few words in the middle are missing, give more details, the shepherd dog has some doubts, ask whether to change, and it is suspected that he is being targeted by unknown forces, and will change his identity in the near future. Katerina is the first name on the list. Dolan explained, although it was the longest time ago, because it was the first time, the temple was not very skilled, so it left the most information. I found the girl's hometown, a small village in the west of the Free City. There was a fire in the village when she was born. Including her parents, more than 20 people died. What's interesting is that these 20 people are basically relatives and friends who have a good relationship with their parents. Are all the orphans in the Sith monastery man-made? Lolo thought of a horrible fact, and his heart was chilled. To be more precise, it's the girls on the list. The children outside the list are indeed orphans, and the people on the list come from different places: the Free City, the Lionheart Empire, the Holy Alliance, and I even found a human girl born in the Dwarf Kingdom. They lost their parents and family for various reasons, and were then taken to the Sith monastery. The youngest of them is just 1 month old, and the oldest is 15 years old. The temple seems to have some means to find the people they want, but the handwriting on the manuscript paper is very light, and cannot be recognized. How could this be? What about the abbess of the Sith monastery? Do they know the backgrounds of these children? Sister Bernice obviously knows the most. After she retired, Sister Teresa took over her job, but the time was short. Before she had time to learn too much, something happened to Illyria. Then she rushed to the territory of the Breton family. During this period, everyone's attention was basically focused on the north. The Sith monastery was managed by an old abbess. The new abbess took office half a year later, but I suspect that even if these people in the monastery, including Sister Bernice, know something, it is probably very limited. Dolan paused. Sheepdogs don't need to know whether their owners raise sheep for meat or wool. They just need to help their owners guard the sheep faithfully. So what happened to my mother back then is related to the Katarina project? If she hadn't met my father, would she have disappeared from this world so quietly? This plan is an absolute secret even in the temple. Over the years, I have captured some ordinary clergy and tortured them, but they have never heard of such a thing. Dorian said, but don't worry, I will continue to investigate Illyria's affairs. During this period, you can live in this manner. I have managed it very safely. The people in the temple will not find you. Thank you for what you have done for my mother and me, but I can't wait here and watch unrelated people risk their lives for my affairs. I will go to find the whereabouts of the second-level priest, and return to the Sith monastery to see if I can find out anything else. I wonder if you have any other clues to tell me. Luo carefully put away the list and the envelope, but he had no intention of keeping them. This choice is not wise. You have triggered Gotari's trap. The temple will soon realize that you have returned to the north. They will definitely start searching for you. In this land, you can't trust anyone except me. No, there is another person. I know I can trust him unconditionally at any time, the girl said firmly. Women, you always make the same mistakes, don't you? Dolan murmured. Lolo frowned. What do you mean? Do you think I don't know who that person is outside? Your affairs in the south have been reported a long time ago. At that time, you were in danger and needed external forces to fight against the temple. So I won't blame you, but now you have returned home and don't need to compromise with anyone. I am no longer the same person I was back then. Now I have money and power, and I will never lose to anyone. The most important thing is that I love you more than anyone else, and I can even sacrifice my life for you. After so many years, don't you know how much I miss you, Illyria? Chapter 567. Dolan's gaze towards Luo became blurred, his eyebrows trembling slightly, but the girl saw the reflection of another person in his blue pupils. You are drunk, Lolo said. The latter shook his head. I lost you once, 19 years ago, and today I will not allow anyone to take you away from me again. Thank you for telling me about my mother and the Sith monastery. As for the rest of the words, I will pretend that I didn't hear them. It's getting late and I should leave. Luo stood up, but when she walked to the door, she stretched out her hand and pushed it twice but failed to open it. The girl turned her head, and her eyes turned cold. What does this mean? I said, this is your home. Now that you are home, don't be so anxious to leave. Duolan said leisurely. Are you going to detain me? You have been wandering outside for so long, it's time to rest. Don't worry, with my protection, no one can hurt you. Duolan said softly. Luo pulled out the staff beside her and released a fireball spell towards the door, but the fireball dissipated in the air just half an inch away from the door. One of the benefits of being rich is that you can better protect yourself and the people you love. This is the truth I realized after I lost you to Karlov. This study is the most important place in this manor, and the defense is the most stringent. I spent a lot of time and effort on building it. Magic below the intermediate level cannot destroy that door. Luo released the most powerful magic he had mastered, but as Dolan said, this magic had no effect on the door that didn't look particularly strong. Luo put away her staff. Her elven sword and luggage were placed with Rob. She then casually pulled out a sword from the wall. When the sword was unsheathed, it exuded a chill, like a pool of autumn water. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. You have a good eye. This sword is the second most expensive weapon in this room. I spent a full 160,000 gold coins to buy it. Dolan praised, tapping the armrest carelessly with his fingers. Luo slashed down with her sword, but when the sword was about to fall, a white light suddenly appeared on the door. With her power as a second-level professional, she was unable to break through the obstruction of the white light. I have even prepared for magic attacks. How could I ignore this kind of forced door-breaking method? Dolan said lightly. Lolo turned around and looked at the other party coldly. Are you forcing me? Why, do you want to attack me? Dolan smiled. Indeed, I am the owner of this place, and all the defense facilities here are under my control. If you kill me, you can walk out of that door, but do you think you have a chance? Don't forget who taught you swordsmanship. After saying this, his figure disappeared from his seat. Lolo's pupil shrank sharply, and she stepped back half a step. At the same time, the long sword in her hand was raised to the right side of her body. However, the next moment, her tiger's mouth suddenly felt numb, and the sword somehow fell into Dolan's hand. When she realized what was going on, the sword tip had been reversed and stuck to her neck. Want to learn? As long as you stay, my stuff is yours. Not only swordsmanship, but also magic. I have collected a lot of good stuff over the years. I will teach you slowly. The man's voice was like the whisper of a devil. From the skills Dolan showed just now, he was at least level 6, but there was no panic in Luo's eyes. She looked at the man with a calm look. He will come to save me. No, no one will come to disturb us tonight, Dolan said affectionately. You are no match for him. His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein, disciple of the 9th level super magician Steins, the future patron saint of the human race, the most famous genius in the magic world. It is said that in the battle at Gudrys more than half a year ago, he, Didarian, and Oladian teamed up to force Bishop Saruman's holy body to self-destruct. What a great prestige, but it's a pity that his legend ends tonight. Dolan shook his head, his tone full of regret. No matter what conspiracy you have, you can't hide it from him, the girl said firmly. Really? It seems that you have great confidence in him. Dolan blinked, and his voice became colder. Mithril crystal. 1,000 kilograms of mithril can only extract 1 gram of rare crystal, colorless and tasteless, harmless to ordinary people's bodies, but it is the most terrifying poison to magicians. The strength of the toxicity depends on the amount of magic power in the target's body. If it exceeds the 2nd level, there is no possibility of survival. I wrapped it in the newly picked tea leaves. Just now I got the news that he has drunk the cup of tea. Now he can't save himself, let alone come to save you. He may not even last half a minute. The mithril crystal will continue to destroy his magic source, and his proud magic power will eventually become the rope that strangles himself. Dolan removed the sword from Luo's neck and put it back into the scabbard, but his tone softened again. You have no choice. If he dies, not only will the temple track you down, but the Magician Association will not let you go either. We are now on the same boat, but don't worry, I have arranged everything. You will not be in any danger here. I will definitely love you well, and fulfill my responsibilities as a husband. I will also take good care of our girl, and will not let anyone hurt her. After saying this, Dolan wanted to reach out and touch the girl's cheek, but Luo dodged him. Then he used his other hand to pinch the girl's neck, and Luo struggled because of suffocation. Dolan pressed her lips. Shh, be quiet, be quiet. I still have a lot to say to you. I always dream of you these years, one night after another, thinking about meeting you all the time. Are you as happy as I am? By the way, haven't you always liked poetry? I also wrote a book for you. I get it and read it to you. Just when Lolo was about to stop breathing, Dolan finally let go of his hand. He walked to the bookshelf and happily searched for the collection of poems he had written. Oh, here. Dolan found a notebook with a gold border, but the next moment, when he turned around, the door shattered with a bang. The sawdust and dust dispersed, and Rob's figure appeared in the study. He put down the staff in his hand and helped the girl on the floor. Sorry, I'm late. Lolo shook his eyes, couldn't believe what he saw, and said in surprise, Are you okay? It's a bit naive to want to deal with me with just a mithril crystal, the future super mage said lightly. Chapter 568. The poetry collection in Dolan's hand fell to the ground. His expression at this moment was as if he had seen a ghost, with his mouth wide open and a look of horror on his face. How is it possible? You have obviously drunk the cup of tea. Where are the people? Where are my guards? Why haven't they come yet? Don't shout, no one will come. The future super magician saw the handprint on Luo's neck, and his eyes turned cold. No, it's impossible. There are masters in this manor that I hired with a lot of money. With them here, you can't hurt us. Dolan shouted and dodged backwards. like a little boy whose favorite toy was taken away, screaming hysterically. It's over. I killed all your people, and now there are only 3 of us here. I don't believe it. Don't try to deceive me. How could you kill so many people so quickly? You must be bluffing. You are almost dying, right? Dolan himself seemed to believe such words, and hope rekindled in his eyes, like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. Yes, it must be like this. You want to deceive me. Take Illyria out of here and separate us. In that case, what are you waiting for? Why don't you attack me? Rob said calmly. Dolan had already touched another sword on the wall behind him. His left hand grasped the hilt, but it was shaking so much that he couldn't pull out the sword after a long time of effort. Finally, he let go of his hand, knelt on the ground, tore off his clothes, and cried loudly, Why? Why are you all bullying me? You have already taken Illyria away once, and you want to take her away for the second time. I am not afraid of you now. I am so rich, and I love her so much. Why do you want to fight with me? Only me. Only I can bring her happiness. The future super magician took out the star from his waist, and walked in front of the man. The latter was trembling with fear, and curled up, like a homeless stray dog. Rob looked at the girl. Luo's expression was a little complicated. Finally, he shook his head. Forget it, he once did me a favor. I was able to escape from home, because of his help. No matter what his purpose was in teaching me swordsmanship, he was also half of my teacher. Today, he told me a lot about my mother. Let's just call it a draw. Let's go. Rob nodded, took back Xingluo, and took the girl's hand. The two did not look back, and walked out of the study. In the end, only Dolan was left in the empty manor. He stared at the back of the figure in the oil painting, and tears fell into the brazier at his feet. The future super magician found a very sturdy carriage near the stable. Dolan was too weak to leave the small building, so this carriage was probably used by the old butler. The two left in the carriage. Luo was still a little worried and asked someone, Are you really okay? How did you find out that the cup of tea was poisoned? No, mithril crystal is the ultimate weapon against magicians. It has no taste or smell, and it is almost impossible to detect it when mixed in food. The 6th president of the Magicians Association, Super Mage Pollock, died from this poison, and no one knows who the murderer is until now. Fortunately, it is extremely difficult to extract this thing. Only 1 gram can be obtained from 1,000 kilograms of mithril, and 1,000 kilograms of mithril mixed with refined iron can be used to create tens of thousands of magic-breaking equipment. Hey, why are you okay? I really couldn't do anything with the mithril crystal before, but now I have mastered the mimicry magic. When I realized something was wrong, I immediately converted some of my magic power into divine power to wrap that thing. The mithril crystal is not very toxic. Strictly speaking, it can't even be considered a poison. It's just particularly deadly to magicians. It took me a little time to purify it, and then I got rid of the guards in the manor, so I came late. Luo breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then asked, Mimicry magic, can I also learn it? Sure, there's no threshold for this thing. Even people with low elemental affinity can eventually master it as long as they practice diligently. The future super magician raised his eyebrows. The real difficulty of mimicry magic lies in the research process. Once the rules are found, it is not difficult to use. On the way, the girl repeated the conversation between Dolan and her to Rob in full, but the latter did not speak after listening. What are you thinking about? The girl asked. Well, I think Dolan might have hidden something from you. What? He helped you escape from home. According to him, it was because your mother had written a letter asking him to take care of you. Whether there was such a letter is another matter. Assuming that he did not lie completely about this matter, don't you think it's a bit strange? Your mother has been dead for so many years, and your father disappeared afterwards. The Breton family fell into the control of the temple. He has not made any move for such a long time. Why did he suddenly appear in front of you 3 years ago? Why did he insist that you go to the south to find the St. Laurent Brothers School of Magic and become a magician? Lolo had thought about these questions before, but everything Dolan said in the study shocked her. Before she could fully digest the information, she was suddenly faced with a sudden change, and then Rob came on the scene to save her. Lolo had never thought of using tougher means to force Dolan to tell her everything he knew. After all, the latter had helped her, and even when Dolan later pinched her neck, she did not have much hatred for the man in front of her. This is a pitiful and pathetic person. He lived in those fantasies that never happened, filling the holes in his heart with money, trying to cover up his inferiority and cowardice. However, when all this was shattered, he turned back into the loser he was 19 years ago. Tonight, he didn't even have the courage to draw the sword. He thought he would spend his whole life loving the woman named Illyria, but in fact, he only loved the self-pitying self. Next, I want to go to the Sith monastery and check the Katarina plan. The girl hugged her knees and said worriedly, I have a bad feeling. The girls on the list may no longer exist in this world, and the plan is probably still being implemented. I don't know who will be the next name on the list. We must find her before she is killed and expose the dirty conspiracy of the temple to prevent more victims from appearing. Chapter 569. When Lolo opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the bed in the hotel. Rob released 2 small fireballs, which were circling around her body to help her get rid of the cold. Just 3 days ago, when the two were about to reach the outskirts of Ristenton, a heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky, and the carriage was stuck in the mud. In order to keep a low profile as much as possible, the two did not use magic. After abandoning the carriage, they walked in the rain for a magic hour. It stands to reason that with the physique of the two professionals, this distance should not be a problem. As a result, Lolo suddenly fainted while taking a bath at night, and then she began to have a fever, and her body temperature was once frighteningly high. With the continuous deepening of the research on mimicry magic, the future super magician can already use some simple healing spells, but these healing spells have no effect on the girl, so Rob helped Luo find a doctor overnight. After taking medicine, the condition was finally controlled, and the fever turned from high to low, but the girl still did not wake up, and she would lift the quilt on her body without paying attention. Sometimes she would cry and laugh, and mumble inaudible sleep talk. These days, Rob has been taking care of her all the time, feeding Luo water and medicine, and helping her wipe her body until she wakes up. The girl supported her arms, and sat up from the bed, a little confused. What's wrong with me? How do you feel now? Is there anything wrong with your body? Lolo thought for a moment. Nothing, just a little hungry and no energy. Well, I asked the boss to make you something to eat. Rob got up, went downstairs and took a walk. When he came back, he brought back a bowl of hot milk and 2 loaves of freshly baked wheat bread. Lolo wolfed them all down, and finally, he no longer felt the hunger that he could swallow anything. Then the girl asked someone, what day is it now? September 12th. Huh? It's been so long. Why don't I have any memory of it? What happened? The doctor said it's because you've been so nervous and emotionally unstable, and you're overly tired, so your body is reacting in a protective way. The future super magician said, you seem to have had a few nightmares in the middle. Do you still remember what you dreamed about? Lolo shook his head. I haven't been sick for a long time. I just remember that night, I was taking a bath in my room. It was very comfortable to soak in the hot water. Wait. The girl then seemed to remember something and suddenly panicked. Then when I fainted, it was you who saved me? Rob pointed at the girl's right hand. Have you forgotten that we have made a blood contract magic? I can feel any danger you were in the first place. Luo exclaimed, and after a long while he asked stupidly, You didn't see anything? The future super magician smiled. Yes, I didn't see anything. No, it's impossible. How could you not see anything in that situation? The girl cried. Why are you asking me? Rob raised his eyebrows. Lolo on the bed was speechless. 2 days later, the girl had almost recovered her strength. This inexplicable illness came and went quickly. As soon as Lolo recovered from the illness, she dragged Rob to the Sith monastery to investigate the Katarina plan mentioned by Dolan, but the two of them couldn't even get through the gate. The Sith monastery is an Orthodox nun school. The nuns and sisters in it all abide by extremely strict rules. Except for some older nuns, who are responsible for communicating with the outside world, the rest of the people basically stay at home and live a simple life isolated from the world. The Sith monastery will not be open to the public except on certain dates. It is especially difficult for young men like Rob to enter. However, it is not completely impossible. The future super magician originally planned to find the Haifa Chamber of Commerce and ask them to help forge an identity and enter the monastery in the name of donations. Places like this require a lot of funds to maintain. There are at least dozens of people in a monastery, and at most thousands. The food, clothing, housing and transportation of so many people is not a small amount, even if only the minimum is taken. The nuns in the monastery usually make some handicrafts and textiles in exchange for part of the subsidy, and the church will also allocate funds. However, because the monastery regularly treats children from poor families nearby and distributes food and medicine, this money is far from enough, and this part of the gap needs to be filled by donations from the society. For those donors, generally speaking, as long as the request is not too excessive, the monastery will try its best to agree. However, just when the two were about to find the person in charge of the Haifa Chamber of Commerce in Ristenton, they unexpectedly met a novice nun named Avril. The girl stood on the other side of the fence and reached out to grab the iron bars. Hey, did I hear what you said before? Huh? You just wanted to enter the monastery, but were stopped by Mother Sandra, right? Listen, I may have a way to let you in. The girl also put her face in front of the iron bars and blinked. Who are you? Why do you want to help us? My name is Avril. I am just a nobody here. Helping you is not unconditional. In return, you have to do me a favor. How about that? What favor? Rob asked. Avril pointed at Lulu and said, You can lie and say that you are my distant cousin. We met once when I was very young, and then you got married. Until recently, I heard that my family was gone, so you and your husband found here and wanted to take me away to live together. You want to leave here? Lulu was a little surprised, but from what you said just now, you don't have any relatives outside, right? It doesn't matter, I can make money to support myself. Avril puffed out her not-so-noticeable little chest. No matter where you are, what you do, even begging for food, it's better than staying here. Why? You haven't lived in a monastery, so you don't know how horrible this place is. Everyone eats the same food, does the same work, speaks the same words, gets up on time every day, eats, does homework, and works as if it will never change. All days are the same. Looking at those old ladies, you can know what you will look like in the future. Avril shuddered. I don't want to live this kind of life. The world outside is very complicated, not necessarily as beautiful as you imagine. Rob said. I know, I have also followed the maids to those poor families. Of course I know that their lives are not easy, and I also know that some women, in order to make money, will be with men they don't like. That. As if to prove that she is not a little girl who knows nothing, Avril also gave a chestnut. But this is their own choice, it is their freedom. They are the real living people, and the people here are just zombies. The girl hesitated, as if afraid of being heard by others, and whispered, I want to say that we actually have the right to fall, right? Chapter 570. Why are you back? Didn't we say that the monastery is not open to outsiders? Mrs. Sandra frowned as she looked at the two people outside the door. Lolo quickly explained, We are not here to visit, but to see someone. See someone? Who do you want to see? Avril, I am her distant cousin and her only living relative. This is my husband. Avril's relative? Mrs. Sandra was skeptical. Why have I never heard her mention it before? We lived far away before, and we only met once on her 6th birthday. I just heard about the misfortune that happened to her family recently. After I found her, I heard that she was adopted by your convent, so I rushed over. Sister Sanders said, Wait a moment, don't go away, I'll be back soon. After saying this, she hurried into the church behind her. Rob and Lolo could vaguely see her talking to another sister in the church through the iron bars, and she pointed in their direction. After a while, Avril was also taken there by a nun. The latter nodded to the two sisters, then shook her head, hesitated, and nodded again. Aunt Sanders touched her head, and after less than a quarter of an hour, she returned to the iron gate. What are you going to do? The child, you came all the way here to take her to live with you? Oh, to be honest, I'm not sure yet. Don't get me wrong, we do have the same blood in our bodies, but the last time we met was 8 years ago. After such a long time, I have almost no impression of her. You know, accepting a new member in a family is not as simple as it sounds, so I came here with my husband to meet her first. Lulu's answer was very sincere, which made Sister Sanders believe it a little more. She nodded. So you didn't want to reveal your identity before? Did you plan to observe her in the dark first, and leave directly if you felt it was not suitable? You saw through it. Rob's husband smiled awkwardly. This kind of thing is also human nature, not incomprehensible. Sister Sandra's expression eased a little, but rules are rules. I can't let you in without proving your identity. So just now, the dean and I found Avril and verified it with her. But in this way, Avril also knows your identity. I will arrange for her to meet you later, and get to know each other. If it is really not suitable, don't force it. I just hope you can be more tactful when rejecting her. Of course. Lolo nodded. No matter what, she is my cousin. Sister Sandra unlocked the door, and invited the two in. She first took them to see the headmistress of the monastery, Sister Rosamond, and then the four of them came to the reception room of the monastery. Sister Rosamond held the door handle of the reception room, paused slightly, and then did not open the door immediately. She turned around and said, There is something I must tell you first. Lolo's eyelids jumped, thinking that something had happened. The two of them were disguised now, not their true appearance. Rob had just quietly confirmed that Sister Rosamond was just an ordinary person. The girl didn't know where the two had revealed their true colors, but now she could only bite the bullet and say, "What's the matter?" Avril is a little special. Sister Rosamund hesitated and said, "Of course, each of us is unique in philosophical and religious terms, but among all the children in the monastery, Avril is still the most special." "What do you mean by special?" "In the past week, she skipped 3 morning classes, did not complete any of the tasks assigned to her, and even made a nun who was responsible for their daily routine cry. But don't get me wrong, the child is not bad in nature, she just hasn't adapted to the life in the monastery. No matter who it is, they will receive God's grace one day, just sooner or later." Sister Rosamund made a holy sign on her chest. "I have been hesitating whether to tell you these things, because I know that the child really wants to leave here. I am worried that if I tell you these things, you will have a bad impression before you meet her. But if I don't tell you, it is equivalent to deceiving you. It is better to tell the truth. Avril is a good girl, brave and smart. If you have the opportunity to live together, you will see her good qualities." Rob and Lolo thanked them, and Sister Rosamund pushed the door open and entered the room. The 5 chatted for a while. The atmosphere was good. Seeing that the time, place, and details of the first meeting were all the same, the 2 sisters found an excuse to leave, leaving the space for the 3 people who had reunited after a long absence. Avril put her ear to the door, and heard the footsteps gradually fade away. She said, "Okay, do whatever you want. You can climb out of the window. There is a small garden below. Opposite the garden is the dormitory, to the north is the church, and to the west is where we work. Aren't you worried that we will harm the monastery? I'm leaving soon, so why should I care so much?" Avril picked up an apple from the fruit bowl and rubbed it on her clothes, then took a bite. Then she saw Luo looking at her, rolled her eyes, and had to say, "Please, you don't think I haven't thought about this problem? This broken place has no self-protection at all. If you really have any bad intentions, the iron gate can't stop you." Luo shook his head. "We won't hurt anyone in the monastery. We came here just to check something this time, and we don't want to alarm others, so we chose this method. By the way, how long have you been here?" Avril sat down on the sofa. 6 years, 5 months and 19 days, I've had enough. What do you think I should do first after I get out? I heard that there is a grilled fish restaurant in the north of the city that is delicious. Ellen ate there with Sister Sanders last time. She talked about it for a long time after she came back. I also want to see the sea. Well, being a pirate for the second half of my life seems to be not bad. You are only 14 years old. You haven't finished the first half of your life yet. And believe me, you can't even stay in the monastery, let alone guarding a ship on the sea. Lolo raised his eyebrows. You have lived here for so long, you should be familiar with the people here. Has anyone around you suddenly disappeared in these years? Yes, I am planning to disappear suddenly, Avril said with a smile. Chapter 571. Or to put it another way, has anyone left the monastery in the past 6 years? Especially those orphans who were adopted like you? Rob asked. Avril shook her head. You also said that those who stay here are children who have lost their loved ones and are unwanted. Most people don't know where to go even if they leave here. Can you think about it more carefully? This matter may affect the lives of many people, Lolo said seriously. Over 60 years, 25 names, that means one girl disappears every 2 to 3 years on average. According to the clues obtained from Dolan, the figure of the second-level priest still appeared in the Sith monastery after Illyria's death, which means that the Katarina plan has not ended. Avril has lived here for more than 6 years, and should be able to catch up at least 1 or 2. The latter paused while chewing an apple, and then spit out a name, Princess Margaret. What? I don't know how you define leaving. In the 2nd year of my stay at the Sith monastery, a girl named Margaret fell off the scaffolding. Sister Rosamund called a nearby priest overnight, but unfortunately she couldn't be rescued. Margaret was not very popular in the monastery before. She had few friends and a face full of freckles, but she always fantasized that a prince would come to marry her on a white horse, so everyone laughed at her and called her the princess in private. What about you? Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't bully her, but I was just a newcomer at that time, and I didn't have much friendship with her, so I couldn't help. Avril shrugged. There were no men in the monastery, so some heavy work had to be done by girls on weekdays. It rained heavily the night before Margaret's accident, and the roof of the church was leaking. The next day, Margaret and 4 other girls went to repair the roof, but they had an accident when they climbed up the scaffolding and fell down from it. It seems that there are not many problems. Rob asked, when did she die? Did you communicate with her after the accident? Was there a funeral? Did you attend it? Margaret didn't have many friends, but everyone felt a little guilty when they thought of what happened before, especially the 4 girls who repaired the roof with her. Unfortunately, her condition was not good at the time. Sister Rosamund didn't let others into the house, probably because she didn't want to scare us. The funeral was also presided over by the dean. We sang hymns for her together, and many people cried at that time. Why, do you suspect that the child is not dead? Lolo turned to look at someone. We must admit that death is the best excuse for a person to disappear quietly. Rob asked Avril, you said that Mother Rosamund called the priest overnight on the night Margaret was in trouble. Do you remember what the priest looked like? Well, he was about 32 or 33 years old, and looked quite ordinary, but I don't know why his eyes always gave me an uncomfortable feeling. Avril described the appearance of the person who came that night based on her memory. Lolo and Rob looked at each other. Could it be that person? From the perspective of age, they can match, but there is a certain difference in appearance. However, in the letter restored by Dolan, the other party has already noticed that he is being followed and is planning to change his identity, so it is reasonable that his appearance has changed. The information has been collected almost, so Rob asked Avril the last question, which children in the monastery are from the north? Another obvious clue in the letter is the so-called 28th candidate. October 976 of the magical calendar was almost 7 years ago. Rob didn't know how the temple determined the candidate, nor how long it would take to find the candidate, but it would take a process after all. In addition to the time of faking the accident and taking the person away, if she was also sent to the Sith monastery, then there is a high probability that she was sent after Avril. Margaret's death was suspicious, but she obviously did not meet the criteria for the 28th candidate. She was abandoned by her parents at a young age, and had lived here for more than 10 years before the accident. So she looked more like the previous candidate. After getting the list from Avril, Rob and Lolo went their separate ways. The former went to contact the girls on the list and investigate their backgrounds, while the latter sneaked into the dean's office to look through the files, and started with Margaret's case. After a magic hour, Sister Rosamund and Sister Sanders opened the door of the reception room again, and saw the 3 people talking happily inside. Lolo and Rob stood up and said, we have made a decision. I am Avril's last relative in this world. I have the responsibility to take care of her instead of her mother, so I want to take her back to live with us. Sister Rosamund nodded and looked at Avril. What do you think, child? Although I am reluctant to leave everyone, living with my family is what I have always dreamed of. I understand what you mean. There is no problem with the monastery. Avril is just a novice nun, and can leave at any time. Sister Rosamund paused and said to Avril, but I want to remind you that once you leave, no matter what happens, you will not be able to return to the monastery. I understand, Avril said simply. Okay, Sister Sanders, I trouble you to get a copy of the adoption documents for both of us to sign. Rosamund saw the wide-open window not far away, and was a little confused. She remembered that the window was closed when she left before. The weather was not very hot now, so there was no need to open the window, but she didn't think too much about it. After walking out of the monastery gate, Rob shook his head and said, I checked those girls from the north, but the results were not great. I didn't find anything unusual in them. I found something here. Lolo's eyes flashed with excitement. The file of the girl named Margaret has completely disappeared. In addition, Sister Rosamund also took over the position of dean 7 years ago. The previous dean was in good health, but suddenly announced her resignation. This coincides with the content of the letter. In addition, I also found a newly opened letter in her drawer. The date is 2 days ago, and there is no signature. It asked Sister Rosamund to meet in the eastern suburbs outside the city tonight. The most important thing is that the handwriting on this letter is exactly the same as the one in Dolan's hand before. We may have caught a big fish this time. If we can find the pastor back then, we can know what happened to Catalina's plan and my mother. Chapter 572. What should she do? Lolo looked at Avril beside her. She actually had a good impression of this little girl. Avril was not as heartless as she appeared to be. She was a bold and careful girl, brave but not reckless. She was probably in a rebellious period, and was still forming her own outlook on life and the world. It would be great if someone could guide her correctly at this time. However, it was not convenient to bring her with them for what they were going to do later. Avril shook her head. We agreed before that I would help you enter the monastery, and you would take me out of there, and then we would go our separate ways. I appreciate your kindness, but I finally escaped, not to find 2 more people to discipline me. What are your plans? Hey, I'm going to eat grilled fish first, and then think while eating. Anyway, if there's nothing else, let's say goodbye. Avril waved goodbye, and her figure soon disappeared in the afterglow of the sunset. Rob and Lolo also found a place to eat nearby. The location they chose could observe the monastery and monitor the movements of Sister Rosamond. Maybe because Lolo had just recovered from a serious illness, his appetite was average, and he began to feel sleepy after eating 2 bites. He leaned his head on someone's shoulder and curled up like a little animal. The future super mage reached out and touched her forehead. "If you feel uncomfortable, go back to the hotel first. I can handle tonight's affairs by myself." "No, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." Lolo yawned as he spoke. When it was around 8 o'clock in the evening, the number of pedestrians on the street had obviously decreased a lot, and the target they were waiting for finally appeared. A figure in a cloak walked out of the monastery. Although her appearance was covered up, her posture and some habitual small movements still exposed her identity. She was Sister Rosamond, the head of the Sith monastery. Madame Rosamond walked 200 meters with her head down, waved and called a carriage. Seeing this, Lolo immediately regained her spirits and followed Rob and the others not too far behind. The carriage first drove to a drugstore, where Madame Rosamond bought some herbs for treating colds, and then drove to another drugstore. However, Rob and Lolo were obviously not fooled by such tricks. After waiting for a while, Madame Rosamond walked out of the drugstore again and called another carriage. This time she didn't go around in circles, and directly asked the coachman to drive the carriage to the agreed place in the eastern suburbs. There was a forest outside the city, and Rob and Luo were not in a hurry to follow. The future super magician was waiting for Bevenadette to fall on his shoulders. Unlike Gudrun's, there were not so many magicians and masters here, so as long as she was careful, Bevenadette could move freely, and didn't have to stay in a room until depression broke out. In fact, Rob didn't pay much attention to it along the way. He just checked its position from time to time according to the soul contract to see if there was any danger, and would notify it to come when needed. Sister Rosamond was just an ordinary person, so it was reasonable that Bevenadette didn't need to appear, but Rob still brought the bird with him for the insurance period. The forest was very quiet, and there was no movement. The future super magician made a magic mark on the target, and the mark now stopped in the middle of the forest. However, after waiting for about a quarter of an hour, no second person appeared. Could it be that he went in before? Luo guessed. Rob shook his head. There were only 2 couples in the forest before, and they were fine. The girl didn't ask how someone knew. Since he knew in advance that the meeting place was in the eastern suburbs, someone must have made preparations in advance. Speaking of which, he had been away for a while during the meal. About 10 minutes later, the future super magician frowned and spoke again. "Something seems to be wrong. We have never thought about a question before. Why did the 2 of them meet in the eastern suburbs? The guy used to visit the monastery directly. Even if there are secrets that he doesn't want to be known, there are still many other options. This is the headquarters of the Holy Alliance and the Church. It is easy to find a quiet place in the city to talk about things. It is not so safe to choose to talk in the wild. What do you want to say?" Rob thought for a moment and said, "There's something wrong with that carriage. It takes half a magic hour to get from the monastery to the eastern suburbs. Don't you think that such a long time is just enough to discuss things? You mean to say that the person we are looking for will not come to this forest tonight, but is in that carriage? He has already met Sister Rosamond, and after a circle under our noses, he swaggered away." Lolo's eyes widened. "That guy is very cunning, especially after being alarmed by Dolan. He will probably be more cautious now, but it's strange. How did he know that someone was targeting Sister Rosamond?" "Avril." Lolo reacted quickly, blurting out, and then his expression changed drastically. "Oh no, let's go find her." The 2 found the grilled fish restaurant that the girl had mentioned before, but Avril was no longer inside. Rob asked the boss, who had some impression of the little girl who came to the restaurant to eat fish alone. He told Lolo and Rob that someone came and took her away about 2 magic hours ago. The boss recalled that she seemed a little terrified when she saw the person coming. The boss also asked her if she needed help, but Avril shook her head and followed the person away obediently. Luo thought of the files he had read in the dean's office, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. "Oh no! That guy's target this time is not us." "Huh? We left one person behind, Avril. Her hometown is in Vincenburg, and according to the division of the Dugard Corridor and the Yavnia River, it is also in the north." Luo's thoughts turned quickly. She came to the Sith monastery after that letter, and the 28th candidate is likely to refer to her. If this is the case, there is a high probability that we have been used this time. Rosamond is worrying about how to make her disappear without attracting attention. The appearance of my distant cousin may be exactly what she wants, So she followed our wishes and let us take Avril away. After that, she should have prepared follow-up measures to deal with us, but she didn't expect that we would be separated from Avril. However, this saves them more trouble. Chapter 573. Lolo didn't expect that the two would make such a mistake, and actually missed Avril, who was right under their noses. Perhaps it was because Madame Rosamond's attitude was too confusing. When the two went to the West Monastery to pick up the former, Madame Rosamond was very cooperative from beginning to end, and never embarrassed them in any way. Therefore, Rob and Lolo had already excluded Avril subconsciously. Unexpectedly, the two sides just separated, and the girl was kidnapped. The other party probably knew from Avril that the two had set their sights on the West Monastery and Madame Rosamond. Rob didn't doubt the girl's character, but she was only 14 years old after all. Even if she could withstand the pressure and keep silent, those expressions and actions would still betray her true thoughts. But the good news is that Avril doesn't know their true identities, so although the other party knows that Luoluo's distant cousin is fake, they are still unclear about who the two are, and why they want to investigate the Sith Monastery. This is a card in the hands of the two people now, but they don't have much time left. The incident that happened in Ristenton has not yet passed, and the other party will sooner or later suspect them. Rob comforted Luoluo, "Don't worry, it's only been less than a magic hour. Even if they leave, they won't go too far. It's still not too late to chase them now." "But how can we find them?" Before Lolo finished speaking, a diner put down his knife and fork, stood up and walked straight to the two of them, and said, "Hello, are you looking for a girl about 14 years old with black hair? Do you know where she is?" "Sorry, I'm just a passerby. Someone paid a gold coin to ask me to give you this letter." Lolo took the envelope with a puzzled look and opened it. There was only a line of small words on it, which seemed to be a place name, number 35 Agosto Street. "Where is Agosto Street?" the girl asked the boss next to her. "Oh, it's not far from here, only 2 streets away, less than 10 minutes walk," the boss replied. "Is it a trap over there?" "We know when we go over there." Rob was not worried about being ambushed. The two had been exposed for a short time, and it was impossible for the temple to organize enough people to deal with them so quickly. Agosto Street was not far away, so it wouldn't take much time to go over there. The two soon arrived at the address, 35 Agosto Street, a tailor shop, which was closed, but the door was not locked. Rob pushed it open, but it was dark inside, and it didn't look like anyone was there. Lolo released a lighting spell, and quickly saw everything around him. Rob's eyes swept across the row of hats on the wall, and finally landed on the 4th hat in the 2nd row. He reached out, and found a small bone flute under the brim of the hat. This was a small, delicately made magic sound transmitter. A strange middle-aged man's voice came from inside, and the voice sounded very gentle. "Who are you? Why are you spying on the Sith Monastery and following Mother Rosamond?" Luoluo snorted coldly. "Who are you? Did you kidnap Avril?" The voice smiled, neither answering nor denying. "You care about her so much. Why did you let her leave alone in the first place?" "I didn't expect that Catalina's next target would be her. Otherwise I would definitely send her to a safe place." The voice seemed a little surprised, and paused for a long time before continuing. "Do you know about the Catalina project?" "Not only do we know about the Catalina project, we also know that you are involved in it. Avril is the 28th candidate, right?" The voice said. "It seems that you know a lot." "No, we know more than you think." After saying this, Luoluo waited patiently, trying to keep his breathing steady and suppress his increasingly rapid heartbeat. After 3 minutes, no sound came out of the bone flute. Just when Luoluo thought the other party had left, there was a sudden burst of laughter. "I couldn't be sure before, but now I can be sure that you know nothing except the name of the plan. The reason you said this is just to provoke me and let me send people to deal with you. This way, it is possible to expose my own location to you, so that you can find me by following the clues." Luoluo's heart sank. The other party was indeed cunning and saw through her intentions. Fortunately, she looked up at Rob next to her, and the latter nodded to her and said, "It's done." After saying these 2 words, Rob disappeared from the room. Less than 3 minutes later, the future super magician stood in front of Luoluo again, but in his hand, there was a middle-aged man with a trembling expression of fear. "Substitute." Rob threw the man in his hand in front of the clothes hanger. A lot of blood was splashed on the guy's collar, but it was not his own, but from his companions. The bone flute was a set, with 2 pieces, one in the hands of the 2 parties who were passing the message. While Luoluo was talking to the voice in the bone flute, Rob quietly changed several magic circuits on the bone flute, so that he could find another matching bone flute through it, rush in, and deal with the guards inside as quickly as possible. He found the trembling guy, but when he checked again, he didn't see Avril. The other party was more cautious than he thought. The man who was talking to the bone flute in the room was just a mouthpiece. From this scared guy, Rob learned that the guy they were really looking for had left with Avril half a magic hour ago, and the guards Rob had just killed had nothing to do with the temple. They were just a team of ordinary mercenaries. The future super magician confirmed that he could not get any useful information from this guy, so he killed him. Luo said, "What should we do now? We have lost the only clue." "Not the only one." Rob shook his head. "There is also Sister Rosamund, but so far we don't know how deeply she is involved in this matter, and how much inside information she knows. If she is only responsible for training candidates, and then sending them away, she may not know what will happen to those children later. Maybe we have a chance to get her help. But if she doesn't know what will happen next, it may not be of much help to us. We still don't know where Avril will be caught. Don't underestimate these sisters. Although they are just ordinary people, it is precisely because of this that most people will always relax their vigilance when facing them. The two were just tricked for this reason not long ago. Chapter 574. It was late at night when Rob and Lolo returned to the Sith monastery. Sister Sanders put on a coat and walked to the door. She moved the magic lamp in her hand closer, and was a little surprised after seeing the appearance of the visitor. "It's you? Didn't you take Avril away? Why did you come back?" "I have to ask your dean," Lolo said lightly. "Sister Rosamund? She's already asleep. If you really have something to do, come back tomorrow." Sister Sanders shook her head and prepared to leave. "We may be able to wait, but Avril may not be able to wait that long." This sentence made Sister Sanders stop again, and she turned around and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Luo knew that she had made the right bet. Sister Sanders and the girls in the monastery were together day and night, and they would not have no feelings for each other. She chose to make a long story short and said directly, "Avril is missing, and we suspect that this matter is related to Sister Rosamund." "Avril is missing? It's only been less than half a day." Sister Sanders showed a look of surprise on her face, and then said decisively, "Impossible, you just met the headmistress this afternoon. She is very kind to the children in the monastery. You should have quickly found someone if Avril is missing. Why are you suspecting her? Did Sister Rosamund use some excuse to move you away from the gate an hour ago?" Rob also said that Sister Rosamund would definitely hide it from other people in the monastery if she wanted to leave the monastery to meet the letter writer in private. Sister Sanders was stunned when she heard this. Although she did not answer the question, the expression on her face had already explained the answer. However, she obviously did not believe that Avril's disappearance was related to Sister Rosamund. She insisted on her previous statement, "The dean is not that kind of person. You should go to the guard post. If there is any need for our cooperation, we will naturally spare no effort. Our request is very simple, just to meet with Sister Rosamund." A small fireball appeared above Luo's staff. "In fact, even if you don't open the door, we still have a way to get in, but personally, I don't want the situation to develop to this point." Sister Sanders' expression changed several times. She didn't expect that the girl in front of her was actually a magician. She knew what she said was true. A mere iron gate could not stop a professional. Not only the gate, but the entire monastery was defenseless in front of the opponent. The Sith monastery was affiliated with the temple. The nuns in it lived a hard life and had no money. They would not be missed by others. Naturally, there were no defense facilities. The whole monastery was full of ordinary people. However, the opponent came towards Sister Rosamund this time, with a fierce momentum. How could Sister Sanders dare to let the two into the monastery? The old man held the magic lamp tightly in his hand. The people on both sides were in a stalemate through an iron gate. At this moment, a voice came from behind her. "Sister Sanders, what happened?" The person who spoke came out from the darkness, and it was Sister Rosamund. "Ah, Dean, are you still awake?" Sister Sanders looked a little surprised. Sister Rosamund shook her head. "The statues in the church are covered with dust. I wiped them off." After saying that, her eyes fell on Lolo and Rob outside the door, lingered for a moment, and said to Sister Sanders, "Open the door." But the dean and his men are here to trouble you. The innocent are innocent, and an iron gate can't stop those who really want to come in." Sister Rosamund also saw the staff in the girl's hand. "The children are all asleep. Come with me to the dean's office. We can talk there if there is anything." After the door was opened, Rosamund said calmly. Lolo and Rob exchanged glances, and both noticed that Sister Rosamund's clothes were very clean, and there was no dust on the edge of her sleeves. Obviously, she lied before, and didn't clean the statue at all. But since they had met the real boss, they were no longer anxious and followed him to the dean's office. Sister Rosamund said, "Sorry, there is no hot water tonight, so I can't make tea for you." "We didn't come to you for tea." Lolo didn't sit down, but looked into the old man's eyes. "I know you have done a lot of good things after taking over the dean's position. Not only did you take in those homeless children, but you also provided free medical treatment to the poor nearby. I admire you very much, so I only have one question tonight. As long as you answer this question, we will leave immediately." "What's the problem?" Sister Rosamund's expression remained unchanged. "Where is Avril?" Lolo paused. "You don't understand what you are doing now. I don't know what the church told you, but the truth is probably not so. As far as I know, those girls who were taken away are likely to have passed away. Avril lived with you in the monastery for more than 6 years. When we took her away this morning, I could clearly feel your nostalgia and reluctance to let her go." The girl pointed at the old man's chest and said, "If there is still a conscience here, I hope you can tell us how to find her." Mrs. Rosamund fell into silence after hearing this. The moonlight from the window sprinkled on the coffee table. It was unknown how long it took before she spoke again, but she said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you." Rob had been staring at Sister Rosamund, observing the expression on her face and body language. After the old man finished speaking, he nodded to Luo. "It's true." Luo showed a disappointed look. The monastery was their only hope. If Sister Rosamund didn't know where Avril was, the two of them would not be able to find the girl unless they killed Vernal 50. Sister Rosamund said, "What are you going to do next?" "Kill me." Luo shook her head and said to Rob, "Let's go and ask at the city gate. Maybe someone there saw them leaving the city." The girl herself didn't believe such words. In the confrontation tonight, the other party was cunning enough, and it was obviously impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. However, just as the two turned around and were about to leave the house, Rob's footsteps suddenly stopped again. "It's you." The future super magician looked at Sister Sanders standing by the door and said softly. The latter's fingers hidden in her sleeves were trembling slightly. Rob's eyes fell on her shoes, and there were traces of mud on the edges. "It seems that you are the one who is going away tonight." Chapter 575. The Catalina plan. The church's collaborators in the Sith monastery have always been the successive deans, who played the role of sheepdogs until Dolan's people were discovered while tracking them. The priest in charge of this matter mentioned in a letter to someone unknown that he would replace the next collaborator, and not long after that, the original dean resigned. According to the previous logic, the new dean, Sister Rosamund, is undoubtedly the most suspicious. There is a reason for choosing the dean to cooperate. The dean has the greatest power and the strongest control over the monastery. In a situation like tonight, if Rosamund wants to quietly leave the monastery alone, she only needs to find an excuse to get Sister Sanders out of the way. It is not so easy for others to go out, except for one person, Sister Sanders. The latter is the second most important person in the Sith monastery. She is of the same generation as Sister Rosamund and is responsible for managing the discipline of the monastery, which includes the right to enter and exit the gate. Sister Rosamund has to find an excuse to go out, but Sister Sanders can leave without anyone noticing. Rob seemed to have thought of something and said, "Did you see us talking to Avril at the Iron Gate in the afternoon? So you knew from the beginning that we were not her cousins and cousin-in-law." Sister Sanders kept her mouth shut and said nothing. "You deliberately put the letter on the desk in the abbess's office to induce us to suspect Sister Rosamund. I should have thought of the scene you performed before leaving the convent at night. Only those who spend time with Sister Rosamund can know her habitual little actions. You planned to use her as a shield from the beginning." Sister Sanders remained silent. "You designed to have Avril kidnapped. You must know where she is now, right?" Luo said. Sister Sanders' lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. The current situation is a bit tricky. Sister Sanders seems to be unwilling to speak. Although she is just an ordinary person, she is determined. The threat of death has no effect on her. She is not a bad person in the strict sense, so some methods used against other people are not suitable for her. At this time, Sister Rosamund, who had been silent before, suddenly sighed and said, "Sanders, is what they said before true? Is the child in danger now?" I don't know." The old lady's pupils shrank suddenly, and then her voice was hoarse. She could ignore Rob and Lolo, but she could no longer remain silent in the face of the questioning of the abbess. "Who ordered you?" "I'm sorry, Abbess, I can't say." Sister Sanders clenched her fists, and her expression looked very struggling. "Hey, Sanders, is the girl named Margaret okay now?" "Abbess?" Sister Sanders looked up suddenly, and said in a lost voice, "You don't really think you can keep it from me, do you?" I am the abbess of this monastery after all. Sister Rosamund stood up and walked to Sister Sanders. There were many doubts in that incident. Although all the evidence points to you, I have never doubted you. We have known each other for almost half a lifetime. I think I know you well enough. You and I both like these children in the monastery very much. I believe you will not hurt them. Dean. Sister Sanders was ashamed and moved. I have done nothing wrong. Really? Then why did your hands tremble when the two of them said Avril might be in danger? Sister Rosamund's eyes seemed to be able to see straight into the heart. What are you worried about, Sanders? The latter looked confused, and then murmured as if hypnotizing herself, No, they are lying. I am doing the right thing. I have been waiting for you in the church tonight, and I understand that your heart is full of confusion. Sister Rosamund said softly, Do you know why I let you take charge of church law? Because you always constantly examine and reflect on yourself. You couldn't sleep well for a whole 6 months after Margaret was buried. Until now, you still stand in a daze where she fell. The child has few friends in the monastery, and is closest to you on weekdays. She regards you as her grandmother. After that incident, you are actually the most miserable person in the whole monastery. Dean. 2 lines of turbid tears were left on the old woman's thin face. Sister Rosamund's eyes showed pity, and she whispered, Sanders, why did you become a nun? To receive God's grace and practice continuously. The latter replied, Where does God's grace come from? Sister Rosamund looked solemn. From the church? No, from here. Sister Rosamund pointed to Sister Sanders' chest. Doing what you think is right in your heart is practice. Isn't it our duty to obey the orders from the temple? Sister Sanders hesitated. We are clergy, not soldiers, Sanders. Sister Rosamund said gently. The latter was shocked and lowered her head to think. During this time, Sister Rosamund did not disturb her again. When she raised her head again, she looked at Rob and Lolo beside her. Anarip, he is probably going there with Avril. Anarip? The future super magician frowned. Anarip is a big snowy mountain located in the northeast of the Holy Alliance. It is known as a forbidden area for life because of its low temperature and harsh environment. Except for a few magical beasts with strong cold resistance, no other life can survive there. It is a veritable no man's land. This is just my guess. Marvin is very careful. I asked him many times before where these girls would be sent, but he never answered me. He left for 7 months after Margaret's incident. Judging from the time, he should have gone to a very far place. I noticed that there was an extra necklace on his neck when he came back. There was a string of words at the bottom of the necklace. I took a peek when he was not paying attention. It was the name of a small town. The town was less than 50 miles away from Anarip. In addition, I saw cold-resistant and mountaineering equipment in his luggage. Sister Sanders explained. Do you know anything about that guy named Marvin? Sister Sanders shook her head. I'm afraid I disappoint you. I'm not familiar with Marvin. I only know that he carries the token of His Holiness the Pope. He is a very gentle and polite priest. I've never seen him get angry about anything. We usually meet once a month. He will ask about the daily situation in the monastery, but he only cares about a few girls. Chapter 576. Rob and Lolo chatted with Aunt Sanders for a while, but the gains were limited. The pastor named Marvin mentioned by the latter was very ordinary in all aspects, without any special features. Like all pastors, he was kind and smiling. He also had some ordinary people's problems, such as liking to eat sweets and being lazy in winter and not washing clothes. But it was precisely because of this that he seemed even more terrifying. He lived like a normal person, but he could always stay vigilant. Both Dolan and the others could only pass by him this time. Sister Rosamund sent the two to the gate of the courtyard and said, This is all we can do. The rest is up to you. I hope you can find Avril smoothly. Thanks to your help tonight, Lolo said. Sister Rosamund shook her head. This is my fault as the dean. In 2 days, I will contact the nearby monasteries to accept those orphans. When everyone's place is arranged, I will close the monastery. Ah, do we really want to do this? The monastery is a sacred place, and should not be used by people with ulterior motives. We are just ordinary people, but ordinary people also have ordinary persistence. The two said goodbye to Sister Rosamund and rushed to Anarip. It was quite a distance away from the Great Snow Mountain, and it would take about 3 months to ride on horseback. Theoretically, as long as they moved fast enough, they would have a chance to rob Avril and Marvin on the way. However, Rob had to stop half a month later, because Lulu fell ill again. Before that, the two of them had not slept for a whole day in order to hurry on their way. The doctor said that they were overworked after the examination. But the future super magician did not accept this statement this time. Once could be said to be accidental, but twice seemed a little abnormal. With Luoluo's body, it was impossible for her to fall ill so easily. Moreover, her condition was a little bit wrong before that. She became more and more sleepy during the day, but was often awakened by nightmares at night. Rob can now cast 5th level magic, but it still has no effect on the girl. There is nothing wrong with Luoluo's body. The doctor has checked it before, and the blood contract magic on her right arm has no reaction. But this makes the problem more difficult. The future super magician looked serious. After waiting for 2 more days, Luoluo was still in a coma. Rob finally made up his mind and planned to take more proactive measures. He planned to enter the girl's spiritual world to see what was wrong. It is not easy to enter a person's spiritual world, even if the person is in a coma. No, it is more difficult because the person is in a coma. Coma is a self-defense mechanism of the human body. Luoluo's spiritual world is now full of vigilance against the outside world. And the most important thing is that the spiritual projection is a genuine 8th level magic. Rob was promoted to a 7th level magician in the end of God Harris, but even so, he is still 1 level short. For other magicians, this level is an insurmountable gap. However, for Rob, this problem is not unsolvable, not to mention that he is Bevenedette. Although it is difficult to force the use of 8th level magic, he can still find a way. The real trouble is what happens after entering Luoluo's spiritual world. Rob's spiritual power is very strong, but because of this, he can't let his spirit be completely contained in Luoluo's spiritual world. This may cause irreparable trauma to the latter. The safest way is to split a part of the spiritual power to go in and check the situation. But this would increase the risk faced by Rob, especially when he didn't know what was happening in Lolo's spiritual world. Once he lost this part of his spiritual power, at best he would suffer mental damage and could no longer improve his strength, and at worst, he might become an idiot. However, even so, the future super magician finally chose to divide only about 1/10 of his spiritual power, giving priority to Lolo's safety rather than himself. Rob set up a magic circle by the door to ensure safety, then found a large wooden basin, filled it with water, took off his clothes, and immersed his body in cold water. He couldn't help shivering the moment he entered the water. If it was the time when he was still staying at the Royal Magic Academy of Tizit, this bucket of water alone would have killed him half of his life. Fortunately, he is now a 1st level swordsman. Although his muscles are not so exaggerated, they are very well proportioned and strong. Bevenedette stood by the bucket, tilting her head to look at him, as if thinking about the meaning of his action. Rob's method was actually a last resort. If there were enough magic materials, he could use the magic circle to assist him in completing this 8th level magic, but the town where he and Lolo were now was very remote. Not to mention the magic material store, it was hard to say whether there were even magicians in the town. So in this situation, he could only make do with it. To complete the 8th level magic, mana was secondary. Otherwise, with Bevenedette, he could directly have the combat power of a 9th level magician. The most important thing was perception and precise control of magic elements. If these 2 points were not met, he could not use higher level magic. The former was easy to say. Rob's perception was stronger than that of magicians of the same level, and was not much worse than that of 8th level magicians, but the latter was more troublesome. Even he needed some external help. When a person is dying, he can unleash all his potential. What Rob needs to do now is to make himself feel the threat of death, and improve his strength as much as possible. He has calculated that it takes about 3 minutes from losing oxygen to drowning, of which about 2.5 minutes are used to cast spells, and the remaining half a minute can be used to explore Luoluo's spiritual world. Rob did not wait too long, and submerged his head into the water. After about 2 minutes, he felt some difficulty breathing. After waiting for another half a minute, he began to clearly feel the threat of death. Every cell in his body became active and struggled desperately to survive. The future super magician could feel that not only the control of magic elements, but also perception and affinity had improved to a certain extent. Rob did not wait any longer and began to recite without hesitation. This mental projection was an 8th level magic. Although he knew the spell, he had never used it before. The first casting took about 40 seconds, but ended in failure. The future super magician did not panic. He knew that there was still plenty of time. He spent 10 seconds thinking about the mistakes he made before, and then he made another move. This time, his chanting took only 35 seconds, which was 5 seconds shorter than before. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. Rob took an unusually long time to think again. It took about 20 seconds before he made the third move, but this time, the chanting took only 20 seconds. The mental projection took effect, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in Luoluo's spiritual world. Chapter 577. The weather here is very good, the sun is shining, and the rustling of leaves can be heard when the breeze blows through the treetops. Rob squatted in front of a stream and washed his hands with clear stream water. He was not in a hurry. Although he only had less than a minute left to move after completing the spell, the flow of time in the spiritual world was different from that in the outside world. This minute would become particularly long, and he had enough time to explore. After washing his hands, the future super magician walked along the stream to the outside of the forest. From the types of trees nearby, it can be inferred that he should be closer to the north now. Rob also saw a little cat in the bushes, which was licking its paws comfortably, staring at him curiously with its big black eyes, not afraid of strangers at all. This is a domestic cat, and the moment Rob saw it, he knew where he was. He walked out of the forest, and saw the castle standing on the hillside not far away. This is the territory of the Breton family. When Lola was 8 years old, Rob remembered that the little cat that had been with her when she was a child suddenly escaped into the forest one day and never came back. The future super magician looked up and looked further away. Behind the castle, there was a golden wheat field where farmers were working. However, their appearance and features were very vague, not because the distance was too far, but because the time between them was too long. Luoluo's memory of these people was not that deep, so she downplayed them in her spiritual world. This world looks very vast, but in fact it is just an illusion. The only places that can be reached are some places that Luoluo has an impression of, and she is 8 years old and rarely leaves the castle. In other words, most of the places outside are just background boards. Rob did not stop and walked towards the main gate of the castle. There were 2 guards chatting there. When they saw a stranger approaching, they immediately drew their weapons and shouted, "Who is it?" The future super magician spoke calmly, "Rob Edlied Richard Hallstein Rex." What a long name, what a long name. The guards were stunned for a moment, and then they became furious, thinking that the guy opposite them was using this weird and difficult name to make fun of him. When Lola was 8 years old, Rob's name had not yet spread throughout the entire Dawn continent. "I want to see the owner of the castle. Please inform him." Rob was not angry either. Perhaps they were intimidated by someone's aura. The 2 guards looked at each other. The young man in front of them had a very unique temperament, which made them dare not be too presumptuous. One of them shook his head. "Viscount Karlov has been away for half a month. You should come another day. I'm not here to find the Scarlet Sword." "Who is in charge of the castle now?" "Yes, it's Butler Rodford." Another guard asked, "Are you here to see Steward Rodford?" He had a look of doubt on his face, but Steward Rodford had served the Breton family since he was young, and had never married or had children, and he had never heard of any younger generations outside. "Can you help me inform them?" The guard who spoke first ran into the castle, but soon ran back, looking alert. "Standard Rodford said he didn't know you, and the Viscount has ordered that no one should be allowed into the castle during his absence." Rob was not surprised by the result. He didn't know what happened in Luoluo's spiritual world that made her unable to wake up. However, her self-defense mechanism had been activated. She chose the memory of being 8 years old, because she subconsciously felt that the castle was the safest at that time. The future super magician didn't expect to get into the castle so easily. The reason why he asked this question was actually to confirm whether Luoluo was inside. According to the feedback, the castle was undoubtedly the most heavily defended place in the girl's spiritual world. If nothing unexpected happened, Luoluo was inside, but he didn't know where she was hiding. After Rob's mental power was divided, he was only at the level of a second-level magician, not as high as Luoluo's level. However, there were many types of first and second-level magic, and the combination was enough for him to deal with the current situation. Moreover, his first-level swordsman skills were also retained. An invisibility spell plus a light body spell allowed him to easily climb over the outermost wall of the castle. Rob was the first time to come to Luoluo's house. The castle of the Breton family covers a large area, but the decoration and facilities inside are not luxurious. Breton is the largest family in the north. Although the focus of the business is not on making money, it stands to reason that a noble of this level is not short of wealth. But the successive heads of the family have not focused on enjoying themselves, and the defense of the castle is excellent. Along the way, the future super magician saw many magic circles, but unfortunately only a few of them worked. This was mainly because Luoluo did not understand the other magic circles, and naturally could not reproduce the effects in the spiritual world. In addition, the patterns on these magic circles were arranged in disorder, and Luobu could not use the methods used to deal with ordinary magic circles outside to deal with these magic mechanisms. Fortunately, some basic rules of magic are still there, and the future super magician can sense the magic fluctuations in advance and avoid these traps. Rob walked across the lawn, past the mower quietly, and then looked up at the second floor. Unfortunately, not much can be seen from here. The future super magician does not know where Luoluo's room is, so he can only look for it one by one later. With his current strength, it would be very troublesome if he alarmed the guards in the castle. The future super magician looked at the sky. It was dusk now, and it was time to eat. Maybe he could start with the food to find out where Luoluo was. However, after entering the kitchen, Rob had a bitter smile on his face. He was obviously overthinking. The 8-year-old Luoluo didn't remember what the housekeepers and servants in the castle ate. Everyone ate the same food. The chef was cutting sausages on the chopping board with an expressionless face. The broth in the pot was boiling and potatoes were floating in it. When the time came, a maid came in to serve the rice, put the stewed potatoes and meat into plates, and sent them to the second floor. There were a total of 12 plates and 7 rooms, 3 of which had more than one person. The future super magician guessed that Luoluo was more likely to stay alone, which meant that she was likely to be in one of the remaining 4 rooms. And then came the most troublesome part. The invisibility spell could not help him pass through the door. Once he pushed the door, it might alert the people in the house, and the guards would arrive soon. Chapter 578. If it were in the real world, even if he could only use the first or second level magic, Rob would have a way to enter these rooms quietly, but he is now in a world constructed by the spirit. The rules here are not exactly the same as the outside world. At this moment, Luoluo is like a hedgehog with its body bent, and this castle is the sharp thorn on its back. What Rob has to do now is to find the girl and wake her up from this spiritual world, and in addition, he has to figure out what Luoluo is wary of. In a sense, the second thing is even more important than the first. Because if the reason cannot be found, even if Luoluo can be awakened successfully this time, similar situations may still happen in the future. The future super magician stood in the corridor for a while. He did not rashly enter the 4 rooms, but turned and walked downstairs. Rob planned to walk around the castle first. The effect of invisibility can last for about 30 minutes. He did not want to waste it. In this world, there is no way to recover through meditation or other means, so every bit of his magic power is precious. The Breton family's castle was very large, and it was like a maze for those who had never been there. Rob had already gone to the kitchen, and then he went to the maids and the housekeepers' rooms, and quickly looked at all the people working in the castle, but he didn't find anything unusual. So he came to the empty rooms on the second floor, and one of them caught his attention. This room had obviously not been lived in for a long time, but it was cleaned very cleanly, and everything was kept as it was, with a bright red carpet, a neat mattress, and a wooden crib next to the bed. Rob reached out and touched the crib, which creaked and shook. "Who are you?" A voice came from behind him, slightly alert. The future super magician turned around and saw a little girl about 7 or 8 years old, wearing pajamas and holding a doll in her arms. There was a familiar shadow between her eyebrows. Rob raised his eyebrows. This was 8-year-old Luoluo. Although she looked very immature, he recognized her at a glance. The future super magician didn't expect that before he went to find Luoluo, Luoluo had already found him. But the little girl looked at him with a strange look. "Who are you and why are you in my mother's room?" she asked. Rob's invisibility spell had not expired. Logically, no one in the castle should be able to see him at this moment, but this is Luoluo's home court, and no matter what happens to the girl, no one will be surprised. Rob looked into Luoluo's eyes and whispered, "I'm here to help you." "Help me?" The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, and asked in confusion, "Are you my father's friend?" The future super magician nodded. "What are you afraid of?" "Tell me, I will protect you." The little girl's eyes flashed with joy. "Really? There is a monster in this castle, big brother. Can you help me kill it?" "Monster?" "Yes, I trapped it in the second room on the left, but it is very fierce, and will rush out soon," the little girl said, still a little afraid when she mentioned the monster. Just as she was talking, there was another banging sound from the door, mixed with a few dull roars. It was obvious that the thing locked in the room seemed unwilling, and the little girl was scared and hid behind Rob. The future super magician drew out Xinglua from his waist, holding a sword in one hand and a magic wand in the other, and comforted the little girl. "It's okay, you open the door, I deal with it. Big brother, you have to be careful. Ordinary attacks have no effect on that monster. It has killed several guards before. Only by chopping off its head will it die completely." The little girl said, took out a key from her pocket, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it gently. Rob was worried that the subsequent battle would affect her, so he signaled her to find a place to hide first. The little girl nodded, walked away quickly with the puppet in her arms, and hid in another room. The future super magician took a deep breath and kicked open the door in front of him. Although he was mentally prepared, Rob was still surprised when he saw the so-called monster in the girl's mouth. He had never seen such an ugly creature before. It was a bumpy meatball with dense eyes and tiny tentacles all over its body, leaving a trail of green slime wherever it passed. When the meatball saw Rob, it was like finding prey. All its eyes blinked together, and it opened its bloody mouth and pounced on the future super magician. At this critical moment, Rob made an incredible move. He actually put the starfall in his hand back into the scabbard. Not only that, he did not even chant a spell afterwards, and let the terrifying monster rush in front of him. The hundreds of small tentacles were pressed against his chest, and the sharp teeth in the bloody mouth were less than a centimeter away from his neck. The next moment, Rob reached out, stroked the monster's head, and said gently, "Don't be afraid, I take you home." The ugly flesh monster actually stopped attacking after hearing this, and leaned against him, looking full of joy and attachment. "When did you find out?" The 8-year-old Lulu appeared outside the door again at some point, looking at the man and the monster in the room, and said gloomily, "Is it strange? You are full of flaws." The future super magician turned around and said lightly, "Impossible." The little girl hugged the puppet, and said decisively, "You have never seen her when she was 8 years old. How could you find out the trick so quickly? You did a good job of laying the groundwork before. There was nothing wrong with the cat I met in the forest, and the 2 guards at the door. The castle was also restored quite well. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me. Where did I reveal my flaws? You can't point at me to tell you the answer to this question." Rob raised his staff again, this time pointing at the 8-year-old version of Lolo outside the door. The latter had a blank expression on his face. "How can you beat me in my world?" After she finished speaking, the footsteps of the guards could be heard on the stairs. "No, this is not your world." Rob lowered his head and said quickly to the monster Lulu, "I will hold them back, and you will take back control of the world. Don't be afraid of it. It is no match for you in a head-on confrontation, otherwise it would not disguise itself as you and instigate me to kill you." Chapter 579. Fully armed guards rushed to the second floor. They were all subordinates trained by Karlov. They were strong and originally worked with the Scarlet Sword. Karlov left them in the castle to protect Lolo before leaving. There were many 4th and 5th level masters among them. Fortunately, in the spiritual world, the strength of these guards was also weakened a lot. Otherwise, Rob would not be able to stop so many people with only 1 or 2 level magic. 8-year-old Lolo held the puppet in his arms, and watched the battle coldly. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his expressionless face. Rob's fighting power exceeded her expectations. She didn't expect that this guy in front of her could still handle an opponent who was 1 or 2 ranks higher than him with ease. Not only could he not lose the upper hand when surrounded by guards, but every time he attacked, he would definitely take a life. The star fell on his hand, and emitted a breathtaking cold light. The sword light and magic complemented each other. Rob stood in front of the stairs, like a reef standing in the stormy waves, with a calm expression and as still as a mountain. Seeing this, the 8-year-old Lulu showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. She knew very well who would be the final winner if this continued. In this world, there was no way to restore mana. The guards in the castle were endless, but Rob's mana was limited. She wanted to use this method to wear out the opponent. Monster Lolo realized that the situation was critical, and wanted to regain control of the world urgently, but she couldn't find a way. Just when she was anxious and at a loss, Rob's voice came again, "Calm down, this is a battle in the spiritual world. Do you remember the Richard meditation method in the notebook?" Monster Lolo nodded. "Use that training method to enter the meditation state, and you will see the truth of this world." Rob chopped off a guard, who rushed in front of him with a sword, but he was also slashed on the chest because he was distracted by talking. His collar had already been stained red, and it was hard to tell whose blood it was. Even so, the future super magician remained calm. Lulu forced herself to suppress her worries, closed her eyes, and tried to shut out all distracting thoughts. Richard meditation method was the most familiar meditation training method for her. She had used it countless times before to train her elemental control ability, so it was easy for her to do it now. The 8-year-old Lulu's expression moved. She felt a hint of threat, but as Rob said before, for some reason, she couldn't do it directly to the real Lulu. The sunset fell and rose again, the wheat in the wheat field sprouted, matured and withered, And in just 2 minutes, the scene outside the window experienced a cycle of changes from season to season. Time is passing in an unusual way, which means that the control of this world is quietly changing. Rob is in a very dangerous situation now. He has been injured a lot. A deep wound on his left arm makes him unable to hold Xinglu anymore, which also causes his magic to be consumed faster. Fortunately, he has done a good job of endurance before, mixing swordsmanship and magic. Even so, it is a miracle that he can hold on until now. However, the guards in front of him not only did not decrease, but increased. They have exactly the same faces. Their eyes are empty, not like humans, and at this moment, they have only one target in their eyes, that is Luo behind Rob. However, after such a long time, no one can get past the man in front of him. He is like an iron chain, blocking the river. Fortunately, the opponent's magic power is finally running out. The next moment, the silent guards seem to have received some orders and opened their mouths one after another, but strangely, no sound came out of their throats, and at the same time, the offensive suddenly became more fierce, and they rushed forward recklessly. 8-year-old Luo's eyes lit up. She knew that a breakthrough was imminent, and the guy on the other side was already a weakling. But at this moment, everything suddenly stopped. Then the pile of corpses on the stairs disappeared, and the blood disappeared. The guards who were aggressive before put away their weapons, turned around, and returned to their posts. Luo rushed to the stairs at the first time and hugged Rob, who was shaking slightly. "I'm fine, just a little weak." The latter looked relaxed, and even reached out to touch the girl's hair. Now Luo has returned to his normal appearance, no longer the terrifying meatball image. In other words, the outcome of this battle has been decided. So now there is only one last question. The future super magician looked at the 8-year-old Luo, who had not spoken a word not far away, frowned and said, "What on earth are you?" Intruders in the spiritual world are extremely rare. Except for some shadow creatures in the depths of the abyss, no similar situation has ever been heard of. Moreover, Luo has been staying by his side for the past 2 years. With his spirit and perception, he did not notice any abnormality. It was not until he went deep into Luo's spiritual world that he met the real owner. This was a very unusual thing in itself. The 8-year-old Luo did not answer this question, but turned her head to look at her real body beside her, opened her mouth, and said in an emotionless tone, "This is not the end, you have nowhere to escape." After saying this, a crack appeared on her forehead, and then the crack began to spread until it spread all over her body. With a bang, it shattered like glass and fell to the ground. With Luo's help, Rob walked to the pile of fragments, picked up a piece from it, and raised his eyebrows. "Well, Arkansas rough stone? What is the Arkansas stone?" It is said to be the oldest mineral in the world, and its history even predates the formation of the Dawn continent. The future super mage paused, looked at the fragment in his hand, and lowered his head in thought, wondering what he was thinking. Although this time the crisis in Luo's spiritual world was solved, it was not clear who the enemy was, where he came from, and what his intentions were. Was the last sentence the other party said before disintegrating a pure threat or a meaningful one? This feeling is not very good. Rob felt a sense of alarm in his heart, which was the feedback from his body. The 3 minutes were approaching, and the future super magician knew that he had to go back. He noticed that Luo was staring blankly at the window. At the other end of the wheat field, a young man was riding a horse and galloping towards this side. He had just received news that the castle was attacked by an unknown attack, and his only girl was in danger. "Do you want to meet him?" "No, it's been too long, I can't remember what he looked like at that time." The girl shook her head, retracted her gaze, reached out and held the boy's hand, feeling the warmth from her palm, and felt inexplicably at peace in her heart. She said softly, "Let's leave here." Chapter 580. Rob came out of the cold water, shuddered, and looked at Luo on the bed. The latter had already opened his eyes. The girl was startled by the scene in front of her. The wet clothes were tightly attached to the boy's body, outlining his muscle lines clearly. Luo's little face was flushed, but this time, she did not avoid looking away for the first time. Just now, someone went deep into her spiritual world and witnessed a precious memory of her childhood with his own eyes. Then the two of them joined forces to defeat an unknown existence there, and their feelings became closer. They could clearly feel each other's feelings. Although neither of them spoke at this moment, it was more than 1,000 words. The future super magician smiled, and used magic to dry his clothes. Luo seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "What time is it now? We have to chase Avril." Rob shook his head. "Don't worry. Since we know their destination is Anarip, we will meet again sooner or later." The most important thing now is to find out what happened in your spiritual world before. Although Luo has woken up, the problem has not been completely solved. Even Rob, whose head contained half of the library of the Magicians Association, had never heard of the thing made of Arkansas stone. What exactly is it, and how did it enter Luo's spiritual world? If these questions are not clarified, it is impossible to make people feel at ease. Rob pondered for a long time and said, "When this matter is over, I will take you to see my teacher." There are only 6 ninth-level magicians in the world. These 6 people are now recognized as the most powerful magicians in the magic world. At this level, they are basically familiar with all kinds of magic and have no so-called shortcomings. However, the 6 super magicians have different research directions, and there is still a certain gap in their respective fields of expertise. Mental magic is known as the most mysterious of all magics, and the difficulty of research is naturally the highest. The person who is best at mental magic in the world is none other than the Dean of the Royal Magic Academy of DIST, one of the 2 vice presidents of the Magician Association, and Rob's teacher, the 9th-level super magician Steins. Luo was stunned when he heard this. "Hey, didn't you finally escape from school and prepare to live an ordinary life? If you go to see your teacher again, will he let you go?" "At worst, I'd be locked up for a few more years. When I reach the 8th level, no one can stop me," Rob said. Lolo shook his head. "It's not that serious yet. Maybe you just think too much. Hasn't that thing been solved by us? It must be worried that we will discover its true identity, so it chose to disintegrate in the end. I'm afraid it didn't exert its full strength at all, otherwise the battle would not be so easy. Well, let's discuss this matter after we rescue Avril, okay?" Luo seemed to sense the boy's worry, and reached out to touch his face. "Don't worry, I take good care of myself." "Yeah." Rob didn't persuade him again. After a day of rest, the 2 set out on the pursuit again. Because Luo had just woken up from a coma, her body was still a little weak. The 2 gave up riding horses, and rented a carriage in the town instead. Although this sacrificed some speed, it was more conducive to the girl's recovery. After all, Luo was a professional, and he was able to move freely again in just a few days. Then the 2 changed back to horses to facilitate the pursuit and collect clues along the way. However, they did not see the pastor named Marvin along the way. That guy was very cunning. Although he was a priest, he never stayed in the church. He carefully concealed his whereabouts, and even changed his name. Therefore, after checking several towns, Rob and Luo gave up the idea of robbing people on the way and rushed directly to the end of this trip, Anarip. It was 2 months later that the 2 arrived in Ram Town. Along the way, the thing that Rob was most worried about did not happen. Luo was normal, and he no longer felt sleepy or weak, which made him feel a little relieved. Ramu Town is located in the northeast of the Holy Alliance, less than 50 miles away from the Anarip Snow Mountain. The altitude has reached more than 4,000 meters. The land is not suitable for farming, so the town has a population of less than 400 people, who mainly rely on entertaining some tourists and raising yaks for a living. At the beginning, the words engraved on the bottom of Marvin's necklace were the name of this town. What made Luo happy was that after 2.5 months, they finally got clues related to Avril again. The proprietress of the only hotel in the town told them that just 3 days ago, a father and daughter had rested here for a night. The next morning, they hired 2 donkeys, but went directly into the mountains without a guide. Judging from their age, they were just right. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. What she feared most was chasing in the wrong direction, and now the innkeeper's words proved that they were very close to the target. The girl asked for a roasted lamb, half for dinner and half for dry food, plus a bag of barley cakes and dry bread, enough for the 2 of them to eat for a month. While she was sorting out the supplies, the future super magician walked around the town. Ram Town was very small, and Rob took less than a quarter of an hour to walk from east to west. When he came back, the sun had not yet set. Luo was putting the ice pick and rope into his backpack. He didn't look up when he heard the footsteps. "How is it? Did you find anything?" The future super magician shook his head. The residents of the town all said the same thing. They only knew that the father and daughter were going into the mountains, but no one knew what they were going to do. Rob paused here, wanting to say something but stopped. "What do you want to say?" "I have been thinking about a question all the way. The environment in Anarip is harsh, and almost no creatures can survive. Why did the temple set up a secret base here? And the most important point is that if there is a base, there must be people stationed there, but the townspeople here have never seen anyone come out of the mountains to purchase supplies. Does the temple have another channel leading to the Snow Mountain? It's not impossible, but if that's the case, Why didn't Marvin go into the mountain from that channel, but went through Ram Town? There are fewer people here, and his whereabouts will definitely be exposed. Lolo thought for a while. Your suspicion is not unreasonable, but now Avril is in his hands, and we are finally catching up with her. We can't just leave it alone, right? For the time being, we can only be careful. Rob hummed, raised his eyes, and looked at the towering snow mountain not far away, always feeling as if he had missed something very important. Chapter 581. Early the next morning, before daybreak, Rob and Lolo got up from bed. The equipment and supplies needed to enter the mountain had been sorted out the night before, and the guide Kasong knocked on their door. It was still pitch black outside the window. Rob hung Xingluo on the back of the pack horse, which was wrapped in cotton cloth to keep warm. Kasong had a baby face, but he was already the father of 2 children. He blew his hands and nodded in the cold wind, saying, I know your goal. It shouldn't be difficult. Not many people have entered the mountain recently. Please, Rob said, people in the town say that you are better at tracking footprints than hunting dogs. Kozan smiled shyly. It's not that exaggerated. I just lead people into the mountains more often and am more familiar with Anarip than others. If you are ready, let's go now. The 3 arrived at the foot of the snow-capped mountains before noon. The sun shone between the rocks, and the white snow did not look so cold. Occasionally, some animals and plants could be seen along the way. Kozan looked up and observed the shape of the clouds in the sky. He tested the wind and said, we are lucky. At least it has been sunny for the past week, and there is no strong wind. After saying that, he knelt on one knee and carefully examined the footprints on the ground. According to Kasong, the location where the 3 of them were now was the only way to enter the mountain, so there were many footprints left on the snow. These footprints looked similar to Luoluo, but Kasong could distinguish the height, weight, gender, age, and even the time when the owner of the footprints passed through these incomplete footprints. It took Kasong less than a quarter of an hour to eliminate most of the footprints. The last 7 groups of footprints were left. His expression became serious, and he thought for a longer time. After a while, Kasong raised his head again and said, I didn't find the girl you mentioned. Huh? This answer was a bit surprising. Kasong pointed to the 7 sets of footprints below. There are only 2 sets of female footprints that passed by here in the past 3 days. One set of footprints is between 30 and 40 years old and is a bit fat, which does not match your previous description. The other set of footprints can match the age, but it is likely to be a thief or other professions, and a bit bow-legged. This is not her. Lolo shook his head. The 2 had close contact with Avril, and knew that the girl who grew up in the Sith monastery was just an ordinary person, and did not have the problem of bow legs. Therefore, the footprints could not be hers. The girl could not help but ask, could it be that I missed it? I have searched 3 times. It has not snowed in the past few days, so it is unlikely that I missed it. Kozan's wording was very euphemistic, but his tone was firm. He had his own pride in tracking footprints in the snow. Rob hadn't said anything until this moment. They rented 2 donkeys before entering the mountain. Is it possible that they had a quarrel at the foot of the mountain and Avril was tied to the donkey? Kezan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he walked around the footprints again, this time focusing on the footprints of livestock. Here. Kezan stopped halfway and pointed at a series of footprints. This donkey's front and back weights are different. Starting from this place, the hoof prints are obviously much deeper than before. It should have an extra 60 or 70 kilograms of weight on its body. This weight is almost equal to that of a girl. So we can find them just by following this donkey, Lolo said happily. The 3 of them were lucky. They found important clues before entering the mountain, which paved the way for the next pursuit. With Kasong, it was almost impossible to lose them. He had the eyes of an eagle, the nose of a fox, and the tenacity of a yak. On the first night, the 3 of them found traces of the target camping. What was even more exciting was that there were footprints left by Avril on the snow outside the cave. Marvin put her down here, ate and rested together, and tied her to the donkey again early the next morning. This discovery confirmed Rob's previous speculation and boosted the spirits of the 3. After discussing and resting for a night, the 3 accelerated their pursuit and found a second camping spot in the afternoon of the second day. They also found a shoe in the snow next to the camping spot, which was a distress signal left by Avril. However, on the 4th day, the 3 encountered trouble. There was a section of the road that had just encountered an avalanche. The heavy snow rolling down from the mountain covered all the footprints. Looking up, everything was white. Kasong had no better solution, so he could only try his luck. The 3 of them wandered around for an afternoon before they found the hoof prints behind them. However, in this way, the time they had spent on the road before was returned. There was nothing they could do about it. The pursuers were already at a disadvantage, and in such a harsh environment, it was already very difficult to keep up. On the seventh day, the altitude reached more than 6,000 meters. The good weather that had lasted for a week finally passed. A strong wind blew on the top of the mountain, and it was difficult to see even 2 meters ahead, and it became increasingly difficult to distinguish the footprints on the snow. But the three of them who followed him here could roughly guess where Marvin's final destination was. Lolo looked up at the mountain not far away. The severe cold made her nose red. The girl wondered, where is he going? The peak of Anarip, Agumil Peak, is more than 8,000 meters above sea level. The air on the top of the mountain is thin, the cold air is rampant, and birds do not fly across. It is a veritable life-forbidden zone. No one can live there for a long time. Kozan, who has always made a living by snow-capped mountains, also changed his expression when he heard this name. It has nothing to do with courage. This is not cowardice, but respect for the power of nature. Even the locals living in Ramu town rarely climb to the top of Agumil Peak. Unless the weather conditions are extremely perfect, in the right month, with sufficient preparation and a little luck, it is possible to succeed. At 6,800 meters, a pack horse fell into an ice crack and broke its leg. The three had to abandon it, and at the same time, some supplies were also abandoned. At 7,300 meters, Kozan was unwilling to move forward. Rob and Lolo did not force them. The three of them parted ways amicably. Before leaving, Kozan marked the best route to the top on the map. Avril was still in the others' hands, but Rob and Lolo would never give up halfway. In fact, even if Kozan didn't mention it, the future super magician would have planned to let him go back first, because now that the direction has been determined, his tracking skills are no longer needed. It would be more convenient for the two to move after he left. As a 7th level magician, Rob was not afraid of the bad weather in Anarip. What really worried him was other things. What was on the top of the mountain that made Marvin climb up desperately? Chapter 582. The wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger, as if a hand was pushing people back. Every step took a huge effort. Rob held up a magic shield to cover the two people and the horse. The wind was cold outside the shield, but the inside was safe and sound. However, the shield did not solve the problem of obstructed vision. Now they could only see half a step in front of them. If they were not careful, they might walk to the edge of the cliff. In such a harsh environment, Rob's phase shift could not be used. This magic required a lot of calculations and deductions of the surrounding space before casting. The blizzard made the environment of Anarip extremely complicated. At this moment, the amount of calculation would be an astronomical figure. Is it a coincidence that the future super mage had a warning in his heart? The time when this storm appeared gave a faint feeling that it was aimed at them. But controlling the natural weather in such a huge area was something that even a 9th level super mage could not do. Rob had previously inferred that the temple had a secret base in Anarip, but now he doubted whether this base existed. The altitude of more than 8,000 meters is a challenge to the body of any creature, and coupled with such a harsh natural environment, it is impossible to stay for a long time. If it is just for the sake of secrecy, there are better options. Anyway, let's find a place to avoid the wind and wait until the snow is a little lighter before moving forward, Rob suggested. Lolo had no objection. Although she was anxious to rescue Avril, the current situation was indeed too bad. With such a heavy snowstorm, it would be almost impossible to escape if there were traps ahead. The two found a rock wall that could block the wind and sat down below. Rob used magic to make a fire. Bernadette stopped at his shoulder and squinted at the dried meat in the luggage. She seemed a little uninterested. Since Kozan left, this beautiful bird no longer had to hide, but it seemed that it was tired of the monotonous food here. The two thought that the snowstorm would soon pass, but they had to wait for 3 days, and the snowstorm still showed no signs of stopping. If the consumption of the return trip is taken into account, the supply is already a bit tight. After all, they lost some supplies before. Fortunately, this location is not too far from the top of the mountain. It only takes a little more than half a day to walk normally. Luo and Luobu discussed it, and finally decided to leave the rock wall and climb up in the snowstorm. No one knows when this bad weather will pass. Since they are already here, they have to go up and take a look. The future super magician opened the protective shield again, and then spread his perception to guard against possible traps and sneak attacks, but he was safe all the way. A day and a half later, the two finally reached the summit of Mount Ogumiller. The wind and snow on the top of the mountain were much lighter, and the surrounding environment could be seen clearly, and the two finally met the main person of this trip. A middle-aged man dressed as a priest was sitting on the edge of the cliff with his back to them, admiring the sea of clouds and storms under his feet. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he did not turn around. Luo took a deep breath and reported her name, but the other party remained unmoved, sitting like a mountain, not even raising his shoulders. The girl drew out her staff, walked forward carefully, and touched the other party's back. As a result, the next moment, the man's body shook, leaned forward slightly, and plunged into the sea of clouds in front of him. Luo was shocked. The owner of this body had obviously died for a long time, and his limbs were frozen stiff, so he fell down when touched. The girl never expected this result. After more than 3 months of hard pursuit, she only got a corpse. Rob had already searched the area at this time and said in a deep voice, "Avril is not here. How is this possible?" Lolo's eyes widened. If Avril was not here, why did Marvin climb up this snowy mountain? He stayed on the top of the mountain for 3 days, and did not leave until he lost his life. What was the meaning of his doing this? Rob thought of another thing at this moment. Marvin did not bring Avril to the top of the mountain, so what was the 60 or 70 kilograms of things on the donkey's back? And the next moment, he got the answer. The snowstorm on the mountain suddenly stopped, and then the sky darkened. It was not the kind of darkness that the sun was blocked by dark clouds, but the most thorough and pure darkness that suddenly lost all light. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The rolling thunder mixed with the faint chanting of Sanskrit sounded from the night sky. The sound was a little distant and vague at first, but then it became louder and louder. Until the first lightning pierced the sky, there was finally light between heaven and earth. However, the light was so short-lived that when it was about to go out, the second lightning appeared, followed by the third, the fourth. Thousands of lightning bolts spread across the sky like a dense spider web. These lightning bolts finally intertwined and converged, falling towards the top of the mountain. The silver dragon pierced through the entire night. The Ogemiler Peak was like a feast of thunder and lightning. And the host of this feast walked out of the thousands of thunderbolts, and as soon as he appeared, the light appeared. The future super magician had never seen such a creature before. Its body was made of light. It was about 3 meters tall and humanoid, but it had no facial features. However, this did not prevent it from having 5 senses. It slowly turned its head and looked around. Finally, its gaze stopped on Luo. It took a small step towards the girl, but this small step caused an earthquake in the majestic Anarip Mountains, as if even nature was about to surrender to it. Rob's heart sank. At this point, he finally understood what Marvin's plan was. From the beginning, Marvin's target was not Avril. The real purpose of kidnapping the girl and Ristenton was to lead the two of them all the way here. Yes, Marvin knew their identities early on. The girl from the north on the note did not refer to Avril, but to Lolo. Rob had always felt that he had missed something because they subconsciously thought that the 28th candidate of Catalina's plan was in the Sith monastery, but when Marvin wrote the little note, he had not found anyone yet, and the territory of the Breton family was also in the north. If the person on the little note referred to Lolo, then many of the previous problems could be explained. It was just because the temple had no reason to be so pressing about the investigation of Illyria. On that night in Gudries, they had to bring Lolo back at all costs, and Dolan suddenly appeared in the castle of the Breton family more than 3 years ago to help Lolo escape. The choice of this time point was definitely not a coincidence. Chapter 583. The changes in Anarip could not be hidden from Ramu town, which was only 50 miles away. At this moment, all the people in the town stopped their work and looked at the snow-capped mountain not far away with horror on their faces. Some people thought that the end of the world had come, and they knelt on their knees, begging and shouting loudly, while others hurriedly packed up their belongings at home and prepared to escape, and more people were at a loss and panic. Faced with such a terrifying phenomenon in the world, humans always feel their own insignificance and the fragility of life. It was just that the townspeople at the foot of the mountain could run for their lives, but Rob and Lolo, who were the first to bear the brunt, had nowhere to escape. Just as that thing walked out of the thunder and lightning, Rob's figure had already appeared beside Lolo, holding the girl's waist. Just from the opponent's appearance, one could intuitively feel how terrifying this thing was. According to Rob's initial estimation, its strength was even higher than that of a 9th-level super magician. Such an enemy was beyond the scope of cognition and could not be defeated, so Rob did not intend to fight with the opponent from the beginning, but wanted to retreat with Lolo. However, as soon as he started to move, the blizzard around them became more intense, blocking them in all directions. Rob smelled a trace of extremely dangerous aura from it. The other party only needed to think to control the natural weather. If it hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. The thing was not in a hurry after it appeared. At first, its walking posture was a bit strange, swaying, as if it was not used to this body. However, its ability to adjust was very strong. After taking 3 steps, it mastered the balance and moved more and more freely. Rob knew this might be their last chance, so he raised number 2 without hesitation and chanted 2 spells at the fastest speed, one of level 6 and one of level 7, and blasted them at the thing. However, the giant made of countless lights ignored the magic in front of him, and let it hit his chest. Then the 2 spells sank into his body without leaving a ripple. Then the light giant's height increased a bit, appearing more majestic and tall. At this moment, even Rob, who was always calm, changed his expression. The high-level magic he cast not only had no effect, but was swallowed up by the opponent. There was only one reason for this, that is, the opponent's understanding of the rules of elements was far superior to his. And this was exactly his strong point. In terms of mastering the rules of elements, no one in the entire Dawn continent, even the 9th-level super magician, could surpass him. Until the appearance of this light giant, the opponent did not take the supernova of the magic world, and the future patron saint of the human race seriously. Its attention was always focused on Luo from beginning to end. Just by stretching out a finger and randomly touching, Rob was imprisoned in place by an inexplicable force, and all the magic power in his body lost its response. And that thing, as if it had done something insignificant, had no proud look at all, and walked towards Luo without stopping. The girl's body was trembling slightly because of fear, and the hairs on her body stood up. She knew that she had reached the most dangerous moment in her life, but Luo did not lose her will to fight. Seeing that the magic had no effect, Luo resolutely drew the revenge from her waist, and the elf sword whistled in the wind and snow, and came out of the sheath. The light giant paused, and the next moment Lolo clearly felt an emotion called disgust. The light giant stretched out his hand, and with just 2 fingers, he easily grasped the stabbing revenge firmly in his hand. Then the terrifying pressure from the sword tip made Lolo couldn't help but kneel on one knee. The elf sword bent into a bow shape, and it only lasted for a few breaths before it let out a mournful cry and broke. Lolo's tiger mouth burst, holding the half-broken sword, with a look of bewilderment. From the attack to the destruction of revenge, it only took a breath of time. As the famous sword was destroyed, the light giant's disgust disappeared, and its eyes shifted to Lolo again. This was its target today. Luo, who lost her weapon, was still in a daze, seemingly without any resistance. The palm of the light giant stretched out to her. At this moment, no one in the world could stop it. Except for a swaying fireball. Fireball is the simplest and most common first-level magic. Even an apprentice magician, who has just been exposed to magic for a short time, can easily perform it as long as he practices diligently, and some people with outstanding talents can learn it with just one look. However, in contrast, the power of Fireball is also very common. In fact, Fireball rarely appears in battles above level 2, let alone in the current situation. The level 6 fire magic explosion dance hit the light giant and fell into the sea. What effect can a mere level 1 Fireball have? The light giant ignored the insignificant Fireball and dropped his hand straight down to grab his prey. At the same time, the Fireball also hit the back of its hand, but this time it did not swallow and absorb the 2 magics together. The Fireball burned on its own, with little power, but very hot. This is fire. The giant hand was burned by the Fireball that came from nowhere, and it subconsciously shrank back, leaving precious time for Luo under its palm to react. The girl rolled on the ground and avoided the shadow above her head. However, this time the light giant's sight no longer followed her. It moved its eyes away, and fell on the owner of the Fireball not far away. This was the first time it looked at the boy in front of it seriously. Although there were no facial features on the face made of light, and it had never spoken, this glance itself had already told a lot of things. Rob had somehow broken free from the shackles imposed by its finger, and regained control of his magic power. This was the first thing that was beyond his expectations. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. Just now, he felt a familiar breath from the inconspicuous little Fireball. That was its rule. Yes, in this world, only its own rules could hurt it. And the boy in front of him had secretly learned its rules. Although it was only a part of the incomplete rules, it should be known that it had only been less than 2 minutes since it landed on the top of the mountain. In such a short period of time, from contact, analysis, absorption, to integrating it into his own magic, even if it was just the most basic and inconspicuous Fireball technique, it was shocking enough. Such a thing, even it had never heard of. Chapter 584. Rob went from being an unknown son of a grocery store owner to Stein's favorite disciple, and the future guardian of the human race in just a few years. People were amazed but also had some doubts. Even though he had entered the ranks of 6th-level quasi-magicians at the age of less than 20, and was very strong, many people still doubted those who said that he was on par with Roland and had the future of magic. However, several bigwigs of the Magician Association, such as Steins, Albus, and Demand, seemed to have always believed in this. This also puzzled many people, who did not understand why these bigwigs valued a young man so much. And today, Rob's performance on the top of Anarip Mountain answered this question in a sense. Among his many talents, the most core and powerful one is his learning ability. It was precisely because of this learning ability that Steins and Demand decided to lock him up in the tower, because they could not bear the boy to use this precious talent for other things besides magic. In the eyes of the principal and vice principal, this was the most shameful waste, and besides this, there was also an idea of wanting to spy on his limits. But 8 years have passed, and the two still haven't gotten the answer they want. Rob was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. However, even so, facing the ever-shrinking deadline, he was still able to complete the required courses before the deadline, which also made the two old men marvel. Perhaps even the boy himself did not realize how powerful this talent is. Until today, facing unprecedented terrifying pressure, in a desperate situation where there is no hope, this talent finally broke out completely without reservation. However, even so, it is still not enough. It is definitely not an easy thing to understand, and use a new set of rules to restructure magic. For most magicians, it may not achieve any results in their entire lives. The reason why Rob was able to initially master this new set of rules in just 2 minutes is inseparable from two things. The first is the brooch secret treasure he got in the dungeon of the Endless Forest. The strange structure in it helped him unlock Merlin's magic circle mystery lock, and today this structure played a role again when he analyzed the rules of the Light Giant. The second is his recent research focus, mimicry magic. When Rob started to study mimicry magic, he had a vague guess that the divine power and magic actually have the same origin, and it is the same power that is forcibly divided into two parts. The only thing missing from Roland's magic system is the part related to life, and the divine arts represented by healing magic just happen to symbolize the power of life. However, this guess is too shocking, and even Rob himself thinks it is a bit whimsical. Until today, when the Light Giant pointed at him, it finally confirmed something. This thing that appeared on the Ogemiler Peak at this moment could be regarded as half of Rob's teacher in a sense, and it put the correct answer in front of him when he was confused and doubtful. And it was precisely because of the previous preparations that Rob was able to crack the rules in less than 2 minutes, and use them for his own benefit. However, the time left for him was too little after all. He could only barely integrate this rule into the most common fireball spell. More complex magic would require more time to study, but it seemed that the Light Giant in front of him did not intend to give him this opportunity. The next moment, the Light Giant raised his arm again. This time, its attack was not fancy, just a simple palm, falling from the top of Rob's head. Like a mountain pressing down on his head, the clouds were directly pierced by this palm, and the thunder in the sky also stopped at this moment. Under the terrifying pressure coming at him, Rob's expression became calmer and calmer. He was not in a hurry until the giant hand was less than 3 feet away from his head. He stretched out his hand, pulled out the star drop from his waist, drew an arc in front of his chest, and finally stopped on his head. The sword and the fingertips intersected, but the giant hand did not move at all. The future super magician could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but the next moment, the magic crystal on the top of the staff also lit up. Fireballs rose one after another, forming a wall of fire, and hit the giant hand. However, this time the Light Giant was well prepared. The palm of the hand suddenly shone brightly. When this light met the wall of fire, it was like water meeting fire, and it kept evaporating and melting. However, at the same time, the fireballs were also extinguished one by one. The victory or defeat finally became a simple contest of mana. The magic in Rob's body was burning away crazily, and in contrast, the Light Giant was also dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, compared with the boy, the Light Giant's huge size undoubtedly took a great advantage. Rob was obviously the one who suffered more in this battle. Until a crisp cry came from the horizon, Bevenadette waved her red wings and flew out of the wind and snow, bypassing the palm and landing on Rob's shoulder. The next moment, the boy's mana, which was on the verge of exhaustion, became full again. The Light Giant seemed a little surprised, but he was not panicked. About 1/3 of his body had been consumed. If it continued like this, the huge amount of magic stored in Bernadette's body could completely consume it to death. But there was a reason why the light giant chose this simple and crude attack method. Feeling the movement of the surrounding magic elements, Rob exclaimed. The next moment, the chest of the light giant suddenly collapsed, and with the heart as the origin, the surrounding magic elements began to rush into its body. It was like a balloon, suddenly expanding, and the body that had shrunk and become transparent became huge and clear again. In just a few breaths, it grew bigger than before. Not only did all the mana that was lost before recover, but it became stronger than ever before. On the other hand, although Rob had Bernadette to help, how could the mana of the two of them compete with the entire world? The pressure on Rob's shoulders suddenly increased, and the star in his hand sank. This famous sword was about to follow the footsteps of revenge. The light giant's face without facial features did not show any excitement. This result was within its expectations. Rob's performance tonight was outstanding. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to hold on until now. However, this would not change anything. The victory or defeat was determined from the beginning. Chapter 585. Human power is limited. No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot compete with the entire world. Even if Rob has mastered some new elemental rules with his incredible learning ability, which allows him to fight back and is no longer just a fish on the chopping board, his strength is still insignificant compared to the entire Anarip Mountains. This is the real reliance of the light giant. With the power of heaven and earth, when this palm falls, no one can stop it. Although Xinglue is a famous sword, it was forged by the master forger Constantine with unparalleled skills, but it has its limits after all. As the pressure on the palm continues to increase, the sword body also begins to tremble slightly, which means that it is on the verge of collapse, and is about to follow the footsteps of revenge. If the famous sword is like this, the situation of the man holding the sword can be imagined. Rob's own mana has been exhausted long ago, and now he is relying on Bernadette to support him. But this part of the mana will soon be exhausted. And when that moment comes, it will be his death. Revenge has been ruined. Lolo made a quick decision, drew out the dagger and rushed towards the light giant without hesitation. She knew that her power was insignificant, but she still did not hesitate. In her opinion, even if her action could not really cause any harm to the light giant, as long as it could distract the latter a little and give Rob a chance to breathe, she would not hesitate even if it would cost her own life. The girl tightly grasped the dagger in her hand, and finally glanced at the boy, revealing a farewell look. However, the light giant did not take Luoluo's desperate fight seriously, but just casually took the girl's weapon with his other hand, and then pointed at Luoluo's forehead, and the girl fainted. Looking at Luoluo lying on the ground, the light giant's eye showed a trace of greed, but it knew that if it wanted to get the prey, it had to get rid of the boy in front of it. This matter now seems to be just a matter of time. After such a long stalemate, the fire wall that blocked it has become thinner and thinner, and the magic stored in Bernadette's body is about to be exhausted. It knows that it is about to reap the fruits of victory. However, when the light giant lowered his head, it did not see any fear and panic in those eyes. On the contrary, Rob's eyes became brighter and brighter. A sense of uneasiness suddenly arose in the heart of the light giant. This feeling was a little strange to it. It couldn't remember how long it hadn't had such an emotion. And the next moment, when Rob raised his staff again, the uneasiness in his heart finally became a reality. For most ordinary people, the world is still the same, and there seems to be no difference. However, for magicians, the world has changed in some way. There is a star above their heads. This star is not a real star, but from the 9th level super magician to the magic apprentice, who has just come into contact with magic, they can clearly feel its existence. They have a natural sense of closeness to this newly born star. Because this is a star made of magic. And every magician knows who its owner is, because no one in the Dawn continent is unfamiliar with this name. Merlin was fishing on an unknown island in the south, followed by 2 fox girls with triangular ears and big furry tails. One held a banana leaf to shade him from the sun, and the other was making coconut milk for him. But if you look closely, you can see that the 2 girls' faces are not very good. They are very angry about the complacent person. It is obvious that the 2 girls are not willing to serve this masked guy. Merlin was thinking about how to get more out of the situation, and enjoy the treatment of having his knees rested on his head. Suddenly he said, "Oh," and raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Gotaris, Olavian was still investigating the whereabouts of Rob and Lolo. There were rumors that the 2 had been here a few months ago. Dadalion volunteered to go to the tavern to collect information, but in fact, a middle-aged man was just looking for an excuse to drink and goof off, and to taste the local delicacies of fried pork skin and mashed potatoes at his own expense. As a result, His fork stopped in the air halfway through the meal, and his eyes widened. Fuck, this is also possible, is it true? Vice Principal Reedman of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast had just finished a class and assigned several students who had not completed their homework last night to make magic lamps. He called it to exercise their hands-on ability, but in fact, this entry-level magic device had no technical content at all and was boring and tedious. Reedman clearly wanted to teach a few troublemakers in the class a lesson. He was about to leave with his books under his arm, but suddenly frowned. What the hell is that guy doing? The reactions of the three people were different, but they were just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, magicians from all over the world stopped what they were doing. Not only did they see the star, but they also received a message from the star. However, the message was incomplete, and there was not even any written expression. It was just a vague idea that the owner of the star was asking for help. Asking for help from all the magicians in the world, hoping to temporarily borrow their magic power. But is it possible to do this? This is the doubt in the hearts of most people at this moment. Since Roland founded the magic system, magic has been constantly developing. However, apart from the magic pets that have signed soul contracts, it has never been heard that magic can be borrowed. Moreover, even a pet needs to be within a certain range to share mana, and Rob is obviously not next to others now. In fact, the future super magician is now trapped on the top of Anarip Mountain, and the nearest magician except Luo is also 100 miles away. How can he borrow mana? Just as everyone was thinking about this question, the star was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all the magicians could see that Rob was not in a good situation at the moment. Dadlion sighed and raised his right hand. Demand snorted and drew out his staff. Although he was not satisfied with Rob's escape, he definitely did not want anything to happen to him. The students of the Royal School of Magic of DIST had naturally heard of the deeds of the legendary senior brother. How could they stand idly by when they saw Rob in danger? The Lionheart Empire had always wanted to win over the young man, so their court magician also took action. After a brief hesitation, more and more magicians made their choices. Rob's importance to the magic world and the human race was self-evident. If he died at this time, it would not be a blessing for the development of mankind and magic. Even Merlin contributed some of his magic power, but his purpose was different from that of others. Merlin's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light of excitement. The prototype of the magic network appeared almost 500 years earlier. Chapter 586. 6 years ago, when Rob was imprisoned in the Skoda by Stein, and was busy with scientific research, he was very interested in the mana sharing mechanism between magic pets and magicians. At that time, he was thinking, since magic pets and magicians can borrow each other's mana, is it possible for magicians to transfer mana to each other? This topic is very interesting. The future super magician even read a lot of literature for this purpose. However, Rob didn't have a magic pet at that time, and many ideas only had a general direction, but he couldn't test them. It was not until he got Bernadette in the dungeon of the Endless Forest that he actually started to study it. This beautiful bird is very special even among magical pets. It has a huge amount of mana stored in its body, but for some reason, it cannot be used by itself. If Rob can figure out its condition, he will undoubtedly have a deeper understanding of the transmission and use of mana. Of course, Rob did not put all his energy on this. In fact, in addition to helping Luo investigate the Breton family incident and secretly protecting the girl, he focused more on practicing mimicry magic, and only used the remaining time to continue studying the issue of mana sharing. However, even so, nearly 3 years have passed. Rob is now very familiar with mimicry magic, and he has gradually figured out the answer to mana sharing. Rob encountered two main problems. The first is how to store mana. As we all know, all magic elements come from nature. Magicians can capture some magic elements in nature through meditation and store them in their bodies. These magic elements are marked with the magician's personal imprint, which is different from other magic elements in nature. The so-called spellcasting actually refers to a process of mobilizing magic elements in nature with one's own mana. In this process, one's own mana is certainly important, but it only occupies a small part. Otherwise, with the terrifying power of high-level magic, even the most powerful magician will be directly drained by a spell. After the spell is cast, the magician's magic will be consumed, which can be regarded as a feedback to nature. This process has always been one way and irreversible. In simple terms, once the magician's magic leaves the carrier, it no longer has private attributes and will dissipate into nature. Therefore, if you want to realize the sharing of mana, you must first solve the problem of mana being quickly consumed by nature after leaving the original owner, and then the problem of use. As mentioned before, This part of the magic element is different from those in nature and has a strong personal imprint. In other words, only the original owner can use this part of the mana normally. Therefore, even if the other party agrees to lend the mana, other magicians still cannot use it. Now Rob has given his answer to these two questions. The magic network. First, construct a magic space to store mana, and this is only the first step. If the magic space is compared to a cloud disk, Rob first gives all magicians a place to upload files. However, the file formats in this cloud disk are varied, so it is necessary to convert these files into a unified format for easy use. This kind of thing is easy to say but difficult to do. Just constructing a magic space is definitely not something that one person can accomplish. Even with the help of the power of the entire Magician Association, it is impossible to create a space out of thin air to store mana without hundreds of years. Most people would basically reach a dead end here and give up, but Rob's expression became a little strange, because he happened to know a vacant space. Yes, the star was not created by him, but existed. Just like the brooch on his body, the star also came from an underground site. It was discovered by Steins and DeMann when they were training in a high-level underground city. It was then listed in the A-level research sequence by the Magician Association, and only a few people knew about it. But at this time, Rob didn't care about whether to leak the secret or not. With the magic space, the only thing left was how to collect the magic from all directions for his own use. This problem that once troubled him was solved as he mastered the new rules of a higher level. Rob pointed to the stars for help. He had done everything he could do, and then he just waited quietly, waiting to see how many magicians were willing to lend him their magic power temporarily. In fact, if anyone else was here today, it would be useless even if they could use the magic network, because magic power is very important to every magician. Even in peacetime, losing magic power for a short period of time is a very dangerous thing. But if it is to save the future guardian of the human race and the hope of the magic world, there are still many people willing to take this risk. The battle between Rob and the Light Giant eventually turned into a competition between this world and the magician group. Whether the magic elements on Mount Anarip are exhausted first, or the magic power of the magicians who are willing to help him is exhausted first, this will determine the victory or defeat and life or death between the two. The next moment, the star in the sky suddenly burst into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire snow-capped mountain as if it were daytime. Rob began to receive a steady stream of mana assistance from the magic space, and a wall of fire rose in front of him, and the speed at which the Light Giant devoured the magic elements also increased again. At this moment, both sides had exhausted all their means, and no longer had any tricks left. As time went by, the future super mage could sense that the magic elements in the air around him were escaping at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming increasingly thinner, and the Light Giant could also see that the bright star above his head was dimming again. If there was a third person present, his heart would probably be hanging in his throat at this moment. The current situation of the two people did not show which side had the upper hand, but the Light Giant knew very well that he had won this battle after all. The two of them had fought to this point, and were indeed evenly matched. However, if it dragged on, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for Rob. The reason was simple, because magicians needed to mobilize the magic elements around them to cast spells, and now most of the magic elements in nature were swallowed by him. In the future, Rob would have fewer and fewer magic elements to mobilize when he wanted to cast magic, which meant that his own mana consumption would also increase. If this continues, the opponent will surely lose. However, the future super magician looked calm, as if he had not noticed that the star above his head was about to go out. He looked at the Light Giant as if he was looking at a dead person. It was not until the latter's figure shrank to half the size when it first appeared that he spoke lightly. "You are not so naive as to think that magicians have no way to restore their magic power, right?" Chapter 587. The star in the sky was already very dim, appearing and disappearing from time to time, and it looked like it might go out at any time. However, many times the Light Giant thought it would disappear, but in the next second, it would once again emit a faint light. In the end, it was its own mana that was exhausted first, and the magic elements of the entire Anarip Mountains had been devoured by it. Although the magic elements nearby would flow in to replenish it, the speed was very slow, and could not keep up with its mana consumption. The Light Giant's body was now only the size of a child. If it continued to shrink, it would soon be completely extinct. So it retracted its palm and took a step back. This was the first step it had taken since its arrival in the human world. Although it was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed defeated in this battle. It looked at Luo, who was still unconscious not far away, and felt a sense of regret, knowing that it would be impossible for him to take the girl away today. The lightning in the sky seemed to have received some orders, and became dense again. Behind the rolling black clouds, there was a door that was slowly opening. The light giant no longer wanted to fight, turned around, and prepared to leave along the way he came. Although he lost this battle, he was still very relaxed physically and mentally, and was not worried that the opponent would take advantage of this opportunity to attack him. Even though Rob had the upper hand in the battle at this moment, it would take more time to kill him completely. He was confident that he could leave the human world before then, and the light giant believed that the enemy in front of him should have noticed this, so Rob just stood there and looked at him coldly without any action. The light giant did not hide its intentions. There was naked greed in its eyes when it looked at Luo. Although it failed to descend this time, it did not intend to give up. The use of the magic network was not unrestrained, and it could mobilize the magic elements between heaven and earth in an almost endless manner. Therefore, success or failure did not actually affect it. The prey it targeted had no chance of escaping. The light giant's body was gradually becoming transparent, which was a sign that it was about to disappear. At the last moment, it looked at where Rob was standing. However, there was no sign of the boy. Without any sign, the future super magician suddenly moved. This was the first time since the two sides fought that Rob put down his defensive posture and took the initiative to attack. Before, the entire Anarip was under the control of the light giant. The fierce wind and snow prevented him from using phase shift. Now the light giant was only one step away from leaving the human world, but this also meant that its control over the natural environment of this area was reduced to the minimum. Rob finally waited for the moment he was waiting for. When the wind stopped and the snow cleared, Xingluo was unsheathed again. The light giant seemed a little surprised. It didn't know what the boy's attack at this moment meant other than venting anger. Rob couldn't kill it in such a short time. If so, the attack before it left was doomed to be futile. However, the next moment, the light giant seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. When the young man appeared again, he stood in front of the looming door. Rob's target was not the light giant from the beginning. He knew very well that he could not kill the other party in such a short time, so if he wanted to help Luo get rid of this terrifying threat, he had to keep the other party first. And the easiest way to keep the other party was to destroy the door in front of him. Rob's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he slashed out with Xingluo and hundreds of fireballs, which fell on the door made of unknown materials. In the face of such a fierce attack, the door only lasted for less than a breath before it shattered. After that, the thunder in the sky paused, and the next moment, the already ethereal light giant let out a scream and fell back into the human world. Compared to the high-spirited appearance, when it first stepped into the human world, this time it looked even more embarrassed. Not only was its body 2 times smaller, but it also lost an arm and a leg. More importantly, it lost its only way out of the human world. The light giant struggled to stand up from the ground and tried to escape down the mountain. However, after running 2 steps, a sword fell from the sky and pierced its chest directly, nailing it firmly to the ground. The future super magician had no intention of leaving any survivors. Although the origin of this thing, and the reason why it targeted Lolo were things that Rob urgently wanted to know, it was too dangerous. Although this thing was in a miserable situation now, as long as there were magical elements in the nearby area, it could quickly repair its body and become strong again. There was no possibility of being captured, so Rob did not hesitate and released a fireball to wrap up the thing at the first time. The fire burned for half a magic hour before it gradually died out. The body of the light giant in the fire became smaller and smaller, like melted cheese, and finally only a piece of crystal blue stone remained. Almost at the same time, the star above the boy's head also disappeared. The magic network was overloaded and disconnected from Rob. The future super magician bent down and picked up the stone. He was not unfamiliar with this stone, because it was the Arkansas stone he had seen in Luo's spiritual world not long ago. Sure enough, there is a certain connection between the thing in Luo's spiritual world and the light giant that appeared on the Ogamiller Peak today. There is no corresponding record of these 2 life forms in the books, but considering the relationship between them and the church, the future super magician couldn't help but have some bad guesses in his heart. In addition, Rob remembered another thing. In the prophecy that the goblin gave him by the artificial lake of Siamus Academy, there was a sentence. Thunder and lightning roared on the top of the mountain, but I don't know if what happened today on the top of Anarip Mountain and this prophecy are just coincidences. The future super magician shook his head, took a short rest, recovered some mana, and then walked to Luo, picked up the girl, checked her body first, and was relieved to confirm that she was not injured. However, Rob frowned again. The girl's body was safe and sound, but the condition of her spiritual world was not good. The light giant's casual finger imprisoned her spirit. Although Rob could find a solution, his method took too long, so the strongest person in the field of spiritual magic in the world had to take action to solve this problem. Chapter 588. Dardarian took off his left boot, knocked it against a nearby tree, dumped out the weeds and pebbles inside, and couldn't help complaining, "Are you kidding me? Why are those two guys running northeast again? When will we stop chasing them?" Oladian sat on the horseback and looked at the map in her hand. They followed Rob and Lolo's trail all the way to Ristenton, but they had left more than 3 months ago. A week ago, there was a movement in Anareep. Many people in Ramtown, which is less than 50 miles away, saw it. It was just the time when His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein asked for help. Oladian's eyes stopped at a certain place on the map and pondered. "No, it's okay to eat dirt in this damn place, but I don't want to climb snowy mountains again." Dardarian rolled his eyes, and put the dirty boot back on his feet. Oladian hummed, "There is a teleportation array in the Magician Association of Atolt, which can be directly teleported to Muvela, and then to Hilzer. After arriving at Hilzer, it is only 100 miles away from Ramtown, and it can be reached in 1 day by riding a horse." Dandelion protested, "Hey, are you listening to me? I said I'm not going to Anareep." Oladian put away the map, looking calm. "I'm listening to your advice seriously, but your advice is of no help to us in finding His Majesty Richard Hallstein of Ethelred, so I can only continue to implement my plan." The former president of the Gudry's Magician Association was amused by this. Oladian paused and said, "Aren't you and him brothers in the same school? Weren't you worried when he was obviously in danger before?" Dandelion curled his lips. "With his strength, plus the movements in the past few days, I don't think the temple can deal with him. In other words, if he is killed, we will just continue to deliver food. That's why I don't want to go to Anareep. Report our investigation results to the council, and see what they say." Oladian shook her head. "Someone has to go there first to take a look. If there is really danger, no one is more suitable than us." Dandelion lamented, "After this, I don't want to partner with you anymore, otherwise you won't have enough lives to deal with." Just as Oladian and Dardarian were rushing to the Great Snow Mountain, the Dean of the Royal School of Magic, Super Mage Steins, had just returned from the council. The regular meeting of the council was held every 3 months, but this meeting was less than 20 days after the last meeting. The meeting was chaired by Steins, and everyone attending the meeting knew what the topic was. The star that appeared in the sky a week ago, most magicians didn't know what it was, but the people in the council knew where it came from, but their focus was not here, but the subsequent mana sharing mechanism. The people sitting here are all top leaders of the Magicians Association. They have good vision, and saw the importance of this mechanism to magicians at the first sight. Imagine if the magic network can be built, then all magicians can share mana, and there will be almost no shortage of mana. At that time, magicians will truly become an invincible profession in the Dawn continent. This means the arrival of a new era. This event is definitely a milestone in the history of magic. Perhaps its importance is second only to Roland's creation of the modern magic system. This possibility alone makes a group of 8th and 9th level magicians very excited. Therefore, the main focus of the Magicians Association at this stage is to find Rob, but this is not an easy task. The latter has been away from the Royal Magic Academy of DIST for 3 years. He did not reappear until the battle with Gudrys, and then he disappeared immediately. Although each branch has been paying attention to their own areas, everyone knows very well that it is unrealistic to rely on ordinary magicians to find Rob's whereabouts. The people who are mainly responsible for this matter now are Albus's favorite disciple Oladian and Rob's former ace of the Royal Magic Academy of DIST Dandelion, who are second only to Rob in the new generation. According to the latest news from the council, the two had just left Ristenton and were chasing in the northeast. Compared with Rob, their biggest advantage was that they could use the teleportation array of the Magician Association along the way to travel. Therefore, strictly speaking, the distance between the two sides was shrinking during this period, but it was still not easy to find Rob. Steins returned to his residence and planned to finish the remaining part of the experiment before going out. However, he noticed something as soon as he entered the magic tower. The magic tower of a magician is an absolute private domain. Compared with other professions, magicians are physically weak, so they pay special attention to protecting themselves. The magic tower as a base is well defended, and magicians will strengthen it regularly, especially the magic tower of the 9th level super magician. With the accumulation of time, it has reached a very terrifying state. The difficulty of capturing it is even greater than slaying a dragon. It is almost impossible for others to sneak in quietly. unless that person has lived in this tower for many years. Teacher, the young man said. 3 years had passed since the last time the master and the apprentice met. Steins looked little changed. He did not speak. He took off his robe and hung it on the hanger, changed into a coat, and then put on a pair of fish bladder gloves. Then he hooked his finger at Rob. The latter followed him into the laboratory on the second floor. On the marble laboratory table was half the corpse of the Abyss Lord. This was a powerful monster with a strength close to the 9th level. It had incredible vitality. Even though it had been killed for half a year, the corpse was still very fresh, and even new tissues were growing. Steins picked up a scalpel, cut open the monster's pancreas, found the bile duct at the back, and took some bile with a test tube. On the other side, Rob mixed the silver blue grass and red sea fat together and heated them. Steins poured the bile in and observed the changes in the test tube. The two people in the laboratory cooperated tacitly. They had done similar things countless times before. Steins used an hourglass to record the time. After 3 minutes, he was going to add another magic material to the test tube. At this time, Rob reminded him, Teacher, the blood of the Kodo beast is more stable than the blood of the iron-backed rhinoceros. Steins nodded and added the blood of the Kodo beast. Just like a drop of oil falling into water, the medicine in the test tube suddenly boiled. The reaction was very violent, but it was within the tolerable range. Finally, the fusion was successfully completed, and a bottle of amber strange liquid was obtained. Stein sealed the bottle of liquid and carefully put it in the cabinet. He took off the fish bladder gloves and finally looked up at the boy on the other side. He snorted coldly, You still know how to come back. Chapter 589. Teacher, how is it? Steins retracted his staff and glanced at the unconscious girl on the bed, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. It's not a big problem. She will wake up in 10 days at most, and if nothing unexpected happens, her mental strength can be improved to a certain extent. By the way, where is the thing you mentioned? Rob handed the small stone he picked up on the top of Anarip Mountain to the old man. Steins examined it carefully and touched the lines on it. After a while, he spoke again. Archon's a rough stone, the oldest ore in the world. Even the most knowledgeable university scholar cannot tell its origin. Nowadays, the number of such stones in the Dawn continent is very rare. You said you had seen this kind of stone in the child's spiritual world before? Rob nodded. Teacher, what do you remember about the creature that uses the Arkansas stone as its body for spiritual projection? Steins did not answer. He grabbed the small stone and knocked it lightly on the coffee table. A crack immediately appeared at the impact site, and then the soul crack spread like a spider web, becoming dense, and finally the whole stone broke apart. Is it like this? The boy raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Why? Arkansa raw stones are very rare, but there are still a few pieces in the collection of the Magician Association, so Rob can recognize it at a glance. However, in his impression, the hardness of Arkansa raw stones is very good, even higher than dragon crystals, so it doesn't make sense for it to break like this. Energy eruption. Steins explained, the energy accumulated in this stone erupted violently in a very short period of time, damaging its structure, so it became so fragile. I have only seen this situation in the classics, but one thing is certain, the existence that uses Arkansa raw stones for spiritual projection must be old enough. Rob lowered his head and thought about something. The little golem cleared the debris at Steins' feet and brought afternoon tea to the two. The old man sighed while drinking tea. That child's fate. I'm afraid it's not very good. Well, teacher, do you also believe in fate? Life is an intersection of countless possibilities, and the so-called fate refers to only those events that are likely to happen. The old man's deep eyes flashed with wisdom, and he paused. Van Alvey contacted us once in Gudries because of your matter. The will of the temple is very firm. The guys in the church promised to return you intact to the Magicians Association after finding you, and in return, if the Magicians Association encounters you, they must also hand over the children of the Breton family to them. The old man put down his teacup. The council agreed to this verbal agreement because most people don't want to go to war with the temple for an insignificant girl. The young man's expression remained unchanged. Teacher, what do you think? I wanted to persuade you when I saw you, but I didn't expect you to bring the child back to me. Stein shook his head. This is troublesome. Since the master and apprentice met again, Rob has never taken the initiative to mention his previous relationship with Lolo, and Steins didn't ask, because some words can be answered without saying them. Rob knew that the Magicians Association was looking for him, but he still ran all the way back to school and fell into the trap. He risked his freedom just to find Steins and save the girl. This action clearly shows how important Lolo is to him. The atmosphere in the room was a little silent. Don't think too much. Just come back. Demand and I will deal with the council. Just stay in school. The temple can't do anything to you. At worst, we can just go to war. The church has many people, but we magicians may not be able to kill them, Stein said. Rob did not agree, but said, Teacher, I want to ask you to do me another favor. I want to see the Pope. What do you want to do with Vanner V? Stein stared at the boy, as if he wanted to see through him. Talk to him. Almost all the people who knew about the Breton family incident are dead. There are only a few people left. Basically all of them are high-level officials in the temple. Instead of investigating bit by bit, it is better to go directly to the real owner. Rob said calmly, What happened to Illyria has happened to Lolo again. I don't have time to waste. I must know the truth of that incident. In the meantime, I would like to trouble the teacher to take care of her for me. Yes, Rob planned to confront the temple while Lolo was unconscious. However, Steins was not optimistic about the boy's plan. The council had already asked Vanner V about this question when we were in Gudries. Since he didn't answer us then, he won't answer you now. No, I'm sure I can make him speak, teacher. The boy insisted. Steins looked at his disciple for a long time, and seemed to feel the latter's determination. He sighed and finally agreed, Okay, I help you make an appointment. Thank you, teacher. Then Rob took out a notebook from his arms, and put it on the table respectfully. This is my research experience on the mana sharing mechanism. Steins did not accept it. The old man's eyes were a little complicated. The appearance of the star a few days ago in the magic world detonated a heavy bomb. The mana sharing mechanism is of great significance to the magician group, enough to make any magician crazy about it, but now it was placed on the table so casually by the boy. You should know that any research results are the private property of magicians, and even the Magicians Association has no right to force a magician to hand over his research efforts. Stein said, Burn it. It won't be too late to hand it over after your problem is solved. Rob's importance to the entire magic world is not only because of his own strength, but more importantly, because of his contribution to magic. Almost all the bigwigs in the magic world believe that his existence can promote the development of magic, and the practical implementation of this is the things he has created, among which the mana sharing mechanism is undoubtedly the most valuable. Once he handed over this thing, his importance to the Magicians Association would probably decline to a certain extent. It might not matter at other times, but Rob was about to meet with Vanelvi, the number one figure in the church. At this time, he undoubtedly needed the Magicians Association's trump card in his pocket. The boy shook his head. It's okay, teacher. I was planning to announce this thing to everyone. The magic space is incomplete, and needs the Magicians Association to organize people to repair it. It will take at least 20 years before it can be used. Chapter 590. After 3 years, Rob returned to the Royal School of Magic of Teast, and found that there was not much change since he left. Except for a newly built female dormitory building, most places were the same as before. Of course, before, he could only look down from the top of the tower, but now, he can finally take a walk in the campus. As early as 7 years ago, he was already the ace of the Royal School of Magic of Teast. Legends about him were everywhere in the school. However, because Rob rarely went down the tower, there were actually very few people who had actually seen him. Even fewer people knew him when he came back 3 years later. Therefore, the future super magician walked along the path. No one disturbed him, and the people around him just thought he was an ordinary student in the school. Rob went to the small garden he had always wanted to go to, and saw several pairs of wild mandarin ducks hugging each other and whispering. Then he turned to the cafeteria and bought a glass of grapefruit juice and a loaf of white bread. He sat on a bench and basked in the sun while crushing the bread in his hand to feed the pigeons. After drinking the juice, the future super magician went to the school library again, where he met a little girl lying on the table and crying. Rob walked over curiously and saw the exercise book spread out in front of her. The future super magician smiled, picked up a pen and modified a few numbers on it. When the girl looked up again, she found that the formula that she had tried her best to balance suddenly had the correct answer. At dusk, Rob came to the magic tower of the Dean of Academic Affairs. The latter had taken out the white wine that he had treasured for many years from his small wine cellar. Roselle's little golem helped Rob open the door. The Dean of Academic Affairs was wearing an apron and cooking. He poked his head out of the kitchen and said, "Oh, you are here. Sit outside for a while." Rob nodded. Unlike the great devil Demand, the Dean of Academic Affairs had been very nice to him during that period. He was locked up in the tower. The latter came to chat with him from time to time and brought him some books to relieve his boredom. Although he had taught Rob earlier, The relationship between the two was more like friends. So he returned to the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. After talking with Steins and Demand, he made an appointment with Roselle to have dinner together the next day. The little golem brought out the cooked dishes and placed them on the table. The white wine in the decanter had been there for a while, and the aroma of the wine filled the whole room. The Dean of Academic Affairs took off his apron, put it aside, pulled out a chair and sat at the dining table, and said with emotion, "I haven't done anything myself for a long time, so my skills are not so good. It's a pity that Dardarian is not here, otherwise it would be more lively." He paused and smiled. "You two turned the South upside down some time ago. Not only did you kidnap an archbishop, but you also forced the second-in-command of the temple to teach Saruman to self-destruct. It made your juniors and juniors in school excited for a long time. It's just luck. The mana-sharing mechanism can't be researched just by luck." Roselle shook his head, but then his tone was a little more worried. "The council has been arguing fiercely about your matter these 2 days. Most people still prefer to hand over the girl of the Breton family to the church. Although it has been suppressed by the teacher for the time being, the attitude of the temple is also very tough. I heard from the teacher that you are going to meet Vanel V. Well, the time has been arranged, in 5 days. 5 days later? Then it seems I won't be able to catch up." The Dean of Academic Affairs said with some regret, "Something unusual has happened in the Maldon Desert in the west. Tomorrow I will go there with Grand Mage Lucia from the Laurel Magic Academy to investigate." "Oh, what's going on?" "I don't know the details yet. It started about a year ago, when nearby residents reported that several oases in the desert were shrinking, and a few plants were dying in large numbers. The Dusk Rain Magic Academy was the closest, so their people went to investigate first, but unfortunately they didn't find anything. Later, cattle and sheep suddenly burst out in large numbers in the small town on the edge of the desert. The locals were terrified and some began to flee. In addition, the gold rush was over, and now there was less than 1/10 of the population left in the town. 3 months ago, a caravan of more than 100 people from Haifa, despite dissuasion, wanted to take a shortcut across the Maldon Desert to the Orc town of Shucho. As a result, they lost contact soon after entering. The Haifa Chamber of Commerce commissioned the magicians of the Laurel Magic Academy to go into the desert to find them. The Laurel Magic Academy sent 2 third-level magicians for the first time, but they lost contact afterwards. They reported the matter to the Magicians Association, and now Lucia and I are in charge." Roselle briefly introduced the general ins and outs, but it seemed that he did not take the matter too seriously. The Vision Magicians Association of the Maldon Desert had already noticed it, but the danger level was not too high. Compared with the Beast-Tide riot in the Black Moon Forest half a year ago, and the large-scale private refining of charm potions, the deterioration of the natural environment and the death of livestock were not very harmful. After all, the Magicians Association had limited manpower, and they must deal with things with a higher danger level first, so they should focus on observation of what happened in the Maldon Desert. If it weren't for the caravan of more than 100 people, and the teachers of Laurel Magic Academy missing, an 8th-level great magician like Roselle wouldn't have been alarmed. Rob asked, "Do you need my help?" The date for the meeting with Vanner V has been set, and Lolo is receiving treatment from Steins. During this period, he has nothing to do. The Dean of Academic Affairs shook his head, and refused as expected. "You finally came back. Vice President Demand will not let me take you out again. Besides, it should be a small matter in the Maldon Desert. It is initially estimated that it is the work of the undead. The two of us, the great magician Lucia, are enough to solve it." Rob nodded, and the two chatted about Magic Network while eating. The Dean of Academic Affairs was very interested in this, and asked a lot of academic questions. The next morning, Roselle left the Royal School of Magic of Teast through the teleportation array. Rob's life was unusually peaceful in the next few days. He thought Demand would come to trouble him, and force him to continue the devilish training. However, after the old man found out that he had been promoted to the 7th-level magician, his attitude seemed to be relaxed. He said that he had nothing to teach him, and did not lock him up in the tower anymore. In fact, as long as he did not leave the Royal School of Magic of Teast, he could basically go anywhere he wanted. 5 days passed in a flash, and soon it was the agreed day. Rob walked down from his magic tower. He had retrieved his set of top-level equipment, including the Lord of Eternal Night. The feeling of holding his old partner again was both familiar and strange. When he was still at the 6th level, he could not fully exert the power of this legendary staff, but now he no longer had that feeling. Chapter 591. Unlike the Lionheart Empire, the Holy Alliance is composed of many countries of different sizes. The kingship and theocracy coexist. In the early days, the Pope was only a nominal ruler, but later, after a series of events, the kingship gradually declined and theocracy began to dominate. The Knights of the Temple have undergone 14 military expansions, and the standing force has exceeded 800,000. Now the kingship is almost in name only, and the Church has naturally taken over the ruling power of various countries. The headquarters of the Holy See is located in St. Martha, the capital of the Kingdom of Philo. The former is the largest country in the Holy Alliance, with a population of over 10 million. About 200 years ago, King Ray VII was overthrown by the people for his extravagant and tyrannical behavior. After that, the King of Philo was concurrently held by successive popes. After Ray's death, half of the large palace he built was demolished by the Church, and the remaining half was renamed the Palace of Charity, as the residence of the Pope. In a sense, Ray VII was a rather tragic king. He spent most of his life to build the palace, but he only enjoyed it for less than half a year after it was built, and then he lost his head, which made wedding clothes for others. Today, Banner V is in the Winter Hall of the Palace of Mercy to receive the future patron saint of the human race, the first Duke of the Holy Alliance, the Lionheart Empire and the Free City, the honorary Archbishop of the Church, the defender of the Divine Code, the eternal friend of the elves, the honorary Prince of the Dwarves, and the most outstanding genius in the history of magic, Rob Ettrid Richard Hallstein Rex. The Church has a very low profile for this meeting, and the reason why it is agreed to be held in 5 days is to make the most thorough preparations for Rob's arrival. When Rob, Steins and his group showed up at the Magisters Guild of St. Martha, a welcoming team led by a cardinal and 2 archbishops had been waiting there for a long time. The one who was in charge of welcoming them was Bishop Markle, one of the 3 cardinals. Although his reputation in the Church could not be compared with that of Bishop Saruman, he was less than 50 years old and had a bright future. He was quite dignified in the temple, and most of the time, he had a stern face and was serious. But this time, he squeezed out a smile for the first time. Super Mage Stein, His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein. Bishop Markle, thank you for your hard work. Stein and Rob returned the greeting. As you should, the 2 of you have come to St. Massa, and the whole city is celebrating. His Holiness the Pope has been waiting for a long time at the Palace of Charity. Please come this way. Markle made a gesture. Today is the meeting between Vanel V and Rob. Stein is worried about something going wrong, so he accompanies his disciples here, but he will not go to the Palace of Charity, but to the Magician Association in St. Massa. The distance between here and the Palace of Charity is only 10 miles. With the strength of a 9th level super mage, if there is any accident, he could arrive almost instantly. Steins nodded to Rob, who just followed Markle out of the gate of the Magician Guild when he heard a thunderous cheer. There were crowds of people on both sides of the street outside. The windows and doors of the surrounding shops were wide open, and even the roofs were full of people in the city. Bishop Markle pointed to the golden open carriage in the middle of the road, which was engraved with complex divine patterns. This is the carriage used by His Majesty the Pope. His Majesty specifically asked me to use this carriage to welcome His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein. Markle paused, then smiled and said, I am willing to hold the reins for your Majesty. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in the noisy streets, and spread far away. It was undoubtedly like a thunderclap in the ears of others, and the whole street suddenly became quiet. Who is Markle? He is one of the 3 cardinals of the Church. His status in the temple is second only to the Pope. He is worshipped and respected by hundreds of millions of believers. He also shows a cold face in the temple, showing his pride. But such a big man now said, I am willing to hold the reins for your Majesty. No wonder people around were shocked by such words. For a moment, the streets were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Then, someone shouted out the name first, and everyone shouted Rob's middle name together. Finally, the same name echoed over the whole city. Markle did as he said. He stood in front of the carriage, pulled up the reins, and bowed, Your Majesty, please. Rob took a deep look at the former. The temple's posture today was undoubtedly beyond his expectations. Even with his status, he would not let a cardinal drive for him personally, not to mention the endless crowd around him. Today, almost half of the city's people came to greet him. I'm afraid that even the Pope himself might not be able to enjoy such treatment. Not to mention that he and the temple had already had a rift because of the matter of Lolo. He killed countless people in the Inquisition, kidnapped Archbishop Mortellus with Dad Elian, and forced the second in command of the Church, Bishop Saruman, to self-destruct that night in Gudries. Unless Vanner V is a deeply hidden masochist, there is no reason to welcome him with such a grand standard after so many things have happened. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, But Rob can't see the meaning of the church's move for the time being. But he will soon meet the number one person in the church, and the future super magician simply won't think about the things that he can't figure out. Rob walked onto the carriage, looking calm. Markwell's eyes flashed with an ambiguous look, and he smiled slightly. The dark crowd parted like a tide, revealing a road. Markwell then shook the reins gently, and the horse pulling the carriage raised its head and stepped forward. Wherever it passed, thousands of believers prostrated themselves on the ground. It took the carriage 2 magic hours to travel a short distance of 10 miles, until the Renai Palace was in sight. The red carpet extended out from the palace, and the people lining up to welcome them changed from the public to the paladins of the temple. Roger, the leader of the first paladin, and Bishop Marzelton, who ranked second among the cardinals, stood at the gate, looking at the carriage coming from afar. Both of them had smiles on their faces, but the smiles looked a little cold. Rog said, "Today's courtesy is the best in the church in the past 900 years. Those magicians all say that he is the first person in the history of magic after Roland. So today, we will treat him with the courtesy we gave Roland." The wrinkles on Masselton's face were all stretched out. The old bishop said only one sentence, and then closed his mouth. A man of great reputation must be burdened by his fame. Chapter 592. Renai Palace had started preparing for Rob's arrival 5 days ago. Now the palace is spotless. The marble floor is like a mirror, reflecting the afternoon sun. The lawn outside is neatly trimmed, and the priests have solemn expressions. The carriage stopped outside the gate, and Marzelton and Rog came up with a group of bishops. "Your Majesty has come from afar. Please have a drink first." As soon as the cardinal finished speaking, the archbishop came over with a bowl of tea. Rob took the teacup, just opened the lid and smelled the tea, and he felt refreshed. Not only did all the fatigue on his body disappear, but even his mental strength was slightly improved. Great light tea? The future super mage raised his eyebrows. He was calm and composed in front of the crowd of people welcoming him. He was also calm when he saw Markwell holding the reins for him. However, when he took the small cup of tea, he showed a rare surprise. The tea leaves selected for the great light tea came from the tea tree in the backyard of the Lourdes Cathedral. The Lourdes Cathedral is the first cathedral of the Holy Alliance. Every day, tens of thousands of devout believers pray there. The faith of countless believers for thousands of years has gathered and intertwined there, and finally the tea tree in the backyard has changed. The tea leaves grown on that tree are very fragrant and contain rich divine power. In addition, the water used to brew the great light tea is not ordinary spring water, but high-level healing potion. Just a small bottle of high-level healing potion is worth 500,000 gold coins on the market, and it is simply a luxury to use it to brew tea. Low-level clergy can directly raise their ranks by 1 or 2 levels by drinking a sip of great light tea. For people outside the temple like Rob, although there are many benefits to drinking great light tea, the essence of it cannot be absorbed. Therefore, the temple's current practice can be said to be a bit of a waste of natural resources. After all, the tea tree in the Lourdes Cathedral only produces new leaves once every 14 years, and the tea leaves picked are only enough to make 6 or 7 bowls of tea. However, when Rob finished drinking the tea in the bowl, it was Markwell and Masselton's turn to show strange expressions. It stands to reason that when the great light tea falls into the mouth of a non-clergyman, the vast amount of sacred power contained in it will complete the cycle in a very short time, clearing and curing the hidden diseases left in the body. But this will only consume a small part, and then most of the sacred power will dissipate in the air, which is equivalent to being completely wasted. However, after Rob finished drinking the tea, only a small amount of divine power flowed out of his body. In fact, unless the clergyman above the bishop level could not feel the changes in the divine power around him, then where did the divine power contained in this bowl of great light tea go? The bishops present looked at each other, puzzled. As cardinals, Marston and Markwell had much more information than others. They seemed to have thought of something, and looked at each other. Then Marston said, "Your Majesty has been waiting in the Winter Hall for a long time. Your Majesty, please follow me." Rob nodded and followed the 2 cardinals. This was his first time to the headquarters of the church. The Palace of Mercy was very large. It was not only home to Vainolvi, but also some other leaders of the temple. Saruman, the head of the cardinals, was also here, but for some reason, he was not seen today. When Rob passed a small garden, he met the little boy and girl who had fought with him that night in Gudry's, Alvin and Jane. These 2 children were secret weapons cultivated by the temple, and also lived in the Palace of Mercy. When Jane looked up and saw him, there was a hint of hostility in her expression, while Alvin was much more humble and bowed. In addition, there was a guy wearing a cloak without showing his face, who should be the teacher mentioned by the two. Marston's footsteps finally stopped outside the door of the Winter Hall. Ray 7 built the palace with extreme luxury, and had people build 4 halls for spring, summer, autumn and winter so that they could enjoy the scenery of the 4 seasons without leaving the house. Later, he spent a lot of effort to transplant various precious flowers and trees, and built 4 different magic circles underneath to control the temperature. However, after the temple took over and renovated it, 3 of the 4 halls were gone, and only the Winter Hall was preserved. The inside was completely unrecognizable. Most of the plants and those priceless furnishings were sold, but the magic circle below was left. In winter, the church will open the magic circle to make the place warm like spring, much warmer than burning a fireplace. Your Majesty, His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein has arrived. A gentle and amiable voice came from the house. Then please ask him to come in. The priest and waiter who were responsible for copying the edict for the Pope stood up and left together. The carved door slowly closed behind the young man, and only 2 people were left in the huge Winter Hall. Unlike the grand welcoming ceremony outside, Vainolvi looked very casual at this time. He was not wearing a cassock or a crown. The Pope's scepter, which was regarded as a holy vessel by countless believers, was casually thrown at his feet, and he was busy transplanting a small grass into a flower pot. At this moment, he seemed to be just an ordinary old man serving flowers and plants. The grass in his hand was just the most common fine-leaf silvergrass. In fact, because it was so common, few people even planted it outside. But Vainolvi was very busy. His Holiness loosened the soil in the flower pot with his own hands, dug a small hole, and carefully inserted the fine-leaf silvergrass into it. Then he waved to Rob, who came in, and said, "You came just in time. Help me water it." The future super magician did not refuse. He raised the Lord of Eternal Night in his hand, and a small cloud appeared on the pot of fine-leaf silvergrass. In less than a moment, green raindrops fell. Amazing skills. The old man praised, "Your teacher has the best vision in the Magicians Association." Van Alve was talking about the time when Steiners asserted that Rob's future would be comparable to Roland's. At that time, Rob was just an unknown sophomore. No one had ever heard of his name outside the Royal Magic Academy of Teest. Steiners only watched him for one night and gave such an evaluation the next day. His vision was really terrifying. Now, with the emergence of the Magic Network, no one in the entire magic world would question what he had said. You have to know that the boy in front of him is only 21 years old, and he has already entered the 7th level, which can be comparable to the sages. After that, no one knows how far he can go, but there is no doubt that magic will enter a new era because of him. Chapter 593. This was not the first time that Rob and Vanel had met in their lives. As early as 10 years ago, the two had met in the palace of the Shirshine Empire, but that meeting was accidental. Rob followed Demand to Cayenne City for the so-called extreme endurance training of the old man. Passing through New Telt, the vice president took him to visit Lehart 7 and get the financial allocation for the second half of the year of the Royal Magic Academy of Tist. In the palace, he met the Pope, who was on a diplomatic visit to the Shirshine Empire. The two passed each other in the corridor of the palace. At that time, Rob's reputation was rising, and Vanelve even stopped to encourage him. Later, Rob was promoted to the 6th level quasi-magician at the age of less than 20, and his name spread all over the world. The Holy Alliance sent a special envoy to congratulate the Royal Magic Academy of Teest on behalf of His Majesty the Pope. Up to this point, the relationship between the Holy See and Rob had been relatively harmonious, until the future super magician was involved in the Breton family's affairs because of Lolo, and finally stood on the opposite side of the temple. A series of events that happened afterwards made the relationship between the church and Rob continue to deteriorate, and the two sides gradually drifted apart. Vanelve put down the pot of silvergrass in his hand, and his eyes moved to the young man. After a while, the old man spoke, but asked a somewhat unexpected question: "What do you think of the church?" Rob thought for a while and replied, "Small evils are committed, but big evils are not committed." Vanelve was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. "What a good saying, small evils are committed, but big evils are not committed, ha ha ha." The old man's laughter echoed in the Winter Hall, and it took a long time before he stopped, his expression solemn. The church has existed for more than 3,000 years, and the forces of the same period have basically disappeared, only we stayed. Why? Some say it's because of the gods' protection, and some say it's because the temple has produced many sages over the past thousands of years, but these are not the fundamental reasons. Then Alvi paused, but this time, he didn't wait for the boy to answer, but directly revealed the answer. The reason why the church can last forever in the long river of history is that we always stand on the side of mankind. Oh! You are right. There is a corrupt side behind any huge force. After so many years, the temple is no longer the same as it was before, but why haven't the believers abandoned us? It's not because we are old enough, but because we are always righteous. Does your so-called justice mean to trick and kill those innocent girls? The future super magician spoke calmly. It seems that you have found out a lot of things during this period. The old man said meaningfully, this is the second question I plan to talk about today. How to define justice. Vandervee said slowly, standing at our level, the perspective of looking at things is naturally different from that of ordinary people. If you want to make profits for the entire human race, you must first look far enough. Some things are certainly unfair to individuals, but they are beneficial to the development and reproduction of the entire human race. At this time, we have to make a choice. Sacrificing the interests of some individuals in exchange for the long-term growth of the race is not a kind of justice. Is it justice for the majority? Rob did not comment. The old man smiled and did not argue on this issue. Instead, he asked, you saw the grand scene outside just now. The people of this city are welcoming you. However, most of them have never seen you. Their understanding of you is limited to a name and a series of titles. So why did they cheer before? The Pope looked into the boy's eyes and said slowly, it's not because you are strong enough or talented enough, but because they know that you can represent their interests, or in other words, you can represent the interests of the majority of people. What do you want to say? What I want to say is that power and obligation are always unified. Everything you have now seems unbreakable, but in fact it is extremely fragile. You are you because of the position you choose. Rob shook his head, I am me because I never choose a position. I only distinguish right from wrong, but I am very curious. Where does the temple put itself when it formulates the so-called Katarina plan? The old man sighed, it seems that you still don't believe what I said before. No matter how corrupt the church is, its fundamental position will not change. We want those girls because they are vital to the survival of the human race. Otherwise, Bishop Saruman would not have risked a full-scale war with the Magicians Association to attack you that night in Gudries. But as far as I know, except for Luo, who is the head of the Breton family, the identities of the other girls are very ordinary. I don't understand why the church attaches so much importance to them. You already have a guess in your mind, right? Rob was silent after hearing this. The figure of the light giant he met on the top of Anarip has been lingering in his mind, but he has been controlling himself from thinking about the worst outcome these days. After an unknown amount of time, the boy spoke again, how to save her. Unfortunately, no one in this world can save her. Van Alvey shook his head, her fate is already determined, and it is not something you and I can change. Even if you can protect her for a while, you can't protect her forever. Her mother, Eluria, is the best proof. The incident that happened to the Breton family, the child has been secretly investigating for years, but the church is actually only responsible for the finale and aftermath. You have no idea how terrible what you are facing is. How do you know if you don't try? Rob's expression had returned to calm after the initial change, and then he said, from today on, the temple is not allowed to take action again. That's impossible. Van Alvey refused without thinking, the crisis has come, and there is not much time left for mankind. The church cannot sit idly by, and the Catalina plan must be implemented. If you dare to take action, I will announce my research results to the whole world. The future super magician said lightly. The Pope sneered, the magic network is indeed powerful, but as far as I know, it will take you at least 10 to 20 years to repair that space. It's not a magic network, it's mimicry magic. Magic and divine power have the same origin and can be transformed into each other. If this matter gets out, how much of the foundation of the temple do you think will be left? A fierce look flashed in the old man's eyes. As the future guardian of the human race, do you really not care about the overall situation? Chapter 594. What is the overall situation? Faced with Vandervee's questioning, Rob remained calm and asked, sacrificing the lives of a group of innocent girls in exchange for the so-called short-term peace? I thought that mankind had not fallen to this point. The old man disagreed. How many years have magic been born? In the dark years before Roland, how do you think mankind survived? In order to keep the race going, we have done many things that are more difficult to talk about than this, but so what? Now looking back, we just made the choice we had to make. Not this time. The future super mage looked directly into the Pope's eyes, and spoke word by word, with me here, no one can hurt her. It's good for young people to be arrogant, but it's best not to be overconfident. The church has 800,000 soldiers, 5 holy knights, and hundreds of millions of believers. Don't get me wrong, what we are afraid of from the beginning to the end is not you, but the Magician Association behind you. Van Alvey showed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth, You are the most promising genius in the Magician Association. One of your 2 teachers is the vice president of the Magician Association, and the other is a director of the Magician Association. Your attitude can certainly affect the Magician Association to a certain extent, but don't forget that the person who makes the final decision is not you but the council. I am very curious, if it is not the temple but the Magician Association that asks you to hand over someone, can you still be so tough? Rob was unmoved. Your Majesty, this threat is too low level. If you can control the decision of the council, why bother to talk to me today? Because I'm waiting. The old man looked at the pot of finely silver grass in the sun and squinted his eyes. Speaking of this, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have caught the girl from the Breton family until now. That night in Goudry's was the deadline. Now, the first round of warnings has come. 900 years ago, the church was always at the forefront of every disaster. Do you know why? Because we are the largest force in the human race, but now, it's your turn, the Magician Association. It was the 5th day in the Malon Desert. In the previous 4 days, Roselle and Lucia, like the magicians who came to investigate before, did not find many clues. The caravan of more than 100 people in Haifa and the 2 teachers of the Laurel School of Magic disappeared without a trace. As they went deeper, Roselle found something creepy. On the 4th day, he finally confirmed that there was no living creature in the entire desert. Whether it was plants, animals, or insects, they were all gone. Roselle began to realize that the situation might not be as optimistic as he had imagined. He looked at the great magician Lucia, who was wearing a blue robe and glasses not far away. The latter was squatting under a sand dune and carefully testing something with an instrument. After a while, the female magician raised her head with a serious look. The environment here has been seriously degraded. According to the people in the town, the oases began to disappear about a year ago, but the degree of degradation I have observed now is more like the result of hundreds of years of cumulative effects. Great Mage Roselle, do you know anything that can affect such a large area in such a short time? The latter shook his head. I have never seen anything like this. Lucia hesitated. Roselle said gently, Great Magician Lucia, if you have any other discoveries, please tell us. It's okay. I will take all the responsibility after the final report comes out. Lucia nodded, a little embarrassed. I'm not afraid of taking responsibility, but I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel that we are now. Well, it seems that we have left the original world. As soon as she said this, Roselle's expression suddenly changed. His figure disappeared from the spot, but he had already used phase shift. A quarter of an hour later, the Dean of Academic Affairs returned to the spot with a bitter smile on his face. This is a big trouble. Huh? Lucia was puzzled. I probably know what's going on in this place. Roselle's eyes were complicated. There is only one possibility for this situation. What possibility? We are now in a crack in the abyss. Roselle uttered this answer with some difficulty. Lucia is a research magician, and a geological magician who specializes in one field. You can tell from her appearance. She is dressed like a typical scholar. She knows nothing about things outside her research field. Although she has heard of the abyss, she knows nothing about the abyss cracks. Now she looks up and asks stupidly, is it serious? More than 200 years ago, an abyss crack about 5 kilometers long and more than 2 kilometers wide appeared in the southwest end of the Dawn continent. Tens of thousands of abyss creatures poured into the Dawn continent from that crack. The temple paid the price of a cardinal and 5 ninth-level paladins to seal the crack. The Longinus reverse cross spear, one of the 9 holy artifacts, was also broken in that battle. It took the church 80 years to repair it, and the Magician Association also helped in that battle. Lucia was shocked. Is this so terrible? What should we do? Should we report this to the council immediately? It's too late. The Abyss Rift is the overlapping point between 2 worlds. It's easy to get in but hard to get out. Otherwise, the church wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses before. I just tried, and we can't leave this desert now. Roselle shook her head. Lucia didn't realize the seriousness of the matter until then, and her face turned pale. Grand Mage Roselle, are we going to die here? Well, for now, this possibility is still quite high. Roselle did not lie on this issue, and said truthfully, everyone knows that we came to the Malgon Desert to investigate the disappearance of the caravan, so it will take at least half a month for someone to notice that we are missing, and it will probably take another half a month to confirm that we are missing. We don't have so many supplies to last for such a long time. The Dean of Academic Affairs did not finish his words. In addition to supplies, how could the notorious Abyss Crack not have other dangers? This is the junction of the Abyss and the Dawn continent. Lucia was stunned when she heard this, but but I haven't finished writing a paper yet. Roselle comforted, don't be afraid. Since I brought you in, of course I will protect you. Before I die, I promise that nothing here can hurt you. Chapter 595. This is the 13th day since Roselle and Lucia fell into the abyss crack. The only supplies left in their backpacks are half a bag of water and a loaf of bread. According to the original plan, whether they have found any results or not, they should have returned to the nearby Gold Rush town 4 days ago, so the supplies they carry are only for 10 days. Looking at Lucia's chapped lips, Roselle couldn't bear it, and handed her the half bag of water, saying gently, drink some. The environment of the Malgon Desert invaded by the abyss has become more severe and harsh, and the surface temperature has continued to rise. The water consumption of the two has also increased significantly. The water they brought before has long been drunk, and the remaining half bag was made by Roselle with magic. Unfortunately, the water element nearby was too scarce. Just the simplest first-level water magic, Water Arrow, consumed 1/3 of Roselle's mana. Compared with the outside world, the recovery of mana here is extremely slow, so the Dean of Academic Affairs had to use it sparingly. Lucia shook her head and refused the half bag of water handed to her, looking gloomy. I can't do it anymore, Grand Mage Roselle. Please don't worry about me. I calculated your magic consumption. If you are alone, you can at least last 10 more days. There is no need to bring me along as a burden. Roselle was amused by the female magician. He had heard that the great magician Lucia of Laurel Magic Academy was an academic magician who had never done anything other than lecturing and doing research. She was already in her 30s, but was more innocent than a blank sheet of paper. How could she still be in the mood to calculate his mana consumption at this time? The Dean of Academic Affairs snorted. Don't you want to finish your paper? Ah? Lucia was stunned and whispered, is it time to focus on the paper now? Since you know it's not appropriate to talk about this now, just drink the water. Oh! The magician's greatest strength is obedience. She pulled out the cork obediently after hearing this, but only slightly moistened her dull lips and returned the water bag to Roselle. However, the latter did not reach out. Lucia was uneasy and reviewed what happened just now in her mind, wondering if she had done something wrong again. She was not unfamiliar with such situations. Similar things always happen from childhood to adulthood. Because she was not familiar with the world, she didn't know when she would do something wrong or what she would say wrong. Although she didn't find the reason, Lucia was still wondering whether she should admit her mistake first. The next moment, she saw Roselle suddenly raise his staff, and 6 earth cones flew towards her without warning. The female magician was completely frightened. Lucia had almost no experience in fighting with others. She just stood there stupidly when she encountered such a sudden change. Fortunately, the 6 earth cones flew past her face and drilled into the yellow sand behind her. Before the female magician had time to celebrate her escape from death, she saw a ball of blood burst out from the place where the earth cone shot into her. An ugly monster with an antelope head and a crocodile body screamed out from below. There were 3 bloody wounds on its body, but what flowed out was a black liquid that looked like ink. The thing looked at Roselle with a hint of resentment, obviously knowing that the person who had just injured it was the man not far away. Unfortunately, it was destined to have no chance of revenge. The next magic flashed, and its head was separated from the body. What is this thing? Lucia was still in shock. Sheep-headed crocodiles, a creature from the abyss, are about level 4 in strength, but this is their home ground, so they can probably be upgraded by half a level. Roselle frowned. The reason why the natural environment of the Malgon Desert is constantly degrading is because it is polluted by the abyss. The appearance of cracks will not only bring endless monsters, but will also gradually change the geographical environment at the border. Therefore, after discovering the abyss cracks, they must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise the difficulty will continue to increase. Once the transformation is completely completed, the price you have to pay to seal it will be terrifying. Fortunately, the crack has not appeared for too long, only more than a year. Of course, the premise is that they can leave here and report the news to the Magician Association and the church in time. What you fear is what you get. Roselle smiled bitterly again. The next moment, even Lucia felt the ground shaking under her feet. The female magician asked nervously, is it an earthquake? No, it's hunting. Hunting? What are you hunting? Aren't there no creatures here? There wasn't any before, but there is now. The Dean of Academic Affairs said softly. Where is it? Lucia realized something halfway through her words, and couldn't help but take a breath. Are they coming for us? Get ready to fight. Roselle didn't waste any words, and added a shield in front of each of them. Within the range of the abyss, magic elements will be affected to a certain extent, But in comparison, water magic elements are the most affected, while earth magic elements are much better. Roselle now mostly uses earth magic in battle. Lucia's hand holding the staff was shaking uncontrollably. She had seen the dust in the distance approaching them rapidly, and the battle was like a galloping army. The female magician cried, But I can't fight. Otherwise, you should leave me and run away. This desert is very large. You can use phase shift to deal with these monsters. Roselle ignored Lucia's proposal and made arrangements directly. I will be responsible for resisting the monsters from the 3 directions in front. The least pressure on the back will be handed over to you. Don't be afraid. These things are just fears. They are not as high-ranking as you. As long as you don't lose your composure first, you will be fine. Lucia didn't even have time to question the battle. The female magician was in a daze during the next half of the magic. She had no idea how she got through it. She only felt that there were monsters everywhere. At first, she was still afraid, but after she released the first magic in a hurry, she had lost the ability to think. She waved her staff desperately under the instinct of survival, and she didn't know until her magic power was exhausted. I don't know how long it took. When she came to her senses, there was no monster around. Lucia suddenly woke up and shouted excitedly, We succeeded, we succeeded. Roselle, who was standing by, covered his belly and hummed. Lucia then noticed the blood between the former's fingers. The battle just now was far from as easy as Roselle described. Although the individual strength of these monsters was not strong, they were numerous, and it was not easy for Roselle to deal with them. In addition, he had to protect Lucia behind him. The female magician had used up all her magic power within 5 minutes of the start of the battle. However, considering that this was probably her first battle, this novice mistake was not unforgivable. In fact, Roselle did not count on her at all. The so-called protection of her back was just an excuse to make her stand behind him obediently. Chapter 596. Roselle used the intervals between battles to treat his wounds, stop the bleeding, and restore his mana through meditation. In the previous battle, he probably killed more than 70 monsters, most of which were sheep-headed crocodiles. The blood under his feet had already flowed like a river, but Roselle was not a white man like Lucia who knew nothing. There were not only sheep-headed crocodiles in the abyss. In fact, the former was not even a mainstream monster in the abyss. Now that their position was exposed, there would be a steady stream of monsters rushing here. In other words, the two were in a very dangerous situation. Lucia wanted to use the remaining water to help Roselle clean his wound, but Roselle refused. The Dean of Academic Affairs now regretted it a little. He didn't pay much attention to what happened in the Maldon Desert before, and didn't do enough preparation. He didn't expect to be caught in such a hard battle. He didn't bring a bottle of healing potion for healing. He couldn't hold on for long. The female magician seemed to want to say something, but she opened her dry lips, and finally said nothing. The sun sank to the horizon. Because this area was invaded by the abyss, the red sun looked a little blurry and faintly bloody. Roselle closed his eyes, and rested under the sand dunes. After a moment, he suddenly spoke, I have a question. Ah? Lucia looked confused. What's the question? The temple's reaction this time is a bit strange. Those guys are very sensitive to the appearance of evil creatures. As far as I know, the church has many holy instruments that can detect evil. The last time the crack appeared in the uninhabited area at the southwest end, it could not be hidden from the eyes of the temple. In comparison, the Maldon Desert is not too remote. Caravans often passed by before the incident, but the nearby church did not react at all in this year. The Dean of Academic Affairs had a hint of worry in his tone. Oh, Grand Mage Roselle, do you think the appearance of this crack is related to the temple? The female magician blinked. Just call me Roselle. The Dean of Academic Affairs waved his hand, and said his own inference. It is unlikely that the temple and the abyss are colluding. The foundation of the church is hundreds of millions of believers, which determines that it is impossible for it to betray humans. Moreover, the creatures in the abyss have no reason at all, and there is only pure killing desire in their souls. People have tried before and found that they can't communicate at all, but the attitude of the church is indeed a bit unusual. It is very likely that something happened outside. You are really amazing. You can see so many things from here. Lucia praised sincerely, then lowered her head, a little discouraged. I can't do it. I can't do anything except research. When I was a child, my parents always scolded me for being stupid. When I grew up, I was still stupid. Some people in school also said that I could only do experiments. By the way, your academic ability is also very good. I have read your article, A Brief Discussion on the Impact of Environment on Warcraft. It is really well written and answered many of my previous confusions. I was excited and nervous to know that I would partner with you this time. I didn't sleep all night, but it seems that I still held you back. The magician was depressed at the end. Roselle listened to Lucia's words quietly, then looked into her eyes and said, "Do you have someone you like?" The magician opened her mouth, and like a goldfish in a fish tank, a circle of red quickly spread from her neck. Her performance made Roselle immediately realize that the other party had misunderstood his words. The Dean of Academic Affairs was worried that the magician would be discouraged and give up hope of survival, so he used this question to remind her of her beloved and find a reason to fight on. But I didn't expect Lucia to be so focused on her academic studies. She was over 30 years old, and not only had she not married, she didn't even have a crush on anyone. The female magician was frightened by this sudden confession, and her breathing became rapid. She gasped and her eyes accidentally met with Roselle's. Lucia suddenly jumped up from the ground like a frightened little white rabbit and said incoherently, I go to guard. Roselle didn't explain. In this situation, it was not certain whether he could see the sun tomorrow. There was no point in arguing over such a small matter. 5 minutes later, his eyes sank, and the familiar vibration appeared again. The Dean of Academic Affairs said to the female magician, "As usual, I leave my back to you." Lucia also knew that it was a critical moment of life and death, and gritted her teeth and said, "I will try my best to prevent those monsters from hurting you." This battle lasted for a full magic hour, and in the end even the female magician was injured. Her calf bone was broken by a hell porcupine that suddenly emerged from under her feet. Roselle's physical condition was even worse. In addition to the wound on his lower abdomen, half of his arm was disabled. He handed the staff to his left hand, but in fact it was of no use because his magic power was on the verge of exhaustion. The two sat back to back on the top of the dune. Before they could catch their breath, the third wave of vibrations had already arrived. There was almost no interval between this and the last time. Such intensive attacks made it impossible for the two to recover from their injuries. Lucia gasped and her face turned pale. "Are we really going to die this time?" "Well, are you scared?" "I always thought I would be very scared, but now I don't seem to be so scared." The female magician looked at the approaching sand and dust and shivered that. I've thought about it, but I can't promise you yet. Although I admire you very much, we haven't been together officially, so it's too hasty." Roselle hummed. You're not angry, right?" After a while, the female magician said cautiously. The Dean of Academic Affairs was in a state of confusion, but on the surface he remained serious and said, "A little, but not too serious." Lucia wanted to say something, but the next moment the dust raised by the monster had already rushed under the sand dunes. Roselle's eyes were calm. As one of the 3 giants of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, he had experienced more than most people, so he could maintain his demeanor at the last moment of his life. On the other hand, the female magician, well, Lucia was still struggling with the previous confession, which made her a little absent-minded in the face of death. However, she heard Roselle's light exclamation afterwards. The scene in front of her seemed to have been paused. The monsters with fierce eyes suddenly froze, and then they were like being plowed by an invisible giant sickle. Their strong bodies were split into 2, without any warning, and turned into a ball of blood mist. All this happened so fast that Lucia didn't even react before the battle was over. Then a figure appeared in front of her. It was a teenager who looked to be in his early 20s. He held a uniquely shaped staff in his hand, but the female magician could not feel any magic fluctuations on the other party, which surprised Lucia. Chapter 597. You have improved after only 10 days of not seeing you. This is too much. If this continues, how can we, the old masters, play? We might as well just retire. The Dean of Academic Affairs sighed. The visitor was none other than Rob, who had just returned to the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. Russell was well informed, but he had never heard of the magic that the boy had used to deal with the abyss monsters. He had never seen it in any books. You know, Rob was only a 7th level magician, 1 level lower than him, but he asked himself that even if he was in his prime, he could not use only 1 move to clear all the monsters. Therefore, his sigh just now was indeed what he really thought. The speed at which the boy's strength increased was too terrifying. Even he, who had taught some courses before, was a little confused. This wave of monsters was solved neatly, and the next wave of monsters had not yet gathered, so the 3 of them were temporarily safe during this period. Rob nodded to Roselle and took out a complex-looking array. "I was entrusted by the teacher to take you and the great magician Lucia away from here." The Dean of Academic Affairs was a little surprised. Did the association know what happened here so quickly? According to his previous calculations, It would take at least a month for rescue to arrive. The news was told to us by the temple 7 days ago. The future super magician said, "It's easy to get in the abyss crack, but hard to get out." After receiving the news, the teacher started to build this magic circle, and it was not completed until today. Is what happened here related to those guys? Roselle frowned. He could feel that Rob had something to say, but Lucia was by his side at this time, so he didn't ask in detail. The female magician escaped death, and was still in a daze. She asked the boy in front of her, "Who are you?" "I am Roselle's junior brother. Just call me Rob." "Rob?" Lucia didn't react at first, but she knew Roselle's teacher Steins. When she connected the name with it, the female magician finally remembered who the person in front of her was. She opened her mouth wide, looked shocked, and stammered, "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty? Well, we talk later. Let's leave here first." Rob activated the magic circle in his hand. Roselle and Lucia each grabbed one of his arms. The next moment, a flash of lightning pierced through the invisible barrier above the Malon Desert. The figures of the three disappeared. When Lucia opened her eyes again, she found that she had returned to the Gold Rush town. Compared to 13 days ago, the town's residents have been completely evacuated, but the town is not deserted. Instead, teams of paladins and priests, as well as magicians and their mercenaries, are walking on the streets, and the air is filled with the smell of war. "Master Lucia, I will send you here. It's not safe here." Now the teleportation array of the Gold Rush Array Magician Association can only enter, but not exit. You can take a detour to several nearby towns, and use the teleportation array there to leave. Oh. The female magician nodded like a chick pecking at rice, but she was secretly glancing at Roselle from the corner of her eyes. However, the latter's attention was attracted by the convoy transporting supplies not far away. The Dean of Academic Affairs seemed to be thinking about something. Lucia couldn't tell why she felt a little disappointed when she saw this scene. She knew that it would be useless even if she stayed now, just like in the desert before. But then she heard that familiar voice again. The Dean of Academic Affairs said softly, "Thank you for this time. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have survived until we were rescued. You should go back to school first. I will go to thank you when the matter is over." The female magician waved her hands quickly. No, I didn't do anything." But when she heard the last sentence, she felt inexplicably happy again. After hiring a carriage to send Lucia away, Rob and Roselle walked to the Magician Association in the Gold Rush town, where the Dean of Academic Affairs simply treated the injury. The future super magician gave the only bottle of intermediate healing potion he carried to the female magician. Roselle was about to ask about the situation in the town. However, at this time, the president of the Gold Rush town branch of the Magician Association found the two of them, bowed and said respectfully, "Your Majesty Etreed Richard Hallstein, the 3 presidents and vice presidents of the council, and the 9 directors are currently in the capital of the empire, New Telt. The council hopes that you can get there within 2 days." "What's going on? Are all the members of the council here?" Roselle was surprised. The Abyss Crack was indeed a very dangerous event, but unlike the one 200 years ago, the Abyss Crack in the Malgon Desert had only appeared for a year, and was still in its early stages. Of course, it should be taken seriously, but it was not necessary to gather all the council members, especially Da Vinci, who was in charge of an important research project and had not appeared in public for about 6 or 7 years. In recent years, major events in the magic world were basically handled by Steins and Albus. Unexpectedly, Da Vinci would go out this time, and go to New Telt. What happened outside during the days he was trapped? It's a long story. After the president of the Gold Rush Town branch of the Magicians Association left, only Rob and Russell were left in the room. The former spoke up, "I'm afraid I'm going to do something that no one can understand." "Something that no one can understand?" The Dean of Academic Affairs raised his eyebrows. As one of the managers of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, he could be said to have witnessed all of Rob's early growth and knew his important role in the development of magic. He had the vice president of the Magicians Association, Steins, and one of the 9 directors, DeMann, as teachers. In addition, Albus and others were also very optimistic about him. It stands to reason that no matter what he planned to do, the Magicians Association would back him up, which was also the reason why he had always been so superior. But this time, Roselle also smelled something unusual. The Magicians Association and the temple in the Gold Rush town were deployed together in a tacit understanding. President Da Vinci, who had not been seen for many years, suddenly appeared. The latter's appearance was obviously aimed at Stein's influence in the Magicians Association. At this juncture, all members of the council gathered in New Telt again, and Rob was ordered to go there as well. However, the boy's expression remained calm. He looked into the eyes of the Dean of Academic Affairs and said, "I want to ask you for a favor. Of course, you can choose to refuse, because it will not do you any good and may also cause great trouble." "Oh, what favor?" Roselle asked. A quarter of an hour later, Rob left the room. Bernadette, who was standing on the roof chimney licking feathers, flew down and landed on his shoulder. The future supermage said, "Let's go and meet 2 more people." Chapter 598. In New Telt, on Mitchell's Magic Tower, there have been arguments in the conference hall for 3 consecutive days. During this period, the Grand Mage Demand even left the meeting in anger. At present, the 2 groups hold their own opinions, and no one can convince the other. However, everyone knows that this situation will not last long. Da Vinci, the president of the Magicians Association, has not spoken during this period. He just sits there quietly, as if everything in front of him has nothing to do with him. But no one would think that he really doesn't care, otherwise he would not have come to this meeting on purpose. Leonardo da Vinci has rarely appeared in public in recent years, and has basically shifted his focus to research, but his influence in the Magicians Association has not diminished. He is a dozen years younger than Steins, but he was one of the first people to enter the 9th level. He is young and energetic, with extraordinary talent. After taking over the position of president, he implemented a series of reforms, reducing the previous council of 100 to a board of 13 people, and now it has been reduced to 9 people, greatly speeding up the efficiency of handling crisis events. After that, he increased investment in the School of Magic, reviewed and published new textbooks, and also had a set of combined economic measures, which increased the total income by nearly 40%. However, at the height of his prestige, Leonardo suddenly announced that he would lead a large-scale research and gave up most of his power. Although he still holds the title of president, he is actually in a semi-retired state. However, his prestige remains, so everyone knows that once he speaks, he will decide the final result. At this moment, Leonardo drank freshly ground coffee and listened to the debate on the table, but he seemed to be distracted. It was the morning of the 4th day, and the meeting had not made any progress as usual, but everyone's position had basically been determined. When it was almost noon, Leonardo put down his cup and suggested, "Why don't we take a break first?" Seeing that no one objected, he turned to look at Steins. "Let's go out and take some fresh air together." Everyone in the council hall looked at Albus. Everyone knew that Albus and Steins didn't get along. They had been at loggerheads during this meeting. Now that Da Vinci asked the latter to go for a walk together, everyone was guessing what this meant for the final result, but there was no expression on Albus's face. Steins nodded and walked down the magic tower with Da Vinci. The 2 walked through the garden. Da Vinci turned around and looked back, sighing, "Time flies." It has been more than 100 years since Super Mage Mitchell passed away. His achievements in magic patterns alone are enough to rank him among the top 50 in history, not to mention that he created 2 9th-level water magics. In addition, his breakthrough in magic pets has been unmatched in the past 200 years. Moreover, Senior Mitchell donated his magic tower to the association before he died. He can be said to have devoted himself to the cause. I just don't know how future generations will evaluate us after we die. The world after death has nothing to do with us, and even if he is in the top 50, what does it matter? As long as magic is still developing, this list will be updated all the time, and there will always be new people in and old people out. You are right, but no matter how this list changes, your apprentice will always have a place on it. This is the first time that Da Vinci has taken the initiative to mention something related to Rob since he appeared. The mana sharing mechanism. Da Vinci praised, although he is not as good as Roland, he is not far behind. He is less than 22 years old this year, and your prediction is about to come true. If he continues to develop like this, who knows where he will go in the future? In short, it will be farther than any of us. Stein's heart sank. Although Da Vinci was praising Rob, Steins heard a hint of regret in his tone. Sure enough, Da Vinci changed the subject and sighed, but the premise is that humans have a future. President, do you also believe in the temple statement? I didn't believe it at first, but your apprentice's discovery just proved Vainolvi's statement from the side. I wonder if you have ever thought about a question. If the divine power and magic have the same source, why is it split into 2 parts? Steins thought of an answer, and a chill ran down his spine. Da Vinci pointed to the top of his head and said calmly, "Someone doesn't want us to go too far." After the president of the Magic Association said this, the sunlight falling on the 2 of them seemed to have become a little colder. Da Vinci continued, "The Magicians Association needs to be responsible for the fate of the entire human race. Now is not the right time." Steins understood what Da Vinci meant, fell silent, and said after a while, "How does the association plan to deal with Rob?" Da Vinci said, after the meeting, issue an order to him to come to New Telt first and wait, and see how the incident in the Maldon Desert progresses. If it is the same as what the church said, hand over the girl from the Breton family. You are his teacher, and you will be needed to appease him. In addition, I will assign people to Albus to repair that space as soon as possible and strive to build a mana-sharing mechanism within 7 years, so that magic can enter a new era. Steins did not refuse immediately this time. Da Vinci knew that this actually meant that the former had agreed to his decision. He was still somewhat confident in convincing him on this point, because he knew that Steins was not a person who ignored the overall situation. In the past few years when he was away, it was Albus and Steins who were in charge of the operation of the Magicians' Association. The old man must be clear about what the starting point of the Magicians' Association is. However, when he turned around, Steins' voice came to his ears again. I only have one last question. If the person the church wants this time is Rob, what will you choose, President? Da Vinci paused. He knew what Stein meant. The church could ask for Lolo today, and Rob tomorrow. Especially considering the somewhat scary answer Albus gave before, Rob's existence would undoubtedly pose some kind of threat. Unlike Lolo, the former was insignificant to the Magicians' Association, but the latter's talent was the most precious wealth of mankind. If faced with today's situation again, where should the Magicians' Association go? Da Vinci did not answer immediately. He just said, "It's getting late, Vice President Stein, we should go back. There are still many things to deal with." After saying this, he started again and walked towards the magic tower. The back looked a little hunched in the flowers. Chapter 599. Rob arrived at New Telt the afternoon before the deadline. As the capital of the Lionheart Empire, New Telt is a super-large city with a permanent population of over 400,000. People and cars are busy on the wide streets, and royal guards can be seen speeding by from time to time. The future super magician declined the company of the president of the New Telt branch and the chief magician of the court, and walked towards the magic tower on the outskirts of the city alone. Although the number of magicians in New Telt is not as many as that in Gudries, it is not small either, so Rob is not too eye-catching when walking on the street, but his legendary and near-legendary equipment still attracts many people's attention. Of course, most people just look at it for a while, and then look away. Ordinary people were not aware of what happened in the Maldon Desert. In fact, except for the residents of the Gold Rush town, who were forced to evacuate, other towns in the Lionheart Empire basically remained the same. Everyone was doing what they should do. Rob stopped in front of a dessert shop. There was a long line outside the shop. He had talked to Lolo about a jelly made of honey mixed with spice nuts, which was a specialty of New Telt. Now that they happened to meet on the road, Rob bought a box for the girl and planned to bring it to her later. It took him about a quarter of an hour to queue up. The future super magician paid, but did not take the jelly away. Instead, he temporarily kept it in the dessert shop, because it was inconvenient to bring extra things for what he was going to do. Under the Mitchell Magic Tower, people from the Magician Association were already waiting for him. "Your Majesty," entered Richard Hallstein. A 7-level magician in his 60s came up to him. Her name was Brenda. She was Da Vinci's student and administrative secretary. She was mainly responsible for handling various official duties for the latter. In addition, Da Vinci also had a personal secretary, who did not come with him this time. "Congratulations on your research achievements in the mana-sharing mechanism. The council is discussing what kind of reward to give you. The president has wanted to see you for a long time. I will take you to the tower. Oh, by the way, you can leave your pet with me first." Brenda pointed at Bernadette on Rob's shoulder. The future super magician shook his head. "It's okay. It doesn't like a closed environment. Just let it stay outside." After saying that, Rob gently patted Bernadette's wings. The latter looked up at the female secretary, spread her wings nonchalantly, and flew to the forest outside the city. Brenda had no objection and led the way. The future super mage followed behind her. All the magicians he met along the way bowed their heads to him, and Rob returned the greetings one by one. Brenda took him to the outside of the conference room, where there were 2 guards, both of whom were masters above the 8th level. In addition, Mitchell's magic tower also had a very powerful true vision magic, which could greatly reduce the risk of being sneaked in. In fact, considering the terrifying combat power of the group of people in the room, unless someone was desperate, they would not choose to sneak in at this time. Brenda opened the door for Rob. The conference room was converted from the observatory on the top of the tower. It was spacious. There was an oak round table in the middle. There were 13 chairs around the round table, and 12 of them were occupied. Except for Steins and Demand, Rob was not completely unfamiliar with the remaining 11 people. When he was promoted to the 6th level magician, most of them went to the Royal Magic Academy of DIST to watch the ceremony. On the contrary, it was the first time he saw the super magician Albus. Rob had stayed in Gudrie's for a year, but he had always consciously avoided him. Albus's temperament was actually very similar to Stein's. The two had the same teacher. Stein's came into contact with magic a year earlier than Albus, so Albus had always played the role of a pursuer during his school years. Later, due to something, their relationship deteriorated. Albus took over the post of Dean of St. Laurent's School of Magic from his teacher, while Stein's went north to his hometown, the Lionheart Empire, and worked as vice president of the Royal School of Magic of Tistet for 3 years. After the former principal retired, he took charge of the largest magic school in the north. So the competition between the two also focused on the development of the school and the daily work of the Magicians Association. At this meeting, Albus was the one who advocated handing over the person, but he himself had no ill feelings towards Rob. Although the latter was Stein's student, Albus never concealed his admiration for the young man. The main reason he advocated handing over the person was actually to protect Rob, and did not want him to be involved in this incident. Da Vinci nodded to the boy and said, "We were talking about you before. Your research on the mana sharing mechanism is of great value. Soon, magic will usher in a new era because of you. You are now at the 7th level, faster than your teacher expected. The association has decided to expand the board of directors from 9 to 10. I wonder if you are interested." Da Vinci's words were only a few short sentences, but they contained a lot of information. He was willing to add a seat for Rob in the board of directors. You have to know that Rob is not yet 22 years old this year. Many people have not graduated from school at this age. This means that he will become the youngest board member since the establishment of the Magician Association. However, considering Rob's contribution to the development of magic, no one would think that there is anything wrong with this decision. Da Vinci hadn't finished his words yet. "I'm not young anymore. I don't plan to be involved in this matter after this matter is over. When you reach the 8th level, I will step down from the position of president." The people sitting there were all big figures in the magic world. When they heard the news suddenly, everyone couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Unlike the expansion of the board of directors, everyone heard about the following things for the first time. Da Vinci didn't reveal any news before this, but the meaning of his last sentence was straightforward, nominating Rob to be the next president of the Magicians Association. The position of president of the Magicians Association is not hereditary, and it is not decided by Leonardo da Vinci alone. However, recalling his previous series of arrangements, everyone slowly came to their senses. At the current speed, Rob's advancement to the 8th level should be a matter of 7 years if nothing unexpected happens. By that time, the space repair will be completed, and mana sharing will be realized. Magic will enter a new era, and Rob's reputation as the founder of this new era will undoubtedly reach its peak at that time. Coupled with the strong support of Leonardo da Vinci and Stein's, the position of president will never fall to others. By then, he will become a veritable patron saint of the human race. But the only pity is Leonardo da Vinci, whose achievements during his years in office are obvious to all. He is a dozen years younger than Stein's, and just turned 100 this year. This age is still in the prime of life for a magician, and normally he should have more time to make achievements. Leonardo da Vinci is recognized as a person who has the hope of becoming one of the top 50 magicians in history, but in order to make way for Rob, he ended his term early. This courage made many people admire him. Stein's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. Perhaps, he was the only one who could truly understand da Vinci's painstaking efforts among the people present. This was actually the other party's explanation to him. Regarding the conversation in the garden 2 days ago, he had asked the latter a somewhat heart-piercing question at the end, and now da Vinci gave his answer. He handed the future of the Magician Association and mankind to Rob. In other words, this meant that if faced with the situation Stein said, the magician would save Rob at all costs. This might be a good result, Stein thought, and he noticed that Demand's originally dark face, not far away, also eased. Chapter 600. The conference hall is in a mess now. Da Vinci just said 2 things. The first one was discussed by the council in the past few days. In a sense, it is a compensation for Rob. In comparison, the second one is the real heavy news, which is equivalent to directly appointing the next president of the Magicians Association. The magicians in the council have no objection to Rob becoming the president. The latter is the most outstanding genius in the history of magic since Roland. He created the mana sharing mechanism. His future is destined to become the first person in the magic world. But the problem is that no one expected that this day would come so soon. According to the expectations of most people, Rob would start from the position of branch president, then Special Commissioner, and then enter the council, and get full training in the council. Now he has entered the council in advance. If everything goes well, he will skip the vice president, and directly take over the position of president in 7 or 8 years. At that time, he may not be more than 30 years old. Isn't it? A little too young? There was a lot of discussion in the conference room, and everyone was exchanging opinions with their left and right, so they ignored the reaction of the person involved. In fact, it was not their fault. Anyone who faced such conditions would have similar reactions. The calmest among them was Rob. His expression did not change from beginning to end. Steins looked at the face of his disciple, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Then he heard the boy say, "I'm sorry, I refuse." At this moment, all the buzzing voices disappeared, and the whole conference hall suddenly became quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. "What did you say?" Da Vinci frowned. "I reject your previous 2 proposals. In addition, I apply to withdraw from the Magician Association and voluntarily give up all titles." Before the words fell, there was an uproar in the conference hall. "Nonsense, have you ever thought about what you are doing?" The man slammed the table and glared at his disciples. "We can slowly discuss the matter of the girl from the Breton family. What does your attitude mean now? You just came back, and you want to turn the table over." Derman was interrupted by Da Vinci before he could finish his words. "We have already decided on how to deal with the girl from the Breton family. If the subsequent development of the events in the Maldon Desert is really as the temple said, then the association will have no choice at all. I know you are dissatisfied, but when you sit in this position in the future, you will understand that many things are not always as you wish. The Magicians Association is the Magicians Association of all mankind, not someone's private property, so the managers of the association also need to consider issues from the perspective of the entire human race. Grow up quickly, we don't have much time." Da Vinci's last words were filled with undisguised worry. Rob shook his head. This matter is not her fault, and the Magician Association has no right to decide her fate. What's the difference between doing this and those guys? Some things have nothing to do with right or wrong. Now on one side is our race, and on the other side is an innocent life. I also feel sorry for this, but if we have to give up one side, we can only choose the latter. Don't forget your identity. I have never forgotten my identity, but I am not only the future patron saint of the human race, but also her guardian knight." The young man said, "I respect the association's decision, so please respect my choice." Finally, someone else couldn't help but speak up. "You can get to this point today. Do you know how much resources the Magician Association has spent on you, and how much effort your teacher has poured into you? This kind of thing is not a joke. How can you just give up? I have already paid back the association's investment in me, and I have submitted the principles and construction methods of the power-sharing mechanism to the association. As for my teacher..." Rob bowed to Steins in demand. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I disappoint you this time." Stein sighed, and the old man looked like he had aged a dozen years, with deeper wrinkles on his face. "Why are you doing this? The Church and the Magician Association have reached a consensus on this matter. Even if you disagree, it will be useless. What can you do alone? I will take her away," the boy said, "to a place where no one can find her. It's too late. I sent someone with my warrant to the Royal School of Magic of Teas to take her back to my magic tower. But don't worry, I will treat her well before the result comes out," Da Vinci said. In Bradoport, Dadalion was shopping with Elavian. Suddenly, 4 unfamiliar magicians appeared in front of them. Judging from the mana fluctuations coming from them, they were all 8th level great magicians. Dadalion raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "Sorry, I just hope you can stay with me today," Elavian said. "Hey, did Special Agent Elavian suddenly discover my masculine charm?" Dardarian shrugged. "It's a pity that you came a step too late. I already have a wife." The female magician's eyes flashed with apology. "I'm sorry about this matter. That girl is very important to the survival of mankind. The president must avoid all risks." Dardarian looked surprised. "Does Special Agent Elavian think I'm going to kidnap someone? That's not what I meant." Elavian shook her head, but after a pause she said truthfully, "Someone went to the inn to look for you yesterday. That person was His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein." "So what? My junior is no match for Special Envoy Elavian. After we came down from the snowy mountains, you wouldn't let me go back to the south or to school. You insisted on dragging me to accompany you around this hellhole. You should have received the order from then on," Dardarian said with a half-smile. "This matter is not simple. From a friend's perspective, I don't want you to get involved." Elavian looked sincere. Dardarian waved his hand. "Special Agent Elavian thinks too highly of my courage. I dare not disobey the order of President Da Vinci. Let's go and continue shopping. The same thing happened in the palace of the Lionheart Empire. His Royal Highness the Third Prince skipped the afternoon swordsmanship class and planned to sneak out of the palace with his #1 lackey, Xiaomi. However, just 2 steps away from his residence, he saw his swordsmanship teacher and the captain of the palace guard. Both of them were 8th level professionals. Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered that you finish today's lessons before leaving the palace. The swordsmanship teacher was very polite, but his burly body had blocked the way for the 2 of them. The third prince said angrily, "If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Xiaomi, then you can run an errand for me, and tell Miss Lolita that you won't go to watch her dance today. This little thing can be done by the royal guards. We will definitely notify Miss Lolita as quickly as possible." This time, the person who spoke up became the captain of the guard. At the same time, a team of 6 senior special envoys also arrived at the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. Chapter 601. The person who came out to greet us from the Royal Magic Academy of Dist was Mage Lena, who was in charge of teaching potions. She looked at the 6 people who had just stepped out of the magic circle and said, "Everyone has come from afar. Please eat some fruit and rest first. No, we are here to take the girl from the Breton family away. This is the president's warrant. I hope your school will cooperate." The team leader Reddick took out a document from his arms and handed it to Professor Lena. The latter took the document, glanced at it, frowned and said, "Miss Hartfilia is a distinguished guest of the Royal Magic Academy of Dist. Even with the president's warrant, you can't take her away for no reason." Reddick raised his eyebrows. "Professor Lena, are you not going to cooperate?" The 2 disciples behind Lena seemed a little dissatisfied with the other party's aggressive attitude. They opened their mouths to say something but were stopped by the female magician, who nodded and said, "Follow me." The group walked through the teaching building and the garden behind it. Lena walked very slowly. It took her nearly 10 minutes to walk a distance of less than a mile. Reddick did not urge them. Finally, they arrived at Stein's magic tower. Lena said, "The person is upstairs, but the principal is not here, so we can't go in." The female magician was telling the truth. The magic tower of any magician is the most heavily defended place, not to mention a 9th level magician like Stein's. His magic tower is even more dangerous than a dragon's lair. Without permission, even other 9th level magicians would not dare to rush in. However, Reddick took out a seed from his pocket without any hurry, and after crushing it, a majestic aura enveloped the 6 people. Lena's face changed slightly. She saw that this was the key that Steins gave to the 3 people, allowing them to enter his magic tower. Although it was only half a magic hour, it was enough time to search the entire tower. But when Reddick came down 20 minutes later, his face was not very good, because there was no one in Stein's magic tower. Reddick looked at Lena deeply. "Where is Roselle?" The latter remained silent. Reddick shook his head. "It's useless. You can protect her for a while, but can you protect her for a lifetime?" Vice President Stein has already nodded. "You won't disobey his orders, will you?" Just as Reddick and the others were searching the magic tower, the Dean of Academic Affairs had brought Lolo to Miklas City, handed the prepared new identity to the latter, and instructed, "Find a caravan from here and ask them to take you to Farron's, and then take a boat to Ravi from there. After entering the city, find an inn called the Fountain of Youth and ask the owner to take a message to Lucia, the magician at the Laurel Magic Academy. She will help you hide. This time I helped you escape. The Magicians Association will definitely monitor my friends. Only Lucia and I have just met for a short time, and she has been concentrating on research. No one should notice her. She is a simple person, and you can trust her. Wait for Rob to find you at her place. Remember, do not use the teleportation array along the way." Lua was still a little confused. What happened? Why did President Da Vinci suddenly put me under house arrest? She woke up 4 days ago, but Rob only had time to meet her briefly before he went to work on things in the Malon Desert. The girl temporarily lived in Stein's magic tower, and knew nothing about the outside world. As a result, that afternoon, she saw Rosal hurriedly climbing the tower with Rob's token, and asked her to pack up immediately, and take her away. Before the Dean of Academic Affairs had time to explain, he heard the sound of a bell from the direction of the Magician Association. The sound was different from usual and seemed urgent, which meant that there was an emergency in the city. Really? Did those guys catch up so quickly? The Dean of Academic Affairs turned to Luo and said, "I will help you stop the pursuers. As for your problem, let Rob tell you. Oh, by the way, bring Raphael with you." As Roselle said this, he also stuffed a little turtle into the girl's hand. "Huh? This is that guy's pet. He used this little turtle to escape the teacher's tracking technique. I helped him raise it for a while after leaving school. I don't know when I see it again this time, so I just gave it to you." The girl was a little worried. "You said he was called away by the Magician Association. Will he be okay?" "If it was anyone else, there would probably be problems, but as for him..." The Dean of Academic Affairs blinked. "I don't know, but he should have anticipated today's situation a long time ago. That guy won't do anything without confidence. Is this your plan?" Da Vinci glanced at the intelligence he had just received, but his expression did not change much. He had done a lot of preparation for today's pickup. Both Dandelion and the third prince had arranged people. As for Roselle, considering that the latter had been seriously injured not long ago, Da Vinci originally thought that he would not be able to take action, but now it seems that Roselle's recovery speed is much faster than expected. Rob not only met the latter that afternoon, but also used mimicry magic to treat the injuries of the Dean of Academic Affairs, and deliberately waited until the last minute to arrive. Roselle's strength has recovered by nearly 80%. Just now, the Dean of Academic Affairs and the 6-member team of the Special Commissioner in Mikla City fought each other, and they delayed the other side for almost a magic hour. In the end, they gave up the opportunity to lose both sides and chose to surrender. However, because of his entanglement, Luo Luo had not escaped from the city. However, even if something unexpected happened, Da Vinci was still very calm. A third-level magician, without any support, could not hold out for too long under the full-scale siege of the temple and the Magician Association. Sooner or later, he would be caught again. Da Vinci was not worried. The council summoned Rob today to make 2 plans. Da Vinci said, "I have discussed with your teacher. You should stay in the library of the association. You can come out when you reach the 8th level." The boy shook his head. "I have already quit the association. Your orders have nothing to do with me anymore." Da Vinci sneered. "Do you think you can leave here without my permission?" "I want to try." Rob held the Lord of Eternal Night in his hand. All the people sitting in this conference hall today are the top masters of the magic world. There are 5 9th-level super magicians alone, and there are 7 8th-level great magicians. Such a lineup is not luxurious. It can decide the outcome of a battle of millions of people on the battlefield. Faced with such an opponent, even Da Vinci himself did not have the confidence to leave this room. He did not know where the boy's courage came from. Chapter 602. Ever since he met Vannervee, Rob knew that this day would come sooner or later. It has nothing to do with justice and emotion. Any mature giant power must make decisions based on its own interests. The reason why the Magician Association was willing to consider his attitude and even go to war with the temple was because his existence was very important to the magic world. Therefore, the council headed by Da Vinci agreed to provide protection for Lolo. But the news revealed by Vannervee was too shocking. If what he said was true, then the situation of mankind was actually extremely dangerous. At this time, the Magicians Association could hardly take his thoughts into consideration. Da Vinci ended his seclusion and suddenly came out, which showed this point. Considering the relationship between Steins and Rob, he could avoid accidents to the greatest extent after taking over the Magicians Association and let things develop according to his will. And in fact, it was true. So far, except for Lolo's escape, basically everything was within Da Vinci's expectations. As for Rob, the best opportunity had actually passed. He could have taken Lolo away quietly during the period when the meeting had just ended and the incident in the Maldon Desert had not yet erupted. But at that time, Lolo was still in a coma. When the girl woke up, the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Both he and Lolo were under surveillance. So if Rob wanted to take Lolo away now, he had to get rid of the spies that Da Vinci had placed near him. He had to separate from the girl first, because only by moving could he pull the nearby surveillance forces. Rob's departure took away a large number of observers, and then he went to find Dandelion and the third Prince Morris without stopping. Rob didn't need them to really take action, just to pretend. In order to deal with the possible risks, Da Vinci had to allocate some people to keep an eye on the two. In this way, Da Vinci's power at the Royal Magic Academy of Teast would become unprecedentedly weak. Rob's real arrangement fell on the Dean of Academic Affairs. In the end, Roselle took action and kidnapped Luo Luo without anyone noticing. The first round of the battle ended with Rob's victory. But in doing so, he also put himself in danger, which was what Da Vinci wanted to see. As long as he could hold Rob, Da Vinci didn't worry about what kind of trouble a Lolo could cause. Now, more than half of the top masters in the entire magic world stayed in this tower, and Da Vinci didn't see any chance for the boy to escape. But since Rob dared to carry out this plan, he would naturally not be unpredictable about the situation in front of him. In fact, if he couldn't solve the deadlock in front of him, he wouldn't have walked into the meeting hall and fallen into the trap. The next moment, Rob's lips moved slightly, and the words he chanted were ancient and obscure. The people present had a wide range of knowledge, comparable to the most prestigious scholars, but no one could understand this language. In the end, Da Vinci reacted the fastest. He seemed to have thought of something, his expression changed slightly, and he blurted out, "Divine text?" The president of the Magician Association's eyes flashed, and the staff quickly pointed at the boy, and the magic crystal on the top burst out a string of dazzling light. This is the true strength of a 9th-level super magician. Da Vinci can cast magic below the 7th level instantly. It only takes a moment from chanting to forming. At a certain moment, he sensed the possibility of the situation getting out of control, so he made a decisive move and tried to interrupt the boy's chanting. No matter what language, if you can't finish chanting, you can't release magic. This is beyond doubt. However, what Da Vinci didn't expect was that Rob had already finished chanting at the same time he made his move. Is this a 4th-level magic? Not only Da Vinci, but other magicians also immediately judged the level of this magic when they felt the fluctuation of mana when this magic was formed. That's why they were surprised. Rob finally got the upper hand, but in the end, he only released such a harmless magic. Such a low-level mistake should not happen to him, no matter how you look at it. But not long after, all those who had such thoughts changed their faces, and they were shocked to find that the mana in their blood was imprisoned by a mere mid-level magic. Just over half a month ago, Rob and Lolo were attacked by a light giant on the top of Anareth. The opponent sealed Rob's magic power with a casual finger. It was not because of the crushing of realm, but the power of rules. High-level rules have a natural suppressive power over low-level rules. When Roland created the magic system, he was actually formulating the rules for the use of magic power. Roland's system has been developed through the efforts of generations, and has basically been quite perfect. It is because of this that it is difficult for people to believe that there are higher-level rules in the world that can surpass it. Rob might not have believed more than half a month ago that the 4th-level magic he had just released was actually derived from the finger on the top of the mountain that day. The young man spent 16 days transforming it into a range magic. And this range magic was the reason why he dared to appear in front of Da Vinci. However, even so, it was still very difficult to suppress 5 9th-level super magicians and 7 8th-level great magicians at once, and the speed of mana consumption was also amazingly fast. With Rob's strength as a 7th-level magician, his magic power can only last for a few breaths. 2 breaths later, the magic crystal on the top of Da Vinci's staff, which had dimmed, lit up again. However, at this moment, a blood-red figure suddenly rushed in from the window and landed on Rob's shoulder. The magic power that was beginning to stir in Da Vinci's body was isolated again. Rob did not hesitate. The next moment, his figure also moved. A hand knife accurately cut Da Vinci's neck. The president of the Magician Association widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that the boy actually dared to attack him, but then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Rob kept moving, and in less than 10 seconds, he knocked out all the super mages and great mages on the council, leaving only his 2 teachers. The man looked at him with a complicated look. "Do you know what you are doing now?" Rob nodded. "I have practiced this plan thousands of times in my mind, so I know what I am doing." The man sighed. "Then I have nothing to say." On the other side, Stein's demeanor looked older than ever. The old man looked at the boy's eyes and said lightly, "As long as you step out of this room, you are no longer my disciple." Rob was silent. If there was anyone in the entire council whose opinions he could not ignore, it was only Stein's and the man. After entering this room, he had been avoiding too much communication with his 2 teachers, because he did not know how to face them. The 2 had given him too much help in his growth process. Before he grew up, they were the ones who protected him, both teachers and fathers. And he betrayed the Magician Association, and the 2 old men in front of him were undoubtedly the most sad and regretful. But at this time, Rob had no way out. He said sorry to the 2, and the boy's palm finally fell from the air. Chapter 603. From the time Rob cast the divine magic to the time he knocked down everyone in the conference room, less than 2 minutes had passed. Except for a brief delay with Deman and Steins, he did not pause at all during the entire process. Just as Rob said when answering Deman's question, he had actually made his choice long before he entered this room. He was here today just to execute this choice, so the boy did not waver from beginning to end. Suppress the entire Magician Association's top leaders with his own strength and defeat everyone from the front. This is the second part of Rob's plan. Just 2 minutes ago, there was probably no one in the entire Dawn continent who believed that this crazy plan could succeed, and Rob had not told anyone about this plan until he took action. Even Roselle and Dandelion, who participated in the rescue operation of Lolo, didn't know what he was going to do. The two of them might have vaguely guessed his thoughts, but putting themselves in Rob's position, they couldn't think of any way to break the almost unsolvable situation in front of them. It has nothing to do with intelligence, it is purely a huge gap in strength. This gap is so big that it is despairing. The lineup of 4 9th-level super magicians and 7 8th-level great magicians is too luxurious. All conspiracies and tricks will be useless in front of such an opponent. However, in the end, only Rob's figure was left standing in the room. The boy walked out of the conference room and closed the door behind him. Brenda outside the door was slightly surprised when she saw him. Although she was not qualified to enter the conference room, as Da Vinci's administrative secretary, she had heard about the debates of the board of directors these days. She sympathized with Luo's experience, but at the same time, she was also very clear about the helplessness of the association. According to the information she had learned, Rob would most likely lose his freedom after entering the room, but what she didn't expect was that the boy came out again after just over a quarter of an hour. Brenda subconsciously looked behind the boy, but didn't see anyone, and the door had closed again. Rob nodded at her. They are discussing the matter in the Malon Desert. President Da Vinci has said not to let anyone in without instructions. Brenda felt a little strange. Da Vinci's order sounded awkward. The matter in the Maldon Desert had been concluded 2 days ago. Before there was any new news, there was no idea what was left to discuss. Rob, who was supposed to lose his freedom, walked out of the meeting room so arrogantly, which made the female secretary subconsciously feel that something was wrong. But Brenda would never have thought that a group of top masters including Da Vinci were now in a coma. If the council didn't say anything about the boy's departure, she naturally had no reason to stop him. So after a moment of surprise, the female secretary's face quickly returned to normal, and she said, "Let me take you away. Thank you for the trouble." Perhaps because Rob's expression was always calm, Brenda's hanging heart was slightly relieved. The female secretary sent the boy down the magic tower, and watched the latter's figure disappear at the corner of the street. Brenda shook her head, and tried to eliminate the doubts in her heart. After leaving Mitchell's magic tower, Rob first went to the dessert shop in the city to take out the jelly he wanted to bring to Lolo. After that, he did not rush to escape. It was about 1 magic hour before Da Vinci and others woke up. Rob had to do something before his identity was invalidated. So the boy returned to the Magician Association of New Telt. After showing the ring on Da Vinci's hand and confirming the breath, the branch president opened the door to the underground treasure house for him. The Magician Association has a history of more than 900 years since its establishment. Although it is not as old as the temple, it is also long enough. After such a long time, the accumulation of the Magician Association is also extremely amazing. For this reason, an underground treasure house was specially built to store some precious collections. There are 6 underground treasuries, located in different places. There are 3 in the Free City, 2 in the Lionheart Empire, and 1 in the Holy Alliance. The underground treasury that Rob is in now was built 700 years ago, and is the second oldest treasury. It contains many valuable things and even a philosopher's stone, but the young man has never touched these treasures that countless magicians dream of. Rob had only one goal in entering the treasury today. He walked straight to the southwest corner and took a book with a dusty cover from the bookshelf that looked like it had been there for who knows how many years. Seeing the name of the book, the branch president looked a little surprised. "Why do you want this?" "Sorry, this is the association's secret." Rob flipped through 2 pages and put the book away after confirming that it was correct. Come On was very tactful when he heard him say that, and did not ask any more questions. He registered according to the process, and asked Rob to leave his name. Before leaving, the boy bought 2 blue water lily seeds from the former. This is a relatively rare magic material, mainly used to prepare magic potions that can enhance mental strength. Rob paid, thanked Come On, and then put away the seeds, and kept Da Vinci's ring. Less than a quarter of an hour after he left, Brenda led her men to rush into the gate of the Magicians Association. Not long after, what happened in Mitchell's magic tower spread throughout the city like a gust of wind, and all the magicians who heard about it were in an uproar. Rob, the most talented magician in the history of magic, Stein's disciple, and the future guardian of the human race, openly announced his rebellion against the Magicians Association, and fought with the council before escaping. The final result shocked everyone. It turned out that the council was completely defeated. Not only did they fail to keep Rob, but it was also said that the boy knocked out all the members by himself. Of course, There was a certain element of sneak attack in this, but no matter how you look at it, the council was made up of famous masters of the 8th and 9th ranks. They were outnumbered, but they were defeated by a young man. This was incredible. Most people's first reaction after hearing about it was to doubt their ears. At the same time, Rob, the instigator of this incident, had quietly left New Telt, but the impact he had caused had just begun to show. The news quickly spread from New Telt to the Lionheart Empire, the human world, and then spread throughout the entire Dawn continent. Chapter 604. What happened in Mitchell's magic tower had a profound impact on the human race, and even the entire Dawn continent. The news spread to various places in a very short time. The reactions of the parties who received the news were different, but the people in one place could not take care of this world-renowned event for the time being. The atmosphere in the Gold Rush town has become more and more tense. As early as 3 days ago, someone found some strange footprints on the edge of the Malon Desert. At first, there were only 1 or 2 sets of footprints, but now there are more and more footprints. In addition, there are black figures looming in the yellow sand. Everyone realized that something was going to happen, perhaps within 1 or 2 days. Whether it was the Paladin Order of the Temple or the Mage Team of the Magicians Association, everyone's face became solemn. The warriors were repeatedly wiping their weapons, and the magicians were adjusting their mental state to ensure that their mana and divine power were replenished. On the temple side, Rocky, the leader of the Second Knights, was responsible for leading the town's armed forces. He was only 51 years old this year, with a thick beard. He was originally Crowell's deputy. After the latter resigned due to injury, and took the initiative to apply for transfer to Oglen, he took over the Second Paladin Order. Rocky was calm and outstanding in martial arts. He performed very well in recent years, so he was named by the Pope to deal with the affairs in the Malon Desert. Rocky brought 19,000 people this time, almost all the elites of the Second Paladin Order. In addition, he also applied for the support of 2 groups of priests, all of whom were masters, including 6 bishops and 2 archbishops. Such a lineup is enough to take down a medium-sized country. Flo was quite disdainful of Rocky's caution. He was the most relaxed in the whole Gold Rush town. 2 days ago, the tavern in the town was closed, and he took people there to make a big fuss. Tonight, he planned to hold a banquet at his residence. For this purpose, he specially found a few dancers from the nearby town. However, the carriages of those dancers were detained by the joint team responsible for patrol. Flo came to Rocky this afternoon just to let the latter release the people. He rushed into a small building in the northwest of the town with 2 guards. This place was originally a hotel in the town. After the town's personnel evacuated, Rocky turned it into a temporary command room. He usually stayed here to handle military affairs. Flo didn't knock on the door and rushed in directly. Rocky was studying the map of the Malon Desert with several captains in the room. When he looked up and saw Flo, a hint of disgust flashed in the eyes of several captains, but they concealed it well, stopped talking immediately, and saluted the former. Flo was too lazy to pay attention to them. Without even looking at them, he said directly, "Captain Rocky, who is so bold as to detain my people?" The captain of the Second Paladin frowned. He didn't like the guy in front of him. Although Flo was also from the military, he had been working as a civilian. He had no achievements, but was promoted very quickly. Until a few years ago, he made a big mistake, and was transferred to Ogden. As a result, he encountered a prisoner riot there, and was kidnapped as a hostage. According to witnesses, he behaved very badly at the time and begged for mercy and pain. It can be said that he was ugly. However, less than half a year later, he was transferred back to St. Martha, and was promoted to become the Pope's personal guard. This time, he was sent to the Gold Rush town as a deputy with Rocky. Many people suspected that Flo had a strong background, but Rocky, as an absolute high-ranking military official, knew more. Flo's background was not special. Although his parents were clergy, they were only the lowest-level clergy. The reason why the church was so indulgent towards him was because of his own reasons. Flo was an extremely rare oracle, which was rarer than a fanatic. There were only 2 oracles among the hundreds of thousands of clergy in the entire church, and the other oracle was over 120 years old this year. Not only could he not walk, but he was also blind, and the oracles he could receive were getting fewer and fewer. Flo's importance to the church is self-evident. This is the reason why he can be so arrogant. Even if Rocky doesn't like him, he still needs to maintain a minimum of respect for him. The leader of the Second Paladin said the person was detained by the magicians. "Don't worry. I will help you get the person after the combat meeting." "Combat meeting? What's the use of this thing?" Flo disagreed. "Didn't I make it very clear before? There will be no danger this time." Those monsters are just passing through. Their goal is not here. One captain said dissatisfiedly, "You said it won't happen, right? Those monsters crawled out of the abyss. The creatures in the abyss have only killing instincts, no reason at all, and will not obey anyone's orders. This has been proven by countless people. If those things rush out of the desert and start attacking nearby towns, do you know how many civilian casualties will be caused? It will definitely be a catastrophe." Flo snorted coldly, "Who are you? Do you have the qualifications to speak here?" The captain was furious when he heard this. He was already angry because the combat meeting was interrupted. Now Flo dared to be so arrogant. His temper was instantly ignited. He couldn't help but curse, "Who do you think you are? It's already this time, and you only know how to eat, drink and have fun every day. I don't know why His Majesty sent such a waste." Locke knew he was going to be in trouble when he heard it. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Michel, you must not criticize His Majesty." Flo smiled and said, "Michel, right? I remember. I will report your words today to His Majesty truthfully." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Rocky. "Captain Rocky, I trouble you to send those dancers to my residence before sunset." After saying this, Flo left the command room with 2 guards, leaving behind the angry captains in the room. On the other side of the town, the Magician Association was also making final preparations. Milford, one of the 9 directors of the council, arrived in the town 2 days ago, and he came with a floating turret. It costs 100,000 gold coins every day just to start this war machine. In addition, batches of magic shells, arrays and large magic devices are continuously transported to the Gold Rush town. The Magicians Association did not completely believe the temple's words, and had already started to operate. There was no magic tower in the town. The tallest building was a granary. Grand Mage Milford stood on it with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the desert in the distance. At this moment, there was only rolling yellow sand in his sight. However, the magic sentry 100 miles away had already sounded the alarm. On the sand dunes that no one could see, there was a blood-red crack, and on the other side of the crack was the abyss world that everyone talked about. Monsters crawled out of the bloody crack one after another. This scene had lasted for nearly a year, so the density of monsters near the crack reached a terrifying level. Unlike usual, those monsters did not run around. Most of them gathered quietly beside the crack, looking up at the sky, as if waiting for something. Chapter 605. At 6:20 p.m., just as the sun was about to set, a small black dot appeared on the horizon. The black dot looked so small in the vast desert, but then a second one of its kind appeared next to it, and a third one of its kind. Finally, there were dense black dots everywhere in sight. A shrill alarm sounded in the Gold Rush town. Rocky, fully armed, had walked out of the command room, climbed onto the granary, and nodded to the great magician Milford, who was standing there. The latter was holding a magic telescope newly developed by the Magicians Association, and observing the newly appeared black dot in the Malon desert. Rocky asked, "How many are there?" "Preliminary estimates show that there are more than 30,000, and the weakest one has the strength of the 2nd level or above. We saw 2 Abyss Lords before the magic sentry we placed in the innermost was destroyed." Milford shook his head, and handed the telescope to Rocky. "We still have too few people, so we can only choose to defend. But the Gold Rush town is not a majestic city like New Telt and Armor Rock City. It is just a small town formed spontaneously due to the Gold Rush. There was no city wall originally. The simple city wall built with wood these days will not play a big role in facing these abyss monsters. If we really fight, we can only hold on for 3 days at most." Rocky shook his head. "There won't be a fight." Milford sneered. "Forget about that. If the temple was sure, it wouldn't have sent the 2nd Paladin order. Didn't Captain Rocky make an emergency plan the other day? Just in case." Rocky put the telescope in front of his eyes. The blurry black spots behind the lens turned into monsters with bared fangs and claws. Although they were still quite far away, he could see the saliva from the monsters' mouths and the hair on their bodies clearly. The leader of the 2nd Paladin Order could not help but secretly praise in his heart that the magic civilization had its own unique features. Milford said, "This is just the first batch of monsters. We don't know how many more there will be. The church had better not lie, otherwise the consequences of letting these monsters scatter and rush into the surrounding towns will be absolutely disastrous. The temple will not lie about such things. Many of the nearby residents are our believers. As a paladin, I also have the responsibility to protect them," Rocky said, returning the telescope in his hand to the other party. While the two were talking, the army of monsters had advanced several miles. They were moving very fast, even on war horses. According to this estimate, They would reach the Gold Rush town in half a magic hour at most. Milford had people activate the magic circle under the simple city wall. This was the first line of defense set up by the Magicians Association in the Gold Rush town. The bone-chilling cold air surged from the ground, and soon the surroundings were covered with a layer of white frost. The laborers carried buckets and poured water down desperately. After a while, the simple wooden wall was frozen into a huge ice block. The thick ice layer greatly enhanced the defensive ability of the city wall. But now in the desert, this ice wall will not last too long, at most half a day. Even if the monsters do not attack, it will slowly lose its effect. Milford did not stop. After the ice wall was built, he issued a new order to activate the floating turret above the town. This is the real killer move of the Magician Association. This Star Shatter 3 floating turret is equipped with 243 gun barrels, which can fire hundreds of magic shells at a time. It is a real battlefield killer. After waking up, the ferocious shape unfolds. Looking at the steel fortress above the head that represents the pinnacle of magic technology, everyone's fear of the monsters in the desert is also reduced a lot. Milford stopped talking after issuing 2 orders one after the other, and just stood there quietly. Whether it was the Magician Association or the temple, the strategy this time was very clear. The forces deployed in the Gold Rush town were just for precautions. Unless the situation got out of control, and they needed to take action, otherwise the order they received was just to wait and see. At 6:46, the first wave of monsters arrived under the ice wall of the Gold Rush town. The guards on the wall could already see the enemy's appearance. Many people saw the abyss creatures for the first time. Unlike the species on the Dawn continent, the bodies of the abyss creatures were stronger and more ferocious. Every organ and every inch of their bones were adapted to survive. The environment in the abyss was thousands of times worse than that on the Dawn continent. The extreme scarcity of supplies made killing the eternal theme there. Weak species will definitely be eliminated, and strong species will become food for stronger species. Even under such cruel competition rules, almost all creatures that can survive have their own strengths. Looking at the endless sea of monsters under their feet, some people couldn't help but vomit under the huge pressure of death. In comparison, the 19,000 people under Rocky were all elites of the second Paladin chart. Almost everyone had seen blood, so they performed better. However, the White Knuckles also showed their inner tension at the moment. No one had ever seen so many monsters in one place. It had been more than 200 years since the last abyss crack appeared, and the tragic battle had been circulating within the church. Therefore, when the first sheep-headed crocodile arrived under the ice wall, everyone's heart was hanging in their throats. However, unlike the rumors of violent and bloodthirsty, this sheep-headed crocodile did not attack immediately after arriving, but stopped where it was, and the monsters that arrived later did the same thing. Then an extremely strange scene appeared under the wall of the Gold Rush town, as if there was an invisible barrier that blocked all the monsters there. They looked at each other from a distance with fierce eyes flashing. Milford looked for a while, waved his hand, and finally said, "Release them." Then a hanging basket was lowered from the ice wall, and 4 men who looked ferocious but trembling sat in it. They were death row prisoners found by Milford from the prison of the nearby police station. They had been evil, and had more than one life on their shoulders. However, even such evil people were as helpless and fearful as 4 little chickens when facing the group of monsters below. Some people grabbed the rope tied to the hanging basket and tried to climb up, but there were at least 10 archers pointing arrows at them. Finally, when the hanging basket was less than 1 meter from the ground, the guards on the wall directly cut the rope, cutting off the last hope of the 4 people. The faces of the 4 death row prisoners were pale. At this moment, they were surrounded by unheard of horrible monsters. At this distance, they could already smell the stench from each other's mouths. Some of the unpromising guys peed their pants on the spot. However, the strange thing was that the group of monsters did not move when facing the 4 moving pieces of meat in front of them. Although the nearest one showed greed, they were forcibly restraining themselves. Finally, a quarter of an hour passed, and the 4 death row prisoners who fell into the monster pile were still alive and kicking. Milford's face did not improve, but sank instead. He sighed, "It's troublesome." Chapter 606. Rob arrived at Ravi a month and a half later. It took less than a cup of tea for him to go from being the future patron saint of the human race, and the new hope of the magic world, to being the wanted criminal of the Magicians Association. However, just when everyone was still digesting what happened in Mitchell's magic tower that day, they soon heard another more shocking news. Monster Crossing. This was the second major event that shocked the entire Dawn continent in just 1 month. There has never been a similar situation in the records since the beginning of writing. The monsters living in the abyss have been proven by countless studies to be killing and destroying as their principles of action and unable to communicate. However, such a group of bloodthirsty and brutal monsters now crossed the border of the Lionheart Empire in groups. They did not stop to attack the human towns they encountered along the way, and seemed to ignore the pedestrians they met. When they were hungry, they devoured the weaker ones in the team to replenish their physical strength, and then continued to move forward. The church and the Magician Association sent people to keep an eye on this strange team. At the same time, the temple also notified churches in various places, and asked the priests there to appease the local people. However, even so, people were still panicked, especially after seeing the appearance of those monsters. Even the most optimistic people knew that the local garrison and the police station's manpower alone could not resist these killing machines. No one liked to pin their lives on the mercy of predators. So people began to flock to the churches and monasteries in large numbers, hoping that the clergy inside could give an explanation, because it was said that 4 of the 5 paladin orders in the temple did not move, and only the 2nd paladin order sent out some people, but stayed in the Gold Rush town. A week later, His Majesty the Pope personally responded to the believers, and also defined the matter. The answer given by Vanel V was very simple, just 2 words: divine punishment. Rob learned about this matter half a month later. In order to avoid the search of the Magicians Association, he found a place to hide for a while after leaving New Telt, and then chose a very remote route to pick up Lolo from the Laurel Magic Academy. After he rebelled against the Magicians Association, his contact with Dandelion, Roselle and others was cut off, and he could not get new information through any official channels. Most of the folk sayings were not very reliable. There are basically all kinds of rumors about the monsters passing through this time. There is no accurate number for the number alone. Some places say 30,000, some say 50,000, and some say 1 million. It took 3 days and 3 nights for them to pass through the city from outside. As for the reason, there are even more different opinions. Even if Rob is very powerful, he can't find accurate information from it. Therefore, it was not until Vanel V spoke that the rumors among the people were calmed down. The saying of divine punishment is very characteristic of the church. The temple also records several famous divine punishments, but most of them are natural disasters. The monsters in the abyss have always been the synonym of evil. For thousands of years, the temple has been committed to destroying these evil creatures. This time, they are carrying out the divine punishment. No matter how you look at it, it reveals a bit of weirdness. However, the Pope has spoken, which still makes many ordinary people feel relieved. In addition, because of the saying of divine punishment, the public security of the towns where the monsters pass through and are about to pass has become unprecedentedly good in the past few days. No one dares to do evil. This is a side effect that no one expected. Rob looked at the route of the monsters on the map in silence. He was the last group of people to enter the city before the gates were closed. It was already dark. Robbie was quite a distance away from the Gold Rush town, so he was not affected much by the monsters passing through, but there were still many people talking about it on the streets. Rob quickly found the hotel called Fountain of Youth according to the address given by the Dean of Academic Affairs. The owner was a believer of the natural religion. Strictly speaking, this so-called natural religion cannot be regarded as a real sect. They do not believe in gods, nor do they have any precepts or creeds. It is just a small community that advocates nature and teaches believers to keep their bodies and minds happy. It is said that it was first introduced from the elves, but even among the elves, it is very niche. A few years ago, when the owner was not yet the owner, he unfortunately encountered bandits while doing business outside and was rescued by Lucia, who was doing geological research nearby. The two met at that time. The owner was very grateful to the female magician for saving his life. Following the naturalistic principle of keeping the body and mind happy, he simply bought this small hotel and settled in Ravi, thinking that being closer to the Laurel Magic Academy would also allow him to help Lucia. But in fact, the female magician was either doing research or giving lectures in recent years, and the two seldom met. But the shop owner's life was good, he married and had children here. This time Lucia asked him for help, so he was very active. Rob explained his purpose and drove to the Laurel Magic School as soon as the city gate opened the next morning. Before noon, the great magician Lucia came back with him. "Your Majesty." After entering the house, the female magician took off her cloak and hood, saluted and said respectfully. Rob waved his hand. "Great magician Lucia, don't be so polite. I am no longer the future guardian of the human race. The mana-sharing mechanism is the greatest invention of modern magic. Whether you have that title or not, you deserve this courtesy." Lucia was persistent. She knew what Rob cared about most. Then she said, Miss Hartfilia is visiting my hometown now, about 70 miles away from here. Don't worry. My parents are very old-fashioned little nobles. They only care about their own lives, and don't usually interact with others. I told them that Miss Hartfilia is one of my noble students, and will stay in the manor for a while to recuperate. I will write a letter to Gary to send Miss Hartfilia over. Don't bother, I just go pick her up, Rob said. The female magician nodded. That's fine, I go with you. The innkeeper was still driving the carriage. Rob and Lucia sat in the carriage. This time the carriage was heading to Lucia's small manor 70 miles away. Along the way, the female magician showed her true colors as a researcher, and she didn't know what to say at all. Finally Rob asked, "How is Roselle now?" The Dean of Academic Affairs violated the order of the association and helped him send Lulu out, and then stopped the pursuers sent by Da Vinci. The nature of this matter is still quite serious, but the Magician Association is not a hierarchical organization like the Temple after all, and with Steins and demand behind it, the problem will not be too big, but punishment is always inevitable. Demand originally planned to retire in a few years and let the Dean of Academic Affairs take over his place in the board of directors, but now this matter is estimated to be 80% done. Chapter 607. Lucia was stunned when Rob asked about Roselle. She thought her secret was discovered. Her ears turned red. She hung for a long time in the carriage without saying anything. It was not until a while later that she remembered the relationship between the Dean of Academic Affairs and Rob. It was normal for the latter to care about the former. I didn't mean to make fun of her. Grand Mage Roselle, oh, I heard from the principal that the Magician Association investigated him some time ago. The final result came out. His authority in the association was reduced by 2 levels. In addition, he was confined, and could not leave the Royal Magic Academy of Teast for a year. The female magician tried her best to sound as if she didn't care, but in fact, she pestered the principal almost every day during that period to inquire about relevant news. Rob nodded. This result was similar to what he expected. With the intervention of Steins and Demand, the punishment for Roselle would not be too severe. The future super magician asked again, "What is the association's attitude towards the things in the Maldon Desert now?" Huh? The female magician seemed to be uncomfortable with the topic changing so quickly. She thought for a while before speaking again. I don't usually pay much attention to things in this regard. I only heard that the president of the Da Vinci Association seemed to have met with His Majesty the Pope last month to discuss countermeasures together, but there was no action for the time being. Oh, by the way, the day after the monsters passed through, the Magician Association issued an order requiring magicians from all places not to take action against those monsters. Rob nodded. Thank you, wine. Roselle likes wine tasting. If you want to visit him later, you can bring some wine. Lucia blushed even more this time. She waved her hands to explain, but she didn't know what to say when she opened her mouth. Rob knew that the female magician was shy. After reminding her, he took the initiative to change the topic to the field she was familiar with, and started talking to her about geological magic. So Lucia swept away her previous dull look, as if she had changed into a different person. She immediately became very excited. She was still talking about the influence of the concentration of magic elements on the acidity and alkalinity of the soil until she reached the gate of the manor. The carriage stopped for a quarter of an hour before Lucia realized that she had arrived home. The female magician was excited and a little embarrassed. Even if she was slow, she had now realized that someone was thanking her for her help in this way. Rob's realm might not be the highest, but now his understanding of magic is already the undisputed #1 in the magic world. Discussing academic issues with him has benefited Lucia a lot. She has been immersed in the ocean of knowledge along the way. In just 3 hours, she has gained more than she would have gained from 4 or 5 years of research. So after getting off the carriage, it was Lucia's turn to thank her. The female magician hesitated and added, "I believe the association must have made a mistake in your case. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here with Miss Hartfilia. This place is far from the main road, and there are usually no magicians nearby. It is very safe." Rob smiled and shook his head and refused. The Temple and the Magician Association have joined forces. At least in the human world, there will be no absolutely safe place. The reason why it seems to be calm now is that it is only in the first wave of key searches. Once it is determined that there is no harvest, the association will definitely expand the search area. Rob does not want to cause trouble to Lucia's family. And most importantly, he told Da Vinci in person at the Mitchell Magic Tower that he would take Lolo away to a place where no one can find him. But in fact it was just a smoke bomb he released. He actually didn't intend to do so. Escape is always a temporary choice out of necessity. Rob's real intention is to completely solve the problem, but he also knows that this road is very difficult. At present, there is almost no hope, otherwise the Magician Association and the temple would not make such a choice. In a sense, Vandervee was not wrong. As the future patron saint of the human race, he can indeed understand the decision of the church to a certain extent, but this does not mean that he will stand on the side of the church or Da Vinci. Perhaps the starting point of both parties is the same, but this does not mean that they are on the same path, because Rob will not and cannot make concessions on the issue of Lolo. Both the temple and the Magician Association obviously underestimated his determination in this matter. Nearly 2 months later, Rob finally met Lolo again in Lucia's manor. The latter was brushing the fur of a pony. During this time in the manor, the girl had cut off all contact with the outside world and had almost no news. If Roselle had not said something in advance and was worried about missing Rob, she would have left here. These days were too boring, and Lolo could only find things to do to pass the time while waiting. The girl squatted on the ground, brushing the pony's neck and going to brush its body, but she heard footsteps behind her. Without turning back, she said, "Put the tea on the ground, Lita, just do your thing, don't worry about me." However, the person behind her did not leave after hearing her words, but said, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Lolo screamed, no longer caring about her modesty, turned around and jumped into someone's arms like a little tiger, because she was too excited and didn't put down the horse brush in her hand, and rubbed the latter with soap bubbles. "What brought you back?" "Just now." The boy touched the girl's hair and smiled. Lolo put his face into Rob's chest. "Damn, it took a long time." "Sorry, we should be a little more cautious in an emergency," Rob said, as he took out the box of jelly sealed with beeswax and handed it to Lolo. "Here, it's a specialty of Nutelt. I mentioned it to you last time. I happened to see it on the road and brought you a box." The girl took the box of jelly, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's already this time, and you still remember this kind of thing?" "Because it's about you," Rob said gently. "How is it? Have you been here during this period?" "The parents of the great magician Lucia have taken good care of me, but when I think of the many things I haven't done, I always feel like I can't stay." Rob nodded. "Please clean up after dinner tonight. We will leave early tomorrow morning. There is not much time left." Lolo was stunned when she heard this. It was the first time she heard a sense of urgency in the boy's tone, which showed that the situation outside was indeed not optimistic. However, the girl did not ask in a hurry, but looked into the boy's eyes and said seriously, "Thank you for your hard work." This time, Rob's face showed a hint of surprise, but it soon turned into a smile. "Well, don't worry, everything will be fine." Chapter 608. Early the next morning, Rob took Lolo to say goodbye to Lucia, who had not slept the previous night. The female magician was busy writing down the results of the discussion with someone in the carriage. She didn't quite understand some of the content, so she planned to write it down first and then think about it slowly. As a result, she had 2 dark circles under her eyes. The innkeeper had gone back to Ravi a long time ago. Rob asked Lucia to help hire a new carriage, and he and Lolo got in it. "Where are we going?" the girl asked after the carriage drove out of the manor. Rob didn't answer the question right away. He knocked on the car door with his knuckles, and after a while he said, "There's something I don't want to tell you, but it seems I have to tell you." Lolo didn't urge him. She knew that since someone had said that, it meant he would tell everything. "Sure enough," Rob continued, "the monsters moved very strangely after leaving the Maldon Desert. They stopped and started along the way, and sometimes they suddenly turned around and went back, but the general direction was correct. Combined with what Vandervee said, I can roughly guess where their target is." "Oh, the north, the territory of the Breton family," the future super magician said word by word. Lolo understood why the boy said he didn't want to tell her this speculation. Last night, Rob had roughly explained to her the current situation outside, including his betrayal of the Magician Association and what happened in the Maldon Desert. The church classified the monster crossing incident as divine punishment. While ordinary people were relieved, they were also curious about where this divine punishment would fall. Now Rob gave his answer. Are they coming for me?" Lolo's expression was calmer than expected. Since she saw the light giant on the top of Anareep, she has been thinking about many problems. Merlin once said that Vandervee was an insider and executor in the Breton family incident, but he was not the mastermind. This statement itself is very strange. Vandervee is the #1 figure in the church and the emperor of the Holy Alliance. He is a big man standing at the top of the pyramid. There are less than one hand in the human world who can match his status. Who can order him around? The answer behind this is a bit scary. God, is this what it looks like? Lolo asked. Rob knew that the girl was talking about the light giant on the top of the mountain. The future super magician shook his head. No, that thing is powerful, but not strong enough. It is probably just a clone. There are many records about gods in the church's scriptures, but there is no accurate statement about the fighting power of gods, because no one has really seen the gods take action, or more accurately, no one has seen the true body of the gods. Most of the descriptions of gods are based on human imagination. From the perspective of communication and propaganda, there are definitely some exaggerations. Some things are true and false, and it is difficult to distinguish them now. Of course, the church also has oracles. It is said that oracles can convey the will of the gods. From the function, it is like a megaphone, but even the megaphone has never seen the existence of the other side. However, there are still many miracles in the world for thousands of years, so it is possible to infer part of the power of the gods from the side. The light giant on the top of Anarip Mountain is strong, but it is not enough to trigger those miracles, so Rob speculated that the thing is just a clone. Luo has been tracing the incident all the way, and now she is only one step away from uncovering the truth. However, the answer is something she never expected before. She originally thought that the huge temple was terrifying enough, but when the shadow behind it gradually appeared, she knew what the real despair in the world was. And now what happened to Illyria happened to her again. What kind of fate will she face? How can mortals fight against the gods? The morning sun fell on the fields on both sides of the road, and Rob's profile was also slightly shining in the sun. The future super magician said, "In fact, we are not without a chance of winning." The gods are powerful, but they are not without weaknesses. Have you ever thought about why there have been no gods in the world for thousands of years? Lolo thought for a while, is it because there is no need? The church is their spokesperson in the world, and they only need to issue oracles. Rob interrupted the girl, but this time, the temple did not complete the task, and its impatient clone came down, but was killed by us. If it was angry enough at this time, it should have taken action directly, but it did not, and only used the arrangement in the Malgon Desert a year ago to put pressure on the temple and the Magician Association. Why is that? Because it is afraid. The future super magician said softly. Afraid? Can gods be afraid too? The longer something lives, the more it fears death. Do you think it doesn't dare to show up in person because there is something on the Dawn Road that can threaten its life? This inference is really unbelievable. So to verify my guess, we need to go back to Ryan's underground city. Rob said. Ryan's underground city? The girl was a little surprised. That was the place where the two met and had their first adventure. At that time, Luo didn't know Rob's identity and only regarded him as an ordinary little scholar. The next time they heard about the underground city was a year ago. The two rescued the female student Ursula, who was being hunted by the temple on the Rokuka. The latter said that the reason why she was targeted was probably because her teacher Fagin had discovered something incredible during his last period of research, and the last place he wanted to go was exactly Ryan's underground city. Ryan's underground city seems to be a little different from the underground cities in other places. Rob may be the most authoritative person on this point. At the beginning, he and Lolo only explored the first floor, but the harvest was more abundant than the other floors of the other underground cities. The structure of the Brooch secret treasure has now been proven to be inextricably linked to the rules used by the gods, and the appearance of Bevenadette was beyond his expectations. At that time, Rob was thinking, what will be in the next few layers? But before returning to Ryan, he still needs to solve the problem of the Breton family. The bad news is that those monsters are closer to the north than us, and they are faster, but the good news is that their route is irregular, so if we are lucky, we can still catch up. But as I said before, we don't have much time left. Chapter 609. After the disappearance of the Scarlet Sword, the Breton family gradually fell into the control of the church. The old people who were originally loyal to Karlov were cleared out, and several stubborn people in the family were also removed one by one. Although Lolo was the nominal head of the family, she was actually sidelined. Now the control of the Breton family fell into the hands of her cousin Onsai, who was the first person in the family to defect to the temple. After Onsai came to power, he actively placed people to monitor Lolo in accordance with the requirements of the church, and then arranged the world-renowned marriage. Although Lolo still lived in her castle before escaping, she had actually lost her freedom. Therefore, the girl did not have much nostalgia for the place that she once called home, but when she heard that the north was about to be threatened, she made her choice without hesitation. Luo explained seriously, I cannot care about the lives of my cousins, but I cannot turn a blind eye to the ordinary people living in the territory. They have lived there for generations, serving my family, paying taxes, and taking up arms to defend the North with us when necessary. I am the head of the Breton family. As long as I am alive, I have the responsibility to protect them. Rob was not surprised by this answer. With Lolo's personality and sense of justice, it would be strange if she really didn't care. Therefore, the future super magician began to think about how to solve the crisis faced by the Breton family from a long time ago. As usual, let's talk about the bad news first. There are a lot of monsters. It is said that there were more than 30,000 monsters when they left the Malon Desert. They have been abiding by certain constraints all the way and have not attacked humans. This is also the reason why the Church and the Magician Association have not taken any action. However, hunting animals along the way is obviously not enough to replenish their consumption, so they are still killing each other. It is estimated that less than 1/8 of the number will be left when they finally arrive in the north. However, the 4,000 monsters that survive will be the elite among the elites. By the way, how many defenders are there in the cities in the north? I don't know the current situation, but when I left, there were about 7,000 guards in the 6 cities, and 2,000 in the family castle. In addition, the garrison and militia should be able to gather 20,000 people. Rob shook his head. The number is still too small. The garrison team and militia are useless when facing those monsters. Ordinary guards, even if they deal with those weak sheep-headed crocodiles, the casualties will be heavy. And this time, the Holy Alliance will obviously not send troops. What about the local adventurers? There are still many adventurers in the north. If we can unite them. Mercenaries only care about money. They will not help defend the town without benefits. And if my guess is correct, the Magician Association will issue an emergency retreat order to all magicians in the north a few days before the monsters arrive, using the association's teleportation array to quickly teleport the magicians out of the north in batches. In addition, the church will also stand idly by. Without the support of magic professionals, the mercenaries' combat enthusiasm will be greatly reduced, and the risk will increase exponentially. It is unrealistic to expect them to stay and defend. Luo's heart sank. She knew the situation was critical, but she didn't expect it to be this critical. From this point of view, the current situation in the north is basically a dead end. The people living there don't know that a disaster is coming, and those who know all this, such as the temple and the Magician Association, have chosen to remain silent. Let's talk about the good news after talking about the bad news, Rob said. There is also good news? Lolo raised her eyebrows. Of course. The future super magician nodded. We are now on the joint wanted list of the temple and the Magician Association, and the level is probably the highest. No matter where we go, we must be careful to avoid local spies, but we don't need to worry about this problem in the north. Rob paused, then continued, from the time we evacuate the Magicians Association to the time those monsters appear, if we are lucky, there will be 2 to 3 days in between. During this time, the power of both the temple and the Magicians Association in the north will become weaker than ever before. If we want to do anything, this is the best opportunity, but before that, we need to find a spokesperson. Spokesperson? Yes, if we want to deal with those monsters, we must unite the power of the entire north, which requires someone of sufficient weight to come forward. You are the head of the Breton family, so you should be the most suitable candidate, but our identities are sensitive now, and we cannot appear in front of the stage, so we must find a spokesperson. Onside dismissed all the servants around him, sat alone in the study, poured himself a half glass of wine, and quietly looked at the oil painting on the wall. This painting was given to the 8th head of the Breton family by the first emperor of the Violet Empire. In the painting, 2 armies are fighting. One of the knights on a white horse holds an elven sword and rushes into the enemy camp, like a Shura. Wherever he passes, corpses are everywhere, and the enemy generals flee. The knight on the white horse is the 8th head of the Breton family, Farrager himself. The painting records the famous Battle of Grey Gorge in history. The Violet Empire fought against the 2nd, 4th and 6th combined corps of the orcs with less than 1/10 of its troops. In the case that no one was optimistic, it finally won a miraculous victory. As the commander, Farrager became famous in one battle, so the first painter of the court at that time specially made this famous painting for him. Now, Onside looked at the painting and wondered what he was thinking. There were footsteps. The person did not knock on the door, but walked in directly. He was a young paladin, and said impatiently, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get ready. We will leave tonight." Onside tried to force a smile. Although the other party was just his guard in name, Onside did not dare to treat him as a guard, because the paladin in front of him would report his performance to the church regularly. Although he was now the actual ruler of the Breton family, he might lose everything with just one word from the other party. This feeling was not good. Onsai said cautiously, "Lord Bell, how is the matter I asked you to ask before?" The paladin named Bell snorted. "Originally, the church only gave 20 evacuation quotas this time, but I helped you get 3 more. Go and pick people quickly, those monsters are almost in the north." Onsai was stunned, "But we have more than 400 people." As the largest wealthy family in the north, although the main branch has few members, there are many people in the branch, living in various parts of the north. Those who were killed by the temple were basically those who had close relations with the main branch and care of. After Onsai took charge of the family, although he obeyed the temple's orders, he was quite good to his own people. He also took some of the side branches to live in the castle. Now there are more than 100 people in the castle alone. As a result, the temple only gave a mere 23 quotas for retreat this time. Chapter 610. When Lolo and Rob found Onsai, he looked like he had aged 30 years. He was lying on the bed, drunk, with dull eyes and a haggard face. He no longer had the vigor and vitality he had when he was in charge of the Breton family. Lolo poured a bucket of well water on his head. Onsai shuddered and the drunkenness subsided a little. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, he immediately reached out to touch the sword. "If I were you, I would stay here honestly, and don't do any meaningless little actions." Someone behind Luo warned him. Onsai froze in his tracks. He remembered who was talking. Although Onsai had never met Rob before, Rob had betrayed the Magicians Association for Luo and overthrew the entire board of directors when he escaped. This incident quickly spread throughout the Dawn continent. Even if Onsai was confident, he would not think that his strength was stronger than the board of directors of the Magicians Association. He looked at Luo with a bitter mouth. "Are you back here to seek revenge on me?" The girl didn't answer the question and changed the subject. "I was surprised that my uncle didn't leave the north." Onsai laughed bitterly. "There are nearly 400 people in the family left here. As the head of the Breton family, I really don't have the face to escape first." "Why? The temple will no longer take care of you, uncle. The church bastards only gave 23 places to retreat. They said that the main target of the monsters was our family, so it was impossible to take everyone away." Onsai cursed. The people in the temple had all left. Bell, who was responsible for following him, was the last one to leave this morning, leaving only the people of the Breton family waiting to die in the north. Onsai was now in despair. Before Karib disappeared, he did not dare to have any unrealistic thoughts about that position, but later the Breton family encountered misfortune and was purged by the church. The main line suffered heavy losses, and he saw an opportunity from it. Onsai was actually very entangled. He had been tormented before joining the temple. After all, he also knew that what he was going to do would be despised by many people. But under the huge temptation, Onsai finally turned to the church. He comforted himself that someone had to take the stage, so it would be better for him to take the stage himself than to let others. At least, he was capable and willing to sit in this position. He wanted to be a man like Fair Roger. In Onsai's view, he was just using the power of the church to realize his ambitions, but many times things went against his wishes. Until he really held power, he realized that even if he became the head of the family, he could not do whatever he wanted, and once a person bowed his head, it would be difficult to straighten his bent spine again. Luo's words interrupted Onsai's memories. "No, you are not." The latter looked a little confused. "Huh? You are not the head of the Breton family, I am," the girl said, and picked up the sword that Onsai had placed beside the bed. A flash of panic flashed in the man's eyes. He saw Luo draw out the long sword. At that moment, many things flashed through his mind, including the pride after he had sidelined the girl, the frustration of being restricted by the temple, and the glory when he was in power, until he was at a loss after hearing the bad news. Onsai thought he was going to die. But the next moment, the long sword did not pierce his chest. Luo put the sword against his forehead, and the girl's voice came from his ear. "From today on, you are the head of the Breton family." Aang's eyes widened. He thought he had heard it wrong. "Because of my personal problems, I am no longer suitable to lead the family. From now on you, my cousin, will take over the duties of the head of the family." After saying this, Luo took back the long sword. Seeing that the latter was skeptical, he explained again, "I came back this time to make room for the position of the head of the family. I originally wanted to find someone in the family, but I didn't expect that you, my cousin, stayed. I will never forgive you for betraying me and joining the temple, but seeing that you still have some backbone to accompany the family to die, I am willing to give you another chance and really hand over the family to you. The term is 3 years. If you don't do well after 3 years, I don't mind killing you then." Rob, who had been silent, spoke up at this time, saying, "Don't doubt the truth of this sentence. If I want to kill you, it will be useless even if you have more guards around you. Onsai didn't expect that things would turn out like this. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He dreamed of sitting in that position. Although he had the support of the temple to actually control the north, with Luo, the legitimate head of the family, it was not legitimate after all. Now the girl suddenly announced that he would be the head of the family, which meant that he was finally recognized and could fully display his ambitions. However, Onsai immediately thought of another thing, and all the previous excitement disappeared. Onsai smiled bitterly and said, "It doesn't matter who is the head of the family now. Those monsters will soon reach the northern border. In 2 or 3 days, everyone will die. I have selected 23 young people with potential and asked the church to take them away. It can be regarded as keeping some fire for the family. You should leave here quickly. If possible, take my son with you. He has no ability and is a very mediocre person, but he is my son after all." Rob was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the temple gave 23 places, and Onsai didn't give one to his son. Combined with this guy's previous behavior of voluntarily staying, this man who was pointed out by the temple as a puppet didn't seem to be as bad as the rumor said. Luo said firmly, "We will leave, but only after we have resolved this matter." "Why, do you think there is still hope for the situation?" "Yes, but we need your cooperation." The future super magician swept the wine glass on the table to the ground and took out the map of the north from his arms. After a magic hour, the power machine of the Breton family started to work again. The remaining knights and family members all received new orders and rushed in all directions. Rob and Luo walked out of the castle and looked at the forest in the distance. "Is it necessary to go to this extent?" asked the future super mage. Give up the position of the head of the family. After all, it was left to you by your father. The two had been discussing and perfecting the plan to save the north on the way here. The most important and troublesome part was to find an agent first. In the original plan, Onsai had already retreated with the temple, so the two needed to select a person with enough prestige from the remaining family members, who could unite all the forces of the north. However, there was no arrangement for Luo to give up the position in the plan. In other words, this was the girl's own choice. Chapter 611. Lolo looked back at the castle behind him. Although there was still a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, he still said firmly, "It's time to let it go. What I said to Onsai is true. I have been away from home for these years, and I am no longer suitable to be the head of the family." The girl didn't say anything else. She is now a danger to the family. The temple will use this to deal with her without hesitation. She and Rob have talked about it, and know that the target behind the monsters crossing this time is actually her, and no one can guarantee that this kind of thing will not happen again. To avoid these dangers as much as possible, the best choice is to give up the position of the head of the family. Unlike Onsai, Luo is not obsessed with power. She just feels a little regretful that her father handed the family to her, but she failed to protect it as her father expected. Moreover, this place carries all her childhood memories, and is a place that was once called home. Rob seemed to know what the girl was thinking and said, "Have you forgotten that you promised me that you would go back to Gudry's to work and sell bread for me after this is over?" Luo blushed, but she had to admit that being interrupted by someone reduced her anxiety and uneasiness, and her heart was warm. The boy smiled and took her hand. "Let's go, there are still many things to do. If you want to defeat the abyss monsters that are about to invade the north, it is not enough to rely on the defenders of each city and the knights of the Breton family. Fortunately, the north is martial. Compared with other places, the number of magic professionals is scarce, but the number of physical professionals is far above the average level. Basically, 1 in every 3 men has been trained. Of course, these ordinary people are not much different from others when facing those monsters, but with this base, the number of masters will be much more than other places. Only a small number of these people will join the city's garrison. Some of the rest will join the nobles of the north and become their guards. Some will choose to work for caravans or other organizations. Some who yearn for freedom will become adventurers or bounty hunters. There are quite a few of them. Their individual combat power is good, but their shortcomings are also obvious. If they fight on their own, the final result will basically be that they will be defeated one by one. That's why Rob's plan needs someone to stand in front of the stage to bring these civilian forces together, and Onsai is the most suitable person to do this. Luo and Rob just told the latter about the forces that can be united, and Onsai did not disappoint them. He has been in charge of the north for so many years, and he has a special understanding of the forces of all sizes on this land. He can not only judge which forces are the most important, but also know how to persuade the other party. Don't think this is a simple matter. A disaster is about to come to the north. Although most ordinary people are still kept in the dark, the upper-level rulers have more or less smelled a hint of something unusual. At this time, if you tell them the truth, they will most likely run away. But if you don't tell them, it will be difficult to get them to hand over their armed forces. How to tie them to the chariots of the north is definitely a technical job, which requires sufficient understanding of their personalities and habits. Also, don't forget that there is not much time left, and those monsters may appear at any time. The task of uniting and winning over the various forces in the north was given to Ansai, while Rob and Lolo had to do something else. Among the 4,000 monsters, there are 6 Abyss Lords, which are monsters close to the 9th level in strength. In addition, there are more than 30 powerful monsters of the 7th and 8th levels. These are not something that ordinary armies can deal with. Once they go to the battlefield, they will cause serious casualties. And those monsters are followed by people from the temple and the Magician Association, so it is not convenient for me to take action this time. Do you have a solution? Well, there are still some powerful masters in the north. They are hiding here for various reasons. There are still 2 days left. What we need to do is to find them and persuade them as much as possible. If the north falls, won't they also die? Lolo asked, puzzled. Most of them have a way out, so this lobbying is not easy. At least half of them must be persuaded to have a hope of stopping those monsters. The carriage drove into the gate of Frenza, the second most important town in the north. Rob looked out the window at the street. He knew that time was the key to success or failure. Who is the first person we are looking for? Lolo asked. No, let's go to the Magicians Association, which is the closest to here. Huh? Rob explained, the north is too big. We can't go to many places in 2 days with just a carriage. There is a teleportation array in the Magicians Association, which we can't use normally, but now the people there have evacuated the north, and the magic array cannot be taken away. Luo thought, but they will tamper with the teleportation array before leaving. Well, so it depends on our luck next. The carriage stopped in front of the Frenza branch of the Magicians Association. The future super magician got off the car. A group of guys who looked like mercenaries came up to greet them. The leader said, "Friend, the Magicians Association will rest for 3 days. If you have anything, come back in 3 days." Rob ignored them and reached out to push the door of the association. The captain of the mercenary team frowned. Just when he drew his weapon and prepared to teach this guy who dared to break into the Magicians Association a lesson, Lolo had already taken action. Her elven sword was destroyed on the top of Anarip Mountain. The long sword in her hand now was given to her by Ansai, which was also a famous sword. With one slash of the sword, she directly cut off the hammer in the captain's hand. While the latter was stunned, Lolo seized the opportunity and knocked out several of his team members with the handle. At this time, Rob also pushed open the door. The captain's expression changed drastically. How dare you go wild in the Magician Association? Aren't you curious why the Magician Association asked you mercenaries to guard the gate? Rob said lightly, holding the staff to dispel several magic traps in front of him. Lolo knocked the captain of the team unconscious by the way. The pedestrians on the street were shocked by the 2 people's reckless committing crimes in the street, not to mention that the target of the 2 people's invasion was the Magician Association. After a moment of stun, the crowd dispersed immediately. It can be predicted that some of them will run to the police station to report the case. The future super magician ignored those people, and went straight to a room on the 2nd floor with a teleportation array engraved on it. I'm lucky. It seems that the Magician Association is still thinking about coming back later. They just added a blocking circuit to the magic array. I can fix it in a quarter of an hour. During this time, I would like to trouble you to help me stop the people who come to disturb me. Leave it to me. Lolo nodded. Chapter 612. The repair went more smoothly than expected. The Magicians Association retreated in a hurry, and most of the things in the warehouse were not taken away in time. The magic materials for repairing the teleportation array were all ready, and Rob completed the work at hand in less than 10 minutes. At this time, many people had gathered outside the gate, but most of them were ordinary people who were watching the fun. There were also some mercenary guys who were ready to move, but these people obviously had concerns. Luo stood there with a long sword, and the 4 unlucky guys who were unconscious at his feet were still very deterrent. The guard post was not far from the Magicians Association. Logically, the people there should have arrived, but I don't know if Ansai had given instructions, but the several guards responsible for public security in the city did not move. Rob's voice came from above. Okay, let's go. Lolo put away his sword, turned around and went upstairs. After a long time, A brave person sneaked into the main entrance of the Magicians Association. When they came upstairs, they were no longer there. Rob and Lolo appeared again in a forest, which was very similar to the small forest outside the Breton family castle. Of course, all the forests in the north look similar. If you don't distinguish carefully, it's hard to know where you are. Luo gave up trying to figure out the two's location based on the surrounding environment, and asked directly, "Where is this?" This forest is not very famous. Because of the fog that exists all year round, it is called the Grey Fog Forest by local residents. In addition to mushrooms and some worthless wild fruits, there are few large animals in the forest. Usually no one comes in except to collect firewood. The future super magician was also observing the surroundings, mainly to confirm whether the two's current location was different from the expected location. Rob explained, "After repairing the teleportation array, I made some changes to it, and changed the teleportation location directly to here. Is the person we are looking for this time in this forest? Well, if I can convince him, then my plan will be halfway completed. If I can't convince him, well, then it will be a bit troublesome." Lolo was puzzled. "Didn't you say that there are many powerful masters in the north? Missing one shouldn't be a big problem, right?" "It depends on which one is missing." Rob said, "I found out about the situation in the north from the books of the Magician Association. Although I know there are many hidden masters here, I can only confirm the residences of 4 people. I only know the names of the remaining 9, and I don't even know the names of many others." The future super magician paused, and then continued, "But fortunately, these people are not completely disconnected. The hidden masters don't stay in the mountains all the time. They come out every once in a while to replenish their daily necessities. Some people simply live in the city. They just don't want to take care of things anymore, and they still communicate with each other. Among the 4 people, 1 will not help me, and the other is powerless, so we don't have many choices. The one we are going to meet now, Copernicus, is the most important one, not only because he is the strongest, but also because he has the most friends. You want him to help gather other hidden masters." Rob nodded. 2 days is too short. We don't know the personalities and experiences of these people at all. It is difficult to convince them one by one, so we need Copernicus' help. Luo noticed the expression on someone's face. Is this Copernicus difficult to talk to? Well, that guy is quite difficult to deal with, and he has some grudges with my teacher. It's not easy to convince him. I will remain silent when I see him. You try first. The future super magician left a magic mark on the trunk of a tree while speaking and warned. Follow me closely. The gray fog in this forest is a high-level magic that will confuse people's sense of direction. Although it is only defensive magic and will not harm invaders, we can't stay here for too long in our current situation. Rob had a simpler method to directly break through the fog in the forest, but as a visitor, this method was undoubtedly very impolite, so the future super magician chose to proceed steadily, without moving the magic circle below, but followed the flow of magic elements to the center of the forest step by step. There was a small wooden house there, and an old man with a dignified appearance was loosening the soil of a small field. He wiped the sweat off his face with a towel on his shoulder, and when he turned around, he saw 2 people appearing behind him. The old man looked calm, and said calmly without waiting for the 2 to speak, "Go back. No matter what or who you are looking for, you will not get what you want here." Lolo was not discouraged by the words, but took a half step forward and bowed. "Senior Copernicus, I am the former head of the Breton family. The situation in the north is very critical now. We come here to ask for your help. Are you the daughter of the Scarlet Sword?" The old man raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise finally flashed in his eyes, and then he moved his eyes to Rob. "Then you are not. Senior, do you know about us?" Rob had to speak up. "I just live here for peace and quiet, not completely away from human society." "Haha, you are really brave. The Magician Association and the Temple are both looking for you, and you still dare to return to the north. I used to be the head of the Breton family. I will not watch the north fall, and the people living on this land being slaughtered by monsters." When Lolo said this, he had been paying attention to the expression on Copernicus' face, but found that the other party had a hard look on his face, and was not moved at all. This is not a good sign. It means Copernicus has known the news in advance, and he is still farming at home, which means he has no intention of taking action. Is it strange? Although I don't get along with Da Vinci Stein and his gang, the Magician Association will still give me a copy of important news like this. The old man wiped his hands. "You want to persuade me to take action, but don't bother. Didn't the guy next to you tell me why he lived in seclusion in the north?" Lolo looked at someone, and Rob introduced the old man's identity in the simplest language possible, Senior Copernicus was deprived of his membership in the board of directors by the Magicians Association because he conducted many taboo experiments on living people in private, and was exiled here. The gray fog was not to protect him, but to protect the nearby villagers. Lolo was shocked. Although she had been mentally prepared on the way here, she was still shocked after hearing what the boy said. She was surprised by two things. One was that Copernicus was actually a member of the board of directors. No wonder Rob said before that he could help gather other masters. The second was that the reason why Copernicus was exiled was because of live experiments, which made his danger skyrocket. Rob knew that the girl had misunderstood, so he shook his head and explained. Senior Copernicus was researching a treatment for the Black Death. He found a direction, but needed data to verify his idea, so he privately recruited a group of supporters. This was discovered by the Magicians Association. His starting point was not bad, but it violated the Roland law, which states that magicians cannot use living people as experimental subjects, so he was stripped of his position and exiled here. Chapter 6:13. There is no need to bring up the past. Copernicus sneered. I am not a bad person, but I am not a good person either. I studied the Black Death just because I am interested in it, and saving people is just a side job. Your boyfriend is more powerful. He overthrew the council by himself. This is unprecedented in the history of magic. I just don't know what Stein is thinking now. The old man looked gloating. What happened in the past made him, and Da Vinci and Stein, and others at odds. Rob was Stein's disciple, so he naturally wouldn't have a good face. If he wasn't worried that he couldn't beat the other party, he would have chased them away long ago. However, after saying this, Copernicus decided not to speak anymore. He picked up the hoe, and continued to hoe his small field. This attitude clearly showed that he didn't want to care about the two people anymore. However, the future super magician did not leave, and said in a deep voice, I have read your research notes. The general ideas and directions are correct, but you made two mistakes in the process, which led to your final research failure. Copernicus's hoe stopped in midair. Rob was not wrong. The old man was obviously still very concerned about his research, otherwise he would not have violated Roland's ban and conducted human experiments privately. It can be seen that he still cares about what Rob just said. But after a moment of silence, Copernicus finally said, the Black Death has disappeared, and my research is not important. If you have no other questions, please leave here. If you are willing to help this time, the Breton family will definitely repay you with a generous gift. Lolo looked into the old man's eyes. You can name a price. Name a price? Haha, you can't save yourself in your current situation, so what can I do even if I name a price? Copernicus sneered. This is my promise to you on behalf of my family. As long as there is one person in the Breton family alive, we will do our best to fulfill this promise. Luo said solemnly. Then I want to do human experiments. Can you agree to it? The old man said coldly, not many, just send 10 people a month. The north is so big, there are many death row prisoners in the dungeons of each city. Instead of letting you kill them and waste them, it is better to let me study plagues and diseases. Once my research is successful, it can save many people. You will not lose no matter how you look at it. Sorry, can you change to another request? Why, as the ruler of the north, your Breton family can't do this account. If I guess correctly, you not only want me to take action, but also want me to help you contact other hidden masters in the north. You are desperate. If I don't take action, all the civilians in the north will die. In other words, I just want you to use the lives of a few death row prisoners to exchange a way out for the remaining nearly 1 million people. This choice is not that difficult, right? Luo shook his head. If I agree to you, what's the difference between us and the church? Very good, then you can just watch the north fall. The old man sneered, and before he finished speaking, he saw Rob untied the starfall from his waist and threw it over. Copernicus was a little puzzled. As a former member of the council, he had a good eye and had long seen that the sword on someone was very precious. Now holding it in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Copernicus found that the elemental affinity of this sword was very good, and it didn't affect the casting of spells. This was the first time he had seen such a strange long sword. However, after the initial surprise, the old man also reacted. The role of this sword was actually quite useless. Most magicians were weak, and even if they added a sword that didn't affect the casting of spells, it would be meaningless. What's more, the material of this sword was very precious, and it was also difficult to make. It couldn't be mass-produced, and its collection value was more important than its practical value. However, as his eyes moved down, Copernicus saw the small letter C on the hilt, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Is this Constantine's new work? He is still alive. Have you seen him recently? Rob's answer to this was simple. Senior Copernicus, please help us solve this crisis in the north, and I will tell you everything I know about Senior Constantine. This time, Copernicus' attitude seemed to have changed 180 degrees, and he agreed without hesitation. The old man nodded and said, "Okay, I will help you gather people, and don't forget to fulfill your promise after the matter is over." After saying this, he took out another crystal ball from the cabin. "You can keep in touch through this crystal ball during this period." Rob took the crystal ball and added, "In less than 2 days, those monsters will probably invade the north. Please gather people as soon as possible. We will meet at the Magician Association of Frenza in 2 days. We must rush to the battlefield before the defenders of the north are completely defeated." The latter waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Until leaving the gray mist forest and seeing the nearby villages, Lolo was still a little unbelievable. She didn't understand why the latter's attitude changed so quickly after Rob showed Copernicus the star trail. Could it be that Senior Constantine saved Senior Copernicus' life many years ago? The girl guessed. The future super magician went to the village to rent 2 horses. Riding on the horse, Rob smiled bitterly and said, "If it were that simple, I would show the sword to that guy as soon as I entered, and we would not have to waste our breath. The fact is just the opposite. Constantine and Copernicus are enemies." "Ah, enemies?" Luo was stunned. Constantine's wife was Copernicus's fiancée. The two families were old friends and had a good relationship, so they got engaged early. Copernicus liked the girl very much. In order to get married early, he ended his studies early and rushed back from other places. As a result, when he returned home, he found that his fiancée had escaped. The person who kidnapped her was Constantine. Rob grabbed the reins with one hand. Copernicus angrily went to Constantine to ask for someone, but at that time Constantine's fame had spread throughout the Dawn continent, and he had many followers, while Copernicus was only a 5th-level great magician at the time. He could not beat the followers around the former, and his fiancée was unwilling to go back with him. Copernicus was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted directly. It was Constantine who sent him home. The two sides became enemies because of this. Copernicus always wanted to kill Constantine, but Constantine had disappeared before he was promoted to the 8th level and became a member of the council. However, Copernicus has never given up looking for his whereabouts over the years, not to save him, but for revenge. "Then you promised to tell Senior Copernicus about Senior Constantine. Are you planning to lie to him?" "No, I will tell Copernicus everything I know as agreed. Ogden is heavily guarded, and Crowell is in charge. Even if Copernicus knows where Constantine is, he will probably not be able to do anything to him. Besides, I will write a letter to Crowell to remind him." Chapter 614. White Crow City is the city closest to the southwest among the 6 towns in the north. The city Lord Warren is a vassal of the Breton family. His father was the captain of the guard team of Luo's great-grandfather. Warren also received news of monsters passing through the border earlier, but he did not take it too seriously. First, he heard that those monsters did not attack the cities along the way. Second, the Maldon Desert is far away from the north. There are 2 small towns in the Principality of Morton less than 60 miles south of White Crow City. If the monsters really appear, those 2 small towns will get the news first. However, the situation suddenly changed 4 days ago. In just one night, all the clergy and magicians in the city disappeared. The church and the Magician Association were deserted. The cavalry of the temple was the last to evacuate. The official statement was that they went to Morton, not far away, to carry out a secret mission, but Warren still smelled a hint of something unusual. 2 days later, Warren received an urgent letter from Onsai, requiring White Crow City to enter a first-level alert state, mobilize all armed forces in the city, and evacuate the people as quickly as possible. Warren was full of doubts. If it weren't for the private seal of Onsai on the letter and the wax intact, Warren would have thought that someone had replaced or forged the letter, because at this time, the outside of White Crow City was calm and there was no sign of danger. The 2 small towns of Morton, 60 miles away, were also peaceful. At noon, merchants were transporting goods from there. Warren couldn't imagine where the so-called enemy in the letter would come from. However, as a soldier, he made corresponding preparations according to the requirements of the letter after receiving Onsai's urgent letter. He mobilized the garrison and militia, issued commissions in the Adventurers Guild to hire adventurers, and even forcibly requisitioned some guards of small nobles. Warren did everything he could, but there were about 100,000 civilians in White Crow City and nearby villages. When these people received the emergency retreat order, most of them cursed. Many people have never left White Crow City since they were born. Their ancestors have lived here for generations and bought land, and property in this city. Once they lose all of this, it means starting over again. Therefore, after receiving the evacuation order, some people immediately went to Warren's residence to protest, and some people expressed their willingness to join the garrison and help, just to ask that their families not leave. The evacuation plan did not go smoothly from the beginning. Warren's political level was average, but his army was well built and basically able to carry out his orders. However, this time, no matter how hard his men tried, the residents of White Crow City seemed determined to stay. By the second night, only 1/3 of the population in the city was evacuated, and a considerable number of them ran to their relatives in the villages outside the city. Warren knew that in an emergency, he had to resort to some extraordinary measures, so he dispatched a scout team to persuade the nearby villagers to migrate to the northeast, and even resorted to certain violent means when necessary. However, the scouts were obviously not as familiar with the terrain as the villagers who had lived there for a long time. Each village would send 3 or 4 lookouts. When they saw the army coming from afar, the lookouts would notify the villagers to hide in the woods, and then everyone would return to the village and live their lives as usual after the army left. In this way, the scouts sent by Warren were unlikely to be effective. As the date specified in the letter drew closer, Warren was extremely busy these past 2 days. Standing on the city wall and looking at the crowd of people at the city gate, Warren became increasingly uneasy. He had asked people around him, for the nth time, how long it would take to complete the evacuation. The fat sheriff at the police station wiped the sweat from his forehead and hesitated to speak. Warren frowned. "Baron Hollins, just say what you want to say. At this rate, it would be impossible to evacuate everyone in 20 days, let alone 2 days. Hollins smiled bitterly. He was the main person in charge of evacuating the people, so he knew the current situation in White Crow City best. Most people don't believe the garrison's statement. Danger will come to White Crow City. Unless extreme violence is used, it will be difficult to drive away the remaining people. By the way, what did Lord Onsai say? Where did the enemy come from?" Warren handed the note taken from White Crow's feet to the sheriff. After taking it, the latter took a look and his expression changed drastically. The hand holding the note began to tremble. "Those monsters in the Malon Desert are targeting the north. How? How is this possible? Do you know why this note was delivered to me today?" At this moment, Warren calmed down. Hollins was not as stupid as he looked, otherwise, he would not have been the sheriff of White Crow City for 8 years. He quickly thought of something, and his face became more worried. "Lord Onsai, are you afraid that we will abandon the city and escape? 2 days is not enough for ordinary people with families to run far, but for rulers, like Warren and Hollins, they still have a chance to run away, especially the 2 cities of Morton Principality are not far from White Crow City. If they are really determined to escape, Onsai has no good way." So in the first letter he sent to Warren, he did not explain who the enemy was. It was not until 2 days later that the second White Crow brought the truth. At this time, even if Warren wanted to run, it was too late. The commander of the garrison was Warren's former deputy. After the latter was promoted to the city lord, he naturally took over the garrison of White Crow City. However, in normal times, the military affairs were still decided by the paladins of the temple. Now that the church has evacuated, the military power of White Crow City has fallen into his hands. At this moment, he was walking up the stone steps quickly, and he didn't bother to salute and reported directly, "City Lord, a team of scouts lost contact with 2 villages after sunrise, and half a magic hour has passed." Hollins took a breath. "So fast? Those monsters, are they already here?" Warren was concerned about something else. "Which 2 villages?" "Harsted and Link Village in the far west," the commander replied. "West?" This time Warren's expression changed. Even if there were enemies, he always thought they would come from the south, because the roads in the south were well connected and convenient for the army to move. White Crow City was the closest city to the south in the north, and its strategic location was very important. In the past, other countries that wanted to attack the north had to take White Crow City as a bridgehead first, and Warren's previous arrangements were mostly aimed at enemies coming from the south. As for the west, another 40 miles away were all continuous mountains. Since the beginning of historical records, no army has ever been able to cross the natural chasm there, but this time, White Crow City was not facing an army at all. Chapter 6:15. With the terrifying adaptability of those monsters, the Korcha Mountains in the west cannot stop them at all. No wonder they suddenly disappeared in the Dawn continent a few days ago. It turned out that they quietly crossed the natural barrier in the west of White Crow City, and quietly sneaked into the northern border. Harsted and Link Village at the foot of the mountain have lost contact. 40 miles is just a blink of an eye for those monsters. In other words, from now on, they may appear outside White Crow City at any time. Warren realized the seriousness of the problem and made a prompt decision. He ordered Hollins, close the city gate immediately and prohibit everyone from entering or leaving. The commander's heart sank. What about the 2 cavalry squads in the south and the villages and scouts in the west? Send them an order and tell them not to return to White Crow City. Evacuate directly to the east, to Wind's End Castle, 70 miles away. Warren's voice was a little cold. The commander opened his mouth, a little hesitant. The road from White Crow City to Wind's End Castle was all plains. Even on horseback, it was difficult to outrun those monsters from the abyss, not to mention those walking people. Without the protection of the castle walls, it would be good if 1 out of 10 of these people survived. Warren's order was equivalent to abandoning this part of the people. Sheriff Hollins knew the situation was serious and immediately issued an order to close the city gates, but an accident occurred during the execution. At this time, at least 5,000 people had gathered at the city gates to prepare to leave the city. During the scuffle, a carriage carrying goods was overturned, and the goods on the carriage were scattered all over the ground, blocking the way. People in the city could not leave, and people outside the city could not come in. Hollins was anxious and turned around, commanding the guards to help maintain order and clear the blockage. At this time, a scream came from the woods not far away, and then 2 people covered in blood staggered out from inside, scratching their bodies while running, with horror written on their faces. The sheriff had recognized one of them as a scout he had sent to the south, and he was also a brave man in the army, but his performance was very different from the past. Not only did he lose his warhorse, but he also didn't know where his sword and armor that he had always carried with him were thrown away. He just kept running for his life, and he didn't look like a brave soldier in the army at all. At this moment, the 2 were only half a mile away from the gate of White Crow City, and they were about to rush over. The commander was still considering whether to send someone to pick them up, so that he could perhaps find out what happened in the villages to the west from them. The next moment, the scout running in the front had his feet go weak and fell to the ground. Everyone then discovered that there was a creature lying on his back. It looked like a monkey, but was smaller than an ordinary monkey. There was a scorpion's tail behind it. The tail was deeply inserted into the scout's spine, sucking the bone marrow inside. The latter seemed to have used up the last bit of strength, and never stood up again after falling down. Monkey scorpion. Some scholars recognized the little monster, and their expressions changed drastically. Monkey scorpions feed on bone marrow. The combat power of a single one is not too strong, only level 2, but a group of monkey scorpions is a disaster even in the abyss. They are fearless and cooperate tacitly. They use wolf pack tactics to hunt. The tail needle behind their buttocks can easily pierce the bones of the prey. Once they are possessed by these little monsters, they will not leave until the bone marrow is sucked dry, and the prey will be extremely painful in this process. Therefore, except for a few monsters in the abyss, no one is willing to provoke these little things. The monkey scorpion shook its tail with a sense of satisfaction, and soon pounced on the second person. That guy should be just a villager from a nearby village. He was even more unbearable. He didn't even have the courage to resist. He was scared and collapsed on the ground, and could only scream. Seeing this horrible scene, all the people nearby were stunned. After that, those who had already left the city began to squeeze into the city like crazy, and those who were preparing to leave the city were also desperately retreating. Although the guards were still trying to perform their duties and maintain order, it was of no avail. In the face of death, most ordinary people lost their minds. The crowd screamed and squeezed together, blocking the city gate, which was not wide to begin with. The people behind kept pushing the people in front. Some people fell in the crowd and could never stand up again. Warren grabbed Holland's collar and yelled, "Close the door, are you deaf? Close the door for me." If the rumors are true, White Crow City will face a large army of monsters, with an initial estimate of about 4,000 people, and the city's garrison, militia, and all combat forces are less than 2,000 people. The only thing they can rely on is the relatively solid city wall under their feet. Warren came from the military, and was not good at economics, but he still attached great importance to defense. During his time as the city lord, he allocated money to strengthen the city wall almost every year. Because there had been no war in the Dawn continent for a long time, many people criticized this. He was now very glad that he had made the decision under pressure before. If it weren't for this city wall, tens of thousands of people in the city would probably die this time. What he had to do now was to close the city gate before the monsters arrived. In this situation, once the war started, Warren had no extra manpower to take care of the situation in the city. As long as a monster sneaked in, It would be fatal to the remaining residents in the city, so Waring cold-bloodedly asked Hollins to close the gate quickly. The latter also reacted at this time, knowing that it was a life-and-death moment. If the city gate could not be closed, White Crow City would not survive for a day. The fat sheriff gritted his teeth and shouted, "All guards, retreat, and activate the magic circle under the city." This magic circle was originally prepared for invaders. After it was opened, dozens of wind blades were shot out from the city wall. These wind blades fell on the dense crowd and caused amazing damage. In just a short period of time, at least hundreds of civilians were beheaded, and their blood dyed the ground red. After the wind blades, the city gate turned into a slaughterhouse, with broken limbs and wailing everywhere. Most people still couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The defenders in the city suddenly attacked and massacred unarmed innocent civilians. When they realized what was happening, they were shocked by the cruel scene and finally began to flee in the opposite direction. Hollins looked at the scattered civilians and felt a little bit reluctant. These people don't know how many monsters are coming this time. It's almost impossible to survive if they start to flee north now. But if they don't give up these 2,000 or 3,000 civilians, the whole White Crow City will be buried with them. Hollins didn't really know his boss until today. Warren is indeed a man who has been trained in the army. He is decisive and will execute without hesitation once he makes a decision. The guard team took this opportunity to arrive at the city gate. There is now an obvious no man's land there. The guard team divided some people to be vigilant about the monkey scorpion outside the city, and the other part hurried to clean up the corpses and debris. 7 minutes later, the gate fell, and White Crow City temporarily survived the first round of crisis. What awaits them next will be a more brutal offensive and defensive battle. Chapter 616. At Wind's Rest Castle, 70 miles away from White Crow City, the air was filled with a tense and murderous atmosphere. The ruler of the North, the new head of the Breton family, Onsai, had arrived at this important military town yesterday morning. At the same time, the garrisons and militias from several other cities were continuously transported here from behind him. In just 2 days, more than 10,000 troops had gathered here, and more than half of the armed forces in the north had gathered here. Onsai had just ridden to inspect the fortifications outside the city, took off his gloves, and strode into the mansion. Immediately, an adjutant waiting on the side reported to him. As of this morning, a total of 3,600 defenders from 2 cities have arrived, and another 5,000 militiamen. The army from the farthest city of Dud is still on the way, and is expected to arrive tomorrow morning. Together with the troops already stationed in Storm's End, there are a total of 12,000 people. Well, how is the progress of the guard recruitment and adventurer employment work? Onsai took the hot towel and wiped his face. Frenza has recruited 1,000 people. The Kurs family is the most active, and has volunteered to provide 600 people. The Sven family is willing to provide 400 people. Middle has 220 people, and Arnold has 160 people. A total of about 3,600 people. Each family promised to send people to Storm's End before the day after tomorrow. In addition, there are 700 adventurers. Too few. Onsai shook his head. There are more than 400 nobles in the north, occupying more than half of the territory. Their guards cannot be so few. My bottom line is 7,000 people. I don't care what method they use to get this number for me. They are not allowed to use tenants and children under the age of 14. What I want are soldiers who can fight, 7,000 elites. Tell them that if Storm's End can't hold on to the north, it will be completely finished, and no one in this land will be spared. After that, Onsai ordered, when these people get here, reorganize them, and let Condon command them. Yes. The adjutant nodded and wrote it down. In addition, the Adventurers Guild has increased the bounty. All participants will be knighted and promoted to nobles. Those who perform well can also get fiefdoms. Onsai threw away the towel, and the guard opened the door of the conference room for him. The moment the door opened, quarrels and shouting flooded into Onsai's ears. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. In the conference room sat the generals of various armies, not only from Storm's End, but also from the other 3 cities. In addition to the Breton family, there were troops from other nobles who were conscripted, militia, and regular army mixed together, and there was also a temporary leader elected by the adventurers. These people had many old grudges against each other, so quarrels were inevitable when they were in the same room. When they arrived at Storm's End, they learned the whole truth of the matter one after another, and realized that they had been put on the Norse chariot by Ansi. Many of them cursed in their hearts. But now it was too late to regret. Onsai had told many lies before, but there was one thing he had never lied to. If Storm's End fell, the North would be finished. The remaining resistance of each family would not be able to stop the monsters from the abyss. For the whole morning, everyone was discussing how to defend Storm's End, but unfortunately they did not come to any conclusion. Even though they had gathered more than 10,000 troops, the difference in strength between them and the monsters was too great. The other monsters were still easy to deal with, especially the 6 Abyss Lords. With the current manpower, they were completely helpless. Seeing Onsai coming in, the noise in the conference room gradually subsided, and everyone's eyes were focused on the latter. Unfortunately, Onsai's face showed no expression. He walked to the conference table, pulled out the iron chair in the middle, and sat down, saying, "What are you arguing about?" Friends' troop commander Roche bowed. "Lord Onsai, we are discussing the deployment of troops. Storm's End is just a small city, and cannot accommodate so many troops. Baron Gaylord's troops are mainly cavalry. I wonder if we can allocate some of them to patrol nearby and wait for orders." Baron Gaylord was a young man in his 20s. His father, Gaylord Sr., fell off his horse while hunting last year and broke his neck, so his only son inherited his title. Gaylord's family had been vassals of the Breton family for generations. This time, he personally led his men here after receiving Ansel's order. His loyalty was beyond doubt. But when he heard this, he couldn't help but curse, "Hack Roach, I'm not the only one with the cavalry. I beat up your youngest son in the tavern 3 years ago. You're just taking revenge on me." There was nothing wrong with Roche's proposal from a strategic point of view. He could lead a team of cavalrymen to ambush outside and penetrate the enemy formation at a critical moment to achieve a surprise attack. However, regardless of success or failure, Gaylord and his men would never come back alive. In the melee, Storm's End would not open the gates for them. This was almost a death situation. There were many similar situations. Storm's End now gathered many armies from different places. On the positive side, Onsai's strategy worked and mobilized the armed forces of the north to the maximum extent. However, problems also followed. Whether each unit could obey the transfer order and fulfill their respective duties, especially whether they could put aside their prejudices and unite together when facing a death situation, this was the most serious problem that Onsai had to face. If this problem could not be solved, Storm's End would inevitably fall. Onsai tapped the marble table with his fingers, and the conference room suddenly became quiet. Then he took out a note and threw it on the table. "This is sent by a carrier pigeon from White Crow City. Everyone, take a look." Roche on the left-hand side was the first to take the note. There were still mottled bloodstains on the edge of the note. After unfolding it, the content inside was even more shocking. Roche's expression changed immediately after reading it. He didn't say anything and silently passed the note to the next person. Finally, everyone read the note, and there was a dead silence in the conference room. The content on the note was very simple. White Crow City was under siege. Although the enemy had less than 4,000 people, almost every monster could fight 100 of them. At the end of the first day, the casualties of the defenders of White Crow City were close to 90%, and the civilian casualties exceeded 20,000. White Crow City was on the verge of collapse. The city Lord Warren urgently asked for help and begged for the Storm's End Castle, which was 70 miles away, to send troops. After a moment of silence, it was Gaylord who spoke first. "Damn it, all the men in the north are men. I'm taking people to White Crow Castle now. Who's willing to go with me?" Before he finished speaking, many people echoed him. The north is a martial country, and there is no shortage of brave men. Roche also said seriously, "Although my troops are mainly infantry, there are 3 magicians in them who can cast group lightness spells. It only takes 2 magic hours to reach White Crow City." Onsai closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. He opened his eyes again when more and more people asked to fight. He slapped his palm on the table and spoke word by word. "No one is allowed to send troops to help White Crow City without my order." Chapter 617. The conference hall became silent at this moment. Onsai's eyes swept over the people present one by one. After a while, he spoke again. "Let's continue to discuss the deployment plan of the troops. Hand it over to me before sunset tonight. Is there anything else?" Gaylord couldn't help but ask, "What about White Crow City?" "The city Lord Warren fought bravely. I will report what happened in White Crow City to the church truthfully. I beg your majesty to posthumously confer him the title of Viscount. The title will be inherited by his son," Onsai said calmly. Someone whispered, "His 2 sons are also in Bahia City. Then let his nephew inherit, or other blood relatives, cousins, uncles, illegitimate children. I don't care, anyway, find someone related to him and let them come to claim the reward," Onsai said coldly. There was a commotion in the conference room. Everyone thought that Onsai took out the urgent report from Bahia City in order to let everyone discuss rescue methods together, but they didn't expect Onsai to be so cold. Now it seems that he has never considered rescuing Bahia City. Bahia City was just a discarded pawn in Onsai's plan from the beginning. The north is vast. In the case of a huge disparity in strength between the enemy and us, if we defend one city in one pool, the end result will definitely be that they will be defeated one by one. On this point, Onsai and Rob have the same view, that we must concentrate all the existing chips in one hand. After the meeting with Lolo Rob, Onsai began to mobilize the army. Even Dut City, thousands of miles away, received the transfer order, but Onsai, the defender of Bahia City, 70 miles away, did not move a single person, because he needed someone to buy time for him. There is a reason why Onsai chose Wind's End as the place for the decisive battle. 2.5 days is too short for the army to mobilize. Although the city sent out advanced troops to travel overnight, the price of doing so is that the troops are exhausted. Although the generals in the conference hall are arguing happily, everyone's eyes are bloodshot. The nearby cities are fine, but those troops far away have hardly slept for 2 days and 2 nights. For example, Roche had to leave a small team behind to gather up the stragglers. The rest of these people will arrive in the next 2 days. These people need further rest. If they are put into battle now, they can only exert about 60% of their combat effectiveness. Onsai needed time, so he had to give up White Crow City and set the assembly point at Storm's End. In fact, many people understood the truth, but the people present asked themselves that they could not be as ruthless as Onsai, because the retreat order was issued early, and some civilians in White Crow City arrived at Storm's End one after another, but there were still 60,000 to 70,000 people left in the city. Onsai was equivalent to sacrificing these people, and using their lives to buy time. I can lead people to attack White Crow City by surprise, and we can definitely rescue Warren from the city by exchanging horses. Gaylord knelt on one knee and begged. He didn't care about the lives of those civilians, but he had a good relationship with Warren. The latter taught him swordsmanship, and gave him a lot of help after his father died. He was both a teacher and a father. However, Onsai's words shattered his last fantasy. Anyone can leave White Crow City, only Warren can't leave. Warren is the backbone of White Crow City. Every minute he lives can delay the group of monsters for 1 minute, so that we can gather more reinforcements and the soldiers can get more adequate rest. I believe he will understand this. White Crow City, the setting sun sinks towards the horizon. Less than 1 magic hour had passed since the last fierce attack and defense. At the most critical moment, dozens of monsters rushed onto the city wall. Warren and his men arrived in time and killed 14 monsters. The remaining monsters were forced to jump off the wall. Everyone worked together and barely survived another crisis. After a day of bloody battles, the city walls were covered with broken limbs and blood. The original commander died in the morning, and was pierced through the heart by the horns of an Orenta demon eagle sheep that fell from the sky. The captain named Middleton was in charge of the command now. He pulled out a sharp tooth that pierced his shoulder and said to Warren, "White Crow City can no longer be defended. While there are still more than 100 brothers left, the city lord should prepare to break out. We can fight a bloody way out for you." The fat Sheriff Hollins leaned against the wall. One of his legs was bitten off by a sheep-headed crocodile. He bandaged it briefly. Although the bleeding stopped, he had lost his fighting ability. He said in despair, "It's already this time? Why haven't the reinforcements from Storm's End arrived yet?" Another minor official in charge of population statistics beside him laughed bitterly. "Lord Hollins, don't you understand? There will be no reinforcements." "Huh?" Hollins was a little confused. If Lord Onsai really wanted to defend White Crow City, he wouldn't have asked us to evacuate civilians some time ago. The young official was sober. He looked at Warren, who was standing on the top of the city wall, looking down at his feet. The monsters seemed to be tireless, and were ready to move again after a while. Warren turned to Hollins and said, "Can you still walk?" The latter nodded and stood up with the help of a guard. Warren said, "Let's find a place to hide first. As soon as the sun goes down, the monsters will probably launch the next round of attacks. We can't handle it with our limited manpower. So you must remember what I'm going to say. After the city is broken, you have 2 options. One is to try to escape from the city in the chaos. The road to the Wind's End Castle is probably blocked. You can try your luck and go to Morton. I personally recommend you to choose this route, or if you want, you can go to the Frog Tavern in the north of the city. I will lead you in street fighting. If I die, Middleton will take over. If Middleton dies, you can choose another person until the last person dies in battle, and our mission is completed." "Why?" Hollins found it a little hard to understand. Since Lord Onsai treated us like this, Lord Warren, do you still want to be loyal to the Breton family? Warren waved his hand. It has nothing to do with the Breton family. I am doing this for the North. I can probably guess what Lord Onsai is thinking. You have all seen the strength of these monsters today, and the really powerful guys behind have not yet made a move. Even if the defenders of Storm's End are added, it will not help. White Crow City is finished. All we have to do is to delay the monsters outside the city as much as possible, and buy enough time for Lord Onsai. Otherwise, not only White Crow City, but the entire North will fall, and millions of people will die. After a dead silence, Middleton was the first to speak out. Anyway, the first path is a sure death, so it's better to make this life worthwhile. Although Holland's face was pale, he shook his head and said, I don't want to hide. I just lost my leg. I still have my hands, and can continue to fight. I don't want to be found dead of starvation in the cellar by future generations. That would be too embarrassing. If I have to die, I would rather die in battle. Warren nodded. Very good. See you at the Frog Tavern later. After a pause, he raised his head again and added, Everyone, the North will remember us. Chapter 618. The entire North knows that Warren of White Crow City has always been loyal to the Breton family, and is considered to be Onsai's confidant. However, when Warren was surrounded, Onsai, considering the overall situation, actually watched White Crow City fall without sending a single soldier from beginning to end. On the other hand, a total of 192 people from the Breton family, including Onsai's wife and only son, arrived at Storm's End with the second batch of reinforcements that night. This amount of manpower will not play a big role in the current war situation, not to mention that there are many elderly people and children in it, and only 40 to 50 people can really fight. Therefore, Onsai actually values another role of these people. The arrival of these 192 people can show Onsai's attitude that he will defend Storm's End at all costs. For this, he was even willing to gamble the survival of the entire Breton family. Onsai was not only ruthless to his enemies, but also to his own people. When he showed his desperate attitude, he immediately swept away the conflict among the various troops in Wind's End Castle, and united everyone in the shortest time. The Breton family and Onsai himself were already prepared to die, so naturally, the others had nothing to say. The soldiers from each family took orders, reorganized their subordinates, and prepared for the next battle. At this point, the troops in Wind's End Castle were brought together, but Onsai's brows did not relax. Because he knew that even if everything went well, the tens of thousands of lives in White Crow City could slow down the monster's pace northward, and Wind's End Castle could also successfully gather a 20,000-strong elite army. The right time, right place, and right people were all on his side, but the gap in hard power could not be made up. Once the temple and the Magician Association evacuated, it was equivalent to taking away all the masters in the north. There were many fierce generals in the army, but the number of masters was not large. Maybe there were masters among the people, but there were not many in a short time. Other monsters might be able to find ways to deal with them, but once the 6 Abyss Lords took action, the few people in Wind's End Castle could not withstand it at all. Onsai turned his gaze to the north. His feelings towards his niece were actually very complicated. He had always felt that the latter's character was not suitable for being the Lord of the North. Lolo was too obsessed with finding out the truth of that incident. Her father Karlov disappeared because he was too deeply involved in it. Unexpectedly, instead of learning from it, she insisted on going her own way and followed Karlov's old path. Before, the church was still concerned about the reaction of the nobles and only arrested them secretly, but the last layer of disguise had been torn off not long ago. Onsai sometimes wondered why the church was so interested in Luoluo, but he knew that the less you knew about some things, the better, and he had to admit that he did not expect the latter to return to the north under such circumstances, so when the girl appeared in his room, he had to admire her courage. But it was the person next to Luoluo who really made Onsai determined to take the risk. Rob had been expelled from the Magician Association, and was also on the joint wanted list of the 2 major forces. His identity changed dramatically overnight, but his strength remained. He overthrew the council with his own strength, and this matter soon spread throughout the entire Dawn continent. It was because he promised Onsai that he would find a way to deal with the 6 Abyss Lords that the latter rekindled his fighting spirit. Now that White Crow City has been breached, the monsters may arrive at Storm's End at any time. 2 days have passed since the agreed time, but Rob is still nowhere to be seen. Although Onsai appears to be very calm in front of the generals, he is not as calm in private. He has thrown all his chips on the table. Most of the elite soldiers in the north are concentrated in Storm's End, his own wife and children, the blood of the Breton family. This is a battle he cannot afford to lose no matter what. Now Ansai has a heavy burden on his shoulders. He was a little distracted when he heard the shouting and killing coming from outside the city. The adjutant knocked on the door and walked in, looking serious. "Sir, it has begun." Under the leadership of the city Lord Warren, White Crow City held out for a whole day, and the city gate was breached only after nightfall. Warren led the remaining soldiers and some young and strong civilians to form a guerrilla team, and used the terrain to fight the monsters in the city. They survived another whole day. There was no such thing as surrendering in this special battle. The monsters only followed the instinct of killing and hunting. In the end, White Crow City was massacred, and more than 60,000 people in the city were killed. When the news reached Wind's End Castle, the atmosphere became very depressing. The two cities were only 70 miles apart. Many relatives and friends of Wind's End Castle lived in White Crow City. In the past 2 days, the army had gathered and received more than 20,000 refugees. People were already panicked, but before they had time to feel sad for the victims of White Crow City, the group of monsters had already approached Wind's End Castle again. Gaylord led a team of 300 heavy cavalry as the vanguard, and met the group of monsters in the front on a small hill 10 miles away. In the end, only 17 people returned to Storm's End. In this battle, they killed a total of 29 monsters, and the casualty ratio reached an astonishing 1 to 10. This result was achieved with a well-equipped heavy cavalry. This was obviously not good news. Gaylord was a 4th-level swordsman. He killed 5 monsters with his own hands, but then his horse was bitten to death by a monster. When Gaylord fell off the horse, his head hit the ground first, and with the weight of the heavy armor, he fainted on the spot. Because old Gaylord died in this way, everyone was shocked, and the guards around him hurriedly carried him back to Storm's End. Unexpectedly, this move saved him from a disaster. After the heavy cavalry dealt with the 10 monsters, they encountered a group of more than 50 monsters. In the end, only a few people broke through and escaped. Together with the guards escorting Gaylord, all 300 cavalrymen were destroyed. Those people were selected by Gaylord himself, and they had a special relationship. When Ansai saw Gaylord, the latter was about to rush out of the city to seek revenge with red eyes, but was hugged tightly by his men. Ansai patted Gaylord's shoulder, and didn't bother to comfort him. He just asked a few questions related to the battle, and left in a hurry. Roche had been waiting outside for a long time, with a tense face. The first thing he said when he saw Ansai was that this time he was in trouble. After a pause, Roche continued, "I sent out 10 scout teams, and only one brought back intelligence that 2 Abyss Lords were moving towards the Wind's End Castle. When attacking White Crow City, none of the 6 Abyss Lords showed up. The attackers were other monsters. The 6 Abyss Lords were like warlords, commanding from behind. But then, they seemed to notice that Wind's End Castle was different from White Crow City. So this time 2 Abyss Lords finally started to stir. They approached Wind's End Castle, and were obviously ready to decide whether to join the battlefield based on the development of the situation." Ansai was silent. These 2 Abyss Lords, whose strength was close to the 9th level, were beyond the reach of the defenders of Wind's End Castle at this stage. He thought of that person again. If the other party did not show up in the subsequent battle, the North Territory would be in great danger. Chapter 619. Rob looked at Copernicus not far away and raised his eyebrows. "Senior, don't you want to know the whereabouts of Constantine?" "I do, but it seems that this information is not only in your hands. After you left, someone contacted me and not only promised to tell me the whereabouts of Constantine, but also was willing to send him directly to me." At this point, Copernicus no longer had to hide the need and confessed. These days, he has been dragging the 2 people on the grounds of lack of manpower, but in fact, he has contacted 7 or 8 masters privately. Copernicus was still a little afraid of Rob. Fortunately, after such a long time, the details of what happened in Mitchell's magic tower that day were known to more and more people. Rob was able to defeat many top masters of the council by a sneak attack, relying on an unheard-of magic of mana confinement. In order to guard against this trick, the people Copernicus contacted this time included not only magicians, but also physical professionals. When all the people were gathered, Copernicus used the excuse that one of them needed to meet for a reward to trick Rob and Lolo to a pre-selected place. He was very cautious, and did not set any traps or magic circles along the way to prevent Rob from noticing. Copernicus suddenly turned hostile until everyone showed up. Luo saw the people coming out of the woods, and their expressions changed. "When did you join the temple?" Except for the 2 of them, only the church knew the whereabouts of Constantine, so only the temple could offer such conditions to Copernicus. Luo just didn't understand how the temple knew that they had contacted Copernicus. "Not long after you left, a woman found me. She asked about your purpose of coming here, and then asked if I was interested in discussing the price again. Copernicus didn't hide it. Could it be that on-site betrayed us? Lolo thought of something, and looked a little ugly. Few people knew that she and Rob had secretly returned to the north. Before meeting Copernicus, they had only appeared in front of On-Sai. The future super magician shook his head and said, "It may not be On-Sai. If it was him, he could have waited until we arrived at Storm's Inn before taking action. You have already given him the position of the head of the family. There are his people there, so he will have a better chance." Copernicus did not comment, waited for a while, and said, "Okay, I have told you all I know. Next, please cooperate with us and don't struggle fearlessly. I don't want to hurt you." Although he said so, the old man held the staff in his hand. The main reason is that Rob's record after leaving the Royal Magic Academy of Teast was too fierce. When he was at the 6th level, he defeated a group of famous masters. When he was promoted to the 7th level, no one knew how strong he was. So although Copernicus has made sufficient preparations now, he is still very cautious. But the next moment, a small magic amulet on his waist suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Copernicus was worthy of being a member of the council. He reacted quickly. With a roar, a giant hand of elements appeared beside him in almost the blink of an eye. The giant hand of elements grabbed the suspicious magic amulet and threw it out. In just such a short moment, Copernicus was covered with a layer of ice from his waist to his calves. Copernicus was the first person to notice it, and he was still so embarrassed. The reactions of others were even slower, especially those physics professionals. They were suddenly attacked, but they did not throw away the magic amulet on their bodies at the first time, because the person who gave them the amulet had warned them that the magic amulet could save their lives when they were in danger. Many people didn't know where this ice magic came from, and thought that Rob had already made a move. When they realized that they were hit, they wanted to rely on the magic amulet on their bodies to resist, so they were reluctant to throw it away, but they didn't realize that the problem was with the amulet in everyone's hand. When Copernicus was out of danger, and wanted to remind others, it was too late. The magic on the amulet was at least level 7, and it spread very quickly. In the end, except for Rob and Lolo, who didn't wear the amulet, only Copernicus and another middle-aged magician escaped. Copernicus stared at the latter's eyes. Why? All those magic amulets were made by the magician named Abbott. What was more famous than his skills was his ability to make magic devices. Abbott became famous very early, and was once well known in the South. However, like all willful geniuses, Abbott suddenly disappeared when he was favored by countless people. At that time, Copernicus was still in the council. He found out that he came to the north alone to live in seclusion, apparently to improve the production technology of magic devices, and has lived here ever since. Among the 8 helpers that Copernicus found this time, only Abbott was sent to him. Shortly after Rob left, Copernicus ran into Abbott on the way to Dutch City. Abbott was returning an ancient magic device that he had studied. During the trip, he mentioned a research notebook that happened to be in Copernicus's hands. Copernicus used this research notebook to exchange for Abbott's help. Abbott was a typical research magician. When he heard that Copernicus was willing to lend him the notebook, he agreed without even asking who he was going to deal with. Before the action, Abbott gave everyone a magic amulet he made himself for self-defense. Copernicus was still cautious. After all, he and Abbott were not very familiar with each other, and he had to guard against being robbed, so he specially checked the magic amulet again and made sure there was no problem before wearing it. But Abbott was an expert in playing with magic devices. He was already famous 30 years ago. Even a 9th-level magician might not be able to discover the tricks he made on it. At this moment, seeing Copernicus's eyes were open, and Abbott's eyes were still drooping, he shrugged and said, "Hey, don't get me wrong, I don't have any grudges against you, you said it yourself. It's just that someone offered a higher price, but I'm a little different from you. I listened to the other party's offer first." Copernicus moved his eyes to Rob. "A little unbelievable, the person you are looking for?" The future super magician nodded first, then shook his head. To be precise, it should be said that it was the person you are looking for. At that time, Abbott went to the north to live in seclusion. No one knew where he lived. It was Copernicus who found him. At that time, Copernicus was still a member of the council, so he recorded and archived the news. Rob said that there were 4 hidden masters in the north that he knew of, and the one who could not help much was Abbott. As a research magician and a nerd, it was unrealistic to expect him to gather people. Chapter 620. Things have become very clear at this point. Rob knew Copernicus' power and communication skills in the north, so he came to him for help to gather people, but he was not stupid enough to trust him completely, so he went to find Abbott again after leaving the misty forest. The latter was devoted to the research of magic devices, but he was a lone commander. He had lived in the north for so many years, and had no friendship with anyone. It was an accidental encounter, so Copernicus was not very wary of him, and naturally he did not expect Abbott to be Rob's backup to keep him by his side. As a result, Copernicus confidently dug a trap, but he fell into it before he could test the opponent's strength. His reaction was quick, but when he turned around, he found that all the people he brought had fallen down. With 1 against 2, Copernicus knew that he had no chance of winning. Then he saw Rob walking towards him, and the other party said, "Senior, you lost." "So what? You didn't win either." Although Copernicus admitted defeat, his expression was still proud, and he did not fight back. He threw down the staff in his hand and said coldly, "White Crow City has been massacred, and the few people in Wind's End Castle can't hold out for long. Not to mention anything else, the 6 Abyss Lords are not something they can deal with. Maybe while we are talking, those monsters have defeated the defenders and rushed into the city. The North is over." Luo didn't understand where Copernicus' hostility towards this land came from. Since she and Rob visited each other for the first time, the old man showed indifference to life and the lives of civilians. Copernicus had been a director of the council, so he shouldn't be so cold-blooded. Rob looked into Copernicus' eyes. "I have read the case files of that year. There is no problem with the general direction of the predecessor's research. Although it is only a semi-finished product, the initial test results have saved the lives of people in 2 villages. The people who reported you for conducting human experiments privately were people from those 2 villages." The old man snorted coldly. "You know a lot. There is no shortage of ungrateful people in this world." Lolo finally understood why Copernicus was so indifferent. It turned out that there was such a story in that incident. Copernicus studied the Black Death. Of course, it was out of interest, but at the beginning he also wanted to save people. There are many idealists among magicians, and they all have the ambition to change the world with magic. What's more, he was a member of the council at that time. Of course, he wanted to do something when the Black Death was raging. Human experimentation is a taboo experiment strictly prohibited by the Magicians Association. Single-page experimentation is the fastest and most effective research method. However, unlike those evil magicians, the subjects that Copernicus seeks are all volunteers, basically desperate patients with the Black Death. They are from poor families, and cannot afford the high cost of asking bishop-level clergy to help. Copernicus will tell them the risks of the research in advance, and is willing to pay a considerable amount of burial expenses in the event of an accident. If both parties agree to the above conditions, they can sign a contract. As a test subject, he would not want to let go of any hope of survival, not to mention that even if he died on the test bench, he could leave a pension for his family. The family conditions of those who volunteered to be test subjects here would not be too good, so this condition was quite attractive. This was a matter of mutual consent, so since Copernicus started human experiments, it has been calm for more than a year. Even his closest friends and students did not know that he was still doing such taboo research in private until he was about to complete the first phase of research, and then he was approached by the Magicians Association. It is difficult to define the right and wrong of Copernicus's secret human experiment without telling others. If he was caught by accident, Copernicus would have nothing to say. Since he dared to do such a thing, he must have had the corresponding awareness long ago. It was just that he was reported by the person he had saved, which was a bit cruel. Copernicus was exiled to the north for these years, and his personality and temper changed a lot, which was also closely related to that incident. Rob said, "There is one thing that you may not know, Senior. The person who reported you committed suicide 6 years ago. He left a suicide note, admitting that the incident was directed by someone. I don't know if you still remember it. When you were young, you went to the south to study and beat up a noble boy in the college. The latter always hated you. After you became a director, he was very worried that you would take the opportunity to retaliate, so he had been desperately collecting your black history for those years. He heard that you were recruiting patients with the Black Death, so he investigated the 2 villages, which led to the following events. If you don't believe it, you can ask someone to go to the association to check the relevant files." Copernicus fell silent after hearing this. Although he did not speak, he actually had the answer in his heart. Copernicus had never met Rob before, and the latter's knowledge of him was limited to the information in the Magician Association. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to fabricate the details of his grudges with others when he was studying, so there was only one explanation, that is, what Rob said now was the truth. But subconsciously, Copernicus resisted this answer. Although such a truth sounded more reasonable and explained the doubts in his heart, if what happened back then was really just a simple grudge between enemies, then wouldn't the resentment and resentment accumulated in his heart over the years be meaningless? After a long time, the old man raised his head again and said indifferently, "Do you think I will help you if you tell me this?" Rob shook his head. "I just hope that you can reconsider our previous agreement, because at present, the deal between you and the church has fallen through." "Too late," Copernicus said coldly. "Even if I am willing now, it is too late. I got the news before that 2 Abyss Lords will take action this time. There is no master in Fingxi Castle, and it will not last for half a day." "Half a day? I can still hold on." Albert, who had been standing aside and watching the scenery without interrupting the 3 people's conversation, suddenly interrupted and said, "There is a floating turret over there." Copernicus was stunned. "What floating turret? Didn't the Magician Association withdraw?" Albert pointed at his nose and grinned. "The floating turret is mine." "You still have a floating turret?" Copernicus was really shocked this time. The floating turret is a national-level strategic weapon jointly built by many magicians. It is expensive, and I have never heard of any privately owned one. Even if Abbott really has the ability to manufacture it alone, he definitely does not have the capital. As if he knew what Copernicus was thinking, Abbott scratched his head and said, "Strictly speaking, I just repaired that thing. That floating turret was an antique that served during the Second Magic War. It was destroyed and fell into a valley. I found it more than 10 years ago, and I repaired it because I was itching to do it. However, a poor guy like me can't find any suitable materials, so I can only dismantle half and repair the other half. Although it can start to take off now, the speed is only 1/3 of the original speed, and there are only 10 turrets and 12 magic bullets that can be used. It can only be used to scare people." Chapter 621. The current Winds End Castle has become a veritable meat grinder. From the time Gaylord led the cavalry out of the city to dusk, the Northern Alliance had lost more than 10,000 people in just 2 magic hours. The large number of deaths made the soldiers defending the city somewhat numb and indifferent. The individual combat capabilities of the monsters were obviously stronger, and even the weakest monkey scorpion had a strength of more than level 2. On the contrary, most of the human army was still in the category of ordinary people, so they naturally suffered heavy casualties after the fight. Moreover, these monsters do not need to rely on equipment to attack the city. They can directly climb the city walls and emerge from all kinds of unexpected places. However, the coalition also has advantages. Those concentrated in Fingxi Castle are basically elites. Even the militia has been trained for many years, not to mention the guards and private soldiers of large and small families, more than 7,000 people. Unlike the guards in the south who serve as lackeys for noble young masters and vase ladies, the guards of the major families in the north are all warriors selected from the army. These people have undergone systematic military training. Compared with those monsters that follow their instincts to fight each other, their biggest advantage is that they know how to cooperate with their comrades on the battlefield and form formations to support each other. In addition, the walls of Storm's End are wide, thick and strong enough. This time, Ansel put on armor and went to the front line to command the battle. He even risked his life in times of crisis. As a member of the Breton family, his swordsmanship is quite good. Although it cannot be compared with the famous Crimson Sword, he also has 6th level skills. However, unlike Karev, Ansel's sword moves are vicious, just like a poisonous snake, lurking and spying on its prey in the dark. Once the opponent relaxes, he will show his fangs. Since the beginning of the war, there have been at least 20 to 30 monsters killed by him, but for the entire battle, this number is just a drop in the bucket. Ansai chopped off the head of a sheep-headed crocodile and wiped the blood off his face. He felt tired after fighting so far, not only physically, but also mentally. In the Battle of White Crow City a few days ago, he thought he had some understanding of the strength of these monsters, but this time the battle intensity of Winds End Castle was far greater than that of White Crow City. In just 3 magic hours, nearly 10,000 people were lost, which was more difficult than Ansai expected. His eyes passed over the fighting crowd and looked into the distance. Ansai knew that all this was inseparable from the 2 Abyss Lords supervising the battle nearby. For now, Winds End Castle could barely hold on, because the monsters suffered heavy losses under the almost crazy offensive, but Ansai knew that the 2 Abyss Lords could not just come to watch and play soy sauce. The reason why none of them moved was probably because they were afraid of some masters on the coalition side. However, now that so much time has passed, they probably have figured out the strength of the defenders, and will soon take action. Sure enough, a quarter of an hour later, an Abyss Lord who had been watching the fun took a step and moved towards the Winds End Castle. The Abyss Lord was huge, only slightly smaller than a dragon. From the outside, it looked like a mountain of flesh covered with barbs. with huge varicose and protruding blood vessels on the surface of its skin, which was extremely ugly. When it moved, the earth seemed to tremble with it. At this moment, Onsai's heart was no longer anxious, and his expression calmed down. He had done everything he could, but Rob did not deal with those high-level monsters as promised. Next, things will develop in the direction he least wants to see. Onsai knew at his heart that the Breton family and the North were going to be finished. He looked around and saw piles of corpses and tired faces. Strangely, he found that he did not regret standing here at this moment. Although he lost everything, compared with being drunk and waiting to die in the castle, perhaps this way of dying is more suitable for a lord of the North. Just when Onsai was slightly distracted, he suddenly heard a cheer from behind him. The city wall, which was originally lifeless due to the terrible casualties, was injected with a breath of life, and the soldier's eyes burst into hope again. A huge shadow was projected from the sky, covering Onsai. The latter looked up and saw the steel giant cruising over the Wind's Rest castle. The dark barrel, the ferocious shape, and the magic patterns lit up around it. At this moment, a name emerged in everyone's mind, symbolizing the war machine of the pinnacle of magic civilization, the floating turret. Onsai was stunned. Could it be that the Magician Association took action? However, except for the lonely floating turret above his head, there were no other magic professionals nearby. The Abyss Lord 4 miles away seemed to sense a hint of danger, and stopped on his own initiative. Onsai could feel that things seemed to be hesitating, but it did not stay there for too long. Soon another Abyss Lord also began to move, and approached this side. After half a magic hour, the two Abyss Lords stood together again, and continued to walk towards the Wind's End castle. They walked slowly and carefully, and kept staring at the floating fortress that suddenly appeared. About 2 miles away from the city wall, the runes on the gun barrel suddenly lit up, and then a magic cannonball was seen blasting towards the body of one of the Abyss Lords. However, at the critical moment, the latter's huge body became more flexible than ever before, and it dodged the cannonball. However, the other monsters beside it were not so lucky. The cannonball fell into a group of sphinxes. These 5th-level monsters had no resistance at all. The moment it landed, the explosion magic on the cannonball was triggered, and 6 sphinxes were engulfed in flames. In addition, the aftermath of the explosion also blew away 3 nearby scavengers. However, the 2 Abyss Lords became bolder after they found themselves safe and sound. They probably felt that the big thing on their heads was nothing special, and not as scary as it looked. So instead of stopping, they gradually quickened their pace. Runes flashed again, but this time the magic cannon performed even worse, firing a dud. The group of monsters seemed to be encouraged, and the fear brought by the death of the Sphinx dissipated a lot. They followed the steps of the 2 Abyss Lords, and pressed toward Storm's End. For a moment, the shadows of monsters were everywhere. In contrast, the defenders on the city wall were silent. However, no one expected that after this, the floating turret suddenly lit up. This time, the runes on 10 barrels lit up. Those barrels turned to an Abyss Lord at the same time, locked the target, and the magic shells fell like rain. The Abyss Lord sensed the danger, but the number of shells was too much this time. It couldn't completely dodge, and what was more fatal was that there were other monsters standing around it. It looked quite majestic, but it also squeezed its dodging space. In the end, 6 of the 10 magic shells fell on it. The huge explosion turned the land it was standing on into a deep pit, and all the monsters nearby were blown into pieces. However, the Abyss Lord was indeed a 9th-level monster, and its defense ability was amazing. It was not completely killed even after being hit by 6 shots head-on. Although most of its body was gone, the remaining piece of flesh was still wriggling on the ground, and the wound was slowly healing. At the same time, the huge movement here finally alarmed the other 4 Abyss Lords. Chapter 622. The floating turret fired 10 shots in a row, severely damaging an Abyss Lord, but then, there was no movement, and the runes on the barrel dimmed. Although it was still floating above the Wind's Rest castle, it no longer had that sense of imminent danger. However, because of what happened before, the remaining Abyss Lord became much more cautious, and did not approach rashly. Instead, it retreated a distance. During this time, the other monsters also stopped attacking, allowing the defenders on the city wall to take a breather. Later, Onsai met Roche, who was commanding at the other end. Although the latter's original sword was not as good as the Revenge in Lolo's hand, it was also a valuable sword. As a result, the blade was bent within less than a magic hour of the battle. The main reason was that the monsters were mostly thick-skinned and tough, and it was difficult to stab them. So Roche simply changed to 2 battle axes in his hands. This guy looked listless on weekdays, but when fighting, He was a typical crazy person, and would rush to where there were more people. In the middle, he also repelled a tornadous rock snake and saved Gaylord, who had a rift with him before. The latter hesitated, but finally opened his mouth and prepared to thank him. As a result, he was delayed for a while, and Roche had already rushed to another place. Taking advantage of the pause in the battle, Roche ran to Ansai and pointed at the top of his head from a distance and asked, "What's going on? Where did this thing come from?" Ansai shook his head. When he saw this floating turret, his first reaction was that the Magician Association had taken action, but then he knew it was impossible as soon as he thought about it. There were only 2 floating turrets in the entire Holy Alliance, which were commissioned by the church to the Magician Association. The actual owner was still the church temple. Without the approval of the temple, the Magician Association did not have the authority to directly mobilize the 2 strategic weapons. Moreover, Ansai had just observed it carefully and found that the model of this floating turret was very old, and its appearance was a bit shabby. It seemed that it had not been maintained for a long time. Some parts were even broken. This kind of thing was hard to imagine for a national strategic weapon, so Ansai couldn't guess where this floating turret came from. But one thing was certain, the other party appeared here at this time, and was obviously here to help. Ansai simply stopped thinking about the problem that he couldn't think of. He took the water bag handed over by the guard, drank a sip, and then looked at the seriously injured Abyss Lord. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. The monster was in a very bad condition now. If it was hit again, it might be completely killed, but the floating turret above his head did not react at all. It can be seen that this time it is not a disguise, but there are really no shells in the barrel. This is trouble. Roche frowned and said, "That thing just retreated but did not withdraw. It is probably waiting for its accomplices to join. There was news before that there are 4 such things. If they attack together, even if there are shells in the iron fortress above our heads, we may not be able to defend it." Ansai did not speak. He knew that what Roche said was true. However, there is no way to solve some things even if you know how they will develop. So after waiting for a while, Ansai spoke again, "Do what we can do, and leave the rest to fate." Although Roche was somewhat unwilling, he had no choice. But strangely, the monsters outside the city did not attack again until nightfall. After a day of intense fighting, the soldiers were very tired, so Ansai assigned a group of people to be responsible for guarding the movements outside the city, and the rest of the people slept on the city wall in their clothes. In the second half of the night, Ansai and Roche handed over the defense, and he also laid down, but he was pushed awake by his men not long after he closed his eyes. When Ansai asked, he found out that a man walked down from the floating turret, and said he had something to see the commander of Winds End Castle, and Ansai immediately lost his sleepiness. The man was said to have been arranged by Roche in a hotel. Roche asked him about his purpose, but he just shook his head. Because the floating turret had helped to drive back the 2 Abyss Lords, Roche was very polite to him, and did not ask any more questions. He sent someone to find Ansai. Ansai rushed to the hotel where the other party was as soon as he received the notice. When he saw the real owner, he was stunned. Ansai did not expect that the person who operated the floating turret during the day was actually a girl, and she was not very old, probably only about 14 or 15 years old, and was just an apprentice magician, with a childish face. The girl was busy wolfing down a cake in the hotel. She said that she had been hungry all day because she left in a hurry, and didn't bring enough dry food. However, her master ordered her not to leave the floating artillery platform, so she had to stay inside until she received a message and came down from the platform. The girl was very polite. When she saw Ansai, she wiped her hands and said, "Are you the commander of the garrison?" Her voice sounded crisp. Ansai nodded and said calmly, "You are? I'm just helping to pass the message. My master passed the message to me, and asked me to pass it to you." "Well, but he seems to be passing messages for others," the girl said, as she reached out, and hurriedly wiped the crumbs from her mouth. Ansai raised his eyebrows, a little confused by the girl's words, and didn't understand who was going to pass the message to him. Then the girl spoke again. "Before, a guy asked me to tell him something. It's not that I don't trust him, and the master didn't say to keep it secret, but if this happens, I will have to tell you again when you come. It's better to put it all together, and let me say it all at once to save some trouble." The girl spoke very quickly, as if she was afraid of forgetting, or as if it was her natural personality. She spoke like a string of cannonballs. "Master said that the 4 Abyss Lords have been dealt with, and you don't have to worry about the remaining 2. If they dare to attack you, someone will deal with them. In addition, after the 6 Abyss Lords are dead, those monsters may get out of control and run everywhere. You need to be prepared in advance. After she finished speaking, she thought about it carefully. Well, that should be it. Ansai and Roche looked at each other. The news was too shocking. They didn't even have time to digest it. What? You said that the 4 Abyss Lords have been dealt with. Who is your master? The girl shook her head. I don't know the details, but my master should not be able to deal with the 4 Abyss Lords. He is also working for someone else. Ansai then remembered Rob's previous promise and asked hurriedly, where is His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein? Where is he now? However, the girl was confused when she heard it. What? His Majesty is also in the north now. Chapter 623. Ansai did not expect that the disaster that suddenly befell the north would come and go so quickly. After the brutal bloody battle during the day, he thought he had no way out, and could only close his eyes, and wait for death. Unexpectedly, the sword of Damocles that had been hanging over his head disappeared silently. Although the monsters were still outside the city, when the master group led by Copernicus arrived at the Storm's End castle early the next morning, the victory of the north was announced in advance. Perhaps because they had been suppressed for too long, the people in the city shouted the names of the Ansai and Breton families, wantonly expressing their joy of escaping death. The voices were higher and higher. Young lovers embraced each other in the streets, parents kissed their children, and the elderly were also excited and in tears. However, Rob and Lolo were not seen in this grand celebration. In fact, except for Copernicus, Abbott, and a few others, ordinary people did not know that the two had appeared in the north. Rob and Lolo had no idea about the so-called honor and the title of savior. In the current situation, the lower the profile of the two, the less trouble there would be. After paying off the reward to Abbott, including Rob's understanding of the production of magic devices and the small structure found on the brooch secret treasure, it was the latter that attracted Abbott and made him finally agree to the deal and willingly become the insider of the Copernicus team. Rob and Lolo left the north. Abbott's female apprentice had obviously received the notice early, and after meeting Ansai, she also drove the floating turret away. Before leaving, Rob wrote another letter to Copernicus, telling him the whereabouts of Constantine as agreed. However, it would be useless even if Copernicus knew it. Odlin was heavily guarded. If it weren't for Merlin's secret passage last time, Rob and Lolo couldn't get in. Moreover, after being invaded once, the current alert level should be raised again. A weapon forging master like Constantine is very valuable to any force. If it weren't for catching Lolo, the church probably wouldn't have the heart to offer Copernicus such conditions. Now that the deal has failed, the temple will not hand over the person anyway. From what Copernicus said before, we can know that the church should have left a nail around Ansai. The other party was able to find Copernicus as soon as they left the misty forest. The number of nails is likely to be more than one, but Rob is not interested in further investigation. He speculated that it should be the people around Ansai, guards, maids, but it is useless to dig these people out. After Karlov disappeared, the temple infiltrated the Breton family very thoroughly. Even if the old nails were pulled out, new nails would be driven in. Ansai probably knew this well, so Rob and Lolo didn't bother to remind him again. After Copernicus and his men dealt with the 4 Abyss Lords, the two quietly left the north. Rob had no time to care about other things for the time being, because Luo's condition was not very good at this time. In the past 2 days, Luo always dreamed of some strange things when she slept at night. Although she mostly didn't remember the things in the dream after waking up, Rob was very keen to notice her frowning brows in the dream. With a serious illness on the way to find Avril, and the things on the top of the snow mountain, Rob has been paying close attention to the situation of Luo's spiritual world, so this time he reacted very quickly. When Steins was solving the problem of Lolo's coma, he also conducted a detailed examination of the girl's spiritual world, but he did not find anything abnormal. However, Rob did not take it lightly. Since it has been confirmed that the thing targeting Lolo is likely to be a god that only exists in the scriptures and legends, then the other party must have some means that surpass modern magic civilization. There is another thing that Rob has always been concerned about. When Dolan rescued Lolo from the castle, he told her 2 things. The first thing was that she must become a magician, and the second thing was to let her go to Gudrie's to find the St. Laurent Brothers magic school hidden in history. The latter is easy to understand. Merlin knows the whereabouts of Mother Teresa and the truth of what happened back then. If he finds the St. Laurent Brothers School of Magic, he will have hope of meeting Merlin. Therefore, Rob once thought that the first thing was for the second thing. But in fact, the St. Laurent Brothers School of Magic has now been disguised by Merlin as a comprehensive institution. Even non-magicians can get in. Rob himself is from the swordsman department, so from this perspective, Lolo doesn't have to become a magician. In Cowl, Dolan did not hide his desire to possess Lolo. He was very eager, even inconsistent with his usual style of behavior. In connection with what happened later, Rob could be sure that Dolan knew that there was not much time left for Lolo. Before her death, Illyria also had mental abnormalities, which means that this kind of thing was not accidental, so Dolan's behavior can be explained. As we all know, magicians are the only profession in the human world that can cultivate and stabilize spiritual power. Dolan wanted Lolo to become a magician for this reason. His real purpose was to enable Lolo to have the ability to defend her spiritual world and resist invasion. For this reason, he deliberately ignored her talent in swordsmanship. No, it's not Lo. Dolan should be very clear that Lolo alone can't resist the invasion, so his purpose is just to delay time and want to possess Lolo for a longer time. After figuring this out, Rob gave up the idea of going back to Dolan, who obviously had no solution to this situation. For now, Rob could only hug the girl tightly when sleeping, wrap her up with his mental power, and block her from the outside world. So Luo's nightmares at night finally got better, but the future super magician knew that this was not a long-term solution. With the experience of the last time, Rob knew that no matter what invaded the girl's mental world, he could not treat it with common sense. If he could not find a solution, this threat would always exist. Therefore, Rob was not going to delay any longer. While the situation did not deteriorate and there was still time, he planned to put aside other things and rush to Ryan's underground city. Fagan L.K. Freeman's research proved that the underground city was the most special of all underground cities. The original scattered clues were now slowly coming together. Rob had a hunch that the key to solving all problems might be in that underground city. Chapter 624. The Temple and the Magician Association reached a consensus before and temporarily blocked the entire North. During this period of time, what happened in the North would not be spread to the outside world, and it would be difficult for people from the outside world to come in. However, this is only a temporary measure after all. The North is vast, and has a population of more than 1 million. It is difficult to completely isolate it. Moreover, many people were urgently evacuated from the 6 towns not long ago, and these people would more or less bring out some news related to the North. Both the Church and the Magician Association knew that what happened in this land could not be concealed forever, but fortunately, the Temple had already prepared for this. Some time ago, Bannerby personally came forward to lay the foundation for the theory of divine punishment from heaven, and then the Church, this behemoth, also started to operate at full capacity, and countless low-level clergymen conveyed and spread explanations related to divine punishment to believers, so that when the things in the North were fully exposed in the future, they could control the panic of the people to the greatest extent. Besides, since everyone was dead, the Temple could naturally explain and restore the incident from any angle. But no one expected that the final destruction was the wave of monsters from the abyss. Although the process was difficult and the casualties were heavy, the North finally survived this catastrophe. According to the latest news, the 6 leading Abyss Lords in the last battle have all been killed, and nearly 4,000 monsters have also been killed or wounded. Although there are still some fish that have escaped, they can no longer cause any trouble. After winning the battle to defend the storm's end, Onsai only rested for half a day and began to dispatch people in an orderly manner to capture the remaining dozens of monsters. It is expected that there will be some sporadic casualties later, but it will not affect the overall situation. So a new question was put before the Church and the Magician Association. What attitude should they take to face the current situation, especially the North Territory that survived the disaster? In addition to the more than 60,000 people who died near White Crow City, there are still more than 900,000 people left in the North Territory, including more than 700,000 believers. However, a considerable number of believers have shaken their trust in the Church after experiencing this incident. Others may accept the explanation of divine punishment, but as the object of divine punishment, it is impossible for them to accept it anyway. Those who survive will never forget the Church's abandonment of them at a critical moment. Trust, once cracked, becomes difficult to repair. Many believers began to doubt their own beliefs. In addition, the influence of the Onsai and Breton families in the North was expanded again. With this battle, not only the civilians, but also the nobles of all sizes in the North were twisted into a rope. Only a crisis can unite the originally scattered forces. Now the North is completely solid. After this battle, Onsai had enough capital to get rid of his puppet status, and had autonomy in the North. He was smart, and did not take a hostile attitude towards the Temple. He did not move a nail planted by the Church and the Breton family. Instead, he sent a messenger to the Church to submit a commendation. Onsai fulfilled his promise, and asked the Church for the soldiers who participated in the Battle of Storm's End, Warren and Hollins, who died in White Crow City, and a group of adventurers who performed well. At the same time, a hot potato was thrown to the latter. Everyone was speculating on what attitude the survivors of the North would take towards the church after the catastrophe. As a result, Ansai did not rush to answer this question, but threw it to the temple. He sent people to ask for credit to ask how the church would treat the survivors of the North. To answer this question, the temple could not avoid a fact. That is, the North is part of the Holy Alliance. No matter how the church explains this divine punishment, this point cannot be changed. These big and small families in the North are all genuine nobles canonized by the church, and these people in the North are also the people of His Majesty the Pope. Warren and others died to defend the territory, not only the territory of the Breton family, but also the territory of the Holy Alliance. Therefore, many people are now curious about how the church will treat these meritorious people. Will it insist on the previous theory of divine punishment and regard the more than 900,000 people in the North as guilty, or will it reward them according to their merits and regard them as heroes of the Holy Alliance? Not only the North, but the entire Dawn continent is waiting for the attitude of His Holiness the Pope. If this matter is not handled properly, it will bring a series of crises to the church, and the loss will be far more than just 700,000 believers. It is said that the battle report of Storm's End Castle was transmitted to the Palace of Mercy, and Vandervee stayed in the palace for 2 days without going out. 3 days later, the news from the Palace of Mercy shocked the entire human world. Vandervee suddenly announced his abdication, and it was rumored that he would be subject to an internal investigation by the temple in the future, and the main person in charge of the investigation was Bishop Wenger. As early as a year and a half ago, a part of the core forces led by Bishop Wenger had launched a secret impeachment against Vandervee, but it was easily resolved by His Holiness the Pope. At that time, Vandervee had a strong control over the entire church. Wenger and other opposition forces were far inferior to the former in terms of numbers and strength, and had no power to fight back. No one expected that just over a year later, with the North Border incident as the fuse, the contradictions that had been forcibly suppressed by Vandervee with his personal prestige would break out again, and this time it was fierce. Wenger and others not only demanded an investigation into the whole of the divine punishment incident, but also asked Vandervee to explain the correspondence between him and the Elven royal family, including the whereabouts of the 9 sacred artifacts, the blessed sword of the Wind Chaser, and the shield of Apollo, as well as the account gap of nearly 40 million gold coins since he ruled the Holy Alliance. The contradictions within the church were completely exposed with the abdication of Vandervee, and the world was in an uproar. The storm swept the entire temple in a very short time. A group of bishops including Motlese were also included in the investigation list, and even 2 cardinals were involved. However, Vandervee chose to remain silent at this critical moment. This former ruler of the church, the spokesperson of the gods worshipped by hundreds of millions of believers, seemed to have lost all his resistance. He retreated step by step under the pressure of opponents and was in a mess. The shocking scandal that suddenly broke out in the temple made everyone even forget to pay attention to the church's attitude towards the North. Another thing is that with the abdication of Vandervee, the position of the Pope became vacant. As the oldest existing force of the human race, the temple lost its leader, which is extremely rare in human history. Therefore, the top priority is to quickly elect a new pope to lead the church through this crisis. Chapter 625. During this period, everyone's attention was focused on the church, the abdication of Vandervee, and a series of events that happened afterwards. Compared with this major event that shocked the Dawn continent, no one would pay attention to the life and death of a small person. However, Hollins was not a small person strictly speaking. He was the sheriff of White Crow City. The defense of White Crow City was the most tragic battle in the North. Ansai's strategy of using space for time finally worked. He sacrificed 60,000 people in the city, with an almost cold attitude in exchange for the time for the army to assemble. Compared with the vast majority of people who left nothing behind, Holland's name at least appeared on the merit list. However, for the Holy Alliance, the entire human world, and even the Dawn continent, the sheriff of a mere city is indeed too insignificant. After the victory of the North, Ansai sent people to White Crow City as soon as possible. Originally, he wanted to investigate the reconstruction plan. As a result, the people sent there were all silent. The former town has now become a ruin, the buildings have been destroyed, and the corpses are piled everywhere. The blood has dyed the ground brown, and flies are buzzing on it. There is no sign of life within a radius of more than 20 miles. There is no possibility of reconstruction here. Because there were too many dead people, they were mixed together, and difficult to distinguish. Even the complete list of the dead could not be counted. Fearing that so many corpses would bring epidemics, the North sent out troops to dig a big pit on the spot and buried all the dead in it. During this process, no one realized that Holland's body was not among them. In fact, even if someone noticed it, they probably wouldn't be surprised. After the city was broken, those hungry monsters rushed in, killing and feasting fiercely, so there were many incomplete corpses in the city, and even worse, the corpses could not be found. The fat sheriff looked delicious, so it was not surprising that he was eaten by a monster. Even Hollins himself thought he was dead. After the city was broken, he retreated to the Frog Tavern as agreed, and met Warren and some other survivors. They organized several teams to deal with the monsters that rushed into the city. Unfortunately, Hollins had a leg injury, and could not fight guerrilla warfare like others. He could only hold weapons, and guard the Frog Tavern. At that time, the city was completely in chaos, with screams and wailing everywhere. People were running for their lives, but they didn't know where to escape to. Everyone's face was full of despair. Holland's palms were full of sweat as he held the sword. He was very heroic when he decided to fight to the death on the top of the city. However, when the heat passed, he suddenly became uneasy. Survival is the instinct of all living things. No one is willing to die like this, and die in vain. But many times, fate makes people helpless. At this moment, White Crow City has completely turned into purgatory. Because of fear, Holland subconsciously wanted to draw a holy mark on his chest, but he remembered halfway that they had been abandoned by the church. It seemed that praying to the gods now was meaningless. At this time, Hollins vaguely heard a cry for help from the opposite street. Judging from the sound, the person asking for help should be a little girl about 10 years old, and her mother was attacked by a monster. The fat sheriff hesitated. He was the only one left in the Frog Tavern. Warren and the others were not there. He probably was no match for the monsters. However, he heard the girl's cry for help again. The sound was very shrill. Hollins gritted his teeth and finally stood up with his uninjured leg. His face was flushed, as if he was ashamed of his previous cowardice. He roared and rushed out of the door. He didn't care whether he could beat the opponent or not. He charged in the direction of the sound. However, Hollins' luck tonight seemed not to be very good. He ran out just 2 steps, and was knocked away by a frightened military horse. The last scene in Hollins' memory was the burning White Crow City. The sheriff thought this was also the last scene in his life, but when he opened his eyes again, he saw a bowl of roasted meat. Hollins' tears immediately flowed down. He had only drunk 2 sips of water since the start of the war. Although he had dry food with him, his mouth was always dry under extreme tension, and he couldn't eat the dry food at all. Before, he didn't feel hungry under the threat of death, but now, he couldn't care so much. Hollins didn't even care whether he was dead or alive. He just wanted to eat the bowl of meat. While the sheriff was wolfing down his meat, his door was pushed open. When Hollins looked up and saw the person coming, he froze and forgot to close the half piece of meat in his mouth. "Sorry, we are late." The man apologized. Hollins's expression turned cold. "Didn't you leave a few days ago?" The sheriff could never have imagined that the person who saved him was Dina, the branch president of the White Crow City Magician Association. The latter disappeared with the church people on the eve of the monster siege. How did she save him? Dina explained, "At that time, I received an emergency order from the council, requiring me to secretly evacuate all the magicians in White Crow City out of the north within 3 days. As soon as we left White Crow City, we were temporarily placed under house arrest in the palace of the Duke of Morton. But there happened to be a magician I knew there, and with his help, I escaped with some of the magicians in the guild. But when we got back, it was too late. In addition to you, we only rescued 7 people, and the teleportation array was destroyed. In order to fight our way out, we lost half of our manpower." Although Dina said it lightly, as someone who had fought those monsters, the sheriff still knew the huge price that the White Crow City branch paid to rescue 8 people including him. It was not easy to fight out of those countless monsters. After listening to the explanation of the female magician, Holland's resentment towards the magicians of the White Crow City branch also dissipated. Dina and her people were just following orders from above. They didn't know what would happen before, and they didn't deliberately abandon those people in the city and escape. There were not many magicians in the north. Most of them were born and raised there, and some returned to their hometown after studying abroad. They also had deep feelings for this land. Therefore, the Magicians Association temporarily placed them under house arrest after the withdrawal to avoid accidents. Dinah did not regret going back. She regretted not being able to save more people. At the same time, in order to avoid being tracked down by the council, Dinah arranged the only 8 survivors of the Battle of White Crow City in a remote manner, and planned to replace them with new identities later. However, neither Dina nor Hollins would realize the far-reaching impact of this incident at this moment. In the eyes of later historical researchers, the importance of this small incident that happened in White Crow City that night was even greater than the change of the Pope in the church at the same time. And if we trace all this back, it was all because of the choice Rob made in Mitchell Magic Tower. Chapter 626. The road from Campbell to Winslow is not easy to travel. It passes through a wasteland. There is no town to stay in the wasteland, and there are many wild beasts and robbers. Therefore, travelers usually choose to travel together, or choose to pay a certain fee and follow some merchant groups with guards. However, at this moment, there are two lonely figures in this wasteland. They lit a bonfire, but strangely, none of the wild beasts nearby dared to rush over, perhaps because animals have a keener intuition about danger. Instinct told a group of passing jackals that there was something they couldn't mess with, so even though they were hungry and in urgent need of food, they still carefully avoided the campfire with their tails between their legs. Rob added some more firewood he had picked up to the fire, listened to the crackling sound from inside, opened the lid of the pot, scooped a spoonful of broth to taste it, and then added some cinnamon and pepper to remove the fishy smell. Lolo hugged her knees and was in a daze, and a bunch of roasted potatoes were stretched out in front of her. Eat something to fill your stomach first. The girl took the food, thanked him, and put it to her mouth, but then she remembered something and looked up. You haven't eaten yet. Rob shook his head. I'm not like you. I didn't move much in the afternoon, so I'm not hungry yet. During this period, Luo hardly rested. In addition to traveling, he practiced. When he stopped, he was either learning spells or practicing swordsmanship. Just now, while Rob was making a fire and cooking, Luo practiced the family swordsmanship he got from Onsai twice. She sat down again only when it was dark, and she could not see anything. Such hard training naturally consumed her physical strength very quickly. Rob served the rabbit meat soup and brought it to her. She could still hear the girls panting. Given their current relationship, Luo was not hypocritical. He took the bowl of rabbit meat soup and drank it down. Then he showed the empty bowl and indicated that he wanted more. However, her current appearance made Rob a little worried. The boy served another bowl of meat soup to the girl and finally said, "The incident in White Crow City is not your fault." Luo's hand holding the bowl trembled for a moment, and he lowered his head. After a while, he said quietly, "You said that those monsters went to the north because of me. Those 60,000 people. Those 60,000 people died at the hands of those monsters, and died under the compromise between the church and the Magician Association. It's not your fault." Rob repeated, "The abyss crack in the Maldon Desert was formed 2 years ago. The temple covered up its existence. Those monsters came to the Dawn continent to eat people. War is inevitable. Even if their target is not the north, it will be people from other places. So even if you bow to the church and hand yourself over, those monsters will not stop. Don't you see that the church cannot control those monsters? Whose orders are those monsters obeying, the gods?" Lolo tightly grasped the staff in her hand. She would never forget the thing she saw on the top of Anarip. Compared with that thing, she was too small now. In fact, it was not just that thing. She found that she could play a small role in rescuing the North. Apart from inspiring Onsai's fighting spirit, she could not intervene in the following matters. It was because she realized her own lack of strength that Lolo became so desperate later. Is there something in my mother and me that the gods want to see? I don't know. I hope we can get the answer when we return to Ryan this time. Rob said truthfully, "Don't worry, we are getting closer and closer to the final truth." Lolo was silent for an unknown period of time before he spoke. "Have you ever thought that maybe we are wrong? The gods are always the righteous side in human records. It is because of their protection that our race can continue. Maybe we are all wrong. What happened to my mother and me has a reason, and we should not stop it. Hey, wake up." Rob held the girl's arms. "We know too little about the gods. All our knowledge comes from the records of the scriptures and the church. We don't know what they are or what they really look like. For thousands of years, no one has ever seen them in person." I have seen them," Luo whispered. This time it was Rob's turn to be surprised. The future super mage raised his eyebrows. "Where and when?" "In the dream, although I would lose most of my memory every time I woke up, I could still remember the feeling. They were by my side, warm and comfortable, just like lying by the stove, wrapped in a quilt. I kept thinking that such existence would never look evil. Maybe I would agree with this speculation before, but after what happened in the north, no matter what those things were, they were definitely not gentle and kind." Rob knelt on one knee and stroked Luo's cheek. "Now listen to me, those things, Their spiritual power is very strong, they have existed for a long time, and there are some methods we can't think of. They are very powerful, so you must also fight. Fight? For whom? Lolo was at a loss. Mom is gone, Dad is gone. As long as I am alive, someone will die. Who else in this world wants me to fight? And me. Rob said, those things want to get you. I don't know how they do it, but they have already made a move. They will desperately confuse you, use your kindness, use your hatred, your guilt, and everything they can to knock you down, but they don't know that my girl is stronger than they think. Promise me, never give up. The boy took the girl's hand. Remember when we first met? I hope you can stay fearless and don't waver. This time, Luo was silent for an unusually long time, but she finally nodded. Okay, I promise you, but you have to promise me that if the final answer proves that we are wrong, you must let go, because not only are you worried about me, I am also worried about you, worried that your love for me will make you blind and lose your judgment. Now I can perhaps understand a little bit of my mother's feelings at the time. She finally chose death, because she didn't want my father to get deeper into trouble, but unfortunately my father couldn't do it. I don't want you to take this path, because I love you more than this world. Chapter 627. More than 3 months had passed since the Battle of Wind's End, and Rob finally set foot on his hometown again after a long journey. Because of the dungeon in the endless forest, this remote town has suddenly developed in recent years, and it has changed a lot compared to the last time he left. Not only are the walls stronger, but the streets are also much wider. Looking around, all the faces are unfamiliar, and there are more adventurers. I heard that the dungeon strategy is progressing smoothly. In 3 years, except for a few particularly powerful monsters, the first floor has been basically wiped out, and the traps have been dismantled. The remaining monsters are not a big deal. It will take about 2 years for the first floor to be completely conquered. This speed is quite amazing. Almost every few days, the taverns in the city can hear the news of some lucky person getting rich overnight, which has also stimulated more and more gold diggers to flock to Ryan. It can't even be called a small town anymore. Ulbrich's grocery store is still strong on the street, but it occupies a prime location and looks more dilapidated compared to the surrounding shops. Even the windows have been removed. Rob asked around and learned that his father came back once more than a year ago, shamelessly cheated another sum of money, and then ran away again. However, the boy was relieved after hearing this result. The current situation was unclear, so it was better for that guy to hide. In any case, at least he didn't sell the grocery store. With the current land price in Ryan, this small piece of land was worth at least 80 or 90 gold coins. But that guy would rather borrow money than move this only asset. It was probably because before his mother died, she said that she would leave this grocery store to little Rob to marry in the future. That guy still remembered this. Knowing that old Rex was still alive, and well in a corner of this world, Rob didn't think of asking about his whereabouts. At this time, not contacting him was the best choice. The grocery store was empty and uninhabitable, and Rob didn't know if the temple or the Magician Association had arranged people to watch it, so it was safer to choose a hotel. Recently, due to the incident in the north, the church was in crisis and could not take care of itself. The Magician Association also suffered a lot of criticism, and the intensity of the arrest of the 2 people was also reduced. After leaving the pool wasteland, it can be clearly felt that the inspection along the way has been relaxed. So the 2 of them also accelerated their speed, but Rob did not relax his vigilance, because the strange dreams of the girl did not disappear, which meant that the thing had not given up. It is not so easy to get rid of the gods. The future super magician did not waste time and purchased supplies in the town as quickly as possible, including food, water, ropes, and a batch of magic materials. When he was about to leave the magic shop, he stopped. A red-haired girl was asking the old magician in the shop about the use of the magic potion on the shelf. She noticed the boy's gaze, and raised her head, and smiled at the latter. Hi! Unlike ordinary girls, female adventurers are not too shy when facing the opposite sex. The red-haired girl took the initiative to greet someone. Although it was just a courtesy, you can still feel the cheerfulness behind the smile. Nice sword. Rob pointed at the sword on her waist and said, Your Excellency has a good eye. This sword was forged by my grandmother. She is a great forging master, but she doesn't like to forge weapons. She has only forged 2 swords in her life, and this is one of them. The girl took off the sword on her waist, and threw it to someone very straightforwardly, as if she didn't worry at all that the other person would suddenly run away with this precious sword. But if I'm not mistaken, this is an elven sword. Rob drew out his sword and took a look at it, but his face remained expressionless. Well, strictly speaking, Grandma just recast this sword. This sword was once broken into 12 pieces. Because Grandma admired the former owner of this sword, she repaired it again. She had vowed not to forge weapons before, but she was willing to make an exception for this sword. The red-haired girl paused and said, Grandma said it was a pity to destroy such a famous sword. Even if no one in the world knows the story of its former owner, at least they can see the sword again. As soon as the red-haired girl finished saying this, a freckled boy about 14 or 15 rushed into the store in a panic, shouting, Lulu, it's bad, Bank has been captured by Bloodhook Domingo, and Domingo threatened to cut off one of Bank's hands if we can't collect 100 gold coins before sunset. The red-haired girl named Lulu was furious when she heard this. What is that crazy guy Domingo? He openly blackmailed Ryan. Isn't he afraid of the guards? Come on, take me to see him. Rob threw the sword back to the girl, who took it and smiled apologetically. Sorry, something unexpected happened. I need to deal with it. See you again. After saying that, the girl rushed out of the magic shop in a hurry. She was like a ball of fire, and did things in a hurry. The future super magician looked at the girls disappearing back, and looked thoughtful. Lulu is the leader of the Gale group. Well, although the name sounds very domineering, it can't hide the fact that this adventure group is sparsely populated. Including Lulu, the leader, there are only 5 members in the entire Gale group. However, the Gale group is much more united than ordinary adventure teams. The 5 people are from the same place, and have known each other for a long time. They are friends who have grown up together. The name of the Gale group was taken at that time, and Lulu got the position of leader in exchange for a few pieces of milk candy. Hearing that an underground city appeared in the endless sea of trees, the members of the Gale group were very excited and felt that they had finally waited for the opportunity. After asking for the consent of their families, they went to Ryan together, and were ready to do something big. To be fair, their skills are quite good, all of them are professionals, and the leader Lulu is a second-level warrior. Moreover, unlike ordinary adventurers, most of them come from middle-class families, including merchants and small nobles. So their equipment is also very good. Rather than saying that the Gale group is here to make money, it is better to say that they are here to enjoy the fun of making money. However, in the eyes of many people, such a group of people are also synonymous with fat sheep. As soon as they entered the city, they were targeted by some guys with ulterior motives, and Bloodhook Domingo was one of them. Chapter 628. The name of Bloodhook Domingo is almost known to all adventurers in Ryan. He was one of the first to come to Ryan to pan for gold. However, unlike other adventurers who rushed into the dungeon as soon as they arrived, Bloodhook's fortune began with reselling dry food. He first negotiated with the local villagers on behalf of the adventurers, and ate a large amount of easy-to-store dry food at a price slightly lower than the market price. Then he sold the dry food to adventurers who planned to explore the dungeon at a price higher than the market price. He made his first pot of gold by going in and out. When the nearby Chamber of Commerce and grain merchants also discovered the business opportunities, Domingo decisively gave up this lucrative business and turned his attention to the town's wells. He took out all the money he earned from reselling grain and rented 3 wells. This move caused a lot of jokes at the time. There are 9 wells in Ryan Town. Even if 3 are given to Domingo, the water in the remaining wells is enough for villagers and adventurers to drink. At that time, the general view of the people was that Domingo was crazy about making money. Many people laughed at him. However, 3 months later, more and more adventurers flocked to Ryan, and the water supply became tight. The few wells in Ryan could not provide drinking water for so many people. It took time to dig new wells. Taking advantage of this gap, Domingo made a lot of money by using the 3 wells he rented. However, this made his reputation among adventurers very bad. But Domingo was very cunning. He had a trick in doing business, which was to never offend the locals and those big forces. Domingo made money from those adventurers. For example, his 3 wells were open to local residents for free when the town was most short of water. Domingo didn't want to make a penny from the locals. So he kept messing around like this, and no one could do anything to him. However, after the water selling incident, Domingo knew that he had offended the public, so he returned the 3 wells to the town before the lease expired. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that the new wells had been completed. Domingo knew that it would be difficult for him to make money from selling water. So he changed his career and opened a casino, and this time he was more shrewd. The highly profitable business of casinos is enviable everywhere. Since Domingo dared to wade into this muddy water, he must have something to rely on. It is said that his backer is a viscount of the Principality of Andila, who has a close relationship with the Duke of Bohemia. Domingo paid the money, but was willing to give the other party 60% of the shares for free, just in exchange for the other party's protection, so that his casino can survive in Ryan. And in the past few years, no one dared to touch him. But Domingo's good days didn't last long, because the Fire Dragon's Breath opened. The latter is the largest entertainment venue in Ryan. Not only can you gamble, but there are also performances and other exciting programs that you can't imagine. The Fire Dragon's Breath has been full every day since it opened. There are also people nearby who are not adventurers, who come here to consume. Even Domingo's small casino has been affected and has become much quieter. Domingo is helpless. If it were someone else, he could still use some tricks, but the owner behind the Fire Dragon's Breath is the Ziado's Chamber of Commerce. This second largest chamber of commerce in the human world has many powerful allies not only in the Principality of Andila, but also in the Holy Alliance, the Lionheart Empire, and even the Dwarves. Such a behemoth is definitely not something that a nouveau riche like Domingo can afford to offend, so he can only think of ways from other places. In order to persuade that big shot, Domingo also made a promise that there would be a minimum bottom line in the profit dividend submitted every 6 months. When he was in high spirits before, he naturally didn't have to worry about such things, but now although Domingo can still make up this amount, he has no profit on his side. Bloodhook has never been a person who sits and waits for death. Domingo quickly decided to find another way, and seek other ways to make money. He set his sights on those new adventurers, who had just come to Ryan. Domingo has been running the casino for so long that his eyes have become extremely sharp. He can see that those guys are rich, and not very worldly. Therefore, Lulu and others were targeted by Domingo as soon as they arrived in Ryan. The latter likes rookies like the Wind Group who have a good family background, but not so deep background. In Ryan, they are walking fat sheep. Domingo only used a little trick to squeeze more than a dozen gold coins from them, but Domingo was not satisfied with this result. So he tricked the stupidest fat guy in the Wind Group to the gambling house, on the pretext of paying back the money and apologizing. The poor child hadn't even warmed up the money in his hand before he was fooled by a shill arranged by Domingo to play a few games. As a result, he not only lost all the money he got back, but also owed the casino another 100 gold coins. Bank was frightened to tears when he learned that he had lost so much money, which made Domingo and others beside him burst into laughter again. This is what Lulu and other members of the Wind Group saw when they rushed to the casino. The girl was not afraid of the big men in the casino. Domingo, you dare to kidnap and extort in broad daylight. You are too brave, aren't you afraid that I will tell the guards? The latter was sitting on a chair drinking tea leisurely. Hearing this, he raised his eyelids and said with a fake smile, Captain Lulu, you can't say that. Isn't it natural to open a casino and collect gambling money? My small casino has also been registered with the police station. If everyone gambles and refuses to pay like the members of your group, how can I continue my small business? Lulu's face turned red with anger at Domingo's rogue theory. Bank is not a gambler. How could he lose money again and again in this shabby place? It is obvious that Domingo's people are setting him up, but it is such a thing that everyone can see, but there is no evidence. Lulu was trembling with anger, but they were unfamiliar with Ryan, and had no idea who to turn to when encountering such a thing. The girl could only hold back her anger and said, What do you want in exchange for Bank being released? I told you guys, gather 100 gold coins for me, and pay off his gambling debts, then you can take him away. We are all law-abiding people, and never do kidnapping or anything like that. 100 gold coins? That's impossible. All the cash we have is only 25 gold coins. How about this? We give you the money, and we write off our grudges. What do you think? Lulu also knew that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, not to mention that the Gale group was not a strong dragon in Ryan. Although she was very angry, she could only swallow her anger. But Domingo said slowly, If you don't have money, you can still use something as collateral. Lulu was startled when she heard this. Domingo's fox tail was finally exposed. He saw that the girl's sword was extraordinary when they met last time. Later, he consulted some knowledgeable people, and knew that it was an elf sword. He had been thinking about how to get the sword these days. The real intention of him detaining Bank was also for the sword. Chapter 629. The people of the Wind Group were indignant at Domingo's banditry. They were all young people, at a passionate age, and some of them just drew their weapons out of anger. Domingo, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. He put down his teacup, pulled out a dagger and put it on Bank's neck, saying sinisterly, Let's see who dares to come over? The blood oozing from their companions' necks finally frightened these boys and girls, who had never seen blood before. At this moment, their faces were all filled with confusion and fear. The gamblers in the casino all dispersed when they saw the fight was about to start. Two adventure teams hired by Domingo to watch the place came out. Their skills were similar to those of the Wind Group, but if they really fought, these experienced old mercenaries would immediately teach these newcomers how to behave. Birds of a feather flock together. People who work for Bloodhook are naturally not good people. Someone looked at the two girls in the Wind Group with a malicious look. Domingo's cold voice came to Lulu's ears. Close the door. The girl's arm holding the sword was trembling slightly. Everything in front of her was different from the adventure she imagined. They had encountered danger before they even entered the dungeon. No one had taught them how to deal with the current situation. The wooden door behind them was about to close, and at this moment a palm stretched out from the crack of the door and blocked the wooden door. The mercenary in charge of closing the door frowned, and then saw a figure flashing in from the crack of the door. When Lulu saw the appearance of the person coming, she couldn't help but show a touch of joy on her face, because she found that she actually knew the other person. She had just met the person in the magic shop not long ago. However, before she could ask for help, her heart sank again, because she saw that the guy came in and calmly closed the door behind him, and not only that, he also added a lock. It's over. The girl felt desperate. It turned out that they were all in the same group. No wonder the guy in the magic shop was also paying attention to her sword. However, Lulu didn't know that Bloodhook Domingo was also wondering in his heart. This guy who came out of nowhere was not from the casino, so could he be a reinforcement from the Wind Group? But before taking action, Domingo investigated very clearly that the Wind Group didn't know any powerful friends in Ryan, and people who only met once would not get involved in the muddy water for them. Otherwise, with Domingo's caution, he would not choose to attack Lulu and the others. And what does this guy mean by locking the door right at the beginning? If you want to save someone, shouldn't you make sure the exit is clear? Domingo was still in doubt, and the guy next to him, who was more impatient, couldn't help but take action. He pushed the uninvited guest in the chest, and shouted, "Where did you come from? Mind your own business." As a result, before his fingertips could touch the other person's clothes, a strange thing happened. The person who took action stood there in a daze, motionless, looking like he had lost his soul. Seeing this weird scene, the rest of the people gasped. The guy's teammates realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to draw their weapons. However, they encountered the same strange thing when they only raised the sword halfway and fell to the ground with their eyes rolled up. Domingo didn't expect that his two teams of powerful thugs would be defeated in just a few breaths, leaving him alone. What's more terrible is that he didn't even see how the other party attacked until now. Domingo's palms were sweating, and he quickly tightened the dagger in his hand. Bank whimpered twice. He could feel the cold blade sliding into his flesh, and could cut his trachea at any time. Since the other party intervened in this matter, it means that he is an ally of the Gale Group. Bloodhook Domingo still has a hostage in his hand, so he feels that he can still save it, so he said fiercely, "Don't come over. If you move again, I will cut this guy's throat." Rob ignored Domingo's threats, and walked towards Lulu. Perhaps angered by the other party's indifferent attitude, Domingo was determined to fight to the death, but when he wanted to stab the dagger, he found that his arm was out of control at some point. Domingo was filled with fear. He finally knew how the first guy felt. He wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. He opened his mouth and found that his tongue could not move. Finally, Domingo's eyes went black and he collapsed to the ground. The boys and girls of the Gale Group were completely stunned by the scene that went beyond common sense. In their eyes, the uninvited guest just waved his staff casually, and a group of powerful enemies fell one after another. Lulu was shocked when she saw the corpses on the ground. Did you kill them all? Rob shook his head. No, they just lost their 5 senses, and they will recover in 2 magic hours. The future super magician did not intend to kill people in Ryan. Although the group of Bloodhook Domingo was not well received, so many lives would definitely arouse the vigilance of others. Rob did not want to cause any additional trouble. He came back this time just to explore the dungeon in the endless sea of trees again, and solve the problem with Luo. He did not want to be targeted by the Magician Association or the temple again, so he used mental magic this time to try not to leave any external injuries. The first thing Bank did after being rescued was to kick Domingo, who had tortured him before. However, the wound on his neck was torn open in a few seconds. The fat boy fainted when he saw his blood flowing out. Lulu bowed to someone and said gratefully, "Thanks to your help this time. If there is a chance in the future, the Wind Group will definitely repay you." Rob said, "No need to wait until later. If you want to repay me, you can do it now." "Aw?" Lulu was very surprised. After seeing someone take action, the girl didn't think that her little cat could only help the other party. You didn't think we would meet twice in one day, Rob said. The reason I came to save you is because of the sword on you. Do you want this sword too? Lulu was a little nervous. She regretted bringing the sword out of the house. Her grandmother had asked her to try not to let other people see the sword, but Lulu liked it very much. This time she left home and secretly brought the sword. Unexpectedly, it caused so many things and almost cost Bank's life. Now she regretted it so much. Don't worry, I don't want to steal your sword. I just hope you can take this sword with me to see someone. The future super magician explained. Lulu's heart was relieved and she asked curiously, Who are you taking me to see? Is it far away? How long will it take to go back and forth? Don't worry, the person I'm taking you to see is in this town. It won't take you too long. Chapter 630. Lolo took out the broken revenge and put it together with Lulu's elven sword. As if sensing each other's existence, the two swords emitted a faint light as soon as they approached. Seeing this scene, Lulu couldn't help but marvel. I remember, Grandma once said that the person who made this sword also made another sword exactly the same as it. It turns out that this story is true. Lolo thought of what the weapon master Constantine had said in the secret prison of Oglin. Its name is Phaeacis, which means revenge in the Elvish language. It has a twin brother named Faith, which is the work of the same forger. Their predecessors were actually two-handed swords, but they were melted down 200 years ago. Later, they were reforged by an elf weapon master and split into two. Lulu murmured, Is this sword Faith? Her expression changed, and she asked the girl, Where did you get this sword? My grandma gave it to me. My grandma? Well, it should be a fragment obtained 6 years ago. In order to repair it, I broke my vow not to open the furnace to forge it again. 6 years ago. The time just matches. Lolo's heartbeat quickened. Her father, the Scarlet Sword, disappeared 6 years ago. When he left, he seemed to be planning to do something big, so his farewell to his daughter was like the last time they saw each other. After that, Lolo never heard any news about her father again. Since revenge is a sword passed down from generation to generation in the family, the belief with the same origin as it is very likely to be in the Breton family. After Karev gave revenge to her, maybe he was carrying this belief with him. On the other hand, Rob thought even more. The light giant on the top of the snow mountain had almost no human emotions. He was as cold as a machine. He only showed a hint of disgust when he saw revenge. He wanted to destroy the sword no matter what. The future super magician originally thought that the previous owner of the sword had a feud with the light giant. But now it seems that this is not the case. A more reasonable explanation is that the thing has not seen this sword before, but it has seen the twin brother of this sword, Faith. In other words, the time in Anarip may not be the first time the thing has descended on the earth. Rob looked at Lolo. You told me before that your father told you that he had found the real murderer before he disappeared? Lolo nodded. So it seems that your father may have fought with that thing. Rob did not say anything more. The Scarlet Sword was the best swordsman in the north, and he was probably the best swordsman in the Holy Alliance and even the entire human world. However, they both had seen the strength of the light giant. With Rob's skills, his whole body of magic power was locked by the opponent with just one finger. If Karev really saw that thing, he might have been in danger. Lulu grabbed Lulu's shoulders. This sword's former owner, have you seen it? Her tone was very urgent, and there was a tremor in her voice. She obviously didn't expect to suddenly get news about her father and Ryan. I don't know. Lulu seemed to be startled, but she soon realized that the owner of this sword and Lulu must have a special relationship. That person should be very important to Lulu. So after saying that, Lulu immediately added, But my grandmother must know. Although my grandmother didn't tell us the story of this sword, I can feel that she respects the owner of this sword very much. So its name is Faith. Lulu reached out her hand and gently stroked the sword. The famous sword had spirit and hummed softly, as if answering her call. Please let us meet your grandmother, Lolo said solemnly. No problem, my home is in the southern suburbs of Cayenne City. When you get there, you can find the parish family by asking the locals. Lulu said cheerfully, Thanks to your help today, Grandma must want to thank you in person. The door of the parish family is always open to you. After sending Lulu away, Rob returned to the hotel room and found Lulu still sitting at the table in a daze, so he walked over and took the girl's hand. Everyone's attention has been focused on the church during this period. We can use Ryan's teleportation array to teleport directly to Cayenne City. Lulu shook her head. No, that's too dangerous. Let's follow the original plan and go to the underground city in the endless sea of trees first, and then go to Cayenne City. It's so hard to get clues about your father, aren't you anxious? Father is no longer alive, right? It's been so long now that I know the answer very well. He told me the answer in Gutter's Merlin. Now I'm just going to verify it. Lolo said, don't worry, I just want to know how he died and where his body is, so that I can at least have a place to worship him every year. But there's no need to rush. There's not much difference between going early and late. Then the girl took the initiative to change the subject. How are you preparing to explore the dungeon? It's almost there, but are you sure you want to go with me? This time I will go as deep as possible. I don't know which floor the thing I'm looking for is on. The further you go, the greater the danger, especially when the previous floors have not been cleared. The future super magician said. Generally, few adventurers will enter the next floor before the first floor has been cleared, because this not only means that you will be isolated and helpless in the next floor, but also cut off your retreat. If you encounter danger, you will not be able to evacuate in time, which is very dangerous. Where in this world is safe for me? Don't worry, even if I can't help, I won't cause you any trouble. The girl insisted, paused, and said, I will have nightmares without you by my side. Rob hugged Lolo in his arms. Smelling the faint soap scent on her hair, I will find a way to heal you. I never doubted this. The girl leaned her head against the boy's chest, listening to his steady and strong heartbeat, and whispered. Because of the matter of the Gale group, Rob checked out of the guest room early the next morning and walked into the endless sea of trees with Lolo. It had been more than 3 years since the last time they came here. Both of them were much stronger than they were then, so they didn't need to be as cautious when traveling. They moved much faster and reached the adventurer camp in just one day. Chapter 631. Lolo inquired about some information in the adventurer camp, mainly about the church and the Magician Association. When he came back, he saw Rob still meditating. This scene is still quite rare. Someone is known as the first genius in the history of magic since Roland, but Lolo rarely sees Rob practicing. According to this guy himself, his level is more about understanding the origin of magic. The accumulation of mana only needs to complete the daily homework step by step. No matter how much, it will not be effective. Rob can do 2 things at the same time, so even if he is doing other things, it does not prevent him from analyzing magic. Luo could only sigh that people are really different. But this time, Rob's meditation time was particularly long. Originally, the two planned to stay in the camp for a short while, collect some information, and then go on the road again, because there were a lot of people around. Although both of them had different degrees of disguise, it was not advisable to stay for a long time from the perspective of safety. As a result, after arriving at the camp, Rob suddenly asked to rent a room, and then entered a meditative state in it. For 2 consecutive days, he only woke up when eating, and immediately returned to the meditative state after eating. Luo was a little worried. She had never heard of a magician who could meditate continuously. But she also thought that apart from Merlin, who had lived for more than 900 years, no one in the world knew more about magic than Rob. He should know what he was doing. All Luo could do now was to stay by the boy's side silently. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, Rob opened his eyes and said softly, "Sorry, I kept you waiting." Luo was practicing sword skills on the side. Hearing this, he put away his sword, wiped the sweat off his face, and tilted his head and said, "What did you find?" "I think I may have figured out what's going on in this forest," said the future super magician. "Oh!" Luo was a little surprised. The endless sea of trees is a well-known forbidden area in the human world. The nature here is distorted by a mysterious force. The forest is full of strange plants. It is unknown how long these plants have grown. They are full of incredible vitality, and some inexplicable strange magic. People who enter this forest will gradually lose their way. Many scholars were attracted by the strange natural phenomena here, but no one could find out the reason for all this. However, the future super magician did not say his guess, but just said, "Some things I may have thought wrong before. Let's go, the answer is in that underground city." This time Rob used a positive tone. Both of them carried double supplies. Considering their current sensitive identities, and the number of floors they had to go, they did not hire followers. Fortunately, the future super magician now has the skills of a first-level swordsman, so he will not break his waist because of the bag behind him. It took the 2 of them less than 5 days to pass through the first level. When passing the mithril wall, Rob stopped for a moment and looked up. The 240-meter-high wall looked so indestructible under the afterglow of the setting sun. However, no matter how great the difficulties were, they could not withstand the large number of people. It was said that someone had figured out how to climb up from this bare wall. Just half a year ago, an adventurer finally succeeded in reaching the top. However, When they climbed to the top of the wall, they could not hide their disappointment. There was nothing valuable on the top, and they could not find any trace of the imagined treasures and heavy weapons. The adventure team that finally reached the top turned from a lucky guy to a joke in everyone's eyes, and was laughed at for a long time. Rob said to Lolo, "Let's go, what we are looking for is not here." The entrance to the second floor was discovered very early, not far from the bathing place where the brooch was found. Rob and Lolo ignored the sign that said danger at the entrance and walked down to the second floor. Compared with the first floor, the second floor is larger, but there is no wall. Rob had previously followed Stein and Demand to explore other underground cities. He knew that the structure of underground cities was very strange, and the wall usually appeared every 2 floors. Compared with the first floor, the monsters living here are stronger between the second and third levels, and the metal puppets' reconnaissance and combat capabilities have also been enhanced. As soon as Rob and Lolo came out of the entrance, they encountered a team of metal puppets roaming around. There were a total of 6. The future super mage took action and eliminated 4 of them in the first time, leaving the remaining 2 for Lolo to practice. The girl killed one with magic, but another metal puppet with the ability of rapid had already rushed in front of her. Lolo dodged its first round of attack, then took the starfall thrown by Rob, and chopped down the last metal puppet with the swordsmanship she had just learned. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. The other metal puppets nearby received the alarm from their companions, but before they could rush over, the battle was over, so they returned to patrol mode. The 2 men also put away their weapons, and continued to walk down. Rob took out a magic device from his backpack. He bought the materials, and made it himself when he was in Ryan. It only had one function, which was to find the entrance to the next level. However, the range of this magic device was only 2 miles. The area of the underground city was very large. If you were unlucky, you might not be able to find it for a month or 2. But then Rob realized that he seemed to be worrying too much. After returning to the dungeon, Bernadette had been acting lazy, without the joy of returning to her homeland, until she entered the second floor. Suddenly, a strange look appeared in the eyes of the bird, and it waved its wings and left someone's shoulder. It did not stop, but flew straight to a certain place and disappeared in a moment. However, Rob could judge its approximate direction based on the soul contract, so he and Lolo rushed there together. The monsters encountered along the way were scared away by Rob's momentum, but the metal puppets were not affected, but they eventually became the girls' experience points. With the current strength of the future super magician, the 2 of them would not encounter any danger below the 6th floor during this adventure. 7 days later, the 2 reunited with Bernadette. The bird landed in a building that looked like a village, combing its feathers. Rob took out the magic device again, and this time it responded quickly. According to the feedback from the magic device, the entrance was nearby. When Rob first met Bernadette, he felt strange. Why did this beautiful bird appear on the first floor? In connection with the staff that Luo picked up from the pool, it was obvious that Bernadette was brought down from the upper floors. If so, it might still remember the way back. Chapter 632. On the 69th day of going deep into the underground city, Rob and Lolo finally reached the 7th floor. There lived powerful monsters, as well as terrifying mechanisms and metal puppets. Even with Bernadette leading the way, the 2 of them still slowed down. Even Rob had to be careful here. The future super magician released his mental power to sense the dangers lurking around. Lolo also took out the small bottle of red gum from her bag. This thing was given to her by the ugly girl when she was in Auckland. Applying it on the body can effectively isolate one's own breath, and even a 9th-level professional would find it difficult to detect. The girl tried it on the 6th floor. Although she didn't know how the metal puppets searched for intruders, the good news was that red gum was indeed effective against them. As long as the 2 of them applied this stuff, even if they walked past the metal puppets in front of them, they would turn a blind eye. Although the metal puppets on higher floors were more powerful, their enemy-searching mechanism had not changed, so now was the time for red gum to come in handy. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, Luo and Luobu could still find traces of a few adventurers' activities, but after entering the 4th floor, they could no longer see other adventurers. It seemed that there were only 2 of them left in the whole world. I don't know who designed and built this underground city. After tens of thousands of years, the ecosystem inside is still well maintained. The artificial sun, moon and stars are changing tirelessly in the sky. Even more than 2,000 meters underground, you can still breathe fresh air. Almost everything in the outside world can be found here, whether it is mountains or rivers, hills or lakes. It seems that the person who created this world wanted to copy everything on the ground. The more he looked, the more confused Luo became. Since the creator of the underground city liked the surface so much, why did he create such a place in this deep underground? Who were those towering mithril walls defending against? As if he could see what she was thinking, Rob explained, "This is the place of origin." Huh? This dungeon is the first dungeon in the world. All dungeons and other places were built after it. How do you know? The girl asked curiously. I once followed my teacher to explore a dungeon. That dungeon was perfect, with the best structure and construction, but compared to this place, it lacked the most important thing. What is it? Traces of failure. Rob paused and continued, this underground city was not built in one go. I discovered this when I first came here and saw the sewage pipes in the inner city. There are many traces of changes in those pipes. Its designers made many attempts at the beginning, some of which were successful and some failed. They kept the successful part and continued to improve it on this basis. In fact, it's not just the sewage pipes. Everything you see here has the mark of failure. The stars and rivers, the sunrise and the valleys, every inch of land are the products of countless failures. Lolo grasped the key point of this sentence. Do you mean that there is more than one person who designed and built this underground city? Rob nodded. Even with the technological level of that civilization, it is definitely not an easy task to build an underground city. It requires the wisdom of several generations at least. According to what you said, that civilization was once extremely powerful, so why did they decline? We came back here this time to find the answer to this question. The future super magician answered. Is this answer important to us? Very important. If my guess is correct, they should have a solution to your problem. Rob said, but there was one more thing he didn't say. If his guess was correct, then humans are probably facing the biggest crisis in history. Lolo said, but her focus was not on this. After a pause, the girl said, well, these days, I sometimes think, maybe it's good for us to live here. It takes hundreds of years to conquer a dungeon. We just need to live on the upper floors, so that no one will disturb us. We can spend the rest of our lives quietly, and won't cause trouble to others. Rob reached out and touched Luo's hair, saying softly, okay, after you solve your problem, you can live wherever you want. Here you go again, so cunning. The girl sighed, I'm afraid I will get used to your gentleness if this goes on. Isn't that good? Well, you must have done it on purpose so that I can't leave you. Lolo's eyes were like seaweed swaying underwater, which made the boy's heart tremble. Then don't leave me. Under the moonlight, the boy gently kissed the girl's forehead. Bernadette stopped on a branch nearby and looked at the two people under the tree. At this moment, it seemed that they only had each other in their eyes. The beautiful bird snorted softly, as if she was a little dissatisfied with being fed dog food. However, at this moment, a meteor suddenly streaked across the sky. The meteor dragged a long tail, broke through the night, and fell towards the grassland in the north. Bernadette's expression suddenly changed after seeing the meteor. Then Rob raised his head, and he also saw the meteor. The future super magician raised his eyebrows, and seemed a little surprised. Key. What key? The meteor is a key, which should be used to open a secret place on this floor. Rob said, he felt a familiar breath from the key. If he guessed correctly, the person who made the key and the brooch on his body might be the same person. Just as the two were talking, the earth suddenly shook, and the powerful monsters entrenched in various places on the 7th floor became restless. At this level, the monsters have a strong sense of territory, and will not easily leave their territory. However, when the meteor passed by, they all walked out of their nests for the first time and ran towards the place where the meteor fell. They looked like children who were eager to grab candy. Bernadette, who was standing on the tree before, was no longer visible at this moment, and she joined the carnival without hesitation. Rob said to Luo, let's go and have a look. The structure on the brooch had helped him several times at critical moments. Whether it was the maze array by Lake Siamis or the finger of the light giant, they could find a connection from that structure. Rob couldn't help but become more curious about what kind of person was the guy who made this secret treasure. Chapter 633. The place where the meteor fell was not too far from the two of them. Normally, it would take about half a day to walk there. However, looking at the desperate posture of the group of monsters, I am afraid that if we go too late, there will be nothing left. So Rob hugged the girl's waist and decisively started the phase shift. This was the first time for Luo to enter the phase space. In this world, everything seemed to be still, but Luo knew that this was just an illusion. The real reason was that they were moving too fast now, so the time here was infinitely extended compared to the outside world. A drop of water fell from a leaf and floated in the air. The girl stretched out her finger curiously, wanting to touch the drop, but was gently stopped by someone. Rob held Lolo's outstretched hand. The phase space is very dangerous. Here, even a leaf or a drop of water can be fatal. Although magicians can use this place to complete high-speed displacement, they must follow the channel constructed by magic power. This is also the only path that can guarantee safety after careful calculation. Are there other creatures besides magicians in this static world? Luo asked. Who knows? Maybe you can use this as a research direction in the future. A quarter of an hour later, the two of them appeared behind a grassy slope. Luo blushed and got down from Rob's arms, while the latter was already sensing the situation on the other side of the grassy slope. There are 5 8th level magic beasts and 11 7th level magic beasts. The number of magic beasts below the 7th level is even greater. The future super magician did not count them, but only roughly estimated that there are probably more than 200. Even Rob was not sure he could escape unscathed with such a force, but the good news was that this time, unlike the monster siege, these monsters were not united. They all came for the thing that fell on the grassland. It was obvious that each monster wanted to take it for themselves. However, the monsters that came first were wary of each other, which formed a wonderful balance. Until now, there were more and more monsters on the grassland, but no one dared to attack first. Rob and Luo climbed up the grass slope. The judgment of the future super magician was correct. Sure enough, the monsters at the bottom of the slope only glanced at them, and then turned their attention back to the meteor. At this critical moment, everyone tried to avoid complications as much as possible. Luo looked at the beast tied under his feet. Even the weakest magic beast in it had the strength of level 4 or above. So many powerful magic beasts gathered together, and the momentum they exuded was enough to make people tremble with fear. In comparison, the two people coated with red original gum seemed a little inconspicuous. No wonder those magic beasts just glanced at them, and then looked away. Rob looked around, and soon found Bevanadette in the beast group. It used the charming eyes to control 2 level 5 lightning raccoons as guards, but even so, it was still at a disadvantage in this battle. The future super magician soon had a preliminary plan. Rob had no intention of waiting any longer, because as time went on, there would be more and more magical beasts on the grassland, and the variables would increase. Therefore, the next moment, the future super magician took action directly, and a powerful momentum rose to the sky. Even in the 7th floor where there were many beasts, this momentum was still the strongest without any dispute. Once Rob moved, he immediately attracted the attention of the beasts, and even the 5 8th level magical beasts, who were kings of one side, showed a trace of fear in their eyes. In a sense, it was not a good choice for the future super mage to show his strength at this time. He attracted the attention of all the monsters present. Especially when the elemental hand was formed and grabbed the thing in the crater, it touched the bottom line of the monsters. Several roars suddenly broke out in the herd. 2 8th level monsters could not tolerate this behavior of snatching food from the tiger's mouth, and attacked one after another. Before, Luo only felt the residual power of those monsters, and now she stood next to Rob, so she naturally became the target of attack. Only by facing those powerful creatures of up to 8th level can she truly realize how amazing their power is. However, Luo did not feel any panic at this moment, not only because she had seen a more powerful existence on the top of Anarip, but most importantly, she knew that person was standing next to her. Almost at the same time, Rob calmly launched a 7th level defensive magic called the Wall of Size, and took the joint attack of the two monsters lightly. Although the battle with the light giant was thrilling, the future super magician also gained a lot. His realm did not change, but his understanding of the rules entered a new level. Even ordinary magic can be increased by at least 1 level in his hands. Although the two monsters were fierce, they were still far from the level of the light giant. Even if they temporarily formed an alliance, they could not break through Rob's 7th level defense magic in a hurry. This battle result also made more monsters feel uneasy. For them, the best outcome was of course that they could get the thing, and the worst was that they could not let it fall into the hands of a human. So the other 3 8th level monsters finally stopped watching the fun from the sidelines. They reached a consensus in the shortest time, and decided to solve the biggest threat first. 5 level 8 monsters attacked together, and the power they released was amazing. In front of the absolute strength, the Wall of Size sighed and turned into pieces. However, Rob's other level 7 magic had already been chanted. No one expected that in the face of this fierce attack, the future super magician did not choose to defend, but instead released a range attack magic. Just from the magic fluctuations when this magic was formed, one can see the terrifying power contained in it. Those mid-level monsters trembled under this attack, and even the 5 strongest level 8 monsters had to choose to temporarily avoid the edge. At this moment, a red figure suddenly rushed out and rushed to the meteorite crater. When the beasts reacted, Bevernadette had already grabbed the thing with one claw and spread her wings to fly into the air. The 5 8th level monsters were furious, and no longer cared about solving any external enemies. They had nothing left, and it would be useless even if they killed a human in front of them. However, this time they wanted to retreat, and asked Rob if he agreed. The future super magician did not retreat, but advanced after using the Hell Red Lotus, and immediately threw out another 7th level magic, Ice and Snow. If the 5 8th level monsters could use human language, they would probably all be jumping up and down and cursing. The bastard on the opposite side did not play by the rules at all. This way of fighting was purely harmful to others, and not beneficial to himself. It was obvious that he would not let them get what he could not get. There was no grudge between the two sides, and no one knew what was wrong with that guy at this moment that he had to entangle them. Chapter 634. Rob's 2 attack magics had a wide range, so not only the 5 8th level monsters, but also some other monsters were affected. However, no one noticed that most of the monsters affected by his 2 magics were flying monsters. Therefore, when Bevernadette got the thing, few monsters were able to keep it. By the time they realized this, it was too late. The 5 most threatening 8th level monsters were entangled by Rob. A swift falcon wanted to be the fisherman, but as soon as it spread its wings, it was bitten in the throat by a lightning raccoon, and the magic arrow shot into the air by the water shooter next to it was blocked by another fearless lightning raccoon with its body. After just a short delay, Bevernadette's figure had already soared into the sky, leaving the group of wingless monsters below staring blankly. The beautiful bird did not stop, but spread its wings and flew towards the forest in the east. With the help of the lush trees there, it could easily get rid of the pursuers behind it. So the 5 8th level monsters were all anxious when they saw this, but they could not get rid of the entanglement of the human for a while. When they finally rushed out of the coverage of the magic, Bevernadette's figure was only a small black dot. The monsters were furious when they saw this, and looked back at the troublemaker, but in the end, they could not resist the temptation of that thing, and did not bother to find trouble with someone, and hurriedly chased in the direction of the forest. Unfortunately, they had been delayed for so long, and their hope of catching up with Bevernadette was very slim. In just a moment, the beasts that were originally densely packed around disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened on the silent grassland. Is this the end? Luo raised his eyebrows and asked. Well, next we should see what we have harvested. Luobu said. The towering ancient trees in the forest are the best cover, but this is only for those magic beasts. The future super magician has a sole contract with his magic pet, which can quickly determine the latter's position. When the two found Bevernadette, the beautiful bird was standing by the spring, combing its feathers lazily. Where's the thing? Lolo poked his head out to look. Rob looked strange. It swallowed it. Huh? Didn't you say it was a key? Yes, but it seems that the key has other uses for these monsters. The future super magician was angry and amused. He didn't expect things to develop in this direction. At that time, he and Bevernadette simply communicated with each other through their souls, and set a simple battle plan. As for the subsequent division of the spoils, they had not had time to discuss it. In Rob's opinion, as his pet, Bevernadette would definitely wait for his instructions, but the dead bird swallowed the food in one gulp, without any intention of discussing with him. And now it is standing by the spring, with a calm expression, as if you can stew me if you can. The future super magician has a soul connection with Bevernadette, and can barely sense that the thing swallowed by this bastard is a secret treasure, and this secret treasure seems to have merged with it, and its body is undergoing these slow changes. But it is not clear what the change is for now. Rob was amused by this guy. He just wanted to use the key to find the treasure left by someone. Bevernadette was his pet. If the thing was really important to the dead bird, he would definitely return it after using it. But this bastard didn't seem to be polite to him. What should we do now? Lolo asked. Since this guy swallowed the key, it should know where the place is. But even if we find that place, don't we have the key to open it? Luo asked in confusion. Let's find that place first. Rob had no good solution for the time being. The treasure in the dungeon was priceless to ordinary people, but it was dispensable to the future super magician. If it was other treasures, it would be fine if he missed it, but this treasure was probably left by the owner of the brooch secret treasure, and Rob was still quite interested in that guy. Bevernadette probably knew that she had gone too far, so this time she obediently led the way. The two of them, and the bird soon walked along the spring to a stone forest. The lord of this place was originally a 5th level Kurt Scorpion, but was trampled to death by an 8th level magic beast that avoided magic in the previous grassland melee, which saved Rob from having to do it again. Bernadette stopped on a stone pillar and looked at someone innocently. Rob walked up and released a fireball to burn the moss on it, revealing a section of the pattern below. Luo looked at it from the side, but was confused. The pattern looked like both magic and divine patterns, which reminded her of the teleportation array to Odlin left by Merlin in Mount Kilimanjaro, which seemed to be the same. The future super magician said at this time, Merlin has been here. Ah? He may be the first person to discover this underground city, not the illegitimate son of Viscount Major Son. After a pause, Rob added, he had been to this place hundreds of years ago. Rob had not just started to suspect Merlin. As early as the first time they met, he had seen the latter's maze locked by the artificial lake of Siamus. The shadow of the small structure on the brooch secret treasure was in the third-level magic circle, and when he saw this section of the stone pillar, he was sure that Merlin had also been to this underground city, and that guy had stayed here for a long time. Luo was stunned. Well, even if you say so, he might have sneaked in after this underground city was discovered. Rob pointed at the lines on the stone pillar and said, that guy signed his name next to it. This is really the style of Senior Merlin. Considering that the stone pillar is already covered with moss, the future super magician's statement that Merlin came here hundreds of years ago is indeed the most likely answer to the truth. Remember the scrap staff you found in the pool when we first came here? If I'm not mistaken, it was left by that guy. In addition, it seems that Bernadette is likely related to him on the first floor. What is his purpose here? I'm afraid only he can answer this question. Rob ignored the mischievous signature and observed the lines on the stone pillar for a while. He found that a small part of the lines was missing. The future super magician speculated that the small part of the lines was probably on the secret treasure that Bernadette swallowed. Chapter 635. Rob looked at the patterns on the stone pillar and pondered for a moment, then took out a magic carving knife from his bag and held it in his hand. Lola was surprised and said, "Didn't you say that the missing part was swallowed by Bernadette? Well, so now we can only try our luck. The structure on the stone pillar is much more complicated than that on the brooch secret treasure. If it was the future super magician before, there would be nothing he could do, but now he already knows what this section of structure is. It has many names. Magic, divine power, secret arts contained in secret treasures. People call it by various names, but they all end up with the same goal. You mean, whether it's divine power, magic, or secret arts, they're all the same thing? Well, we might as well call it the Force. The three powers you mentioned earlier all originate from it, or are part of it. Wait, this statement makes me more confused, but isn't the divine power the power of the gods? No, that's just a lie of the church, or more likely, the church has actually been deceived. The sacred power currently used by the temple is actually just a fake divine power. Rob paused. I know what you want to say. Divine power comes from the gods. Clergy are the most special group of professionals. Their power does not belong to themselves. In fact, they use faith as a bargaining chip to exchange for the temporary use of divine power from the gods. Because of this, the church is the most stable and cohesive force in the human world. For thousands of years, few clergy have betrayed the temple. For example, it's like your entire fortune is deposited with someone else. You can use it when you need it, but once you leave, it's like giving back all the wealth you have accumulated over the years. You mean the so-called divine power is just a means for the gods to control the clergy? Well, the most direct evidence is the divine power of the church, the alchemy of the dwarves, and the ancestral power of the orcs. Among these three power systems, mimicry magic can only simulate the former, because the divine power is the missing link of magic. This is not a coincidence. All magic related to life is located in an untouchable taboo area. Magic and divine power are the products of the original force being divided into two. Without the part that represents life, the magician will never be able to touch the real rules. What about the secret arts? The secret arts are the power system used by the previous civilization. It is not the force, but it is a power very close to the force. Compared with magic, it is more efficient, and perhaps only one step away from touching the real rules. Rob pointed to the lines on the stone pillar. This is the best proof. The person who left this thing is an absolute genius even in that civilization. He walked ahead of everyone and touched the secret of the force. It is precisely because of this that the future super mage may be able to use the insights gained from the battle with the light giant to repair this section of the line. Rob explained to the girl while working. It took him 4 magic hours to complete the structure above, but until he carved the last knife, the stone pillar did not change at all. Is this a failure? Luo said. Rob thought for a moment, then waved to Bernadette on the stone pillar. The latter flew down from above reluctantly. Rob pressed his body against the stone pillar, probably because he sensed the breath of the secret treasure in Bernadette's body. The next moment, the lines on the stone pillar finally lit up, but the light was very dim. At the same time, Bernadette began to twist her body and struggled desperately, trying to escape from someone's clutches. The future super magician was furious. He could feel that the dead bird was not in any pain at all, but there was an unknown energy somewhere in its body that was dissipating rapidly. How could Rob not understand that what he was repairing was something like a teleportation array? To open this teleportation array, not only a complete structure was needed, but also energy. The secret treasure that Bernadette got was both a key and something like a magic crystal, which could provide the required energy for this teleportation array. Although I don't know how it was done, it seems that the magic beasts on the grassland also have a way to absorb the power to improve themselves. No wonder those magic beasts have such a strong desire for that thing. Bernadette is struggling at this moment, because she doesn't want the energy in her body to flow to the stone pillar. Rob saw through this guy's little abacus at a glance, pressed it tightly on the stone pillar, and at the same time stretched out his other hand to Luo and said, "Hold me." The girl did not hesitate. When she held someone's palm, her eyelids suddenly sank. Luo felt as if she had lost a few seconds of memory. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in a completely unfamiliar city. This is a very strange city. The architectural style here is different from any known race on the Dawn continent, but it gives people a familiar feeling. Luo shook her head. When she saw the towering mithril wall not far away, she finally realized where she was. This is the first floor of the underground city. When she realized this, everything around her matched her original memory, including the bathhouse, not far away, where their team found the brooch secret treasure, as well as the granary, the library. But these places seemed a little different from before. It is life. Lolo saw the garbage next to a row of houses, and quickly understood what had changed. Is this city alive? Girl, the girl looked up. After the transmission just now, she didn't know what time it was, but it was probably close to dawn. She still remembered that she was holding someone's hand before, but now Rob was no longer beside her. However, Lolo was not too panicked. On the contrary, her curiosity exceeded her fear. Exploring the unknown is always the eternal desire of mankind. The girl walked around the city, admiring this strange world, until she met the first person in the city in a place that looked like a grocery store. The person had his back to her, his shoulders shrugged, and seemed to be sweeping the fallen leaves and paper scraps in front of the door. Luo hesitated and said hi to the other person softly, but the guy didn't respond at all, so the girl walked a few steps closer and greeted him again, but the other person was still indifferent. In the end, Luo had to pat his shoulder, and the guy turned around with some doubts. The girl was stunned. The figure of the man was very similar to that of an ordinary human, but his appearance was different. His face was very long, even longer than his neck. There were 4 eyes on the long face, one on each side. His thin eyebrows drooped from the corners of his eyes, making it impossible for Luo to judge how old he was. In addition, there was a piece of protruding flesh on his forehead. Chapter 636. Lolo had never seen such a strange-looking person before, and was startled, but she didn't expect the guy to behave even worse after seeing her, and was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Lolo felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Her mother, Illyria, was a famous beauty in the capital, and her father, Scarlet Sword, was the dream lover of countless girls. As their daughter, Lolo perfectly inherited the advantages of both sides, and was hailed as the flower of the North since she was a child. She probably never thought that one day her appearance would scare others. But she could understand this feeling. There were many races on the Dawn continent. Although it was rare to form a relatively unified aesthetic standard over thousands of years, there were still many details that were different for different races. For example, dwarf men had a special preference for women with thick hair. For example, in the eyes of outsiders, all elves were handsome men and beautiful women, but it was said that they had a very strict way of judging beauty and ugliness, and the length of the ears seemed to be a very important criterion. Even races that had lived together for a long time were like this, let alone 2 civilizations that had never met before. Luo wanted to break the deadlock, so he mustered up the courage to reach out his hand first to express his goodwill. However, the guy on the ground seemed very nervous when he saw this. He tried hard to stand up from the ground, but because he was too anxious, he tripped over the broom he was using to sweep the floor again. This fall also frightened him, and his expression became obviously more excited. He opened his mouth and spoke a language that the girl could not understand at all in a hurried tone. Then he actually used his hands and feet to escape into the night. He ran slowly, about the same speed as an ordinary person, but in order to avoid further misunderstanding, Luo did not chase him, but just stood there and watched the guy disappear. Afterwards, the girl had a headache. She didn't know where she was set by the stone pillar. Although she tried hard to figure out the situation, it seemed to be just a luxury without speaking the language. Luo hesitated and walked into the grocery store with the door open in front of him. There was a row of secret treasures on the counter in the middle. Luo picked up one of the oval secret treasures and took a look. This secret treasure seemed to be used to heat food, and the one next to it seemed to be used for lighting. But the girls behind couldn't see the purpose of it. In addition, there were many strange insects in this room. There were insect nests everywhere on the wall. When she walked in, white insects poked their heads out and looked at her curiously. Luo was lucky. She found a book next to the chair, but she gave up after flipping through 2 pages because she couldn't understand any of the words on it. So, the method of communicating with words was obviously aborted. But Luo was not discouraged. She was just trying to find something else that could be used, and at this moment, she heard footsteps coming from outside the door. The sound was very neat, like drum beats, dong dong dong. Luo was delighted. Could it be that the person who ran away before came back after realizing that she had no ill intentions? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she saw a 4-eyed person in a gray robe running into the house. However, as soon as the guy saw her, he rushed over and covered her mouth. Luo was shocked and thought that the guy was going to attack her, but the next moment, she heard a familiar voice in her ear. Time is running out. Change this first. 4-eyed person. When she opened her mouth, Rob's voice came out. The future super magician threw another gray robe over while speaking. The girl took the robe and was stunned. Now change here? No, just put it on the outside. Oh! Lolo changed into the robe as quickly as possible, and then Rob took her hand and said in a low voice, "Don't talk from now on, don't ask questions. I will explain it to you in detail when we get to a safe place." As soon as the two of them stepped out of the store, a group of 4-eyed people in mithril armor arrived in front of the grocery store and surrounded it. Lolo also saw the guy who was scared away by her not long ago. He followed the group of 4-eyed people and stretched his neck to look into the grocery store. When the leading 4-eyed people saw Rob and Lolo coming out of the grocery store, the girl felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. However, unexpectedly, the other party just glanced at them, then waved his hand, indicating that the two of them should leave quickly, while the other 4-eyed people, armed to the teeth, were busy surrounding the grocery store. The girl was stunned for a moment, then she saw her own reflection in the shiny armor. She also had a long face and 4 eyes. No wonder those guys didn't make things difficult for them. Luo suddenly realized that she knew someone had a secret treasure with camouflage function. The two people's current appearance must be the effect of using that thing. Rob did not stop, and took Luo into a remote alley. He did not return to his original appearance until he was sure that there was no one else nearby. He leaned against the wall and gasped. "Are you injured?" When running away just now, Luo noticed that someone's other hand was always covering his waist. "Well, it's just a minor injury, it's nothing serious." "Wait, where's your staff?" The girl was surprised, and she stopped to find that someone didn't have a staff in his hand. Rob didn't rush to answer this question, but said, "Calm down and try to feel the magic elements around you." So Luo closed his eyes as he said, and opened them again after a while. "It's so strange, I can clearly feel the existence of magic elements around me, but why can't I mobilize them? Because this world only recognizes the power of secret arts, the Lord of Eternal Night's appearance is too eye-catching, I have thrown it away." Throw it away? Lolo couldn't believe it. The Lord of Eternal Night was a famous legendary staff, the ultimate equipment that countless magicians dreamed of, and a priceless treasure in the magic world. How could such a thing be thrown away? Rob's expression was very calm, and he said, "You should have realized something. Everything here is not real. We are now in a place similar to the spiritual world, so even if the staff is thrown away, it will not have any impact on the outside." Perhaps only this can explain everything Luo has seen so far, why the first floor of the dungeon came back to life, and why the two of them were able to cross the barriers of time and encounter a civilization tens of thousands of years ago. Chapter 637. Is this the lost civilization? Lolo reached out and curiously touched the wall beside her. The cold touch between her fingers made her feel dazed for a moment. Everything that happened since she came to this place was too real. Even if Rob told her that this was a place similar to the spiritual world, she still couldn't help but wonder whether this ancient city had really woken up from its slumber. The future super magician pointed to the brooch on his chest. This place was created by its owner. I don't know how he did it. This kind of spiritual world of scale and restoration has completely exceeded human cognition. You can even think of it as an existence between reality and fantasy. I have made some attempts before. Everyone in this city seems to have self-awareness and can make accurate feedback according to changes in the environment. In short, in this world, they are normal people. Wait, doesn't that mean they exist in another form? The girl was surprised. Rob shook his head. Impossible. Even the gods can't do this. No matter how powerful that guy is, there will be limits. This place is not perfect, but we just came to this world and can't find it for the time being. What should we do next? Wait. Well, since that guy created such a world, it must not be without reason. This unknown civilization was once brilliant, but after its demise, all the texts and records were lost. Something is deliberately covering up its existence. The guy had to use such means. I can feel that he has no ill will towards us, but just wants to tell us something in this way. If that's the case, why can't our magic be used here? This should be an accident. There is no concept of magic in his civilization, so he naturally can't predict the rules of adding magic to this world. Oh, is there anything else you want to tell me? Nothing for now. Lolo thought for a while. I'm hungry. Let's have breakfast first. Aren't you afraid? Rob was a little surprised. Why should I be afraid? The girl asked back. Although the guy has no ill intentions, it doesn't mean that this world is safe. When I was looking for you, I fought with those four-eyed men in armor. They should be the guards in the city, responsible for searching for suspicious guys. Each of them has professional skills. My injury was left at that time. Because it is not clear what the rules of this world are, it is best not to die easily. No one knows what the consequences of dying here will be. Luo patted someone's shoulder. Don't worry, I protect you. Rob was speechless. When magic couldn't be used, Luo's close combat ability was indeed better than his. Moreover, during this period, the former did not forget to practice swordsmanship while learning magic. His progress was rapid, and he was almost at the threshold of the 3rd level. On the other hand, Rob's talent in swordsmanship was very average, and he was still at the 1st level. Finally, I can protect you this time, the girl said with satisfaction. Now it was less than half a magic hour until dawn. Although they had the secret brooch to disguise themselves as four-eyed people, it was still easy to be exposed without knowing the language and writing. So the two of them discussed and decided not to wander around the city for the time being, but to find a place to hide and wait quietly for the change to come. At this time, the safest place in the city was the houses. The two of them chose a house where only one person lived, sneaked in, knocked out the owner, who was still asleep, found a rope to tie him up, and threw him in the storage room. After doing all this, Luo opened the kitchen door with great interest, but the scene in front of her almost made her vomit her dinner. The girl finally knew what those colorful insects in the grocery store were used for. This thing turned out to be the food of those four-eyed people. In their eyes, those insects of various colors were probably like different varieties of vegetables. This strange food is easy to cook and tastes delicious. You can eat it directly after boiling it in water. The owner of this house ate 3 such insects last night, and the remaining 3 skins were thrown on the windowsill, and 2 cooked insects were placed on a plate, probably for breakfast. Luo originally had a vision and wanted to taste the breakfast of this unknown civilization, even if it was only in the spiritual world, but now he has completely given up this idea. The good news is that our dry food is still with us. The girl threw all the pots and pans in the kitchen aside and started to cook with the small pot in her bag, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Rob and Luo looked at each other. The reason why they chose this place as a hiding place was that the owner of the house lived alone and should not have much social interaction. Even if he disappeared for a day or 2, it would not attract any attention. Unexpectedly, they were so unlucky that someone came to the door just before they knocked the man unconscious. The two wanted to pretend that no one was home, but the guy outside the door was quite persistent and kept knocking for a quarter of an hour, and the sound became louder and louder. Even several nearby families were alarmed. Rob had no choice but to take the clothes thrown by Luo, disguised himself as the owner with the brooch secret treasure, and opened the door. As a result, the guy outside the door came up and slapped him without saying a word. Fortunately, the future super magician reacted quickly and dodged the blow. The visitor seemed a little surprised and was stunned. He probably didn't expect that his attack would fail. Then his face became more angry, and he pointed at Rob's mouth and started to curse. Unfortunately, the future super magician didn't understand what he was cursing at all. Rob calmly turned aside and made way for him to enter the house. The visitor was not polite either. He cursed and walked into the house. Then, when the future super magician closed the door, he fainted. Luo put down the stick in his hand. What's going on? Emotional crisis? Rob's face also looked a little strange. I don't know, let's lock them together first. Judging from the size of her breasts, the four-eyed person who came in should be a woman, but I don't know what her relationship with the guy lying inside is, and what kind of twists and turns and moving love story is there. Putting the two unconscious four-eyed people together, the future super magician didn't have time to catch his breath when he heard another knock on the door. Chapter 638. Looking around the storage room at the four-eyed women of different ages and styles. People, Luo couldn't help but sigh. I'm a little curious about the story behind this guy now. When Rob opened the door 7 times in just one morning, the future super magician realized that he might be in big trouble this time. He seemed to have chosen a terrible guy. The reason why the two chose the solitary person was to avoid extra trouble, but they didn't expect to stir up a hornet's nest and cause more trouble. Unfortunately, it was too late to change rooms now, but fortunately, the number of women knocking on the door gradually decreased. In the afternoon, there were only 2 more guests in the storage room, and then the owner of the room woke up. As expected, he looked very frightened, but I don't know whether this fear came from the fact that he was kidnapped or because he was in the Shura field of the harem group. Rob could do nothing about it, and could only close the door of the storage room again in the desperate eyes of the former. The sky outside the window darkened again. A whole day passed, and the city was still calm. The big event predicted by someone did not happen. Luo was not in a hurry. Since she could not mobilize the magic elements, she took out her sword and continued to practice swordsmanship in the house. Until the moonlight fell on the windowsill, the future super magician frowned. Don't worry, it's only been a day. Maybe the thing we are waiting for will happen in a few days. The girl comforted. Rob shook his head. This possibility is not great. Since the guy who created this world is to convey information to us, there is no reason to delay it for so long. So if something happens, it is likely to happen today. Wait for another 2 magic hours. If nothing happens, we will go out and start to explore the entire city actively. At that time, there should be fewer people outside than during the day. Luo had no objection to this. Before the future super magician finished speaking, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the city, and then pedestrians on the street began to run wildly, and each household closed the doors and windows. The street vendors did not even bother to clean up their stalls, and ran desperately towards their homes. Rob and Luo looked at each other, and the thing they were waiting for finally appeared. The alarm came from the west, and it should be close to the city wall. Although the future super magician could not use magic now, his amazing memory was still there. He still kept the map of the first layer that he had memorized during the expedition in his mind, which came in handy at this time. Unlike the panicked passers-by on the street, Rob and Lolo knew that what was happening in the city could not be changed. They just wanted to find out the truth, so they did not continue to hide in the house. Instead, they walked out of the door, came to the street, and ran towards the place where the alarm came from. However, in just a quarter of an hour, the people on the street disappeared completely, and the whole city suddenly became quiet, becoming unprecedentedly empty and deserted. Rob held Lolo's hand and ran in the night. It was a very tense time, but the girl couldn't help but be distracted. Luo remembered the freshman dance at Siamo's 2 years ago, which had the worst beginning and the most perfect ending. When she left the auditorium, the guy seemed to hold her hand like this, and the two of them ran together, so fast that they could leave the world behind. After an unknown amount of time, the figure in front suddenly stopped, and Luo, who was still thinking about something, bumped into Rob's back, and then she was pulled behind a wall by someone. What's wrong? There's an army ahead, and they have quite a few of them. Are they going to search the city? It doesn't seem like it. Their enemies should be outside the city. The future super magician noticed that the four-eyed people were mostly looking at the city wall. The alarm that had been disturbing stopped 3 minutes ago, and the four-eyed people were lining up under the city wall. Rob saw an opportunity in it. Because it was an emergency call, there was no prior notice, so some people who lived far away were unable to arrive on time. Rob and Lolo hijacked 2 guys who were late, stripped off their armor, and put it on themselves, and used the secret treasure to disguise themselves as each other. The 2 waited in the dark until the army started to move, and then pretended to rush over. The four-eyed man general who led the group couldn't help but scold the 2 who were late, and then saw that the two of them lowered their heads and looked like they admitted their mistakes and surrendered. So he didn't say anything and let the two follow the team. Lolo's heart was pounding. They took a risk this time. It was a big risk to sneak into the army. Now the two were surrounded by fully armed soldiers, and they couldn't speak. If they were exposed at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, the other people in the team also looked solemn. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be thinking about something, so the whole team remained silent. After a while, there was a crackling sound coming from behind Rob. The sound was particularly harsh in the quiet night. The future super magician turned around and saw a shocking scene. The place where they were hiding was slowly rising from the ground. At the same time, there were dozens of buildings nearby that were not known what they were used for. They were sliding towards each other. After approaching each other, these houses began to rotate and deform, and reassemble together, and finally piece together into a huge bridge. One end of the bridge was on the ground, and the other end was connected to the city wall. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes, and Luo was also stunned by the scene in front of her. She couldn't imagine that a civilization could develop to this level. The technological level of these four-eyed people was even stronger than what was shown in those ruins. Back then, those adventurers who explored the dungeon were racking their brains to think about how to climb the towering city wall, but after such a long time, only a few people succeeded. Magic was once praised as the greatest invention in the history of the Dawn continent. Humans, once a weak race that was almost exterminated, became the overlord of the continent with the help of magic. However, according to Rob, the secret arts developed by these four-eyed people were more advanced than magic. Why did such a powerful civilization end? Luo couldn't imagine the answer to this question. The four-eyed people around him turned a blind eye to the miracle that was happening in front of him. They seemed to have gotten used to it. After the bridge was built, they walked towards the city wall under the leadership of the general. Luo was now very curious about what was waiting for them outside the city wall. Chapter 639. Rob and Lolo climbed the city wall among the troops. The leading four-eyed man general issued an order to stay where they were, and then he gathered with the general of another garrison and whispered something. Taking advantage of this gap, the future super magician gave Lolo a look, and the two slowly moved to the other side of the city wall. The war was about to start, and most of the four-eyed man were very nervous, and no one had time to care about the actions of the two soldiers, so the two of them touched the wall smoothly, and Lolo leaned over to look down. Although the top of the city wall is more than 200 meters above the ground, the moonlight tonight is very bright, and the things below the city can be seen clearly. When she saw the shadows clearly, the girl widened her eyes and almost screamed. She never thought that she could encounter familiar creatures in this strange world, although the things below are not exactly the same as what she saw on the Dawn continent in terms of appearance. The violent momentum and bloodthirsty eyes all prove their identity. Abyss creatures. The unknown and unknown enemy they are fighting against tens of thousands of years ago is also an abyss creature. For the various races on the Dawn continent, the abyss has always been a mysterious place. No one knows the origin and specific location of the abyss. They only know that every once in a while, abyss cracks will suddenly appear somewhere, connecting two spaces, and those abyss creatures will invade the Dawn continent through these cracks. Thousands of years ago, whenever these abyss creatures appeared, they would bring huge disasters to the continent. At this time, various races had to put aside their prejudices, join forces to resist foreign enemies, and fight for survival. However, with the continuous development of civilization, although the abyss cracks are still terrible, they no longer make people feel desperate. Each race has the ability to solve the abyss cracks that appear in their own territory. The church is the most active in this regard. Just like all myths with clear distinctions between good and evil, if the gods play the role of justice, then the monsters in the abyss represent eternal evil. The temple has always regarded the elimination of evil as its own responsibility. Successive popes have invested a lot of energy in exterminating abyss creatures, and at the same time have gained a huge reputation among the people. Unfortunately, the research of the abyss by various races is still in its infancy. About 90 years ago, there was a very famous tulip joint operation. At that time, the four major races of humans, dwarves, elves, and orcs each sent 3 9th-level masters to form a 12-person adventure team. It was the first time since the Second Magic War that they joined forces to explore the world on the other side of the abyss crack. However, the adventure team lost news after entering the abyss and never came back. However, after such a long time, humans have not gained nothing. Some magicians have argued from the perspective of evolution that the existence of the abyss creatures is longer than any known civilization on the Dawn Road. But they probably wouldn't have thought that the history of these abyss creatures can be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. These monsters have already appeared in the civilization of these four-eyed people. But this made Luo even more confused. The civilization of the abyss is obviously stronger than that of the various races on the Dawn continent. On the other hand, the creatures of the abyss have less time to evolve, and their strength is much lower than that of tens of thousands of years later. The shadows under the city wall are still fierce, but in terms of strength, they are only at the third or fourth level, and are not even as good as the monsters that besiege the Winds End Castle. Can these guys really force the four-eyed people to be so embarrassed? As soon as this question came up in the girl's head, she heard someone blow the battle horn, so the four-eyed people on the city wall. The troops also began to move. The leading general assigned tasks to everyone. The two people whose identities Rob and Luo borrowed seemed to be archers, so they were naturally assigned crossbows. After getting their weapons, the two chose a place to hide. Seeing that there was no one else nearby, Rob lowered his voice and said, "There is bad news." Huh? The mithril content of this city wall is too high, which has a great impact on the secret treasure. At most, we can't maintain our disguise when we last half a magic. Luo was puzzled. You once said that these four-eyed people have made great achievements in the secret arts. Why did they build this mithril wall? Isn't this just tying their own hands and feet? There is no time to study this issue. We must first find a way to leave here. Rob shook his head. Now there are troops everywhere on the wall. Once the brooch secret treasure is invalid, the identities of the two will be exposed, and the consequences will be disastrous. Have you found a way to leave? The bridge built by the house has long disappeared, and the two of them can't use magic now. How to return to the ground safely from the more than 200-meter-high wall has become a very serious problem. Rob pointed to the four-eyed man. General not far away, he should have something that can control the opening of the bridge. Then the future super magician pointed to the southeast. Those four-eyed people piled up the city defense supplies there. I took a look when I passed by just now. There are ropes inside. We can also use these ropes to climb down from the city wall, but both methods are very risky. The nearly 200-meter height cannot be climbed in a short time. If someone discovers them halfway, they don't even need to attack. As long as the rope is cut, they will be dead. Similarly, the attack on the general is the same. Even if they can find a way to succeed in one strike without being discovered by others, the movement of the bridge will still alarm others. The situation was now quite unfavorable for the two of them. At this time, the monsters under the city also launched the first wave of attacks. It was almost the same as Luo expected. With the current strength of these abyss creatures, they had almost no power to fight back when facing the four-eyed human civilization. Moreover, they had the advantage of high walls. The four-eyed human shooters on the city walls could attack the enemies under the city at will, while those abyss monsters could hardly get on the city walls. Rather than fighting, it was better to call it a one-sided massacre. In just a few moments, those monsters suffered heavy casualties. Rob noticed that the arrows used by these four-eyed people were very special. After being shot into the body, they would cause a small explosion, injuring nearby monsters. Soon, a gap was cleared under the city. However, the expressions of these four-eyed people did not relax, but became more and more nervous. They stared at the darkness in the distance, as if waiting for something. At some point, a beam of light appeared in the direction of the horizon, followed by the second and third beams, until nearly 100 beams of light illuminated the sky into daylight. Then a concrete giant of light walked out of the beams of light. Chapter 640. Is that the incarnation of the gods? But there are too many of them. Lolo was shocked. Back then, on the top of the mountain in Anarip, just one light giant made the two of them extremely embarrassed, and even forced them into a desperate situation. Now the number of light giants outside the wall has approached hundreds. These light giants are bigger and more flexible. Compared to them, the one they encountered before can only be regarded as a weakened version at best. Luo's scalp tingled. This was actually an army composed of gods. How terrifying would such an army be? As the beams of light appeared, the expressions of the four-eyed people on the city wall also changed. They were no longer relaxed and carefree as when dealing with the creatures of the abyss. Some of the weaker ones were frightened and fell to their knees, but were quickly helped up by their colleagues. The generals leading each unit drew their weapons, and instead of retreating, they took a step forward, shouting something, presumably to inspire the morale of the defenders. However, the attack from the opposite side came faster than expected. Although they were still 7 or 8 miles away, the light giants had already raised their palms, their arms pointed straight to the sky, like a gun array. The light giants kept this posture, and did not move. The magic elements nearby immediately became manic. Then a huge vortex appeared above the city, and black death energy continued to pour out of it. Rob had an ominous premonition in his heart. The power of this move was completely beyond his cognition. The big move that required nearly 100 incarnations of gods to count down together did not seem to be something that a mere mithril city wall could stop. Although the four-eyed man, there must be some tricks that have not been used yet, but the outcome of this battle has been determined. The reason is simple, because after 10,000 years, the civilization of these four-eyed people will no longer exist, and the gods will still be high above. After the vortex was formed, the first wave of death energy did not attack the guards on the wall, but drifted towards the abyss creatures under the wall. These abyss creatures mutated as soon as they touched the death energy. Their bodies began to expand, their claws became harder, and their bones were strengthened. At the same time, their backs cracked and a pair of black wings grew out. After gaining the ability to fly, these monsters were no longer cannon fodder at the mercy of others. They flapped their new wings, stumbled and flew up the city wall, and fought with the defenders on it. Four-eyed man. The melee profession in the army finally came in handy. The archers changed from the main force of the battle to harassment and assistance. Rob and Lolo put away their bows and arrows, and the two four-eyed men holding long spears formed a team with them, according to the general's arrangement before the battle. One of the four-eyed man. He started to yell something to the two anxiously. Unfortunately, Rob and Lolo didn't understand what he said. Then, they saw that guy suddenly rushed over, thrusting out his spear, and stabbing a monster behind the two. Unfortunately, the monster's defenses were greatly improved after being strengthened by the Black Death energy, so the spear didn't penetrate deeply. Instead, the monster became more vicious after being injured, and slapped the four-eyed man off the wall with one palm. Another four-eyed man. After witnessing the death of his companion, he went crazy and rushed over with a roar. He shot through the monster's neck without scales, but the monster also tore open the former's chest with its claws before dying. Rob silently said sorry in his heart. Although this was only something that happened in the spiritual world, the two lives that were still alive and kicking just a moment ago were gone with the wind at this moment, which still made people feel the cruelty of fate. But on the bright side, there are no other four-eyed people around the two of them now. The camouflage effect will be gone in 10 minutes. We must find a way to leave now, Rob said. The future super magician did not want to help these four-eyed people defend the city, not only because this is just a spiritual world, but also if he guessed correctly, the current scene is a kind of reappearance of history. Everything he saw at this time is likely to be the last day before the first floor of the underground city is breached. The owner of the brooch secret treasure used this method to tell the later four-eyed people the cause of the demise of civilization. Logically speaking, seeing this trip here means that the set goal has been achieved, but Rob has other ideas. However, he does not have much time left. The future super magician looked up at the vortex in the sky. The second wave of Black Death is already brewing. When the vortex is brewing, it is estimated that it will not be as simple as monster mutation. The wall is now in chaos. Rob looked around. Now it is probably too late to start the bridge or climb down the wall with a rope, so the future super magician finally made up his mind to take a risk. He had been unsure of the consequences of death in this world, so he tried to be cautious. He stayed in the house for a whole day because of this reason, but now it seems that he can no longer avoid taking risks. Fortunately, the creator of this world has no ill will towards them. The future super magician estimated that the worst result would be the loss of memory during this period. Follow me, Rob said to the girl. The future super magician looked around, and finally chose a monster that looked like a lion. The opponent should be about level 5. If such a thing was placed outside, Rob could easily deal with it with just one finger, but now it is a bit troublesome that magic cannot be used in this world. Fortunately, several teams of four-eyed people had been fighting with it for a long time before, and those four-eyed people were all killed or injured, but this monster was not feeling well either, with wounds of all sizes all over its body, and its strength was only half of its peak. Rob took off the starfall from his waist and handed it to the girl. Later, you will focus on attracting its attention, and buy me 3 minutes. Lua thought of something, and then took a breath. Wait, you don't want to fly down the city wall on it, do you? This is too crazy. This is the only way. The future super magician said quickly, I have to meet someone before the Black Death energy falls. Lolo wanted to say something else, but then Rob picked up a spear on the ground and rushed towards the lion monster. Of course, the girl couldn't watch someone with only first-level skills die, so she could only follow with a long sword. Chapter 641. After killing the last group of four-eyed people, the lion monster was also searching for new targets. Unlike the monsters, these abyss monsters were driven by a strong desire to kill, and would not retreat easily even if they were seriously injured. Its eyes quickly locked on the other two guys who rushed up. At the beginning, Rob was the first to rush, but soon Luo passed him. The star in the girl's hand drew an arc and slashed at the lion monster's head. The latter's right hind leg was injured, and it was inconvenient to dodge, so he stretched out his front palm to take the next sword. The long sword intersected with the black scales, and sparks flew everywhere. Xingluo almost lost his grip. The difference in rank was reflected in the pure strength contest. Luo lowered his head and dodged the sweep of the lion monster's tail. He switched his sword-holding hands and slashed out across to fight with the monster. Rob also used the spear he picked up to wait for an opportunity to attack. His footsteps were agile, and every time he attacked the vital points or wounds, forcing the lion monster to return to help and save himself. However, the future super magician did not confront the opponent head-on at this time. He just ran away after teasing him, which made the opponent very angry. But the lion monster still put most of its energy on Luo. It knew very well that as long as it took Luo down, the other annoying guy would not be able to escape. The lion monster thought that it had figured out someone's cunning tactics, so when Rob attacked again with a gun, it just stretched out its hand symbolically. According to the previous situation, the annoying fly would immediately escape. But this time, the future super magician did not advance but retreated. Rob burst out with amazing speed at this moment, snatched the lion monster's careless attack, and jumped up to the lion monster's back amid Luo's exclamation. Then Rob threw away the spear in his hand, and grabbed the latter's mane tightly. The lion monster was furious, and immediately planned to give up the woman in front of him and change his target to solve the trouble on his back first. However, Luo still remembered someone's instructions, and started to attack with all his might. He even used a losing battle to entangle the lion monster so that the other party had no time to take care of Rob on his back. Despite this, the future super magician was still like a small boat in a storm, and could be thrown away at any time. Rob freed one hand, and took out an ancient book from his jacket pocket. This book was brought out from the underground treasure house of the new Telt Magician branch. He put the book on the lion monster's forehead, and whispered something in the monster's ear. The next moment, a miracle happened. Luo's eyes widened. The lion monster seemed to be frozen by an unknown force. It stopped all movements and stood still. Luo was surprised. What's going on? Can you control them? Come up first. I explain to you after you see that person. Rob patted the place behind him, and said something in the monster's ear. Then he saw the latter squat down obediently, and let the girl jump on its back. Who are we going to see? There was no place on the lion monster's back to support it, so Luo could only hold someone's waist tightly. After the two of them sat down, the lion monster spread its wings, and flew towards the city. We are going to see the creator of this world. The creator of this world? But didn't he live tens of thousands of years ago? Wait. Is he still alive now? The lion monster evolved the flying ability from the Black Death energy, and he was still not used to it. In addition, he was injured, so he flew crookedly. Luo's words came intermittently in the strong wind. No, to be more precise, we are going to see his spirit body in this world. Rob replied, he was here on the day the city was destroyed, because only this can explain why he was so impressed by this place. But this city is so big, and these four-eyed people look the same. How can we find him? Lolo shouted at the top of his voice. He created this spiritual world to perfectly restore the doomsday scene of this day, but it may not be consistent with reality in some insignificant details. What do you mean? In short, he might use the privilege of the creator to take care of his spiritual body living here, so whoever has the most abnormal things in this city is most likely to be him. The fantasy of a dead otaku? Lolo was about to ask if it was impossible to observe everyone in the city one by one, but the next moment, she suddenly thought of someone, that guy. Are you suspecting that guy? Lolo was talking about the unlucky guy, who was knocked out by them in his house in the morning. Judging from the guy's residence, he was not rich, and his living habits could be said to be quite casual, but even such a guy had 7 or 8 different women come to see him in just one morning, and with the afternoon, there were now more than a dozen girls locked up in that storage room. A cute guy with two-digit girlfriends is not normal no matter how you look at it. The future super magician nodded. We don't have time. We can only take a gamble. Looking down from the air, you could already see groups of four-eyed people, residents moving towards the bathhouse, which is the entrance to the second floor. After the vortex appeared above their heads, it seems that the four-eyed people don't have much hope of defending the city. The troops on the city wall are still fighting, but the civilians have begun to evacuate. Rob was controlling the lion monster to fly to the place where the two had stayed before. At this moment, a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart. At this time, the lion monster was not flying high, only a dozen meters above the ground. The future super magician made a quick decision and pulled the girl off his back. Almost at the same time, a Bolthic mystical heavy crossbow pierced the lion monster's body. The latter didn't even scream, and the body was carried to an unknown place by the heavy crossbow. Rob was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. In this world, he lost the magic he had always relied on, and became more vulnerable than ever. Fortunately, the top master still had a keen sense of danger, which allowed the two to escape the disaster just now. Although dying here is likely to just return to reality, no one wants to be strung together like a candied hawes. Although they lost their flying mounts, they were not far from their destination. They had left the mithril wall, and could use the brooch again. The whole city was in chaos, and no one was paying attention to them. Rob and Lolo quickly ran back to where they lived and opened the door of the storage room. They breathed a sigh of relief. A female four-eyed person was feeding water to a lover with his hands tied. Chapter 642. The four-eyed woman in the storage room. People. After seeing the two kidnappers who had returned, they couldn't help but show fear. Lolo also found something unusual at this time. Although the guy they were looking for was also trembling with the women, there was actually not much fear in his eyes, but a bit of curiosity. There is only one explanation for this situation. This guy knows what is going on in this world, and he is not afraid of death, because he knows that death is just the beginning of a new round. Since the two had found the real owner, Rob removed the disguise of the brooch secret treasure and restored his original appearance. The good news was that the other party was not like the other four-eyed people, who shouted and killed them as soon as they saw their strange appearance. Instead, they showed great interest. His eyes moved back and forth between the two, but there was no malice in them, more like the curiosity of a researcher. But now a more serious problem was also facing both sides. This was the first encounter between two civilizations separated by tens of thousands of years. Those four-eyed people, the remaining things, except for these underground cities scattered around the world, have all been lost in the long river of history. In this case, how can the two sides communicate? The next moment, the future super magician gave his own answer. Rob opened his mouth and uttered a few strange syllables from his throat. The sound sounded strange, like a knife scraping across a rusty copper pipe, which made the listener feel depressed and couldn't help but get goosebumps. There is no doubt that this is not the language of humans, nor the language of dwarves, elves, or any intelligent race on the Dawn continent. When Luo was on the city wall, he heard the four-eyed people. The general speech was obviously not the language of the four-eyed man. However, the guy in the storage room's eyes lit up when he heard these strange syllables. After a while, he also opened his mouth and uttered a few similar syllables. Rob pondered for a while after listening, and then asked again. The two people separated by tens of thousands of years communicated with this strange syllable. Luo found that this way of speaking seemed to be very physically demanding, especially Rob. He usually stopped to take a breath after saying 7 or 8 syllables, which surprised the girl. Even if he lost his magic, someone still had the skills of a first-level swordsman, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. In fact, the future super magician is now very grateful to Luo for his previous training. If he didn't have this professional body, he probably wouldn't be able to say even one of those strange syllables. But the girl was very worried about how much they could communicate at their snail-like speaking speed. However, in just a short while, the huge vortex above the city expanded again, and the black death energy inside was about to overflow. If this continued, the whole city would be shrouded in it in at most 5 minutes. Luo was about to remind the two of them, when she saw the four-eyed man in the storage room waved at her. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked at Rob on the other side, who nodded. So Luo walked over, and the four-eyed man smiled at her, and uttered a word that sounded like Matata. Luo noticed that this time, he didn't speak with the strange syllables like before. That's his name, you can call him that. Rob acted as a temporary translator, but he seemed very tired. After saying these 2 sentences, He sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Matata drove out his dozen concubines and found an unknown instrument from somewhere, rubbing his hands excitedly. Huh? Lolo was a little confused. What is he doing? Don't be nervous. I told you before, their civilization is much more advanced than ours. Just because we can't solve your problem doesn't mean they can't either. I told Matata about your situation, and he has a few guesses, and he needs to do a check on you first. Check? Now? I wonder if you noticed that the dead air outside is about to fall. Matata said there is something like a magic circle under the city. This is the last resort of the four-eyed civilization. They can release an air defense shield, so to be exact, we still have half a magic hour. Wait, how does he know how long the air defense shield can last? Because he has experienced this day many times. Our previous guess was correct. This is a world that only exists for one day. When the core of this world, that is, Matata, is destroyed, this world will restart, and he is the only one who can keep every memory of it. So he is like being trapped in the same day forever? Lolo was stunned. How did he survive for tens of thousands of years? Not that exaggerated, this world is usually dormant, and it will only open when the mechanism on the stone pillar is triggered. The memory of the dormant period does not exist for them. He just found out that the civilization of the four-eyed people is gone, and he is just a spiritual body. Hey, let's talk about the specific situation after we go out. Let him help you do a check while there is still time. Will it hurt? No, drink this. The girl took a bottle of red potion handed to her by someone, and soon after drinking it, her mind began to blur and her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Rob stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the girl's eyes. After confirming that she was asleep, he held her on the table, while Matata started to count the time and adjust the instrument. However, at this moment, Luo, who should have fainted, suddenly sat up from the table. She opened her eyes, and her pupils radiated golden light. Her aura changed drastically, and she looked at Rob and Matata with a cold and ruthless look, as if she had become a completely different person. Her face showed an expression that did not belong to humans. Rob had seen a similar expression on the top of Anerith. The next moment, Luo suddenly reached out and pulled out the starfall from Rob's waist. He split the instrument in half with one sword, and then slashed at Matata. The latter stood there dumbfounded, and did not expect things to develop in this direction. He was still preparing how to meet the ancient existence in the spiritual world, but he did not expect the other party to attack in advance. Fortunately, Rob reacted quickly and kicked Matata away. The future super magician knew that this guy must not die, because as soon as he died, the world would restart. The energy left in Bernadette's body was not enough to open this place a second time. Rob could not let Lolo kill him no matter what. Chapter 643. Lolo's expression remained unchanged after her sword missed, and she quickly swung out her second sword. Matata also showed the heroic spirit of a researcher at this time, standing still and watching the second sword fall towards her head. At the critical moment, it was Rob who blocked the girl's attack again. The good news is that although Lolo's temperament has changed greatly, her strength has not increased. The future super magician can feel that this sword is still her own strength, but the bad news is that even if it is just her, she has the strength close to that of a third-level swordsman. Rob, who lost his magic, was only at the first level, and Matata on the other side was just a lazy guy on infinite standby, and could not be relied on at all. So the next moment, the future super magician was hit hard on the inside of his thigh, and Rob was so painful that he almost bit off his tongue. And Luo's violent attack had just begun. In less than 10 seconds, the future super magician was hit by 2 knee strikes, 3 elbow strikes, and a shoulder throw, the latter of which successfully dislocated his shoulder. The severe pain in his stomach made him not even aware of it. In such a small space, he could not use his physical advantage to protect Matata Rob behind him, which was equivalent to resisting a set of combos from a third-level swordsman head-on. He could hold on for 10 seconds, which was already an extraordinary performance. After solving the threat in front of him, Luo's expression remained unchanged. He raised Xinglua and walked towards his goal expressionlessly. At this time, there was no obstacle between her and Matata, so the latter decisively activated his ultimate skill and screamed like the protagonist in all horror movies. Rob smiled bitterly. He was too careless this time. He capsized at the last moment. Was this trip destined to be in vain? But the next moment, his eyes blurred and he saw a figure rushing into the storage room. His palm was like a knife, and he cut Luo's neck accurately with lightning speed. The girl's body shook, and a look of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, but she couldn't resist gravity after all and fell straight down. Then he saw the man hug Matata into his arms, and caressed his cheek lovingly. Is this possible? The future super magician was stunned. He didn't expect that there was a master hidden in someone's harem. But since this guy has activated the title of Love Saint, it seems to be a natural thing for him to collect a girl with violent attributes. Matata patted the back of his girlfriend, who was unknown, to express his gratitude. At the same time, he asked her to watch Luo to prevent the latter from suddenly attacking again. At this time, Rob also stood up from the ground. The two of them came to the girl again, but now the equipment had been destroyed. Matata scratched his head and motioned Rob to wait. Then he found something like tape and wrapped the instrument that was split in half together again. The future super magician raised his eyebrows and complained helplessly. This was too casual. But the magical thing was that the instrument was actually reassembled by this almost self-deceiving method, and then it could be barely used. Matata spent about 5 minutes to complete the inspection, and then he fell into deep thought, frowning, as if he had encountered some problems. Rob did not urge him, but waited patiently. Since Matata did not shake his head directly, it meant that he had discovered something. The first thing the thing did after opening its eyes was to destroy the instrument, which also proved from the side that it did not want to be examined. Matata's 4 eyes were in a state of absent-mindedness, and his eyeballs were moving rapidly in his eye sockets. He was in a state of rapid thinking. 10 minutes later, Matata spoke and communicated with Rob in that strange syllable again. Lolo opened his eyes, and found himself back in the dungeon. Rob was boiling water by the fire, while Bernadette was looking up at the moonlight on the tree branch, ignoring the two of them, and was obviously still complaining about someone's violent behavior of using her as a magic crystal. How long did I sleep? Not much, just half a day. What happened in the last world? The girl asked impatiently, as soon as she woke up. Let me start from the beginning. The Four-Eyed People civilization is about 30,000 years apart from humans, and their civilization was once highly developed. Well, this can be seen from the ruins of these underground cities. Luo said that neither the 200-meter-high mithril walls, nor the artificial stars in the sky, nor the independent ecosystems could be created by modern humans. However, she later heard someone say, no, these underground cities are their last refuges. After retreating to the underground cities, due to the extreme scarcity of resources, their civilization regressed greatly. Many powerful weapons and inventions became scrap metal after losing their energy drive, and they suffered heavy losses during the migration of the tribes, and their civilization is probably less than 1/10 of its peak level. Luo took a breath of cold air when she heard this. In that world, she had seen with her own eyes the technological level of those Four-Eyed People. If this was only 1/10 of their level, what would it be like at their peak? And such a powerful race eventually went to extinction. Refuge? The girl grasped the key point of someone's words. Yes, these underground cities scattered around the world are actually refuges for the Four-Eyed civilization. They were built in the early stages of the war, and they retreated here after they lost the continent in the later stages. White steam rose from the kettle, and the future super magician took out 2 iron boxes and poured boiling water into them. The war you mentioned? Is it the war between them and the gods? The future super magician nodded. There were many races on the continent at that time, but the Four-Eyed People finally conquered the entire continent with the power of secret arts and became the undisputed overlord. They were extremely fascinated by technology. After unification, the civilization of the entire population entered a period of rapid development, but the good times did not last long. Soon they explored the secret arts to the end, and then their civilization fell into a stagnant period. As time went by, they gradually came up with a crazy plan in their hearts. What plan? Killing the gods. Rob said lightly, do you know why the geographical environment of the endless sea of trees is so strange, with those crazy growing plants, abundant magic elements, and disordered sense of direction? The future super magician said word by word, because this is the burial place of the gods. Chapter 644. Will those gods with eternal life also fall? Lolo digested this shocking news for a moment before speaking again. Rob nodded. Those Four-Eyed People also didn't know the answer to this question before they took action. Killing gods is a new topic for them. No one has ever done research in this area before. Are those high gods afraid of anything? Do they have vital parts? Will they bleed or get hurt? No one can answer these questions, so those Four-Eyed People can only take all the possibilities into consideration. They prepared for a full 600 years, and in the end they actually did it. Although they went through several twists and turns in the middle, they finally succeeded in killing the god of chaos and disaster, but they also caused a disaster because of it. The future super mage paused and continued. After killing the god of chaos and disaster, they immediately began to study it with great interest. The power contained in the god's body is similar to the secret arts, but it is more perfect and powerful than the secret arts, which makes them extremely excited. However, what interests them more is the body of the god. The four-eyed people want to know the secret of these ancient beings having infinite life. Did they find it? Although it happened tens of thousands of years ago, Luo was also interested. Immortality is always one of the most attractive topics in the world. Unfortunately, just as they started their research, the gods launched a war against them, and the research was forced to be interrupted. The four-eyed civilization resisted for 120 years, and then as the situation worsened, they had to abandon the ground and retreat into the shelters they had built in advance. These underground cities were their last barrier, but after coming here, they lost the news from the ground, and the underground cities could not contact each other. The initial model underground city where Matata is located is a small underground city, with a total of 9 floors. It lasted for 400 years, but in fact they were hiding for more than 300 years, until they were discovered when the energy was exhausted. In less than 60 years, the 9th floor was breached. Rob handed the girl the warm water and the iron. Matata was born after the four-eyed civilization fled into the underground city. He had never seen the world on the ground, but he was extremely talented. Based on the incomplete research data left by his predecessors, he found the right path and almost cracked the mystery of the Force. But in the end, as the last layer of the underground city was breached, he could not escape the catastrophe. Matata knew very well that the gods would not let them go. Not only would they destroy their race, but also their civilization. So he created that spiritual world, wanting to use this method to tell future generations everything that happened to them. Matata said that we are not the first group of people to come to that spiritual world. Someone else has come to this world before. That guy may have taken away something that he left on the 9th floor in reality. That thing is his most important invention in his later years, and is related to life. Lolo immediately thought of a name. It's Merlin. Merlin and Roland are both teachers and friends, but since when did their philosophies diverge? Roland wants to use magic to change the fate of the entire human race, while Merlin just wants to use magic to achieve immortality. In a sense, both of them finally got what they wanted. Roland led mankind to prosperity, and Merlin also had eternal life. The story of the former is well known to many people, but no one knows how the latter got eternal life. As time goes by, Merlin has become a shadow in history, and ordinary people don't even know his existence. It was not until Rob and Lolo came to this underground city, and found the spiritual world left by Matata, that they accidentally glimpsed the secret of Merlin's immortality. This time travel was very rewarding. Rob not only learned the truth about the underground city and the four-eyed civilization, but most importantly, he got the solution to Luo's problem from Matata. In addition, after realizing that he was just a spirit, Matata gave his research results on the secret arts to someone for free. How did you communicate so many things with such simple syllables? Lolo's eyes widened. She still remembered that Rob had said that the protective shield could only support half of the magic, and the Black Death energy would soon fall. At the speed of their conversation, it was hard to believe that they actually exchanged so much information before the destruction of the world. It's not half a magic time actually. You forgot to count the 5 minutes we spent escaping. The future super magician did not keep the mystery and revealed the answer. The syllables are not simple at all. They are divine language. Each word contains a huge amount of information. Divine language? Luo was a little surprised, but then he understood. The civilization of the four-eyed humans has been destroyed, including language and writing. Everything in their era has basically turned into the dust of history. But there is one thing that has indeed spanned tens of thousands of years, and that is the gods themselves. Whether it was the four-eyed man civilization or the human civilization, gods always existed. They probably would not have thought that one day they would become a bridge between two strange civilizations. In the case of being unfamiliar with each other's cultural language, Rob chose to use the divine language as a medium of communication, and it turned out to be as he expected. As the owner of the brooch secret treasure, Matata, who was about to master the Force, could indeed understand the divine language. But how did you learn the divine language? Luo was puzzled. God's language is the most mysterious language in the Dawn continent. No one except the oracles of the church can master this ancient and obscure language. The future super magician raised the ancient book in his hand. Have you heard of the name Von Buell Man? The last of the 50 great magicians in the history of magic, the great magician Von Buell Man? Luo lowered his head and thought for a while, and finally remembered where he heard this name. He was ranked 50th, which was actually a compromise of the Magician Association. In fact, Von Buhlmann's strength and achievements could be ranked in the top 20, but his identity is too sensitive. Sensitive? Lolo usually pays more attention to improving his strength and doesn't know much about the history of magic. The name Von Buhlmann just sounds familiar, but he knows nothing about his life. Before he became a magician, he was a high-ranking official in the church. The future super magician added, "High-ranking official? How high?" It seems that his position before leaving the church was a cardinal, and at that time, most people in the temple agreed that he would become the next pope. In addition, he was also an oracle and a favored one. Chapter 645. This book was written by Von Buhlmann in his later years. He was an oracle, one of the few people in the world who could understand the language of God. However, the language of God is very special and contains a trace of the Force. Even if it is just to record the pronunciation, it is not something that ordinary paper can bear. Von Buhlmann tried many materials, even stone tablets did not work. So he finally set his sights on the divine book. Wait, the divine book you are talking about is not the original divine book that is kept by the Pope himself, and is said to be written by God himself? Von Buhlmann stole that thing? Lolo was shocked. If the church finds out about this, it will definitely lead to a war. Yes, so under the persuasion of the then president of the Magicians Association, Von Buhlmann secretly returned the book, but this guy secretly tore off a page when he returned it. Huh? Well, strictly speaking, he actually only tore the last blank page. The Divine Canon has a total of 160,000 words. After it was written, there were 13 blank pages at the end. Von Buhlmann tore one of these 13 pages. He wrote down the pronunciation of the divine language on this page, but even with this pronunciation method, no magician other than him could master the divine language. In addition, the temple discovered that a blank page was missing soon after, and the church was immediately in a state of panic. So the president of the Magicians Association at that time put the page in a book and put it in the underground treasure house of New Telt. After the future super magician broke up with the council, he took advantage of the time difference to take out this book, and he learned the divine language from it. Because there was still a trace of divine breath on the page, Rob put the book on the face of the lion monster on the wall, and the latter immediately calmed down, and then followed someone's order issued in divine language and became a mount. So far, Rob has finally explained almost everything that happened in this trip to the four-eyed human world. Luo asked the last question, what will happen to that world after we leave? The key left by Matata has energy that can open this world 3 times. The first quota was used by Merlin, and we used it once in the remaining 2 times. The last energy was partially absorbed by Bevenadette, and it is not enough to open that world again, so, if nothing unexpected happens, that world will sleep forever. The civilization of those once powerful four-eyed people really died just like that. The girl sighed. What are you thinking about? Luo held the iron box and said, I'm thinking about the war between the four-eyed people and the gods. Was it caused by their successful killing of the gods? It's not that simple. The future super magician shook his head. The killing of the gods was just the fuse. The powerful power of the four-eyed civilization threatened the gods above. This is probably the fundamental reason for the destruction of their civilization. The killing of the gods only made other gods realize this. If it was just for revenge, there is no way to explain why those gods would destroy all their writings and records after killing people. You say that because we are now standing against those gods? I say that because those things are standing against all of humanity. What is the end of civilization? This is a question that many philosophers and bards are curious about. Now it seems that the end of civilization is likely to be destruction. Fagan L.K. Freeman has been investigating ruins around the world. He is probably so terrified and desperate because he has seen something from the history of the four-eyed people. Rob paused, then continued, although the civilization of the four-eyed people is warlike, they are not stupid. They should be very clear about the gap between themselves and the gods. The decision to kill the gods may seem crazy, but it is actually their only chance. They hope to gain powerful strength from the bodies of the gods and find out the secret of immortality. Unfortunately, they lost the gamble in the end and failed to reverse the fate of the entire population. As long as those gods are still there, all intelligent races will eventually perish. The stronger the civilization, the closer it is to destruction. After discovering that magic and divine power actually have the same origin, I had some bad guesses. After Matata explained the secret technique to me, it finally confirmed some of my previous ideas. Whether it's magic or secret arts, they didn't appear out of thin air. Have you ever thought about who created these powers? Lolo thought for a while. I don't know about secret arts, But for magic, wasn't it Roland? Or should I say Merlin? However, Rob shook his head when he heard it. Roland and Merlin found a way for humans to use magic, but magic beasts existed long before the appearance of magicians, and in the era of the Four-Eyed People, there were a kind of animals collectively called secret beasts living on the continent. Therefore, strictly speaking, secret arts and magic were not invented by the Four-Eyed People and humans. We just learned how to use them. Well, I don't understand what the difference is before this. The future super magician sighed. The difference here is huge. Suppose you are wandering on the street, and suddenly someone stops you and tells you that I will give you a gold coin, and you don't have to go any further. What will you do? I will probably happily accept the money and turn around and leave. But what if you go further down and actually get a vault? Rob said word by word, the force is the vault, and the gods are the owners of the vault. They know that this road will reach the vault, but they don't want to share the vault with others, so they took out a sum of money from the vault and persuaded the visitors to willingly take another road. When the Four-Eyed People were civilized, they took out more gold coins. As a result, after the god-slaying incident, they realized that it was a very dangerous thing to share so many gold coins with the visitors. So when it came to the human civilization, they took out much less money. This is why the secret art is closer to the force than magic. You mean magic and mysticism are actually flawed systems of power created by the gods, so that we can't comprehend the force? But if they are really so afraid of us, why do they still provide us with power? Because they need us more than we need them. Although the church has been claiming that the gods protect humans, the truth is probably the opposite. Chapter 646. What is God? This religious philosophical question is probably difficult for even the devout believers to answer. According to the church's sayings for thousands of years, God is like the protector and shepherd of mankind, protecting believers from the invasion of evil forces. In the Dark Ages when monsters were rampant, this saying has always been very popular, but those priests who spread God's grace everywhere have intentionally or unintentionally ignored a problem. God's contribution is not free. Faith. Humans still don't know what this thing is used for, but there is one thing that is beyond doubt. The gods have been trying to collect faith. The divine canon has more than 100,000 words, but the core is actually only one, that is, the exchange of faith and divine power. Believers provide faith to the gods, and the gods will grant the clergy divine power. Although humans have been worshipping the gods for thousands of years, the two sides have actually been in such a mutually dependent relationship. Humans need the gods, and the gods also need humans. Until the emergence of magicians, the role of the temple protectors was invisibly weakened. In the first magic war, Roland and the magicians he led stepped onto the stage of history. They replaced the position of the temple human guardians to a certain extent. After the second magic war, magicians had become the most powerful profession, and the human race also became the overlord of the Dawn continent. All this was due to the rapid development of magic civilization. But behind the prosperity was a crisis faced by the church, and the gods represented by the church. As time goes by, the Magician Association is gradually replacing the temple as the guardian of mankind. We are actually facing the same problem as the Four-Eyed civilization. The development of magic has made humans' dependence on gods gradually weaken, while at the same time our threat is increasing, which is bound to make those things vigilant, because the previous dependence is evolving into a one-sided parasitic relationship. What is God? Rob raised the previous question again. This time he did not talk about history, but gave his answer directly. If the gods were the protectors of mankind thousands of years ago, they are now gradually becoming parasites on us. Luo was shocked by this shocking statement. She found it a little hard to accept. But you said? Magic was created by the gods. If so, why would they create a force that would threaten their status? The future super magician raised his finger. 2 reasons. The first is the vault theory I told you before. In order to cover up the existence of the original force, they had to split it into 2 forces, namely the current divine power and magic. They first gave the least threatening divine power to humans, and the method of using magic was discovered by Merlin. The modern magic system created by Roland was thousands of years later than the divine power, but once magic appeared, they could not stop the development of magic, or more precisely, they did not want to stop it. Don't want to stop them? Yes, don't forget their relationship with humans. Whether it's symbiosis or parasitism, their interests are the same as humans in a sense. They want humans to be strong, because only when humans are strong and the population continues to multiply, they can absorb more believers and gain more faith. But on the other hand, they don't want humans to be too strong, because this will make humans gradually out of their control and no longer need faith to worship them. At the same time, they will become as dangerous as the Four-Eyed human civilization. I shouldn't have announced the mana sharing mechanism, the future super magician said frankly. After the encounter with the light giant on the top of Anarip, Rob had a little worry about the future of the human race. Perhaps he himself did not realize that he had brought out the mana sharing mechanism so quickly because of the sense of crisis in his heart. However, it seems that this may not be a good thing. The gods have already felt the threat of humans, and the emergence of the mana sharing mechanism may deepen this sense of threat. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Normally, we haven't reached the level of those four-eyed people. Even if the gods have the ability, they won't easily destroy a civilization, because it means they have to wait a long time for the next civilization to appear, so as to continue to collect faith, which should not be an easy task for them. Rob paused. There is a clue to your situation. Matata examined you and found a force toxin lurking in your blood. Toxin? In my blood? Wait, isn't it in the spiritual world? Lolo was very surprised. We were on the wrong track from the beginning. The hallucinations in your spiritual world are actually just one of the reactions caused by the force toxin, so my teacher couldn't find anything abnormal before. When was I poisoned? How come I didn't know? Matata said that this force toxin was probably present when you were very young. It seems to be an extremely rare natural toxin, but the incubation period is different for each person. It can be as short as a few months or as long as more than 10 years. Strictly speaking, it can't even be called a toxin, because apart from those hallucinations, it will not cause any harm to your body. On the contrary, it will subtly make you possess the force. Luo was stunned. Let me have the force? What do you mean? This is probably the real reason why you, your mother, and the girls in Katarina's plan are targeted. In order to prevent the secret of the force from being mastered by humans, the gods must get rid of you. At the same time, this force toxin seems to have a great attraction to them, and the church is just executing their orders. Don't worry, although Matata has no way to remove the toxins in your blood, he has a way to block your breath, so that those things in the sky can no longer find you based on the smell of your soul. All you need is a simple amulet. He taught me how to make it. I have to go to the 8th floor to collect some materials later. The girl could no longer hear the rest of the words. Lolo was a little dazed. She had taken over from her father to investigate the cause of her mother's death 4 years ago. No matter what difficulties she encountered along the way, she never gave up. Until now, she finally got the truth. However, she did not expect that behind this was another civilization tens of thousands of years ago, as well as the fate of all mankind. Chapter 647. That night, Luo couldn't sleep by the campfire. She thought about many things, from her mother whom she had never met to her father, who was rarely at home during her childhood, the remaining members of the Breton family, the friends she met when she was an adventurer, and her classmates when she was studying in West Hammers. She didn't know what she was thinking all night long. Everything in the past came to her mind one by one, making her feel a little overwhelmed. She thought about asking Rob for help, but she didn't say anything in the end, because she knew it was her own choice. In the past 3 years, she had been relying on someone who accompanied her through the most difficult part of the journey, but there were some roads that she had to walk alone, and only she could walk. The next morning, when the sun rose again, Luo said to Luo, I've decided. I've decided to give up revenge. After saying this, it seemed that Luo had exhausted all her strength. The girl lowered her head, looking ashamed. I didn't keep my original oath and avenge my mother. I will definitely disappoint my mother and father. Am I a coward? No, I think only those who are brave enough can make such a decision. The future super magician reached out and touched the girl's head and said softly, many people think it is difficult to stick to something, but sometimes it is more difficult to give up something. I know what you are afraid of. You are not afraid of death, but you are worried that your behavior will bring danger to the entire human race, and that other innocent people will lose their lives because of your personal grudges. This is the Luo I know. Not only does she have unprecedented courage, but she also has indescribable kindness. If your parents were still alive, they would definitely be proud of your choice. The girl was a little embarrassed by the praise, her face flushed. So what should we do next? Since you don't want to take revenge on those things anymore, let's leave here after I make the amulet and solve your problem. Rob's eyes looked beyond the woods in front of him and looked further away. Do you remember what you promised me before? After this is over, we will find a place where no one can find us and live a peaceful and simple life. It's a pity. I can't give you a grand wedding. Although there is a turmoil in the temple, and the Magician Association is also implicated, there are still people outside looking for us. I don't care about a grand wedding, as long as you are by my side, it's enough. Lolo mustered up all her courage to say this, and the blush had spread to her neck. Under the artificial sunrise of the underground city, the two palms were tightly clasped together. A quarter of an hour later, Luo blushed and finally couldn't help but said, "Aren't you going to let go and let me make breakfast? I suddenly think it's not bad to hold hands and make breakfast like this. Don't make trouble." The girl quickly retracted her hand like a frightened deer, and then used the excuse of preparing breakfast to hide her pounding heart. Rob did not press her step by step. He knew that Luo was thin-skinned. Even if she agreed to be together, they would not become inseparable immediately. Anyway, there was still a long time to go, and some things could be done slowly. Besides, sometimes it was quite cute to see her ostrich-like appearance. While the girl was preparing breakfast, the future super magician was not idle. He sat aside and drew a rough map of the 8th floor. This map was told to him by Matata to facilitate his search for materials. However, it was before the destruction of the underground city. After tens of thousands of years, there must have been a lot of changes there, but this map still has a certain reference value. After breakfast, the two of them and the bird did not delay any longer. They packed their luggage and headed for the entrance to the next level. The entrance to the 8th level was in a cave of a silver mine. There lived a group of nightmare bats in the cave. The strength of each individual was not strong, and the strongest was only level 6, but there were quite a few of them, and they were a considerable force in this area. Unfortunately, they met Rob today. The future super magician took action and vented the little depression of being banned from magic in the spiritual world. With his legendary staff, the Lord of Eternal Night, it took less than 5 minutes to get rid of more than 100 nightmare bats. The two walked down an abandoned mine tunnel, and soon reached the 8th floor. This is a large swamp with thick fog over the sky. When walking here, you must not only be careful of the land under your feet that may sink at any time, but also worry about the monsters that jump out of the surrounding lakes to attack people. The natural environment is quite harsh. However, this is also a normal phenomenon. In the past few hundred years, there have been many dungeons on the Dawn continent, and everyone has gradually summed up some rules. The more extreme terrain appears in the last few floors, the greater the possibility. This is not too much. There was an underground city before, and there was even a layer of magma behind it. Except for a few powerful ice magicians, other adventurers can't get involved at all. Rob didn't dare to be careless, and he immediately put up a protective shield for the two of them. Usually, there is a possibility that a 9th level monster will appear on the 8th floor, and there are many unknown dangers besides. The future super magician unfolded the map, identified the direction, and came to the storage point of the first material. According to Matata's memory, this is the activity area of a Baladian giant snake, but in fact, a nest of thorny honey badgers live here now. These little creatures look innocent and harmless, but they are quite aggressive. They will release a kind of earth-based piercing magic to sneak attack outsiders who enter their territory. In addition, they will use a kind of earth escape technique, which can drill more than 10 meters underground when the situation is not good. At the same time, they are well versed in the military strategy of running away when the enemy attacks and harassing when the enemy is tired. Once you are entangled by them, unless you can get rid of them, you will always be at risk of being attacked. Rob is now trying to grab the stone they used to sharpen their claws, so the non-existent friendship between the two sides broke from the first second they met. The first to attack were the thorny honey badgers. Without any probing, dozens of sharp earth thorns suddenly emerged from under Rob and Lolo's feet. If ordinary adventurers were not prepared, they might be wiped out by this move, but now these earth thorns were blocked by the magic shield. The 3 thorny honey badgers seemed a little surprised. After another unsuccessful attempt, they decisively gave up the magic attack and pounced on them with their claws waving. In addition to their earth magic, their bodies were also very tough. Although they were not big, they moved very quickly. Their fur could be immune to most low-level magic. At the same time, their bite force was amazing. If they wanted to, they could even chew iron ore. Chapter 648. 3 thorny honey badgers rushed forward aggressively, using their sharp claws and fangs to swear their determination to defend their nest. The courage they showed was commendable, but the reality was cruel. The 3 thorny honey badgers had been rampant in the vicinity for so long, but this time, they finally hit a wall. The future super magician could escape unscathed in front of the council when facing a group of magicians of level 8 or 9. Now facing 3 thorny honey badgers of only level 7 was not stressful. The only thing to be careful about was not to let any of them go, and it was best to deal with them all at once, otherwise if they were entangled, there would be no peace in this swamp. Rob made a move, and a second-level water magic attacked the 3 rushing honey badgers. The honey badgers were indeed fierce. Facing the large water ball in front of them, they did not intend to dodge at all. They kicked the ground with their two strong hind legs, jumped up, and plunged into the water ball. Their eyes were full of fierceness. They calculated very clearly that the water ball could not stop them at all. They could get out of it in less than half a second. However, when they jumped into the water ball, a lightning bolt also struck from the sky and landed on the water ball. The next moment, the three honey badgers kept shaking and twitching in the water ball, just like they had eaten Xianmai, and they couldn't stop at all. Rob didn't want to hurt their lives, so he walked over and picked up the bluestone covered with scratches, and left here with Luo, leaving three unlucky honey badgers unconscious on the ground. When they woke up again, they could not find the traces of the two. Then Rob and Luo went to several other places, and they got the materials mentioned by Matata smoothly. However, they encountered some trouble in the fourth place. This was an island in the middle of the lake, with an area of about half an acre, and a luminous turtle lived on it. As the name suggests, this is actually an ornamental monster with a gentle personality. It is usually only level 1. It is named because its shell emits a faint blue light in the dark. It was once very popular among some noble ladies and noble ladies. The price of each one on the market has risen to 200 gold coins, but those luminous turtles are only the size of a palm. God knows how this thing that was originally used as a pet has grown to this size. Now its huge body alone occupies half of the lake island. Rob estimates that this thing has the strength of level 9. This is not good news. Any creature will become very difficult to deal with once it reaches the 9th level. Moreover, almost all magic beasts are strong and powerful. Magic is only one of their means of attack. Rob can't use the same trick he used to deal with the council to deal with this luminous turtle. And more troublesome things are still to come. The future super magician probably glanced at the island in the middle of the lake and didn't see the bead that Matata said. Could it be swallowed by the guy in front of him? Otherwise, there is no way to explain why this pet turtle suddenly evolved to this level. Although magic beasts have strong bodies and can master magic at birth, their growth is basically fixed. Except for some special existences, their strength basically fluctuates by 2 or 3 levels from childhood to maturity. Fortunately, although the strength of this luminous turtle has been upgraded to the 9th level, its temperament has not changed much. Every day, it eats and sleeps. Its favorite thing to do is to bask in the sun. Unfortunately, the geographical environment of the 8th floor is special. Because of the fog, it rarely gets to bask in the sun comfortably. When Rob and Lolo came to the edge of the island, it also noticed the two humans, but it was lazy and did not react. With its strength, basically no one will come to provoke it on the 8th floor. Even if it can't beat it, it will shrink into its shell, and those enemies can't do anything to it. The future super magician was also a bit troubled. With Rob's current skills, he was not afraid of those 9th level monsters with strong offense and weak defense, but he had no good way to deal with guys like this who put all their skills in defense. If it was other materials, he could find them somewhere else, but according to Matata, there was only one bead that could block the breath of the force in the entire dungeon. Of course, he could try his luck in other dungeons, but that was a last resort. Who knows which dungeon would have it, and whether there would be more troublesome opponents there, so the best result was that he got the bead here. Bernadette was watching someone's excitement, with a gloating look on her face. The beautiful bird was very upset about being used as a magic crystal by someone before, but now she was in a good mood after seeing the guy being defeated. She also looked at the luminous turtle opposite her and became handsome. However, she was only happy for less than half a minute before she was captured by Rob to serve as a soldier. The future super magician thought for a moment and decided to feel the opponent's strength first. Even if he really wanted to take action, he should at least find out whether the pearl was in the hands of the luminous turtle. It would be best if they could resolve it through negotiation. The bead is undoubtedly very important to this luminous turtle. It may be the credit of the bead that it was able to successfully advance to the 9th level. But now that it has entered the 9th level, the position of the bead in its heart may not be as important as before. Rob has a lot of good things on him, since he went back to the academy to pick up his equipment. He can make a deal with this luminous turtle. Although the magic beasts are not like those abyss monsters, who only know how to kill, their intelligence level is still very low compared to humans. They still remain at the level of wild beasts. Most of them are driven by instinct, with strong limbs and simple minds. However, this does not include those 9th level magic beasts. After evolving to this level, they will have a considerable level of intelligence and can negotiate. However, Rob was worried that the luminous turtle would be uneasy about the human it had just met for the first time, so he decided to let his pet take action. Since both parties were magical beasts, they should be able to communicate better. As a result, The dead bird hesitated for a while before reluctantly flying to the island. As soon as the bird and the turtle met, the future super magician knew that he had been fooled by his pet again. This bastard clearly knew the turtle in front of him, and it was not the first time he had met it. It was normal to think about it. This thing was brought to the first floor by someone. According to its rarity, it was reasonable for it to be on the 8th or 9th floor before. Bevanadette chatted and laughed with the luminous turtle on the island, pointing out the country's affairs and writing passionately. After a long time, she flew back slowly, but she did not forget the business. She brought back a good news and a bad news. The good news was that the bead was indeed on the luminous turtle, and it was indeed of little use to it now. It was willing to give the bead to Rob, but the bad news was that it had a condition. Chapter 649. Does it want to bask in the sun? Lolo looked strange. The girl didn't expect that the luminous turtle would ask for this. This matter is simple and complicated. If it were outside, it could be basked in the sun anywhere, but here, the sky is full of fog, so its request is a bit difficult to fulfill. Unless the geographical environment of the entire 8th floor is changed and the fog is cleared, it will be difficult to see the sun. But just thinking about it will show how difficult this matter is. The underground environment system is controlled by four-eyed people. The civilization was built by hand, using secret arts. Although Rob got the complete system of secret arts from Matata, he is still far from fully mastering it, and this involves revising the core rules of the dungeon, which is extremely difficult. Or there is another way, which is to carry this luminous turtle out of the dungeon, but seeing its size, the future super magician rationally gave up this idea. Rob thought about it, took out a set of array plates from his bag, and spent a quarter of an hour carving a magic array. When the magic array was turned on, 7 small fireballs would appear above. These 7 fireballs were about the same brightness as ordinary fireballs, but the temperature was 7 or 8 times higher. Standing below, although there was still a distance, Lolo could already feel the hot air on his face, and had to use a protective shield to resist it. But the luminous turtle on the lake island's eyes lit up when it saw the 7 small fireballs. Warcrafts are thick-skinned, and as a defense-focused luminous turtle, it has a stronger tolerance to high temperatures. These 7 high-temperature fireballs on its head make it more comfortable than directly basking in the sun, so it is very satisfied with these artificial little suns, and happily handed over the beads. So far, Rob and Lolo's trip to the underground city is coming to an end. After that, as long as they go to Cayenne City to find Lulu's grandmother to learn about Karlov, the two can find a place to live in seclusion. Didn't you say there are still a few weapons left by the four-eyed people on the 9th floor? Don't you plan to go and take a look? Lulu asked. Rob shook his head. This trip has already yielded a lot. We have solved your problem. Since we have decided to live in seclusion, we won't need those weapons left by the four-eyed civilization anymore. Let's leave them to others. The girl nodded softly. Let's go. We have all the materials. There is a rune-making workshop on the 4th floor. We can make the amulet there, and you won't have nightmares anymore. Maybe it was because he finally found a way to solve Lulu's problem, but a big stone fell from Rob's heart. The way back was much smoother than the way here. Including the time to make the amulet, it took only a little more than 2 months. Rob put the green necklace on Lulu's neck and finally drove those whispers out of the girl's mind. The future super magician also breathed a sigh of relief, and then without stopping, he took Lulu to leave the dungeon. However, just when they returned to the 3rd floor and took only 2 steps, Rob suddenly stopped again. Your Highness, Ethelred Richard Hallstein, long time no see. A gentle voice came from the other side of the street. Rob looked at the old man who walked out of the woods slowly and raised his eyebrows. Bishop Saruman? Your Highness is polite. I am no longer a cardinal. Now I am just a criminal. The old man smiled, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed. Since you no longer serve the church, why are you still here? Rob said calmly. Your Majesty has stepped down. The temple is now temporarily ruled by Bishop Wenger, waiting for the emergence of a new pope. I am no longer a cardinal, but I still have to do something for the church, and some things are best done by idle people like us. The old man was clearly answering Rob's question, but his eyes fell on Lolo beside him. So Vannervee has not given up yet. Rob had to admit that he had underestimated the determination of Vannervee this time. After the incident in the north was exposed, the former pope said nothing and took all the blame. In the end, he simply admitted that the oracle was fabricated by himself. Not only did he abdicate, but his personal reputation, which he had worked so hard to build for so long, plummeted. Soon after, his dealings with the elves were exposed. He had to face the questioning of believers externally, and the investigation of Winger and others internally. At this time, anyone would be overwhelmed. However, no one expected that his real move was not in the church. That RV did not care about his current predicament at all. He had only one goal from beginning to end. Just when the whole world focused on the game between Winger and him, he secretly sent the last of his power to Ryan's underground city. Saruman didn't seem to be in a hurry, and patiently explained to someone, Fagan L.K. Freeman has always been on the church's watch list. He discovered something while researching the dungeon. If it gets out, it may bring a series of serious consequences, so we had to send out the Inquisition to shut him up, but then we found that 2 of his research notes were missing. Freeman had no offspring, and all his relics were sorted by one of his female students. We searched her school and home, but found nothing, so we had to ask her to come back for a chat. As a result, the person in charge of this matter lost contact halfway. About 4 months ago, we learned that the female student was taken in by a prince of the Leyhart family, and that prince had a deep relationship with your majesty, so at that time we were wondering if you were also involved in this matter. To confirm this conjecture, we found the Haifa Chamber of Commerce, and got the passenger list at that time. We checked it one by one, which took us about 1.5 months. We checked the identities of all the passengers on the ship, but we couldn't find 2 people. These 2 people happened to be a man and a woman. At this time, I was 50% sure. Then a passenger said that Freeman's students had contact with the 2 unidentified people. Coincidentally, the pirates disappeared inexplicably afterwards, which made me think of you. Of course, to be on the safe side, we went to New Telt again and walked around the palace of the Leyhart family. We found your handwritten letter to His Royal Highness the Third Prince. At this time, we were finally 100% sure. Saruman paused. Freeman wanted to go here in the end. In order to solve the problem with Miss Hartfilia, we have reason to believe that you will definitely bring Miss Hartfilia back here. Chapter 650. Just as Saruman was speaking, 2 more people came out of the woods. They bowed to Rob, and then stood naturally beside the old bishop. Saruman pointed to the middle-aged man on the left and said, This is Rog, the leader of the First Paladin Order of the Temple. Your Majesty has met him before. Let me introduce the other one. He is Mr. Osman, the Chief Judge of the Inquisition. A thin and ordinary old man performed a standard knight salute. Unlike Rog and Saruman, he did not have the slightest sacred aura, just like an ordinary person. It's you? Lolo said with her eyes wide open. The girl could never forget these eyes without any warmth. On the 4th day after her father disappeared, without any sign, people from the church suddenly appeared in front of her. They took over the castle of the Breton family with extremely tough means, bloodily cleansed a group of old people loyal to Karlov, and placed her, the next head of the family, under house arrest. On the 6th day, the owner of these eyes came to see her, and asked her if she had seen anything. At that time, she never thought that this unprepossessing old knight was the owner of the first dark organization under the temple. Osmond shook his head. It's over, what Grand Inquisitor, I'm just an old dog of the church, doing chores for His Majesty, and the temple that others are unwilling to do. I have almost forgotten the names of the people walking in the dark. If His Majesty has an order, I will naturally do my best. The old knight finished speaking, looking into the girl's eyes, and said, Now that you know who is looking for you, you should know that you can't hide. Although the world is big, God's grace is everywhere. You may think that what happened to you is unfair, just like your father thinks that what happened to your mother is unfair, but this world is like this. Injustice will come every moment, and you can only sigh that you are unlucky when it happens to you. You can complain, struggle desperately, and roar at fate. But in the end, you still have to accept it all. Come, child, come to me. I know you are not a bad person by nature. None of us want the tragedy in the north to happen again. As long as you go back with us, I can promise you that no one will be hurt from now on. The temple is still as shameless as ever. Rob, who had been silent before, spoke up at this time. The future super magician's tone was very impolite. The things in the north were basically dominated by you. But now all the dead are blamed on us. Don't forget that if we hadn't stopped those monsters, the entire north, with a population of millions, would probably no longer exist. What happened there was the result of a joint discussion between the Magicians Association and the Church, and it was also the decision of all mankind. We are just executing this decision. Saruman said calmly, Your Majesty must be very clear about this. You are the future patron saint of the human race. Why do you have to stand against the entire human race? Hand over the person. I believe President Da Vinci will be happy to restore all your rights in the Magicians Association. His Holiness the Pope is willing to create communication conditions for you and President Da Vinci to eliminate the misunderstandings between each other. You can not only save the North, but also save the entire human race. Rob sneered. Compromise and concession cannot save mankind. I have made my own choice in the Mitchell Magic Tower. This choice will not and cannot be changed. I want to see who can stop us from leaving. The future super mage held the Lord of Eternal Night across his chest, and with unparalleled confidence, a terrifying aura rose to the sky. Even Saruman and the other two could not help but take a small step back in front of this aura. It's really a new generation replacing the old. The leader of the first Paladin Order, Rog, sighed. He has such a strong pressure at the 7th level. Who in the world can stop him when he reaches the 9th level? It's a pity that such a powerful force cannot be used by humans. It seems that we can only destroy it today. Saruman did not retreat. The next moment, a powerful divine power surged out of the divine book in his hand. This divine power condensed into a human form. At the same time, the momentum was also rising. The former cardinal of the church did not hold back, and actually used his ultimate move right at the beginning. Last time in Gudries, in order to capture Lolo, his holy body basically exploded without much attack. Saruman wanted to use this method to suppress Rob, Dadalion and Oladian. Unexpectedly, it backfired. He lost the holy body in vain, but did not trap the opponent. He would not make such a mistake again this time. Saruman knew very well that he could only catch Lolo by taking down Rob first. At the moment he made his move, Rog and Osman also moved. They were both giants in the temple. Since they took this position, they rarely went into battle in person, let alone taking action together in the same action. If this matter were to be spread out, it would probably cause an uproar in the Dawn continent. However, at this moment, the three of them joined forces, but their faces were not relaxed. On the contrary, they all had different degrees of solemnity, because the opponent in front of them was the most outstanding genius in the entire human magic history since Roland, the creator of the mana-sharing mechanism, and a young man who had defeated a group of 8th and 9th level masters of the Magician Association Council. Compared with when he was in Gudries, Rob had changed a lot. Not only did his strength increase by 1 level, but he also got back his luxurious equipment. After the trip to the snowy mountains and the encounter with Matata, his strength increased to varying degrees. This improvement was not a one-time thing, but continuous, with visible progress every day. Saruman felt this the most. When he was in Gudries, he could easily suppress someone by himself, but when they met again, only more than a year had passed, he felt that the person standing in front of him seemed to be another person. He no longer thought he could defeat the other person in a one-on-one fight. Only then did he fully understand why the Pope had named 3 people for this operation, and under such circumstances, he had reason to believe that the other party could not escape from their grasp. After all, the 3 were all giants of the church. Although they were cautious, they still had some confidence. This battle itself did not have much suspense. 3 9th-level professionals at their peak put aside their pride and joined forces to deal with a young man who was just in his early 20s. No matter how good the opponent was, he would not have much chance of winning in the face of the absolute gap in strength. Knowing this, the 3 became more calm and steady, because they firmly believed that as long as they did not make any mistakes, there would be no accidents in this battle. Chapter 651. This battle is probably the most severe challenge that Rob has faced since his debut. On the top of Anarip, the light giant is indeed powerful, but it is more of a suppression of rules. In terms of realm alone, it is not as good as the 3 giants of the church. Among the 3, except Osman, who is hidden in the darkness and unknown, Saruman and Rogue are both top masters in the world, representing the strongest fighting force of the temple. It is for this reason that Rob cannot retreat. The future super magician knew very well that as long as he took a step back here, even if he could take the girl away later, the 2 of them would have to live in fear of being hunted for the rest of their lives. Vannervee had a deep foundation in the temple. Even if he stepped down, there would still be a lot of forces obeying him. He could hide in the dark and continue to remotely command these forces to capture Luo, so only by hurting him once, and for all, and cutting off his hands, could he avoid endless entanglement. And there was no doubt that the 3 people in front of him were Vannervee's most flexible and strong hands. Saruman's assessment was very accurate. Although Rob's strength had greatly improved, he was still at a disadvantage when facing 3 people. Especially when Osman and Rog joined the battle regardless of their status, this disadvantage became more and more obvious. Priest plus Knight is the standard combat configuration of the temple. However, it is not so easy to bring out the full power of this configuration. But even the most picky people, after seeing the cooperation of Saruman and the other 2, they probably have to admit that this is the optimal solution for the combat and priest configuration. This was a textbook-like teamwork. The three of them held high positions in the church. They had never worked together before, but they worked perfectly together for the first time, as if they had practiced countless times. Everyone seemed to know very well what their companions would do next. This was the effect of experience. Saruman and the other two had entered the 9th level for many years, which meant that their attacks were more stable. They would not pursue the strongest attack power, but they would not have any flaws. Facing such a perfect attack, even if Da Vinci, the first person in the current magic world and the president of the Magicians Association, stood here, he had only one choice, which was to temporarily avoid the edge. But the future super magician did not retreat. Once he devoted himself to the battle, Rob put all other things behind him. His spirit was unprecedentedly focused at this moment. The more adverse the situation, the clearer his brain became. Not only was he not afraid, but every cell in his body was excited involuntarily. This is the fighting instinct of top masters. Rob knew that at this moment, the more seemingly correct choices are often the most dangerous, but some dangerous choices may bring a glimmer of hope. The three giants joined forces, and the offensive was perfect. Once they evaded, the momentum of the three would only become stronger, while their own momentum would decline. The gap would be further widened, as one side gained strength, while the other side lost strength. When they could no longer avoid it, they would suddenly find that the situation was over. Therefore, if they wanted to take this attack, they could only advance and not retreat. If there was no flaw, they would create one. Only under strong pressure could the perfect cooperation between the three create a gap, and seizing this gap was the key to success or failure. Rob took a step forward, and the next moment, a bright light suddenly shone from his body. Divine power? Saruman was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the most powerful newcomer in the magic world, who was hailed as the first genius since Roland in the history of magic, would choose to rely on divine power instead of the most familiar magic at the critical moment. Saruman was the first person in the temple to know the existence of mimicry magic. As early as the first time he and Gudrys fought, he had keenly noticed the secret of mimicry magic in Rob. Therefore, he was not surprised that Rob used divine power. What really surprised Saruman was the opportunity for the other party to use divine power. No matter how talented Rob was, he had been exposed to divine power much later than he had been learning magic. Moreover, the three people standing in front of him were all giants of the church. In terms of understanding of divine power, each of them was stronger than him. No matter how you looked at it, this did not seem to be a wise choice. This doubt had just arisen in his mind, and the next moment, a vague sense of stagnation suddenly came from the holy body. This stagnation came and went quickly, and it was gone in a flash, as if it had never appeared. However, the outcome of a duel between masters is often decided by a millimeter. What happened in this short period of time made Saruman's heart jump, and his pupils shrank suddenly. No, the breath on the other party just now was not divine power. It was some kind of higher-level rules. Only in this way can it explain what happened to him now. Saruman and Rog looked at each other quickly, and he saw the same surprise in the latter's eyes. As the leader of the first paladin order of the temple, the 9th-level paladin naturally has divine power. Compared with Saruman, who felt abnormal through the holy body, his feeling was stronger. Among the three, Osman, who was in charge of the Inquisition, was not affected at all because he had no divine power. However, the originally perfect offensive of the three people had a tiny flaw due to the almost imperceptible delay of the two people. Moreover, Osman also smelled a trace of uneasy breath from the young man in front of him. Rob had waited patiently for so long, so he would not miss this flaw. The light on his body faded, and was replaced by the strongest 7th-level attack magic, which went straight to Rog, who was rushing in the front. The future super magician ignored Rog's sword stabbing at his left chest. This move was clearly a life-for-life move. In the end, Rog retreated first, and drew back his sword to save himself. The mithril-long sword in his hand retreated to block the magic. There was a reason why the future super magician chose the leader of the Holy Knights as a breakthrough point. Among the three, Rog was not the strongest but not the weakest. However, compared with the other two, his will was the least firm. Although he also appeared here, it was more out of fear of the prestige accumulated by Vanner V in his decades of papal career. When Saruman and Osman spoke, only Rogue remained silent. He was more of a helper in this operation, so he certainly didn't want to sacrifice himself. If it were the other two, they would have probably taken advantage of the attack and accepted the life-for-life offer. Rob forced Rogue to retreat with one move, and finally seized a slight advantage, which also gave him more time to deal with Saruman's holy body and Osman's mysterious swordsmanship. Chapter 652. From the three church giants taking action to Rob's acceptance of the challenge, all this happened in a flash. After the future super magician forced Rob to retreat, he immediately faced Saruman's holy body. Facing the punch that fell from the sky, Rob took the second step calmly, but still had no intention of defending. Saruman sneered in his heart. Unlike Rog, he knew more and was very clear about the importance of bringing back Lolo to the entire human race. For this, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life, let alone a mere holy body. If the other party thought that they could use the same method to force him back, they were totally wrong. Although it was a pity to kill the most talented magician in the human world, the human race had developed to this point. Whether there was Rob or not, the trend of unifying the Dawn continent was unstoppable. It was just a matter of time. Of course, the premise of all this was that the human race could survive smoothly, and to achieve this, they could not go against the will of the gods. At the same time as the fist of the holy body fell, Rob's second magic was almost completed. Although the two sides were in a hostile position at the moment, Saruman did not hide his admiration for the boy. Looking at the entire magic world, if Rob claimed to be the second best in mobile casting ability, no one dared to claim to be the first. Even Steins and Da Vinci could not chant magic so easily while moving. The release of magic requires a high degree of concentration. In fact, most magicians are still at the stage of standing and casting. In the two magic wars before and after, the magicians actually played a role similar to a fixed turret. Although magic has been developing, the magician's fighting style has not changed much. Distance is the lifeline of the magician. This sentence has been mentioned since Roland's time, and it is still regarded as a criterion by countless magic schools. Until the appearance of Rob, the magician's fighting style was reformed to some extent. His phase shift and mobile casting killed a group of church mercenaries in the Battle of Gudries, and he became famous all over the world. Although the temple has been covering up what happened that night, more and more details are still circulating. Many magicians have begun to study mobile casting with great interest. Although there are still a few people in the magic world who can master this high-level skill, in the foreseeable future, this new fighting style will inevitably be imitated by more and more young magicians. This thought only flashed through Saruman's mind. His admiration for Rob did not hinder his determination to kill him at this moment. This punch used all the strength of the holy body. Saruman could guarantee that as long as the opponent was hit, even if it was just a little bit, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. However, when the giant hand touched Rob's body, it did not hinder for a moment and passed through the latter's body. After that, with a twist, Rob's body burst like a bubble and was decomposed into the most basic magic elements, which dissipated in the air. Mirror image. When was it created? Saruman was shocked. When did the other party create this mirror image? Why didn't he notice it at all? When the old bishop was distracted, the magic released by the mirror image also hit the body of the holy body. As expected, the holy body withstood this terrifying move and was safe and sound. However, Saruman was not happy at all at this moment. If what he was facing was just a mirror image, then where was Rob's real body? The answer is obvious. The next moment, Rob's figure appeared behind Osman. The chief judge's eyes were still indifferent, and he said lightly, "You made a wrong choice." Among the three, Saruman is the strongest, followed by Rog. Although Osman's swordsmanship is weird, his real strength is the weakest among the three. At the same time, because he was born as a punishment knight, his body would also reject divine power. Although he perfectly integrated into the offensive in the previous joint attack, he had to keep a distance from the other two. Rob was keenly aware of the opportunity. He first forced Rog back, and then used the mirror image to deceive Saruman and his holy body, but concealed his real goal. Now, because of the existence of this short distance, the future super magician created a precious opportunity to fight Osman one-on-one in the encirclement of three top masters. The old knight snorted coldly. No one likes the feeling of being treated as a soft persimmon, not to mention that even if it is 1 versus 1, his skills are still better than someone else, but Osman restrained his dissatisfaction with strong self-control and took the initiative to take a defensive position. This is also the safest choice at this stage. Osman is indeed an old fox. He knows very well that Rob has no chance under the three people's joint efforts. Everything the future super magician has done before is to break the cooperation of the three people. Even Osman has to admit that the other party has done a good job in this regard. So far, Rob has disrupted everyone's offensive rhythm and successfully separated the three from the battlefield. But the current situation is only temporary. As long as Osman survives this sneak attack, Rog and Saruman will be able to withdraw their help immediately, and the three will complete the encirclement again, and Rob's situation will become worse at that time. Osman made the most correct judgment in the shortest time. He gave up the idea of advancing rashly, and turned from offense to defense. He held the sword close to his body and concentrated his attention. Once a 9th level knight is determined to defend, his defense will become extremely amazing. On the other side, Saruman and Rog also moved quickly. The holy body and Rog's knight's swords immediately turned to attack Rob's back. Unless the future super magician can take down Osman in front of him in an instant, he will have to face the dangerous situation of being attacked from both sides. But the three of them probably would never have thought that Rob was waiting for this moment. The Lord of Eternal Night raised his hand, and a spear forged by thunder stretched out from the void, and the target was Saruman, who was alone in the distance. Yes, from the beginning, the future super magician had only one goal, and everything he did afterwards, whether it was forcing Rog to retreat or attacking Osman, was centered around this goal. Among the three, the only one who could be called a weakness was actually Saruman. Although in terms of strength alone, Saruman was the strongest among the three giants, and the appearance of the holy body also made up for the priest's lack of attack power, but the priest's physical defects were innate and could not be changed. Saruman knew this very well in his heart, so in the previous battles, he never let the holy body leave his body more than 10 steps away, just to prevent Rob's sneak attack. It was not until Rob used the mirror image to escape and turned to deal with Osman that the development of things deviated from Saruman's expectations for the first time. So he subconsciously wanted to make up for this crisis that was not a crisis, and sent the holy body to assist Osman almost without thinking. At this moment, he and Osman had the same idea, and just wanted the three of them to work together again, and Rob would have nowhere to escape. However, he forgot how vulnerable he was after losing the holy body. Chapter 653. More than 2 months have passed since the battle on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Vadel confidently sent the 3 great leaders of the church to ambush outside the entrance from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, hoping to force Rob to hand over Lolo by force, but the final result was 1 dead, 1 injured, and 1 escaped. Saruman, the former head of the Cardinals, was pierced through the chest by a spear forged by thunder and died on the spot. Osman, the chief judge of the Inquisition, was seriously injured and returned to St. Martha to recuperate. However, Rog, the leader of the First Paladin Order, was frightened by the fighting skills and amazing learning ability shown by someone, and actually escaped in the middle of the fight. It was because of his sudden departure that Osman was injured. This battle started and ended quietly. For some special reasons, neither side seemed to want to publicize it. But this will not eliminate the far-reaching impact of this battle. For the old church forces headed by Vanner V, they suddenly became silent after this battle. The Joint Wanted Order is still there, but the temple side seems to have little interest. Maybe Vanner V can't find any good way at present. Even if he finds the trace of Lolo, it will be useless if he can't pass Rob. For the future super mage, in addition to completing the strategic goal of defeating the Temple of Pain, this battle itself also brought him many gains. During this period, he was exposed to new rules and power systems every day. Whether it was divine power or secret force, he was learning, but most of this research was still at the stage of thinking and deduction. The battle with the 3 giants of the church forced him to integrate these fragmented insights into his actual combat skills. Under the strong pressure of death, he constantly stimulated his potential. He almost compressed the progress that would take several years into a short battle, and finally completed his own transformation. He became stronger after each attack. This is something that Rogue, as an opponent, feels the most deeply. It is precisely because of this that the leader of the First Paladin Order is afraid and has to choose to escape in the end. And this terrifying speed of progress is inseparable from the strength of the opponent. Like Rogue and Saruman, they are both top masters who are famous in one area. They will not easily take action at ordinary times, let alone 3 people joining forces to deal with 1 person. It is difficult for them to do such a thing with their identities, unless it is underground where no one knows. This kind of strength sparring partner is hard to come by. While the 3 want to defeat Rob and take Lolo away, the future super magician is also using the pressure given by the 3 to hone himself. In a sense, Rob, who has mastered magic, divine power, secret arts, and some of the rules of the Force, can no longer be considered a pure magician, but he has not found a new profession to define him for the time being. On the carriage to Armor Rock City, the future super magician was playing with a small piece of oak. The oak rolled between his knuckles. The next moment, Rob gently threw the oak up and flattened his palm below. Then a surprising scene appeared. The oak did not fall under the action of gravity, but quietly suspended in the air. At this time, the Lord of Eternal Night was quietly leaning against the carriage. The future super magician had no staff or other magic devices in his hand. In other words, he relied on his own power to make this small piece of oak float. But this time was still very short, only about 6 or 7 seconds, and then the oak fell back into someone's hands. Rob opened his eyes. There is still something wrong. Luo comforted him. But it's only been a little over a month, and you have increased the time from 2 seconds to 6 seconds, which is already amazing. I have a rough understanding of the rules of the secret arts. The rest requires a little in-depth research. There is no way to take shortcuts. However, there is still too little information about the Force. I have been groping for 2 months, and still haven't found a direction. Rob's current understanding of the Force comes not only from the experience of fighting the light giant on the top of the mountain in Anareep, but also from some research results given to him by Matata. As the most outstanding secret magician of that era, Matata has touched the edge of the Force, otherwise, he would not be able to design the secret treasure of the brooch. Unfortunately, he only has fragments of the rules. The future super magician combined these two clues together, but still could not deduce the veins of the Force from them. Luo said, "Didn't you say that there is some Force virus in my body? Then, in that case..." The girl's voice suddenly became smaller, like a mosquito, and her face was red. I can let you study my body." Rob put the piece of oak aside, reached out, and touched Luo's head lovingly, and smiled. "No, I am just curious as a researcher. Since we have decided to live in seclusion together, these things will soon be useless. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. I heard that the meat in Cayenne City is very famous. When things are over, let's go there for a drink." The girl nodded. The carriage slowly passed through the city gate. Luo lifted the window, and looked curiously at the shadow cast above his head. Cayenne City is known as the first majestic city in the north. It has a very long history. It was once the capital of the Black Dragon dynasty. The latter briefly unified the entire human world. However, with the death of the founding emperor, the new successor could not suppress the local forces, and soon fell into civil war. The country was also torn apart. The Lehart family rose up, and overthrew the royal descendants of the Black Dragon dynasty. In order to eliminate the influence of the remaining forces of the Black Dragon dynasty, as much as possible, the Lionheart Empire placed its capital in New Telth after its founding. However, Armor Rock City had a good foundation, and a superior geographical location. It was sluggish for a while, under the deliberate suppression of Lehart I. When Lehart II came to power, the old party was almost cleared out, and it soon became prosperous again after regaining the support of the Empire. The headquarters of the Hiatos Chamber of Commerce is in Armor Rock City. The third person in the Chamber of Commerce, Viscount Wales, had met the two on the Luwa before. The fat noble also invited the two to visit his home, but under the current circumstances, it is obviously not appropriate for both parties to meet again. Luo followed Lulu's instructions, and asked someone in the southern suburbs about the Parrish family, and soon found the destination of this trip. This is a small Western-style building made of red bricks, with 3 floors. There is a small garden below. Although the area is not large, it is well maintained. In the garden, an old man in his 60s is pruning the branches of the roses on the wall. Chapter 654. The old man put down the scissors in his hand, looked up and looked at the two people outside the door. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Lolo nodded, took out a rolled oilcloth from his bag, opened it, and revealed the 2 broken swords inside. "Excuse me, can you help me recast this sword?" The old man raised his eyebrows, seemed a little surprised, but then shook his head and said, "Where did you get the news from? I stopped forging swords a long time ago." The old man was talking halfway, his eyes passed over the small elvish characters on the sword, but he suddenly stopped, and said in a surprised tone, "You? The one who saved Lulu and Ryan?" "We just helped a little," Rob said. "You are too polite. It's all my fault. I spoiled the child too much since she was a child, which made her develop such a temper. It's good that her father and I are here to take care of her. If she goes out, she will get into trouble sooner or later. If it weren't for your help, those kids would probably suffer a big loss in Ryan." The old man was very enthusiastic after learning the identities of the 2 people. "I heard about your story from the child. You came here for the sword, right? Come in first, and we will talk slowly." The old man opened the door, and led the 2 people into the living room. He then boiled some water, made a pot of rose tea, cut some fruit, and then sat down on the sofa opposite the 2 people. "Lulu would definitely be very happy if she knew you were here, but she and the children of the Gale group ran off somewhere crazy, and probably won't be back until sunset." The old man poured flower tea for the 2. Lolo took the tea and smelled the fragrance of roses. The girl thanked him. The small building was not very large, but the decoration inside was very exquisite. It could be seen that the family had a good living condition, But now there was only the old man inside. The old man seemed to know what the two were thinking. Seeing Lolo notice the portrait on the wall, he took the initiative to explain, "Oh, that's my husband. He just passed away 5 years ago. I have a son who works in the city council now. He always has a stern face, and does everything meticulously. Maybe it's because of this that he divorced." Alas, that idiot didn't know that women need to be coaxed, and men can't be sweet without a sweet mouth. In addition, I have a granddaughter. You have seen her in Ryan. The old man paused. Because there are only 3 of us living here, we don't have servants. I usually trim the flowers and trees, and tidy up the house, which is also something to do. Rob added, "From your accent, it seems that you are from the Holy Alliance." The old man's eyes showed a touch of nostalgia when he heard it. "Yes, I lived there for a while when I was a child, and then I followed my husband to Cayenne City and settled here." The future super magician was moved. "Excuse me, which city of the Holy Alliance did you live in before, and when did you leave there?" "When I was a child, I lived with my father in the port of Sativia. I left there when I was probably, well, let me think, when I was 11 years old. I still remember the sunset on the dock, the setting sun falling into the sea level, the returning fishing boats, and the fishermen singing the fishing songs on the boats." The old man seemed to be lost in some kind of memory. "My father disappeared when I was 7 years old, but he often went out before he disappeared and didn't come home for several months in a row. At that time, it was the uncle next door who took care of me. When it was time to eat, I would knock on the door next door. Sometimes he would take me with him when he went out to discuss business, fearing that I would be hungry when he was not at home. I would sit obediently by the side, playing with the toys I brought with me, and wait for him to finish chatting with others. Then we would go to a nearby small restaurant to have a hot dinner together. No one else knew about this relationship except us. Later, my father left home in a hurry, as usual without saying anything. I thought he would disappear for a while, and come back like he did before, but it turned out to be the last time I saw him again." The old man sighed. "I was very panicked after my father disappeared. Although I was used to his occasional departures, I never thought he would completely disappear from my life. When I was in the most difficult time, it was my neighbor's uncle who accompanied me. It was also at that time that I realized that I could no longer leave him without realizing it. However, according to the laws of the Holy Alliance, once my father disappears for more than a period of time, my custody will automatically be transferred to other relatives. But my father never took me to meet his distant cousins. I didn't want to live with strangers, nor did I want to be separated from my uncle, so I threatened him with suicide. That guy was good in everything, but he was too soft-hearted, so he found a way to forge the identity of my distant cousin and adopted me. Because we were worried about being discovered by others, we sold our property and took a carriage for 4 months to come to Cayenne City. No one knew us here, and we could start a new life. On my 17th birthday, I got him drunk, and he became my husband without knowing it. In the 37 years that we have been together, we have had arguments and conflicts, but now when I think back, every day seems to have been very happy. Well, meeting him is the happiest thing in my life." The old man stretched out his wrinkled hand and stroked the portrait on the wall. The man in the portrait smiled shyly. The old man said with a gentle look, "Sorry, I talk too much about myself. When people get old, they can't help but become nagging." Lolo and Rob looked at each other. They already knew the identity of the old man. Silver, the daughter of Constantine, the most outstanding weapon-forging master in the Dawn continent, may be the only one who can recast the broken elven sword as it was. When Constantine handed Xinglua to Rob, he asked the latter to help him find his daughter, who he had not seen for 50 years. Rob went to set by a port and White Crow Town according to the address he gave, but unfortunately he came to nothing. Later, he had to ask Ginny to investigate the adopted person named Sinclair, but there was no result. Now it seems that they were looking in the wrong direction from the beginning. The person who actually took Silver away was right in front of her, separated from her by only a wall. The old man saw the two people looking at each other, and was a little confused. "Why, have we met before?" But then she quickly denied it. "No, it's impossible, you are too young, you were not born when I left Setvia." Rob still remembered Constantine's request. If he found Silver, and found that he was doing well, he should not reveal any news about him. So the future super mage just smiled and said, "Do you still hate your father who left without saying goodbye?" "At first I did hate him, but after meeting that man I no longer hate him. Now I have figured it out. Although that guy is unreliable, he is my father after all. If he didn't have any compelling reasons, he probably wouldn't leave me alone." Chapter 655. That man? Silver withdrew his gaze from the portrait. "Faith, you came here for the sword. You want to know about its owner, right?" Lolo sat up straight after hearing this. She had been investigating what happened to Illyria over the years, but she had not given up looking for her father's whereabouts. Although she had learned from Merlin that Karlov was no longer alive, she still wanted to know what happened to her father after he left home for the last time. I will never forget what I saw that day. That man is the bravest person I have ever seen, but I am not sure whether I should tell others what I saw. The old man held the teacup. Lulu begged me many times, but I always kept my mouth shut. However, you are her benefactor, and you have the other sword with you. If possible, can you tell me about your relationship with him? He is my father. Luo tried his best to keep his voice calm, but he couldn't help but tremble slightly. I see. The old man sighed. I can tell you what happened that day, but I think you would rather see it with your own eyes. Silver dug out a dusty magic crystal from the utility room in the attic and gave it to the two of them. 7 years ago, I was invited by a friend to go to the north to help him investigate a newly discovered natural mine. I brought this magic crystal with me to record the results of the investigation, but I didn't expect that I got separated from my friend halfway. The mine was very deep, and I didn't know how far I had walked. Just when I thought I was completely lost, I saw a light coming from not far away. I walked in that direction, and came to a small valley, where I met your father. Rob took the magic crystal, which is a second-class magic device that can record images. Ordinary people can also use it, but it is expensive and can only record images for a period of time. It cannot be reused. Perhaps considering the complex situation in the mine, the magic crystal that Silver carried is of very good quality. Its market price is estimated to be more than 1,000 gold coins. Once it is turned on, it can record images for nearly 6 magic hours. However, it is dim now. The future super magician roughly checked it and said, the structure of the magic device is fine, but the magic crystal inside is scrapped and the magic power is consumed. Rob did not say the rest of the words. The magic crystal in his hand was not small in size. Under normal circumstances, it should be able to support a magic crystal to be projected more than 10 times. According to Silver, she did not show the contents to others after she came back, but now the magic crystal on it is scrapped, so it is likely that the magic power is lost due to other reasons. It just so happened that he had a few new magic crystals on him, so he put them in and activated the magic crystal. The first image was in the mine, and it was obvious that Silver was moving. She stopped from time to time, picked up a few pieces of ore to observe, or swept the magic crystal across the stone wall of the mine. In addition, the image occasionally flashed the figure of a middle-aged nobleman, probably the friend Silver mentioned. He walked in front with 2 guards, looking around and greeting Silver. However, when Silver was halfway there, she was attracted by a purple ore and stopped silently. When she finished recording and looked up, she could no longer find the shadow of the person in front of her. The influence provided by the magic crystal was slightly shaking, and it could be seen that its owner was also a little nervous at this time. This mine was just discovered not long ago, and there was no one else inside. Silver walked forward quickly, but came to a fork in the road not far away. Silver didn't know which road the middle-aged noble took, and wanted to return to the original road but lost his direction. She had been busy investigating and recording the types and qualities of the ore all along the way. The middle-aged noble was in charge of leading the way. Silver had no choice but to pick a road, hoping to meet the latter. Unfortunately, she was unlucky. After turning 2 magics, she still couldn't see the shadow of the middle-aged noble. After all, Silver was old, and she had to stop and rest after walking for so long. However, the food supplies were all on the 2 guards. Silver only had half a bag of water and a notebook in her hand. If she dragged on like this, her situation would become very bad. Therefore, after resting for a while, Silver set off again. This time, she walked for about half a magic hour, and saw the light in front of her in a daze. Luo's heart was hanging, because according to the old man, she saw the man holding Faith in his hand where the light came from. Rob held the girl's hand, and the warmth from his fingertips relieved Luo's tension. The girl was actually very conflicted. On the one hand, she really wanted to know what happened to her father in the end, but sometimes she would think that maybe not knowing the ending was the best ending, so that she could still keep the last bit of fantasy in her heart. Silver walked into the small valley while he was thinking about this. The future super magician uttered a sigh. Luo asked, "What's going on?" "This valley is full of divine runes. The people who arranged all this must have spent a lot of effort. Are the people in the temple going to use these divine runes to deal with my father?" Luo suddenly became nervous again. "What are the functions of these divine runes?" "I don't know. It's hard to tell from the image alone. But it looks like a summoning array. But for a summoning array, there are too many divine runes here, Rob said. Silver in the video did not notice anything unusual around her. In her eyes, this small valley was lush with flowers and trees and sunny. The only thing that made her feel strange was that there was no sound in her ears, not to mention the roar of wild animals, not even the chirping of insects. But Silver was only thinking about finding her friends now, and did not take this matter to heart. She took a step and continued to move forward. She walked all the way to the center of the valley, and saw an altar there. Arcancer? Luolu exclaimed. According to someone's previous statement, the reserves of Arcancer on the Dawn continent were extremely rare. Even the Magic Association only had 4 or 5 pieces in its collection. However, the altar in front of her was made entirely of Arcancer stones, with the number even exceeding 1,000. However, Luoluo's eyes only stayed on those black stones for less than a second, and then turned to the altar. After nearly 7 years, she finally saw that familiar figure again. Chapter 656. In the video, Karlov had his back to Silver, so his facial expression could not be seen, but he was holding another person in his hand. Judging from his clothes, the guy seemed to be a priest, but he was in a coma. Rob raised his eyebrows. He could see more things. This priest, who was about 50 years old, should be above the 8th level. Such strength in the church is at least the bishop level. But he was now held in Karlov's hand, like a chick waiting to be slaughtered. The elven sword in Karlov's hand cut open the priest's chest, and blood flowed down the blade, dripping onto the altar, and was immediately swallowed up by the black stones. Silver was trembling with fear at the scene in front of him, and the joy of meeting other people disappeared. After thousands of years of tireless propaganda and careful maintenance, the church has a good reputation everywhere, and has always played the role of justice. Those who go against the church are undoubtedly the evil party. Moreover, the black altar in front of her looked so evil. Silver's body was shaking, and she was obviously trembling. She had given up the idea of asking for help from the people on the altar, and instead prayed in her heart that the other party would not notice her. She retreated carefully. She didn't know if her prayer was effective, but the other party didn't look back. "He has discovered you," Rob said. "For a master like the Scarlet Sword, it is impossible for ordinary people to not notice him when he is approached at this distance." The old man nodded. "I thought about it later, and felt that he deliberately let me hide aside. He didn't seem to intend to hurt me." Karev stood quietly on the altar. The priest whose chest was cut suddenly woke up and struggled desperately to escape, but he was no match for the enemy. As he lost more and more blood, his expression became more and more terrified, and there was even a hint of begging in his eyes, but his Karev was not moved at all. Until the priest fell into a coma and his body began to spasm unconsciously, Karev tore a sleeve from the guy's robe to wrap the wound, and then gave him a bottle of healing potion to ensure that he would not die, and then threw him aside and ignored him. At this time, Silver also found a hiding place. She hid behind a big stone, only showing her head to secretly observe the movements of the altar. Karev lit a big fire on the altar. The flame was as black as the stone under his feet, and it jumped along the blood in the cracks of the stone. "Your father seemed to be chanting something at the time, but I couldn't understand it. It was not human language, but it was not like the language of elves and dwarves. It was more like some strange syllables with unknown meaning," the old man recalled. God's language. These 2 words immediately popped up in Luoluo's mind. In the spiritual world created by Matata, which lasted only 1 day, she had heard Robkai speak the God's language, which was similar to Silver's feeling, but the girl did not have time to think about it, because she noticed that the sky above the valley began to change gradually. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark, and the surrounding clouds began to gather towards the center. Facing this abnormal natural weather, Karev did not raise his head at all, and continued to chant attentively on the altar. Unfortunately, the magic crystal can only record images, not sounds. Even Rob couldn't restore what Karlov was saying, and could only barely determine that he was performing a dangerous ritual. The strange phenomenon in the sky above became more and more obvious. The originally white clouds turned blood red, rolling and roaring like blood waves. The whole valley began to shake. The altar made of Arkansas raw stones was full of cracks, and black stones kept rolling down from it. Even the place where Silver was hiding was affected. Facing the apocalyptic scene in front of him, the old man was obviously worried. In the whole world, perhaps only the figure on the high platform remained calm. He stood there like a stone pillar. He remained unmoved even when the sky and earth in front of him collapsed. Nothing could stop him from completing the ritual. After Karev finished reciting the last syllable, he cut the palm of his left hand with the blade. As his blood fell into the black flame, everything around him suddenly became quiet. But for some reason, Lulu, who was watching all this silently, felt extremely uneasy in his heart. The next moment, the blood cloud split from both sides, and a golden light shot down from the cloud, covering the entire valley. A huge hand stretched out from the crack in the cloud, followed by half a head. Something was drilling out from the crack. Because the crack in the cloud was not big, it seemed to be struggling. Silver felt like she was falling into an ice cellar when she saw the thing for the first time. An instinctive tremor surged from the depths of her soul. At this moment, there was only deep awe in her head, and she could no longer resist. However, Karev on the altar raised his head and looked at the thing coldly. And the thing also noticed the human below. The two people's eyes met, and the face in the blood cloud showed a touch of surprise, as if it didn't expect that there was only one person to greet it. Silver was already amazed at the man's amazing courage, but what happened next was completely beyond her cognition. The man held his sword, his knees slightly bent, as if he was under great pressure. The power accumulated from more than 30 years of hard training roared between every inch of bones and muscles. Karev pushed them with all his strength in an almost barbaric way, and every blood vessel of his was swollen and twisted. This reckless release of power brought great damage to his body. In a short moment, 2 ribs broke because they could not withstand such violent power, and his shin bones were also covered with cracks. The wound on his palm, which was not too deep originally, burst open completely, and the blood dyed the faith in his hand red, but he had no intention of stopping. Lolo's hand, which was held by Rob, trembled. Karev's momentum was rising at a terrifying speed, but compared with the giant above his head, his figure still looked so small. It was like an ant showing off its muscles in front of an elephant. It was not that the elephant was arrogant, but that it would not notice the ant's presumptuous behavior. The same thing can be interpreted differently by different people. When an elephant steps on an ant nest, it is like a catastrophe for the ants. However, the elephant will not remember it at all, nor will it remember how many ants died because of it. Those things that are very important to the ants are just a joke to the elephant. Because those tiny beings are so humble, their lives are so short. Even without that kick, the group of ants will still die in a few days. So when one of the ants stands in front of it, it does not know and does not care what the other is thinking. Chapter 657. Elephants don't care about the feelings of ants, and don't care about their joys and sorrows. The existence on the blood cloud was attracted by the blood of the defenders and the ancient spell, and descended into this valley, just as those divine scriptures recorded, it will bring justice and light to the world. However, it couldn't help but frown as soon as it appeared, because the altar was much simpler than it required, and the number of Arkansas raw stones was only half of the normal amount. This made its body only last for a short time in the world. What made it even more dissatisfied was that there was only a solitary figure waiting to greet it. After it appeared, the man neither knelt devoutly nor expressed his awe and submission in fear. He just stood on the altar made of black stone, raised his head, and stared at it coldly. Unfortunately, the thing in the sky has lived for too long, so long that it has forgotten what hatred looks like. So it couldn't understand what was contained in those eyes. That was a man's most affectionate confession to his deceased wife. 13 years of despair and torture, hard pursuit and planning, step by step, finally approaching the end. At this moment, he stood here, with no worries in his heart, just to swing the sword in his hand. This is a sword that has never appeared in the world, and it is also the strongest sword. Karev came to this valley early, spent 2 days to adjust his body to the best condition, and spent 4 days to make his spirit perfect, and then spent a whole week to cultivate the sword with his heart. Now that the ceremony is completed, it is finally time for this sword to be unsheathed. Faith seems to be able to feel the strong intention in the master's heart, and the sword body is shaking in response impatiently. The strong wind in the valley blew up the man's clothes and hair. He had accumulated strength to the extreme. The next moment, with a loud bang, the cracked altar collapsed, and Karev's figure disappeared from the altar. The existence in the blood cloud smelled a hint of danger. However, it did not react immediately. The lion's pride made it impossible for it to remain fully alert when facing the attack of the hare, and it was this moment of hesitation that made it pay the price. By the time it realized what was happening, the tip of the sword had already touched its skin, but even at this moment, it was not too worried. Because it had a perfect body that did not belong to the human world, its skin was harder than rock, its flesh and blood defense was better than any armor in the world, and its bones could support a mountain. It did have reason to be proud. Even the magic towers of those 9th-level super magicians could not compare to this body. However, the next moment, a miracle happened. The long sword from the mortal world pierced his skin without hesitation, cut his flesh, and cut his sternum. The blade's remaining force was endless, and it pierced deeply into his chest. At this moment, the thing in the blood cloud finally changed its expression. A terrifying roar that shook the earth came from the valley. All the birds within 100 miles fell from the sky, and the beasts crawled on the ground in fear. Silver, who was hiding behind the rocks, was directly stunned by the two commands contained in the sound, but fortunately, the magic crystal in her hand was still faithfully recording everything in front of her. Two bright lights burst out from Karev's deep eye sockets, so bright that people dared not look at them. The sword he swung now had completely surpassed his own realm, the limits of the human body, and the peak of swordsmanship, because it contained not only the obsession of revenge, but also his strongest love for the girl named Eluria. It was this love that made him choose to stand here, and it was also this love that made him willingly go to destruction. But before destruction, he still had unfinished business. This was the revenge of the ants, but even the elephants could not ignore it. Karev ignored the giant hand that stretched out to him. His expression was more focused than ever before. The power contained in his body was not exhausted. He continued to move forward with the elven sword in his hand, going deeper and deeper. The flesh and blood were torn apart wherever he passed, and a bloody rain fell from the sky. Right below, all the plants around the altar that touched the bloody rain could not help but grow wildly. If there were other witnesses in the valley at this moment, they would definitely feel incredible about the scene before their eyes. It turned out that those eternal beings high above would also bleed, get hurt and wail. Can they feel pain like us? Those gods who are extremely powerful in the divine canon actually have such an embarrassing moment. Karev's eyes were wide open with anger. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. One step further, as long as he took one step further, maybe he could pierce the heart of that thing, and leave it here forever, in this silent and deserted valley. The reason why he chose this place is because it is very suitable for a burial ground. The sword of faith in his hand has been covered with dense cracks, but it can feel the desire in the owner's heart, and is also making a final roar. At this moment, nothing in the world could stop this man and this sword. However, when Faith tried his best to pierce the place that should represent the heart, there was nothing there. There was no disappointment or pain in Karev's eyes, because he had stopped breathing a breath ago. He kept charging like this, as if waiting for the dawn. Until Faith was completely shattered, his fingers loosened the hilt of the sword, and his body fell to the ground powerlessly, like a rag doll. And Luo could finally see the face in her memory again. The man who was connected to her by blood and gave her life, the man who sheltered her under his wings, the man who said in the deepest and gentlest tone on the last night before leaving, "I'm sorry, Daddy didn't take good care of you." He really disappeared from this world. All that was left to this world was the unknown decisive sword. The severely injured and frustrated existence in the clouds could not find an object to vent, so he turned his eyes to Karev's falling body. A ball of golden flame burst out from its palm and devoured the body. The fire burned wildly, as if to destroy the last trace of the man's existence in the world. At the same time, the magic elements around surged and floated towards the blood cloud, constantly repairing its body. The image of the magic crystal jumped. There was originally 2 magic hours of recording time, but at this time, the magic crystal at the bottom was exhausted and could no longer support it. In the end, all the images disappeared. In the darkness, there was only the girl with tears streaming down her face. Chapter 658. Silver handed the recast Faith to the girl. "You saved the children of the Gale group. I was wondering how to thank you. Since this sword is left by your father, it's better to return it to you." When Luo took the sword, the scene seemed to reappear in front of her eyes. On the black altar, the man burned himself desperately, with the most resolute attitude, just to complete his revenge. The girl stretched out her hand, and wanted to grab the corner of the man's clothes, but there was nothing in the air. "Oh, by the way, I can also repair the broken sword you have," the old man said. "I didn't refuse it on purpose before, but I personally don't like forging very much, because my father was a great weapon forging master, but he put all his energy into weapon forging and ignored his family. I don't want to be like that person, so I only forged weapons for a period of time when I first moved to Cayenne City to supplement the family income. As my husband's business got on track, I closed my blacksmith shop and vowed not to forge weapons again. However, I made an exception once for your father's sword. If that's the case, there is no reason for me to refuse another sword that has the same origin as it." Silver opened the oilcloth and checked the broken edge of the sword. This sword is broken in the middle. It is easier to repair. We have some materials left from last time. It will only take about 1.5 months to completely repair it. You can stay in the city for a while. There is a guest room upstairs. Lolo shook his head. "We don't plan to stay in Armor Rock City for too long. Please send this sword to the Breton family in the north after it is repaired. Revenge is different from belief. Revenge is the sword of the successive heads of the Breton family. When Lolo gave up the position of head of the family, he thought about giving this sword to Ansai together. However, the revenge was accidentally broken on the top of Anarip. Now Silver promised to repair the sword, but Lolo did not plan to keep it anymore. As the last sword used by Karlov, faith undoubtedly means more to her. Lolo thanked the old man again. Silver waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. I just happened to pass by. In fact, I should thank your father. You know, my father disappeared when I was very young. It's a lie to say that I don't have any resentment in my heart, but after seeing that sword that day, I figured out a lot of things. Some people don't come back, not necessarily because they don't love you, but because of some reason, they can't come back again. Lolo thought of Constantine, who had been in the secret prison of Odland because he had made an exchange with the temple, using this method to protect his daughter from the harm of the church. Constantine had told the two not to tell their daughter about him, but Rob and Lolo did not want to see the tragedy of Silver hating his father all the time, but now it seems that their worries may be unnecessary. Some love transcends words and time. Obviously no one has told Silver about all this, but in the dark, she has already touched the truth. At Silver's insistence, Rob and Lolo had dinner at the old lady's home, during which they also met her son and Lulu, who had returned from outside. The latter also seemed very excited when she saw the two. Although an accident occurred halfway, the people of the Gale group still insisted on completing this expedition. Lulu returned 3 months earlier than the two. The bracelet on her hand was the spoil she brought back. It was impossible to get a secret treasure. After such a long time, the secret treasures on the first floor were basically snatched away by adventurers. This necklace was picked up by the girl in a ruin in the inner city. It was probably dropped by some unlucky guy. Although it was not worth much, it was the harvest of her first adventure after all, so Lulu still treasured it very much and hung it on her wrist. After dinner, the two of them declined the old man's invitation again and walked out of the small building. At this time, the house was already full of starlight. Cayenne City is indeed one of the largest cities in the north. Even at this late hour, there are still many people doing small businesses on the street. Lulu breathed on his hand, raised his head, and looked at the bright lights on the corner of the street and the pedestrians passing by in a daze. Rob asked, "Are you sleepy?" The girl shook her head. "Then let's go for a walk." The future super magician said, "Speaking of which, this should be your first time here. I can take you around." Lulu hummed and held Faith in his arms. Rob led the way in front, and after taking 2 steps, he spoke again. "Have you changed your mind?" "What?" "We agreed before that we would find a place to live in seclusion together after this matter was over. Do you still think so now?" The girl was silent for a while, and then she spoke again. "Father didn't want me to get involved in this matter, so he kept his investigation secret from me at that time. I always thought that his accident was caused by the temple, but I didn't expect that he was so close to the truth. I was just wondering, what was he thinking when he found the murderer?" Rob listened quietly. Lulu paused. "Deep down in my heart, of course I hope he can still stay in this world, because he is my father, and his blood flows in my body, but isn't this idea a bit too selfish? I have seen him being tortured by hatred, and perhaps this result is not too bad for him. After his mother died, his heart actually died with her. What supported him was the obsession of swinging the sword there. That sword was indeed very courageous." Rob said, "The thing in the blood cloud is probably different from the one we encountered on the top of the mountain. It is not just a clone, but most likely the original body of that guy. I don't know how your father did it. I have never seen that black altar in any book before. This may also explain why its clone was so angry when it saw the revenge in your hand, because before that, its original body was severely injured by the belief of the same origin." Lulu withdrew his gaze from the distant starry sky and fell on the boy. "If I hadn't met you 4 years ago, I would probably have made the same decision as my father, because at that time, all I had in my eyes was revenge, but I don't know when my heart has been stolen by you, so I won't go down that path. I don't want to lie to myself anymore. I gave up revenge not only because of the safety of the entire human race, but more importantly because I love you, now, in the future, forever. I don't want to do anything that will hurt you again. They are right. Love really makes a person weak, but I don't regret it. If this is the price, I am willing to bear it." Chapter 659. Xiaomi half bent his body, trotting back. "Your Highness, I have already checked that His Majesty is visiting the Empire today, and the whole street outside is under martial law. Let's go somewhere else." The third prince snorted coldly while riding on his horse. "What is Majesty? He is just a fake made up by those old guys in the Magician Association. With such a shabby thing, how can he be the patron saint of the human race? Your Highness, please be careful with your words. This friendly visit was arranged by His Majesty himself. The Empire spent a lot of effort. Even if we don't help, at least we can't sabotage it. Barber smiled bitterly. It had been more than 4 years since he and Ursula took Rob's letter to the third Prince Williams. Williams took good care of them. Not only did he solve the troubles from the temple for them, but he also treated them as guests. But Barber didn't want to just sit there and do nothing. After discussing with Ursula, he found Williams, hoping to help him. So at their repeated requests, one of them became Williams's bodyguard, and the other helped Williams manage his property in the south. Barber knew very well that his strength was not enough to be a guard of a prince, let alone a personal guard. However, Williams was not short of thugs. Barber positioned himself more like a retainer. He would remind Williams of things he had missed from time to time, or give honest advice when he knew it would make Williams unhappy. This was something that Shamey, the shameless lackey of the royal family, could never do. Barber was not afraid of offending Williams, not because of his relationship with Rob, but because you treat me as a national hero, and I will repay you as a national hero. He planned for Williams even if he was kicked out, and Williams actually listened to him for the first time, and basically took him with him wherever he went. He and Shamey became Williams' right-hand men. Although Babel was not impressed by the pomp of that prince, he had to remind the third prince as a duty. I know. Williams was a little unhappy, but he jumped off his horse and squeezed towards the street corner. Xiaomi and Babel were worried and followed him. The three of them found a place to stand where they could see the street. Babel wanted to say something, but Williams waved his hand to stop him. Relax, I just came to see the guy. Xiaomi spread his hands and tried to push the person in front of Williams away, looking like a loyal dog protecting his master, but Williams didn't appreciate it and said impatiently, Okay, don't do these nonsense. I don't know what kind of character you are. Aren't you tired of acting all day long? Xiaomi's eyes turned red when he heard this, and he looked very aggrieved. Your Highness, I don't like to hear this. Do I need to act to show my loyalty to you? This may not be obvious at ordinary times, but when the crisis comes, you will know who is the first person to stand in front of you. Baber on the other side smiled, and wisely did not participate in the discussion of this topic. Just when Xiaomi was about to continue to work hard to increase his loyalty points, a cheer suddenly broke out near the city gate. His Majesty Painter has entered the city. It was unknown who shouted this, but the welcoming crowds on both sides of the street suddenly became excited. The Royal Orchestra was in the front, responsible for clearing the way. As the conductor raised his baton, the orchestra played a solemn piece of music, and the crowd waved handkerchiefs and banners desperately. Williams narrowed his eyes and said sourly, Oh, if you didn't know, you would think that guy was rushing to be buried. As soon as he said this, the people around him immediately glared at him, but after seeing the swords on the waists of the three people, the situation did not deteriorate further. Babel's eyes twitched, fearing that the third prince would say something again. He was very opposed to Williams coming here. Even if he really just wanted to see the person who had been in the limelight in the past 2 years, he was trapped in a sea of people at the moment. If something happened, his status as a prince might not be able to protect him. Moreover, with his status, it was not difficult for him to meet the crown prince. There was a reception party in the palace tonight, but Williams declined it due to illness. Barber could probably guess where Williams' hostility came from. Apart from reason, he actually disliked Painter in his heart. The reason was simple. He was the one who was elected by the Magicians Association to replace Rob after Rob disappeared. It was said that the Magicians Association invested a lot of money in him, and took out all the useful things from the treasure houses in various places and armed him. The masters of the council, including Da Vinci, worked together. Each of them trained him for a period of time. They tried every possible way, and spared no expense, to improve his cultivation from the 5th level to the 9th level in just 1.5 years. He was even younger than Rob, a 9th level magician under the age of 20, who had never been heard of in the entire human history. Not only was he unprecedented, but he would probably never be seen again. No wonder he was so proud. The Royal Orchestra led the way, the first knights of the Empire escorted him, and there was a griffin squad on guard in the air. Even King Lehart VII himself had never enjoyed such a grand ceremony. With the unremitting propaganda of the Magician Association and major forces, ordinary people quickly accepted the statement that Paynet was better than Rob, and believed that he was the most suitable candidate for the patron saint of mankind. Therefore, all the treatment that Rob had enjoyed before was transferred to him, and even better. But people like Williams, who know part of the inside story, know that the so-called new guardian is just a substitute created by the Magicians Association to make up for the loss of Rob, to deal with the increasingly complicated situation. Sometimes the more aggressive the hype is, the more guilty the hype maker seems. Williams looked coldly at the figure standing on the carriage. In the backlight, he couldn't see the man's face clearly, but he could only vaguely see that he was too young. Although he promised Barbara that he would stay honestly, he would not be the third prince if he didn't do something at this time. Williams waved the small stone in his hand, and a malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As a member of the royal family, he could not ruin this friendly visit led by his father, but it was okay to cause a little trouble to the arrogant guy. This distance and position were just right, and the dense crowd around him could also provide him with cover. As long as he didn't admit it, no one would know who threw the stone. Chapter 660. In the past 2 or 3 years, although all the major forces have been trying to maintain stability under their rule and constantly publicizing the prosperous situation of the human race, even the farmers and village women who are busy farming can feel that something is quietly changing. Under that bright appearance, undercurrents are surging. The mobilization of troops is becoming more and more frequent. At the same time, it seems that many places have become forbidden areas overnight, and nearby residents have been forced to evacuate. The rulers of various places are mostly vague about this, and have not given a clear explanation. Various rumors have become more and more intense. It was at this special moment that the people's desire for heroes became stronger and stronger. When unknown dangers came, everyone hoped that someone would stand up and turn the tide. The human patron saint of paint was undoubtedly a symbol of hope, so when he was invited to New Telt, he enjoyed such an unprecedented courtesy. However, in such an atmosphere of national celebration, there were discordant notes. A small stone flew out from nowhere, and flew towards the figure admired by thousands of people on the carriage. All this happened so suddenly that before the people on the roadside could react, the stone had already flown in front of Painter, and the first royal knights, the pride of the empire, for some reason, failed to stop the attack. Fortunately, the stone was not too powerful, and would not cause any fatal damage, but if it was hit, it would be inevitable to be in a mess. The figure in the sun was still raising his chin to accept the worship of the people, seemingly unaware of the upcoming accident, but just when the small stone was about to hit his body, a miracle happened. There seemed to be a transparent wall around Painter. The pebble hit the invisible wall when it was less than half a step away from him, and could not move forward. The exclamations of the onlookers turned into praise before they could be uttered. However, amid the praise, Babel felt a sense of danger in his heart. He did not have time to think about it, and almost subconsciously stood in front of Williams. The figure on the carriage gently raised the staff in his hand, and then the pebble suspended in the air retreated back to the direction from which it was launched at a faster speed. The stone shot at Babel's chest, and the terrifying force made a groove in his black iron knight's breastplate. Babel couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but he endured the pain and didn't retreat a step. The squire knight, who had been shouting that a friend in need is a friend indeed, is a friend indeed, was still standing there stupidly. Shaney, who witnessed all this, felt embarrassed as if he had been slapped in the face at the speed of light, but when he realized what had happened, he immediately jumped up again, pointing at Painter on the carriage and shouting, You are trying to assassinate me. Do you know who we are?" Before Painter opened his mouth, William's face darkened. "Why are you yelling? Aren't you ashamed enough? We were the first to attack. Since we have tricked them, we should just lie down. It is only humiliating to continue to pester them." The third prince must admit that he underestimated his opponent this time. He could see how powerful he was. The difficulty of the previous attack was not to intercept the stone, but to grasp the trajectory of the stone after intercepting it, and then use it to calculate the direction of the stone, which was accurate to the minute. And you have to know that Painter had never looked in this direction before. It seems that his previous idea was wrong. This young man, who was promoted by the Magicians Association, was not just a vase. Realm will not deceive people. Those who can enter the 9th level are not easy to deal with. Although Williams likes to mess around, he is a bachelor. He is willing to accept defeat. His expression is very calm, but those who really know him know that this just means that he is really angry. Although there is a back and forth, the return of Painter is much more severe than the previous prank thrown by Williams. If Barber was not wearing a breastplate, this small stone would kill him on the spot. Now, Babel's face was pale, and he was obviously seriously injured. He would have to stay in bed for at least 1 or 2 months. Williams was annoyed by the other party's cruelty. Babel was holding on to not fall down at this moment, because he was afraid that Williams would be impulsive again. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed the latter's arm and advised, "Your Highness, The overall situation is more important. Take a step back, and the world will be broader. However, this time Williams wanted to give in, but someone was not going to give up. The figure on the carriage disappeared, and when he reappeared, he appeared directly in front of Williams, face to face with him. Xiaomi's face changed. Teleport? The 9th level super magician's signature skill, teleportation, immediately caused another exclamation. The stone just now. The boy said lightly, "Did you throw it?" Williams felt a sense of absurdity. The other party looked young and the hair on his mouth had not yet faded, but the oppression he brought was no less than those old antiques in the Magician Association. However, His Royal Highness the Third Prince was usually unruly, but he was unexpectedly tough on matters of principle. "I lost it." "What's wrong?" "Your Majesty, are you going to kill me to vent your anger?" William said, as he opened his arms provocatively. Painter's eyes fell on the badge on William's chest and raised his eyebrows. "Member of the royal family? I heard that King Leihart VII has a rebellious son who is causing trouble everywhere and giving him a headache. It must be you." William smiled. He knew that the fact that he and the other party were at odds could not be changed. He simply stopped hiding his hostility. "I heard that the Magician Association launched a castrated version of Rob, a vase-like guy, who cheated everywhere under the name of the new patron saint of the human race. It must be you." The Third Prince leaned close to the boy's ear and whispered, "I heard this vase is quite expensive. Be careful not to break it." Williams's next words were quite vicious. Although Painter had no expression on his face, his white knuckles still betrayed his true thoughts. The 9th level super magician, who was less than 20 years old, had a stern face. "Third Prince, your father spent a lot of money to invite me to New Telt. The people here are eager to get my protection. If I turn around and leave now. If you turn around and leave, you will lose the support of 1/3 of the entire human race. You idiot, are you planning to change your name to the guardian of 2/3 of the human race?" Pain finally couldn't maintain his composure anymore, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. "In this case, I can only help Leihart VII to control his son.